11 to 5.
For more info, go to frontrowcardshow.com.
That's frontrowcardshow.com.
Are you worried your AC system will not make it through the summer? No worry. As official Lennox dealers, Collins Comfort Masters wants to pay you to upgrade. Get up to $2,500 with our AC system buyback deal when you replace your old unit with a brand new high-efficiency system. Schedule your free estimate by calling Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns were more than active for the second round of the NBA draft last night. The Suns made 2 trades and moved up to picks 31 and 41. And with the 31st overall pick, they selected St. Joe's forward Rasheer Fleming. And at 41, they got Kentucky sharpshooter Kobe Brea. And here was Suns general manager Brian Gregory after the draft on the 3 newest members of the Phoenix Suns.
You know, we're just bringing in high-quality young men that are excited about coming to Phoenix, excited about playing for the Suns.
For more on any and all things Phoenix Suns, be sure to head to ArizonaSports.com. Tonight in the Valley, the Diamondbacks are back home and will start a 3-game series with the Marlins. Merrill Kelly will go for the Snakes, and first pitch from Chase will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And right across the street, the Phoenix Mercury will host Breonna Stewart and the New York Liberty. Tip-off from PHX Arena will be at 7 p.m. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's the letter YREFY.com.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley,
Oh, I've read all his books. He's brilliant. I had no idea he was so handsome.
Vince Marotta, Jared Carlin,
Jarrett gets the white and the yellow flag, and Jarrett is going to win the Daytona 500.
and Sammy Cebulka.
Holy cow, Sammy! Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Happy Friday, Valley sports fans. Welcome to the end of another long week, a week that will be much longer than next week. Woohoo! And then we drift into July, and then we drift into vacations. We're on the cusp here.
We are.
Yeah, we're on the cusp of summer madness,
Let's
Vinny.
just give the vacation schedule now. We're off next Thursday and Friday for the holiday. I will be on vacation the next week, and then I'm back, and then you're gone the next week.
There you go. Yep.
And then we're all here for a week, and then I'm gone the following week.
You got another vacation?
Very end of July, beginning of August.
Wow. Where are you going this time?
What all-inclusive place?
No, I wish. San Diego suburb. Carlsbad.
It's a great spot.
Okay.
I got my Carlsbad shirt on.
You do?
today,
Look
Jared.
at that.
Oh,
Are you going to Legoland?
I'm going to throw... I don't know.
Are
Sometimes
you-
I'm a wild guy. Sometimes we'll see where that takes us.
All right.
I'm a wild guy.
Yeah.
Jarrett, the vacation maven over
Thank
there.
God, finally. But then I probably won't be off.
Is that going to be a big group family vacation
This
again?
is the other side of this. This is my mom's side of the family.
I got you.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the dad's side of the family was the all-inclusive. I'm going with my mom and everybody. So it'll be fun.
Do you ever do just romantic weekend
I know.
getaways?
There's only so many vacation days, and we all have to kind of coordinate about who can take off when.
Yeah.
So it's hard to, when you have two sides of the family to do vacations with, and they're usually about a week.
No, I'm just saying.
It's hard to fit in.
Do you ever take a vacation with the wife without the family?
Well, it's interesting because she often says the most romantic times are when she takes vacations without me.
Oh, bro.
Don't understand what that means.
Oh, man.
But occasionally, no. But
You have a very interesting way of tap dancing around that.
we used to more.
She's
Well,
seen
what
a
I'm
guy
saying
named
is that we
Domingo.
just don't. This would have been a good weekend.
It would have been.
I forgot we had off Thursday also.
Next week?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. 3-day weeks.
Oh, yeah.
3-day work weeks.
Yeah.
Let's get that on
Sign
the
me
books.
up for that,
Yeah.
right?
Come on.
All right, we got a lot of ground
You know
to
how much
cover.
more productive we would be as a society.
How about it? Push the button, Jarrett.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash. Brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
Another busy day for the Suns during day 2 of the NBA draft. They started things off by sending 2 future second-round picks to the Brooklyn Nets for the number 36 overall pick. Then GM Brian Gregory sent picks 52 and 59 to the Golden State Warriors to acquire the 41st pick. Then they packaged the 36th pick and 2 other future second-rounders to Minnesota to get the 31st pick. With that selection, they took St. Joseph's power forward Rasheer Fleming, 6'8", 232 pounds, 20 years old, a native of Camden, New Jersey, played 3 years at St. Joe's. Last year averaged just under 15 points, 8.5 rebounds per game, and shot 39% from three-point range. And then with the 41st pick, the Suns got Kentucky's Kobe Brea, a 6'5 guard. He played 4 years at Dayton before finding his way to Lexington for his final college season. He averaged 11.6 points per game, really good shooter, 43.5% from three-point range. The season before at Dayton, hit almost 50% of his three-point shots. Dude can shoot it. The Suns have also reportedly agreed to a 2-way contract with Appalachian State forward C.J. Huntley. That, according to ESPN's Jonathan Gavoni. Huntley, 6'11", 221 pounds, 5 years at App State. Started 31 games last season, 15.7 points, 8 rebounds per game, and he shot close to 36%. So a lot of an infusion of youth on the Suns roster.
Very much so.
Some other notable players in the second round. Creighton center Ryan Kalkbrenner ended up in Charlotte at number 34. Auburn big man Janai Broom went to Philadelphia at 35. Chaz Lanier from Tennessee to the Pistons at 37. Florida Gators guard Elijah Martin. He went to Toronto, number 39. Maxime Renaud. He went to Sacramento at 42. And Duke guard Tyrese Proctor now with Cleveland at 49. In all, 30 second-round picks. 26 of them were traded at least once.
Did you see what our friend Darren Gant tweeted after the Charlotte drafted Ryan Kalkbrenner? What's his name?
Ryan Kalkbrenner.
Kalkbrenner. He said, congratulations, Ryan, to being a future Phoenix Suns center in about 2 years.
I did see that. Yeah. Because we have tapped into Charlotte centers.
And Cody Martin.
Oh, that too. Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Yeah, they love doing deals with each other. Former Arizona guard Caleb Love reportedly signing a two-way deal with the Portland Trailblazers. Diamondbacks are home from their 5-4 road trip to Toronto, Colorado, and Chicago. Now 10 in a row at Chase Field, starting with a 3-game series against the Miami Marlins. These two teams met in South Florida in mid-April. Diamondbacks swept that 3-game series. Game 1 tonight, Merrill Kelly on the mound for the Snakes against right-hander Yuri Perez of Miami. First pitch, 6:40. You can hear it right here on your home for the Diamondbacks, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, beginning with pregame coverage at 6. Also, the homecoming for Catel Marte, playing in front of the home folks since his unpleasant experience
I think
in
it's going to be a very, very emotional scene. I think it's going to be something you're not going to want to miss.
Yes. Former Tampa Bay Rays star Wander Franco, found guilty of sexual abuse of a minor in the Dominican Republic, was sentenced to a 2-year suspended prison sentence by 3 judges presiding over the case. Instead of jail time, Franco was basically told, quote, don't do this anymore.
What is
by
the
Judge
law system?
Jacaira Veras Garcia. By the way, the mother of the 14-year-old girl Franco was in a months-long relationship with was sentenced to 10 years in prison for trafficking her daughter. Have you ever seen a related case? Two more disparate.
It's a crazy story.
Sentences.
But you're right.
I'm guessing some money was passed under the table for Wander Franco.
The sentence was
it went to the girl's mom.
The sentence was like, if you ever assault a minor again.
Yes.
Yeah.
You really, I'm gonna.
The exact words were, don't approach a minor for sexual reasons.
Wow.
Or else.
Wow.
Or else you'll get 5 years. Was it like
Disgusting.
Second strike.
Wow.
Speaking of which, in the NFL, Baltimore Ravens kicker Justin Tucker has been suspended for the first 10 weeks of the upcoming season after the NFL determined that he violated the league's personal conduct policy. Tucker was released by the Ravens a month ago. He's been accused of sexual misconduct by 16 Baltimore area massage therapists from 8 different spas between 2012 and 2016. Again, he's currently a free agent. He can serve the suspension as a free agent and is eligible for reinstatement November 11th. I wouldn't count on him kicking in the league again.
I would not either.
And the Phoenix Mercury back in action tonight. They bring their 5-game winning streak home to PHX Arena to host the defending league champion New York Liberty tonight at 7. Mercury beat the Liberty 89-81 last Thursday in Brooklyn. Kalia Copper playing in a home game for the first time this season tonight. That can be caught on Ion TV. Mercury also in action Sunday afternoon against the Las Vegas Aces. That's on Arizona's Family Sports. I was going to include like a golf update, but this is one of those tournament weekends where nobody shows up, right?
Yes.
Are you going to watch?
I tried to get into it yesterday.
Rocket
and
Mortgage.
I'm sorry.
Rocket Mortgage.
It's the Rocket Mortgage weekend. Yeah.
I mean, there was a lot of low scores I saw.
Uh-huh.
Didn't like 4 different guys break the course
Our,
record?
our guy from South Africa, Big Pudgy Potgeeter, was on fire.
He leads the tour in driving distance.
Yeah. The big boy.
Big boy.
Yeah, you don't have to. You're not going to hurt me not talking about golf today.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm good.
Wimbledon
I'm
starts
good.
Monday, so
there you go.
We got some big game tennis coming up. There you go. There's your splash for Friday, June 27th. Coming up next, in round 2, the Suns were wheeling, dealing, and draft pick stealing. We'll fill you in on all of it. Next, it's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Suns made their pick at 10th overall.
The Duke big man, come on, Malawach.
We're excited he was available to us at 10.
Believing in myself that I'm going to make it to the NBA one day, and now I'm here in the NBA draft.
Reaction to the Suns' new 7'2" rookie center from Duke on the way on the home of Phoenix Suns basketball. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
What if we get this same deal that Ford employees get? Yep, employee pricing for everyone, and it's been extended at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here, man, we're talking across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs from America for America. Just like Ford Motor has been part of America's story for more than a century. Take that 2024 Ford F-150, work truck or weekend warrior. Right now, we can get employee pricing plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $4,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Ben for just $399 a month with $3,559 due at signing. Or get employee pricing and lease a Bronco Big Ben 4x4 for just $499 a month with $3,099 due at signing. We pay what they pay. Employee pricing at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
The Arizona heat can be dangerous, and you can help save lives. Text WATER to 620-620 for the UPS Store water drop-off locations, or donate today. It's the Arizona Sports Water Drive, presented by the UPS Store. Message and data rates may apply.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Hey, baseball fans, don't miss your chance to meet star third baseman Eugenio Suarez live at Rip Valley Sports Cards on 2nd Street in Roosevelt in downtown Phoenix this Saturday, June 28th. Bring your favorite gear, grab a photo, and get an autograph from Gino himself. Spots are limited, so lock yours in today at ripvalley.com/Gino. That's ripvalley.com/Gino. Meet slugger Eugenio Suarez live in person and get an autograph this Saturday, June 28th at Rip Valley Sports Cards in downtown Phoenix. Don't miss it. This this 4th of July. Celebrate family, fun, and the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. And it all starts with spectacular offers. Available right now at your Valley Chevy dealers July 4th event. Going on now. You'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventures ahead. No matter how you celebrate the 4th of July, it's always better in a Chevy. Don't miss out. Visit a Valley Chevy dealer near you during the Valley Chevy July 4th event. Going on now.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
You just realized your business needed to hire someone yesterday. How can you find amazing candidates fast? Easy. Just use Indeed. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
One thing about the NBA now today, it's so easy to go out and say, the coach ain't doing this, the coach ain't doing that. Are you putting the right pieces around to really compete for a championship?
Arizona sports.
I don't think Phoenix had the right pieces to really say they were going to compete for a championship this year.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Bickley and Murata.
The measurables obviously are off the chart, and when you look at kind of the groundwork that we're laying in terms of some of our recent action, you're starting to see the profile of, really high character guys that love to play, that are just guys that want to get better, are going to work to get better. And you see in Rasheer that over his years at St. Joe's, great length, great athletic ability, physically tough, plays with that toughness, that grit that is so important to us. Shot extremely well from the three, deflections, shot blocking, all those different things that just shows his activity level on the defensive end.
Brian Gregory, general manager of the Suns, yesterday talking about the first of 2 second-round picks the Suns made yesterday. After a lot of maneuvering, I mean, they went into the day with 2 picks at the end of the second-round pick, and they maneuvered their way up to 2 picks near the top of the second round.
Created a lot of commotion.
Yes. Rasheer Fleming is who he's talking about there, the pick at number 31, the forward from St. Joe's. Let's get into the commotion.
Okay.
Because, I didn't work the draft. We didn't have a draft show yesterday, so all this activity was happening during the afternoon show. And just being on social media, seeing the reaction, and it seemed like there was something bubbling, like something gigantic was happening with the Suns. They made a lot of moves yesterday.
Yeah, they did.
And Rasheer Fleming is a good basketball player. But
yes, he is.
This is not earth-shattering stuff.
Anything that happens in the second round of the NBA draft, by definition, is not earth-shattering. I understand why Suns fans were all on Twitter, because it was, wow, we are active. Wow, we're really trying. And it was, I think it created this idea that the Suns were very much in control of their picks and what they wanted to get. And I understand that excitement, and that excitement's important. It's excitement we haven't felt here in quite some time. But I agree with you. The idea that moving up in the second round amounted to gigantic, huge news. That's laughable.
Yeah.
Now,
I did like, real quick, I'm sorry, is that with the maneuvering, there was some reporting that the Suns were able to push ahead of the Boston Celtics, who had the 32 pick. And they wanted Fleming.
Yes,
so
they did.
were able to take Fleming away from the Celtics. Good thing. The Celtics then picked Noah Penda, the French forward, and he got traded to Orlando. So probably a little disappointment there.
It's also the idea that this was a guy they had apparently in their top 20 ranking. So they got a guy, one of their top 20 players they got in the second round of the draft, which is great. on the other side, you could view it as, well, why did they have this guy ranked in the top 20 and the rest of the league didn't have him in the top 30?
Well, you get that all the time with every team in every sport. They'll always say that the guy they drafted had way more value than where he was selected. So, I mean, look, we've lived through all of this. I will say this, if you were going to kind of sketch out a power forward that you wanted to select in the second round, Rasheer Fleming's about as good as you can do.
I agree.
But again, I'll be repeating myself very frequently about this because there's a big difference between being active on day 2 of the NBA draft and these guys becoming really, really good NBA players. One does not equal the other. And I understand how easy it is to conflate that for a market that's been so suppressed and so stuck with a joyless basketball team for 2+ years. I understand the need to rally around something very, very positive. But don't assume that the Suns crushed this draft. They put together, and from my vantage point, they got very lucky with Kaman Malawach, win. They moved up aggressively to get Rasheer Fleming, win. Kobe Brea, as a shooter, you couldn't ask for a more NBA-ready three-point shooter. I'm not sure I wouldn't have gone point guard at that point in time. Tyrese Proctor was still on the board. Some people like him. But when you look at the players they walked away from, I think you have every right to feel good about this. Doesn't mean they're going to work out. Yeah. But I think in terms of going out and executing a plan, a front office that was in the midst of a credibility crisis and roundly ridiculed by most national experts at every chance they get, they did fairly well.
What in the world are the Phoenix Suns doing?
Yeah, well, that's it. That's it. So Rasheer Fleming is a guy that plays with a lot of power. He's the only player in the draft with at least 40 dunks and 50 made three-pointers.
That's a pretty good combo.
That's a good combo.
So he's about 6'9", but the tangible that jumps off the pages is his 7'5" wingspan. That's, if you got a power forward at a 7'5" wingspan, really active defensively. And I loved his post-draft quick interview. They asked, what are you going to bring to Phoenix? And his first word, effort.
Yeah, I mean, that's what they're hanging their hat on, is guys that want to bring effort after what we saw last year. The other thing that I heard from Suns fans was, well, if they wanted Fleming that much, why did they trade their number 29 pick in the first round? Well, yeah, they could have taken him at 29, but they also picked up a starting center in that process.
Yeah.
Now, they're getting raked over the coals for that because they threw in another first-round pick. I mean, Mark Williams got traded for 2 first-round picks, basically. And the Suns got 1 first-round pick for Kevin Durant.
Yeah, well, listen, they spent everything they had on this group.
Yes.
And so what you surmise out of this, that there's a lot of hope, which is good, but this has to work because they have nothing after this.
Basically.
Unless
they did show the ability with the second-round picks being swapped, all willy-nilly, you can still have some maneuverability.
Okay.
But yeah, in terms of the first round picks, it's
and
dry.
big time free agents, as long as Beal is still on the team, they're not going to be able to improve their roster that way.
Yeah,
right.
I want to play this from Brian Gregory too about his whole process of navigating through a very, very chaotic second day of the draft. Here we go.
All morning long and afternoon. Meeting and planning and, strategically looking at who might go where and when. The second round is much more difficult than the first round. Having things planned, almost like the flow chart. If this happens, we're going to here, and then we got to pivot here and different things like that. A lot of phone work. But again, with Matt in town, with us constantly in that war room communicating to each other, bouncing different ideas off each other with myself and Matt Tellem, Paul Rivers, Josh Bartelstein, and Matt Ishbia, Aronde playing a big role in what we're doing now. Those communication and the fact that we're all on the same page and we're able to make the calls and get the information that we're looking for does make it smoother. It's still very intense in there as you're looking at the picks and having to make the picks, possible trades, all those different things. But we're pretty much on the same page, or as sometimes I like to say, aligned.
I'm glad that's become a little self-deprecating kind of trick of his. I enjoy that. That's kind of funny.
Yeah, because, I mean, that first press conference, we heard that word a lot.
Yeah. So you went into the draft with picks 10, 29, 52, and 59. You ended up with Kamon Malawach, Rasheer Fleming, Kobe Brea. It's a good haul. It's a good haul. I think Suns are, and again, it's so ridiculous to assign grades, but everybody does it. They're faring fairly well from what I would see as well. And again, it's the height of ludicrousness.
And Mark Williams, essentially. Because you
Right.
traded your second first-round pick for the end and future, but
But the Mark Williams thing is confusing on
It
a lot
is.
of levels. If he's got an expiring contract, where's the whole thing going? Is he going to be traded in February? I suppose that's a possibility. If
whenever
he's
everything's
having
official,
a great season.
Whenever everything's official, I'd love to hear the explanation from Gregory and Ott and Ishbia on that move and why the timing of everything, when it had to do with Malawach and that trade.
Well, I also think it's important to see how they pivot off of that move, what happens with Nick Richards. That's the next step. I mean, I absolutely love this stretch of NBA because you go right from the finals, right into the draft, right into free agency.
That's a good point.
Right into the summer league. And August is dead. There's nothing happening in the NBA in August, but then you get training camps in September. I love their offseason because it's very little downtime.
Oh yeah, and things are about to get nuts. If you've been paying attention to Brian Windhorst, he dropped a bit about how Nikola Jokic hasn't said a word in protest about what's going on in Denver to this point, and he said it in a way like,
why wouldn't he do that?
Right. Yeah. And then he seems to have a little he seems to have a little attitude about Devin Booker and the Suns and this massive extension he's about to sign.
Also, there was big news this morning. Masai Ujiri out as they have
Study.
basketball operations with the Toronto Raptors. So that happened during the first commercial break of the show. And Bick just said, well, Giannis isn't going to Toronto.
No, yeah, that was their only in to get Giannis.
Yeah.
Was Masai Ujiri, who had been considered one of the better executives in basketball. So I wonder what that's all about.
Yeah,
I mean, could it have something to do with the reaction of Colin Murray Boyles? Could it? I don't know. This is stunning to me.
At least he waited till after the draft.
Oh, very weird timing, right?
Yeah, right?
Let me put my stamp on this draft, and then, boop, I'm out. Coming up next, stop me if you heard this before. Another crucial series starts tonight for the Arizona Diamondbacks with the Fish in town. We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win a pair of tickets to Dbacks Royals on the 4th of July from Arizona Sports. Text Firework to 620-620 and listen for your name June 30th through July 2nd for your chance to win.
There's a swing and a ball hit high and deep to right field. Freeman moving back, looking. Oh, that is gone!
What's more All-American than Dbacks baseball, a Dbacks dog, and fireworks on Independence Day at Chase Field? Text Firework to 620-620 now. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and building wealth is difficult to do if you're starting from scratch, if not darn right impossible. But Sharp Money people will tell you the best way to do it is to reduce your debt. So if you're in the market to buy a home, if you're looking to refinance, check out Life Changer Loan, because if you're a good fit, they will save you a ton of money. This is an innovative program that allows you to pay off your mortgage in a matter of years, not decades, and that happens because you pay all principal first. 5 years is the average length of time it takes a Life Changer Loan client to pay off that home, which does a lot of great things. It gives you a lot of time to build that personal wealth. If you're nearing retirement in your profession, it's a great idea. You don't want to be stuck with the mortgage payment in your fixed income years. You also get 24/7 access to your equity, which gives you the power to pay off, pay down, or borrow back from yourself whenever you want. Lots of great things with the Life Changer Loan, but you've got to be a good fit. You've got to have the right set of financials. Their founder, Shane O'Grady, he'll be up front with you if you're not a good fit. But if you are, I can guarantee this, you will love the results. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Picture this. You find your dream home and you just move in right away without waiting around to sell your old place first. It sounds perfect, right? Well, with Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program, you can do exactly that. Buy your new home now, sell the old one later. It really is the best way to do it if you think about it. So here's how it works. Orchard's going to give you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. You don't need any extra hassles right now. This is a big life moment. You want to make sure you just do it right and you feel comfortable as you're doing it. Then the Orchard experts are going to take it from there. They're going to handle repairs on your old home, make price-boosting upgrades, and once they're done with the upgrades, a local Orchard agent's going to list and sell your home for top dollar. That's still a huge part of this equation, right? You want to get top dollar for your old home. Well, Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first, sell your old home later, buy before you sell, get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hey, it's Wolf for Tim Hovick's Santan Ford in Gilbert. I have two things for you, Basernians. One, employee pricing has been extended at Santan Ford. And two, the selection is huge. That's right. Santan Ford has 1,400 new vehicles on the ground. All the models, all the trim levels, different options in every color under the sun. It's simple. Get employee pricing on your new Ford and drive away in the Ford you really want. You gotta love it, right? Head on over to the Santan 202 Freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. I am Santan Ford.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns were more than active in the second round of the NBA draft last night. The Suns made 2 trades and were able to move up to picks 31 and 41. And with the 31st pick, they selected St. Joe's forward Rasheer Fleming. And at 41, they got Kentucky sharpshooter Kobe Brea. And here was Suns general manager Brian Gregory after the draft on the 3 newest members of the Phoenix Suns.
You know, we're just bringing in high quality young men that are excited about coming to Phoenix, excited about playing for the Suns.
For more on any and all things Phoenix Suns, be sure to head to ArizonaSports.com. Tonight in the Valley, the Diamondbacks are back home and they'll start a 3-game series with the Miami Marlins. Merrill Kelly will be on the mound for the Snakes. First pitch from Chase Field will be at 6:40, and you can listen to it on 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And right across the street, the Phoenix Mercury will host Breonna Stewart and the New York Liberty. Tip-off from PHX Arena will be at 7. This report is brought to you by the Berg Simpson Law Firm. Injured? Call the Berg Simpson Law Firm or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Hey, it's Wolf. Can Merrill Kelly once again stabilize the Arizona Diamondbacks rotation? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
And the right-hander Wilson fires. Swung on, a hard hit ball to Sosa. He gloves, steps, and throws to first in time, and that's your ball game. The White Sox win this one by a final score of 7-3. The D-backs will have to settle for the series.
Yeah, that was Chris Garagiola with the final call on Wednesday. Diamondbacks wrapping up their road trip with a loss to the White Sox.
Mm-hmm. No, that's very, very accurate.
5-4 was the final, and 5-4 was the record. 5-4 for the Diamondbacks, coming from that 9-game road trip. And now they go into another crucial stretch. Tonight starts a 10-game homestand, longest homestand of the year for the Diamondbacks. After tonight's game, Bick, the D-backs will have played half of their baseball games on the schedule. This is the midway point. This is time. Like, we've been waiting and saying it's time. It's really time now. Got to make some hay here. The problem is, Miami's not a great team, but they're playing pretty good baseball right now. They won 4 in a row and 5 out of 6.
Okay.
Then you get San Francisco for 4, and you get Kansas City for 3 at the back end.
Yeah.
It's not an easy homestand.
No.
But it's a very important one.
These first 3 games, you've got to take care of business here. You have really got to get to the month of July with some separation above 500 as you go into those games against the Giants, as you go into the games against the Royals. And when you get into the month of July, the Major League Baseball trade deadline now, it just becomes a matter of weeks away, not months away. So, yeah, I do think that it's starting to officially start to get a little bit late. And this has been a wild, wild baseball season on a lot of different levels. We've seen a lot of ups and a lot of downs and a lot of crazy moments and crazy wins and crazy losses. And then it all culminated to what we saw at Wright Field in Chicago on Tuesday night. And Catel Marte coming home, as I wrote today on ArizonaSports.com, Torey Lovullo's finest moment of the season by far in terms of showing what he means to his players, in terms of showing force to a fan that had gotten deep inside Catel Marte's head. And we're all hoping, we've all been waiting for a moment, that thing that is going to galvanize this team and kind of pull them out of this up-down, flirt with mediocrity thing. I'm hoping this is it, because if this isn't it, I don't know what would be it.
Yeah, and then on the flip side of it, we'll get back into the Marte thing in a second, but yesterday was a day that was marked as, okay, Diamondbacks are getting home. They'll be able to get an MRI on the hand of Gino Suarez. The fact that there's been no news on that, to me, seems ominous. But
I would agree.
It doesn't mean it has to be ominous, but I'm just going by the feel of things lately. And here they are on at this fork in the road. Is this going to be where they announce their presence as a real serious playoff contender? Or if they get bad news on the injury front, is that the final straw that breaks the camel's back?
No, I don't think it's going to be that.
No?
I don't. I think that I think this baseball team has luckily reinforced itself enough where you can hang on long enough.
But can they sustain that without Gino Suarez, who's been probably their MVP this year?
Well, if he's lost for the season or something like that, then the answer to that is probably no. But didn't Derek Hall tell us he thinks he's going to get good reports on these position players?
He did. Here's Derek Hall on our show yesterday.
But I think, look, Gino showed us, and what a guy. I mean, he came out of that game. He came right back into the dugout. You don't see that a lot with players. He's just such a good leader, such a good man. And I think he's going to be fine. And I think we'll get some good news on some of the others as well. Hopefully they won't be as long and sustained of injuries, and we'll get those guys back in the lineup soon. I don't think things are as bad or as dire as they seem when it comes to the position players.
So
let's hope. He's talking about Corbin Carroll. Yeah. He's talking about Gino Suarez, and let's hope that's accurate, because it's been crazy. The amount of Diamondbacks players injured by hit by pitches, it's and in a short proximity too. It's madness. This season has been off the rails. This season's been drunk, Vinny.
Go home, season. You're drunk.
You're drunk.
You mentioned Catel Marte returning home. Should be a real good scene tonight out at Chase Field. Probably will have a really good weekend crowd, even though it's the Marlins in town. They've been drawing great on the weekends. Derek Hall, during his interview with us yesterday, kind of reflected on the aftermath of that whole incident with Catel Marte and the fan in Chicago.
And it was a shame that this knucklehead did what he did. I'm glad he's banned. I was proud of the White Sox. They were very classy. Not only the message they put up, but as soon as the incident took place, I had a counterpart write me and say, this is not reflective of who we are as a city or a baseball town. Jerry Reinsdorf, who you know well, Bick, and he's probably, in the top 5 of my favorite owners, and he's a good friend. He sent a personalized note in English and Spanish down to Catel and put it on his chair to tell him he was so sorry and, he loves him. And it was just handled really well all around.
Yeah, so hopefully something, again, that becomes a thing tonight, and then everybody involved can move on and concentrate on other things.
Yeah, I think this is going to continue, and because Catel Marte is probably going to be the National League starting second baseman, and when he gets to the All-Star game, he's going to have to relive this story all over again.
That's true.
It'll be a story of great interest. So it's really transcendent how people have reacted to this. The amount of people who made donations to the Diamondbacks in Catel Marte's name, Karl Anthony Towns reaching out and empathizing with him. It was a terrible incident that seemed to bring out the good in a lot of people, and I really do believe it's going to raise Catel Marte's profile even more, right? Because who can't relate to that?
Yeah. Catel Marte did release a video statement on social media where he explained what happened, and it was in Spanish, so there's been some translation of it. We relied on our interpreter, Jarrett Carlin, because he speaks Spanish.
Un poquito.
¿Dónde está la cerveza?
But apparently, Catel had explained that it really set him off because the night his mom did die in that tragic car accident, he was in Chicago.
Yeah.
So of all the places for that to happen,
right?
That affected him a little bit more deeply.
Yeah. So Ryan Nelson was on Major League Baseball radio yesterday, and he was talking about Torey Lovullo in such glowing terms coming out of that whole incident. Said that it's easy for managers to say they love you, to say they care about you. It's another thing to show it, and this is why we would run through the wall for Torey.
Yeah.
I thought it was pretty powerful stuff.
Don't tell me you love me, show me you love me.
Yeah.
Rules for life.
Yeah, so I think that in the case of everything that went down, I do think that there's a way that this bonds the team, and maybe they rally around this moment, or it fuels them. That's my hope. I've invented any number of scenarios this year that I hope will apply to the Diamondbacks, and I hope that they can get into a lane where they resemble the team we all rallied around in 2023. And as you pointed out, halfway point of the season tonight, then it's getting late.
Yeah, and Merrill Kelly on the mound to start the homestand, so you feel pretty good about things there. He's been very steady. Not his greatest outing as last time out, even though they got that win in Colorado. But big stretch for the Diamondbacks as they hit the halfway point of the season tonight.
Then you've got a big game from Brandon Pfaadt on Saturday, who needs to get back into better form himself. And then Erod on Sunday, who's in the midst of a really good stretch of pitching. So I would like a sweep, please. And I understand what Derek says, that we look at this team and they go up against lesser competition. Everyone demands, hey, you better win 3. You better win 3 of 4. And he'd prefer this team just focus on one game at a time, to not go into these series thinking of what the predetermined outcome has to be. But at some point in time, this team needs to show that they are capable of being special, consistently special.
Update the Arizona Sports app for the latest features that help your experience with our stream, video, podcast, and news. Go to the Google or Apple App Store to update the Arizona Sports app today. Coming up next, the NBA draft is over, and we will give you our thoughts on the picks and the broadcast and a lot of other things next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Murata.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
For more than 75 years, University of Maryland Global Campus has given you the opportunity to build your next success. Choose from more than 135 degree and certificate programs in career-relevant fields like business, healthcare, data analytics, cybersecurity, and more. Plus, we offer 100% online and hybrid courses, personalized advising, and lifetime career services. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez and Sanderson Ford owner David Kimmerly discussing the final days of employee pricing.
Hey Gonzo, it's been a nice run of true employee pricing, but it's coming to an end. It's the final days of employee pricing, and we're going all out for our customers.
Like giving them a pair of Diamondbacks tickets just for coming in?
Yes, just for coming in, plus real employee pricing like this.
New 2024 Bronco Sports for $27,900. New Escapes, $28,700. And new F-150 trucks for $41,700.
Get it all at Sanderson Ford with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense.
Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
Sanderson Ford is a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Bronco Sports stock number 246970. Escape 255354. F-150 STX Crew Cab 255684. Prices include employee price, Ford rebates, and Sanderson discounts.
Sanderson Ford.
Hello, I'm Joe Cordell, founder of Cordell & Cordell. Divorce is complicated, especially when your small business or professional practice is involved. At Cordell & Cordell, we understand that these assets raise unique valuation and allocation issues. For 35 years, we've helped doctors, lawyers, and small business owners navigate divorce with confidence. Call us at Cordell & Cordell. Let me tell you, I understand on a personal level, your business is much more than a job. It's your legacy. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
Hello, everybody. This is Eric Bryan, the owner of Precision Air and Plumbing.
Eric, do you know why I want people to know we are a family-owned business?
Because behind every leader is the support of a loving family?
Definitely. And people need to know we are truly committed to quality and care we give to our customers.
Unlike the big corporations and hedge funds buying up our competitors with no ties to our community?
Exactly.
Call the #1 rated family-owned business in Arizona, Precision Air and Plumbing.
Call 602-FIX-MY-AC today.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, summer savings are underway. What can customers expect this June?
What's up, Dave? We're kicking off summer with some serious steals. Drive into summer in style with limited time offers on our full lineup. All month long, save $12,500 on the new 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 or $7,000 on a new 2025 GMC Sierra HD Pro, SLE, or SLT.
Sounds like everyone wins at Liberty GMC in Peoria or online, libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Come on. I'm burning. Come on. Come on.
Arizona Sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
How surprised were you when you found out you guys won the lottery?
Yeah, I was extremely surprised. All my draft prep up to that point was, us being in the 11th position. But things happen. Fortune favors the bold.
Nico Harrison.
I actually heard that quote a couple of days ago, and I was shocked that he had the gall to phrase it that way.
That's unbelievable.
It is unbelievable.
Fortune
Dude,
favors the bold.
Like they're being rewarded by,
I'm the bold one who made that unpopular trade, and because of it, we got the #1 pick.
Wow.
Take that, Dallas.
Wow. Really, really, really bad form from Nico Harrison.
Get him a spokesman or something.
Yeah.
Stop sending him out there.
Yeah. How about it?
It's just going to be that way. Even look, they got Cooper Flag. It's right now. It's a consolation prize.
Mm-hmm.
They traded away the most popular player that franchise. Well, second most popular player that franchise has ever had. And Luka was well on his way to maybe surpassing Dirk. Do you think?
Oh yeah. Absolutely.
It's a high level to get to because Dirk is legendary there.
Yeah.
But, so that was one of the one of the stories coming out of the draft.
I will say this though, and if you watched the draft coverage last night, they were riding Bob Myers like a rented mule. They put him in the center chair, and it seemed like he was just the one talking nonstop every single time. Right? Did you get that idea, Sammy?
I did, but as someone that was like watching it, I didn't mind it because Bob Myers is actually really good at what he does.
But Jay Billis is there. I'd like to have heard more from Jay Billis, and there's Brian Windhorst, who looked very disinterested because he. I don't know.
Yeah, he probably was very disinterested
because he was probably very disinterested in the pony dog and pony show of it all. But it was Bob Myers who said something, and I really vibed on this. He thinks that Cooper Flagg will have more of an impact on winning right away in Dallas than Victor Wembanyama did in San Antonio, which I thought was very interesting because Cooper Flagg is that kind of rise to the moment kind of player, where Wembanyama is just a freak of nature.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with the point, but you can't ignore the fact that Cooper Flagg is joining a roster that has a great player on it already.
Mm-hmm.
Victor Wembanyama went to a team in San Antonio.
Yeah, that's true.
That had the number one pick for a reason.
It's a good point.
Not because fortune favors the bold. They had some good players, but nobody of the quality of Anthony Davis.
There's what's going to be interesting about this is I think there's going to be a lot of movement. There might even be some shocking trades. When you take a look at San Antonio, for instance, San Antonio might not have made the De'Aaron Fox trade if they knew that they were going to luck out and rise up to number 2 in the draft. They've got a surplus of really good guards there.
What's that like?
It's like having Devin Booker, Jalen Green, Bradley Beal. Yeah.
That's an interesting point that maybe they wouldn't have. I mean,
well, that's why they were talking about
the Giannis thing. My instincts tell me this Giannis thing is going to pop soon.
It very well could, and Windhorst was talking about it even yesterday. That's the biggest domino to fall in the NBA in a long time. And right now he was talking about there's no rumblings. It's all kind of quiet.
Yes.
And he's waiting for something to click.
And this Windhorst comment about Nikola Jokic, I heard it. I haven't been able to get it out of my head since. Basically saying that Nikola Jokic has been all professional about everything that's happened in Denver the last 2 seasons. And he's been very, very quiet, and to a point. And it really looked like Brian Windhorst was trying to get across Nikola Jokic is fed up in Denver.
It very well could be the case, but you have arguably the two best players in the league right now
on the market,
holding their tongue, maybe about being dissatisfied. Shams yesterday said,
"Do you want to hear that Windhorst quote?"
Yeah, please.
Yeah.
For me to imagine. He's been absolute no drama, all delivery superstar to this point.
And I love the to this point.
And he's like kind of nodding his head.
And he did this thing.
Yeah.
To this point.
Right.
Do you think? Let's be honest. He definitely knows what's going on. But do you think he's not just at home enjoying his summer, being like, all right, they can say what they want. I'm going to show up. I'm going to play basketball.
Maybe.
Certainly strikes me as that kind of individual.
Right. But what Josh Kroenke just said, that unforced error of just bringing up the idea that an untimely injury to some rando in Denver might force them to trade Nikola Jokic. Could you imagine being Nikola Jokic and hearing that? Like,
yeah,
what?
I don't know what the goal was there. Was that to illustrate to the fan base this is how tenuous things are with the second apron rules, and this is how difficult everything is? There's so much talk now about the second apron.
Yeah.
I was listening to NBA radio yesterday, and they were talking about it and taking calls on how complicated it is and how perilous it is for a lot of these teams. And a lot of these teams are looking at what the Celtics are doing. They looked at what the Suns tried to do. And they're like, we want no part of that.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I wanted to get back to the broadcast.
I didn't mean to
no.
Derail you.
It's all good stuff. The broadcast over the 2 days on ESPN and ABC got a lot of criticism, including a little bit from Bill Simmons, who used to be part of the ESPN Draft Day broadcast team.
Toronto took Colin Murray-Boyles, leading Kendrick Perkins. I didn't know which telecast to watch. It was like, do I take this samurai sword and jam it into my temple, or do I take this chainsaw and saw my leg off? I couldn't figure it out. They took Colin Murray-Boyles, and Perk said they have the pieces in their top 6 team in the East. And at that point, I started looking for a third ESPN channel, but there are only 2. covering the draft. There wasn't a third one, at least one that I couldn't find.
All right, so he disagreed with a point.
Right.
Well, that didn't make Kendrick Perkins himself very happy. He didn't address it on the ESPN airwaves. He did it on social media while sitting in a car. But some of the response he had for Bill Simmons.
Thinking about Bill Simmons, cupcake ass. Always got my name in his mouth because I'm not tired of you. I don't know who anointed you, the preacher or king of the head honcho of overseeing basketball and way things need to be. Man, what have you done? What have you done? What have you done, period, in the game of basketball? Have you ever played? And I usually don't even address people because I don't even be really caring about it, but it's kind of pissing me off because you feel like you're sitting on this throne.
All right, to me, any defense or attack that goes to any media member with the question, did you play? Everything else you say is
invalidated.
Is irrelevant.
Bill Simmons is incredibly accomplished. Yeah, like him or not, he's changed sports journalism.
He's a blogger who built a media empire.
Yep, exactly.
And by the way, I don't agree with everything that Bill Simmons says, and I wouldn't even consider myself a huge fan. The dude knows the game.
Oh, he's made a lot of eerily accurate predictions. Listen, you don't have to be a fan to respect what he does. What I don't like, and because this comes out of Stephen A. Smith every time, and now it's coming out of Kendrick Perkins, because stop rubbing your eyes, Jared. It's because Kendrick Perkins later in that cut said, "I'm coming for you on Sunday," but like this whole attacking each other, people in the game who dare to question your own criticisms. To me, this is something that's very sacrosanct, and you know I'm very opinionated, and I've ticked off a lot of people, but at the same time, I am very, very open to people ripping me because that's the game. If you're going to sit someplace and espouse strong opinions, you better expect it coming back, and you better be cool with it coming back. If not, you're a clown. And that's what's coming off ESPN these days. No, seriously. If you're going to sit there and scream and scream and scream and always pick on players, Stephen A. Smith, and then somebody claps back at him, and then Stephen threatens him even more, this is what Kendrick Perkins is doing.
Yeah.
It's grow up.
2 minutes and 48-second video of him sitting in his car. Bill Simmons responded on social media and said, "I'm honored that you sat in a car for 2+ minutes to scold me on your iPhone like this, even though we are a combined age of like 92.
That's it.
If you actually think Toronto will be top 6 in the East in anything other than most fun place to visit, let's wager on it ASAP." I wonder what the Masai Ujiri situation this morning does to Kendrick Perkins' thoughts on the Raptors.
How about it?
Does that change everything?
How about it? That's funny.
We have reached a point of new silliness in the media that is head shaking.
Yeah. Listen, I hope that ESPN has learned some lessons and that the tone of their coverage changes dramatically next season.
Celebrate the 4th of July with the Arizona Diamondbacks. Text fireworks to 620-620 to register. Listen for your name starting on Monday. You could win 2 tickets to see the Dbacks take on the Kansas City Royals on 4th of July. That's fireworks to 620-620. Coming up next, are Suns fans experiencing the good vibes of addition by subtraction? We'll get into that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dbacks decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for Dbacks Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. If I am ever hurt in an accident of any kind, I already know I am calling Sweet James, and I know that because I know results matter, I know scoreboard matters, I know wins and losses matter, and Sweet James is the team I want on my side, and so should you, because this is the honest-to-God's truth. Hiring the right attorney after you've been hurt in an accident might mean the difference between $10,000 and $10 million. And remember, the attorneys at Sweet James don't just win 98% of their cases, chooses, they win the most. For example, one of our listeners was injured after being rear-ended at a red light. The insurance companies offered him $60,000. Now, that might seem like a lot of money, but Sweet James accident attorney said, and with Sweet James protecting them, that listener was awarded $745,000 instead. They can't guarantee outcomes. No law firm can, but the attorneys at Sweet James, unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and you pay nothing until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number 4th of July sale. Save over $600 on our King P5 smart bed, our lowest price of the season. Plus, get free home delivery with most smart beds, limited time. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here, and I'm sitting next to my great friend, Dr. Joe from Aria Dental Implant Center. Hey, Dr. Joe, it's great to see you.
Thanks for having me.
Talk to me about the All-on-4 dental implant.
It's a process where we can remove patients' remaining dentition, where we can place 4 dental implants, take our digital impressions, so we can get this population back in function.
You know I've had the All-on-4. It is a life changer. It truly is. Not only to be able to smile, right, but also to bite into a steak. What is the best thing about getting the All-on-4 dental treatment?
Self-confidence. The only reason people don't get All-on-4s is because they can't afford it. It's expensive.
Yes.
My goal is to make it economical. So if I can reduce that cost, I will.
If you have broken or missing teeth, he's going to help you. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. It's spelled A-R-I-A. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number 4th of July sale. Save over $600 on our King P5 smart bed, our lowest price of the season. Plus, get free home delivery with most smart beds, limited time. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
DQ presents How to Make Your Summer Take Flight. Just head into DQ for a new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat. Treat your inner hero to an epic mix of sugar cookie dough, sprinkles, and cake batter flavor. Blend it all with legendary DQ soft serve, and it's enough to tempt Superman himself. Fly into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman. Only in theaters July 11th. DQ. Happy tastes good. Only at participating locations.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns were more than active for the second round of the NBA draft last night. The Suns made 2 trades and moved up to picks 31 and 41, and with the 31st pick, they selected St. Joe's forward Rasheer Fleming, and at 41, they got Kentucky sharpshooter Kobe Brea. And here was Suns general manager Brian Gregory after the draft on the 3 newest members of the Phoenix Suns.
You know, we're just bringing in high-quality young men that are excited about coming to Phoenix, excited about playing for the Suns.
For more on any and all things Phoenix Suns, be sure to head to ArizonaSports.com. Tonight in the Valley, the Diamondbacks are back home and will start a 3-game series with the Miami Marlins. Merrill Kelly will go for the Snakes. And first pitch from Chase will be at 6:40 right here on 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And right across the street, the Phoenix Mercury will host Breonna Stewart, and the New York Liberty tip-off from PHX Arena will be at 7 p.m. tonight. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief, or get a free inspection online at americaroofingco.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
Arizona Sports.
Drafting is going to be critical. The free agency is always critical as well.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Bickley and Murata.
Fanatics Fest is crazy. If you haven't been here and been tapped in, anything can happen at Fanatics Fest, like me getting traded. But being a part of the Houston Rockets, I'm looking forward to it. Crazy last couple weeks, but I'm glad it's over with.
Kevin Durant, last Sunday at Fanatics Fest. I've said it for years. Anything can happen at Fanatics Fest. It was the first year of it, right?
Yeah. What is it?
It just seemed like a very... everybody was there, but I going back to the footage that came out of Tom Brady doing the wrestling bit. Did you see that? Mm-hmm. Where he ripped Eli Manning's jersey. It was weird.
And Eli Manning came out and
jumped on his back.
And
stayed on his back
Tom
for
Brady
a really
no
long time.
Joe Burrow couldn't throw strikes with a baseball.
Oh, my God. Did you see that?
I did see that.
The weirdest thing ever.
Yeah.
He wasn't even close.
Not even close.
Different. We see this all the time. It's unfathomable,
and unfathomable
that these amazing athletes cannot cross over with sports. It's crazy.
But that's how it all started. The offseason got kicked off for the Phoenix Suns with that. The trade went down on Sunday. We've had a lot of reaction to it, obviously. The draft is now in the rear view. There's still another major phase of the offseason to come. But just gauging it. And that's all we can do right now is just kind of take it all in and gauge it on the feel. And the Suns fans' collective morale, I don't think, had been lower in a very long time than it was after the end of the regular season.
I agree.
36 wins with that franchise, with that roster, not acceptable. And we had talked about it in the interim. While the playoffs are going on and the Suns were spectators, what about the possibility of running it back? Gear yourself up for that possibility.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's a huge sigh of relief that is not going to be the case.
Yes.
That Kevin Durant, okay, thanks, KD, move on to Houston.
Mm-hmm.
We're good with it. And since Sunday, the Suns have added 7 new players to the roster.
Yep.
So there is a new influx of talent. What it all means, probably not going to be a high-ranking playoff team, but difference is good for this group.
There's no doubt about it. And yes, I'm going to expand on the framing that you just did, which was very, very good. I would take it a step further, and I would say going into the trade of Kevin Durant, there might be a fear that we are actually at rock bottom. There were some Suns fans who actually were pining for the return of Robert Sarver, which is absurd to me. You're kind of really forgetting what that era was all about. But there was that. And I think it all stemmed from the fact that they didn't know what to make of Matt Ishbia when you put together the press conferences, when you put together the doubling down on, I'm going to be involved because I wasn't involved before, and people were like, is he lying to us? Of course he was involved before. So I think there was a feeling that this thing was spinning out of control. And when he hired Brian Gregory, I think there were a lot of people who thought, he doesn't know how to be a general manager. He's never done that job before. And then the hiring of Jordan Knott and the Michigan State ties and all of that stuff, I think it all fueled into a perception that we are heading off. We are in a deep hole and we will not stop digging. Mm-hmm. Can somebody get the shovels out of these men's hands and stop digging? And so then we went into the trade of Kevin Durant, and we came out of that trade, I know I did, kind of like, okay, not bad. Could have been worse. Maybe I was even expecting worse. And then you hear details of how Brian Gregory might have been played and how KD might have had a hand in really limiting the kind of return they got. And then you get through the draft and you're like, wow, that was way better than I expected. That's really not bad. And now there's a feeling that, okay, you know what? even if this doesn't work, at least we get to grow with homegrown players, fresh new faces, players who might actually play hard. So I completely agree with you that the morale in the span of a week or so has gone from very, very low to starting to bubble back up to normal.
I would agree. Eddie Johnson, Son's television analyst, also Sirius XM NBA radio host. He joined Wolf and Luke yesterday here on Arizona Sports and commented on his thoughts about the return for Kevin Durant.
Let's look at it this way. The Houston Rockets had the second best record in the West. They had the fourth best record in the NBA. The Suns got two of their starters. Oh, by the way, Jalen Green led them in scoring last year.
Yeah.
Yeah, he didn't have a good playoff. Okay, and people are going to ride with that. That's fine. But a lot of players struggle during the playoffs.
Though, right?
Here you go. The guy played 82 games, too.
Yes.
So, and then you got Dylan Brooks, who played 75 games. He averaged 14 and shot 40% from three, and he's a very good defender.
And there's people all over the map, all over the spectrum on what they thought of the return for Kevin Durant, and Eddie's taken the positive side. Others have raked the Suns over the coals, and I think we're both kind of in the middle. I think the Suns did the best with a very difficult situation, all things considered.
Yes.
And a lot of the conditions that were standing in their way were self-inflicted. You have to assume that too. But now the big question moving forward about this new feeling of optimism that the Suns fan base has. But one of the big questions is Jalen Green and Devin Booker together, and Bradley Beal still remains on the roster. That might change in the next week or so. But right now, what does Eddie Johnson think of that Green-Booker pairing in the backcourt?
No, I think when you're an athlete, you can figure it out and adjust. That's the reason why these guys have gotten to the NBA is because of the adjustment factor. And so, no, I think they can coexist. To what level, I don't know. It's up to them to be able to prove that they can. But in Boston, I watched Drew Holiday and Derek White, and I watched two guys that aren't prototypical point guards, so to speak, get together and play. And what do? They won a title. So if you're willing to do it, you can do it. Oklahoma City with Shea and Jalen Williams. I don't think they're prototypical ball handlers and guards, but they were able to do it. So it can be done.
It can be, but the questions about it, I think, are valid.
Yeah, absolutely. Eddie's being very, very generous to the positional overlap that is an issue in Phoenix now. This isn't whether Jalen Green and Devin Booker can coexist and play hard together and make it work. It's about the roster composition. And do you have a cohesive starting five? Can you guard? Can you defend? Do you have enough size? All that stuff is what's in the mix here. And these are very, very, very fair questions. There are very mixed opinions on Jalen Green. I've talked to people who have followed the Rockets, who have covered the Rockets. They weren't happy with him there at all. That play, and I don't think that postseason performance can just be, he averaged 20 a game in the regular season. What do you want from the guy? Come on.
When the trade happened, did you see anybody say, I can't believe the Rockets gave up Jalen Green?
No. Again, it's the Kevin Durant factor, and we were in the playoffs and looking at the postseason through the lens in Phoenix of what team is going to show itself as the team that needs Kevin Durant the most. And it was the Houston Rockets. And the player most responsible for that is Jalen Green.
Exactly.
Because he did not play up to his capability in the playoffs. Had Jalen Green played well in the playoffs, Kevin Durant might be coming back to the Suns for a second season.
Or he might be in Minnesota.
Yeah.
Bring your ass.
Or don't.
Right.
Here's the other thing. I didn't even realize it until today. I was just jotting down the roster by position. I'm not much of a country music fan. That is Sammy Sabalka's territory.
I was going to say this, but keep going.
The Phoenix Suns on their roster right now have Brooks and Dunn.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
yes.
Yeah. Are they going to be doing the boot, scoot, and boogie?
Oh,
is that the song?
Oh, boy.
No. I don't like a lot of country music, but Neon Moon by Brooks and Dunn is a masterpiece of a song.
I'm going.
Okay. I'll take your word for it, Vinny.
I don't like a lot of country music.
Coming up next.
I'm going to a country concert tonight, guys.
Good.
Who are you seeing?
You won't see me there, Sammy.
John Party in San Diego.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bring gas.
Thank you.
Cupcake ass.
That's fantastic.
Coming up next, what do we think of Brian Gregory's first draft? He's got a track record. We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Suns front office got to dealing in the second round of the NBA draft.
The Suns started the day with the 52nd and 59th pick in this draft. Through a true masterclass of playing chess, they now have pick number 31 and pick number 41.
How do we grade this Suns draft and the moves they made? The answer is on the way on the home of the Suns, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Advanced Window Products, and there's lots of ways to know when you need new windows. Warping, condensation, trouble opening and closing them, age, as if in your house is 10 to 15 years old, you might be in the danger zone. And then there was my stark reminder, spiking utility bills. Last summer, I had a monthly bill of $666. Blew my mind, but it was proof that my windows are shot. And that's why I'm stoked to tell you about Advanced Window Products. They're a great company that's family-owned and locally operated, a company that I am choosing to restore and replace all of my windows. They're Arizona's premier window replacement company, and it's because there's no middleman. They're the manufacturers. They've got a factory here in the valley. They build the windows. They install the windows. They guarantee them for life. Because of the high volume of business, they get preferred pricing from their glass and vinyl suppliers, much lower than other window companies, and they pass those savings on to you, and they'll give you the highest energy-efficient window in the state, manufactured for our climate. Finally, right now during the summertime, they're running a sizzling hot special. Buy 10 or more windows, you get a $2,500 discount. Call today, beat the summer rush, 480-764-2002, online at advancedwindows.com.
Get one free set of Brake Best brake pads when you buy 2 brake rotors. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
What if we get this same deal that Ford employees get? Yep, employee pricing for everyone, and it's been extended at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here, man, we're talking across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs from America for America. Just like Ford Motor has been part of America's story for more than a century. Take that 2024 Ford F-150, work truck or weekend warrior. Right now, we can get employee pricing plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $4,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Ben for just $399 a month with $3,559 due at signing. Or get employee pricing and lease a Bronco Big Ben 4x4 for just $499 a month with $3,099 due at signing. We pay what they pay. Employee pricing at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Get real testosterone prescribed by real doctors now at Red Mountain. Guys, feeling drained, low energy, brain fog, or trouble in the bedroom? You probably have low testosterone. It's more common than you think, and it's treatable. Today's men have lower testosterone than ever before, thanks to stress, poor diet, and lifestyle. But Red Mountain has the solution. We offer full-strength testosterone as an injection or tablet. And we're not talking about a supplement here. We're talking about prescription-strength testosterone because the truth is nothing out there can boost testosterone like actual testosterone. It'll help you think clearer, sleep better, build muscle, and boost your sex drive. It's a game changer. Have low T? Start for free. This month only at Red Mountain. Regain your energy, strength, and vitality at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com. Red Mountain. Real testosterone. Real doctors. Real results.
Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports. The local sports leader.
With the 10th pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, Kaman Malawach from Rumbek, South Sudan, the NBA Academy Africa in Senegal, and Duke University.
Come on, Malawach.
Malawach watch.
Malawach watch. Come on, Malawach. Malawach.
Come on, Malawach.
Malawach watch.
Malawach watch.
Poor old Kevin Ray. And John Bloom on the radio had to call big men who couldn't go. Find someone to play. Center in this year's draft. Could he drop to the 10th slot? Suns need a break more than ever. Look, they cooked and took a Duke player. He could be a Sun forever. Come on now, watch. Oh, I can't wait to watch in this moment. We need you so much. Ignore the part where we traded for Mark, 'cause we love you. Come on, Malawach.
There was a little substance to that sound effect from Wolf there.
Did you see that great moment yesterday when Jarrett was doing the dink?
Yes.
And you and I both buried our face in the hand simultaneously.
Several people took screenshots of that and said that's the dynamic of the show.
It's now my that is now my profile picture on Twitter. Yes.
Is it? Okay.
On Tinder.
That's good. That's pretty good.
Did you say on Tinder?
On Tinder, that's your profile picture.
No, it's
not. Oh,
no. It's a different picture on that. No.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, we avoided doing that same pose today during the song. Lyrically very strong.
Thank you.
I mean, you took a little creative license by making his last name
What
just
was?
2 syllables.
I just want to know what that sound was Wolf made at the very end.
It's labeled as short Chewbacca sound in the. I wanted just something to sort of.
I don't think he was going to set out to do a Chewbacca
No, I think
sound.
yeah,
It just
something
kind
like
of
that
happened.
right. I just want something to, put it on the end there, a point on the end.
That's fantastic.
Well done, Jarrett.
Thank
you. Common Malawach. That'll be dropped on Apple Music and Spotify later. Brian Gregory, as I said, he's got a track record now.
Yep.
We were wondering what was going to happen during his first draft. He's in the controls of the basketball operations for the first time. We saw high activity. We saw, I think, a little good fortune.
Oh, yeah.
And we know, we've been told already today, that fortune favors the bold.
Yeah, we have been told that.
So having Malawach fall to you at 10 is viewed as a victory.
Yes.
There's some criticism about the Mark Williams trade, but I think even day 2, I want to temper things because these are second-round picks, but the Suns showed aggression in going after the player/players that they wanted in the second round. And I don't know if that's par for the course for a first-time GM in that scenario.
No,
the aggressiveness
I don't.
impressed me.
Yeah, listen, they did a lot of trading to get to a power forward that they really, really like, and you can really appreciate the conviction. You can really appreciate the aggression. But if it doesn't work, the team might be hosed. As I said before, that's one of the bottom lines about this thing. With all the draft capital they have spent already, and with what they got back from the KD trade, these picks, this has to work. Otherwise, there's going to be a big bottoming out.
Oh, absolutely. Among the second-round picks, Rasheer Fleming was the guy the Suns really moved up to get at the number 31 spot. First pick of the second round. Here was Brian Gregory. on the St. Joseph's power forward.
You look at the playoffs, and you got to have guys that can do the things that Rasheer can do on the defensive end. It's a must now. It really is. The physicality, I think, is something that goes unnoticed. He's big and strong already at age 20. He's only going to get stronger, only going to get better versed in what needs to be done on the defensive end at the NBA level.
I think there's some excitement for him because of his skill set, because of his body type. Certainly fills a gap that the Suns did not have on the roster prior to that pick.
Well, listen, and again, for all of the feeling of the inexperience and all the criticisms that were following the Suns into this offseason, I think it's a credit to them that they were able to get the intelligence that the Celtics were going to take Rasheer Fleming at 32, which made them trade twice to get to 31. And it's true because after the Suns took Rasheer Fleming, Boston bounced out of that 32 slot.
Yeah, they traded their pick to Orlando.
Yeah. So to me, I think I'm encouraged by that. I'm encouraged by this. Looks like a very cohesive draft on paper. Rasheer Fleming, like I said, if you went into round 2 and said what we need now is a power forward, that's about as good of a guy as you could have hoped to have gotten.
Yeah.
Go watch his film, watch his footage. You'll be very impressed.
Yeah, some of the numbers too. Just read the numbers. 14. St. Joe's won their minutes by 14 plus 100% per 100 possessions when he was on the floor. They were -5 per 100 possessions when he was off the floor.
Yeah.
That's a net plus 19.
Now, he's from the Atlantic 10, right? This is St. Joseph's, not St. John's, so this is not a powerhouse program, but I don't know what that even means in college basketball anymore.
St. Joe's is a good program.
They're a good program. It's West Philly, right? So, they always have hard-nosed schools. That's the team that took out my beloved DePaul Blue Demons back in the day. The Mark Aguirre ones. That was St. Joseph's.
Was it?
Yeah. I think.
Is there a gas station involved in that story?
Oh, yeah, there is. Yeah, there is. Skip Dillard, who was nicknamed Money because he never missed free throws, missed the front end of a one-and-one and ended up robbing a gas station and going to jail years later.
Would it have been different had he made the front end?
Of course it would have been. So Rasheer Fleming, as Sammy pointed out, 7'5" wingspan. So now in the span of 2 days, the Suns have 3 players with 7'5" wingspans or better. Length. That's the word.
Length kills in the NBA.
And Rasheer Fleming he's a solid shooter. Shot 39% from threes. Well, what, Jared? What do you got?
Yes, they have large wingspans, lots of length. Bull would be Michael Jordan if that's all that matters.
No. Again, we're not. I am more than anybody making the distinction between a draft that looks really, really good now and what these players might actually end up looking. Have we not lived that more than anybody? From Josh Jackson to Marquise Chris, to Dragan Bender. We've lived through all of this. We've lived
even
through
to Josh
drafts
Rosen
with young
in the NFL.
Yes, with young players, and we're always so excited. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's a fan base that is yearning for something good and something joyful and something more than that, something different.
That's the big thing for me.
That's the big thing.
Different is good. I said it earlier.
Yeah. And Kobe Brea, he's about as ready-made a three-point shooter as you probably could find in college basketball.
Yeah. You see who his favorite player is in the NBA?
Devin Booker.
Another Kentucky guy who can shoot.
I like that.
The baby book.
When are we getting the Kobe Brea song, Jarrett?
What do you got? What's?
I don't know. We got to brainstorm. We got to workshop that a little bit. Coming up next, Sammy's going to take us through the big stories on this Friday morning in the Reboot. Pickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
As this 3-0 pitch swung on, drilled. Catel savoring, looking. It's on its way and it's gone. A solo home run. That's his 15th. He continues to be red hot for the Diamondbacks.
After 9 games on the road, the Dbacks host the Marlins at home. Game 1 of the 3-game series gets going tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies to same item, current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
It's heating up in Phoenix, and while most can beat the heat with a cold drink in the shade, many in our community cannot. This month, the UPS store and Arizona Sports are teaming up to collect water donations for Phoenix Rescue Mission, all to keep our community hydrated and healthy this summer. And your donation can make a big difference. Text WATER to 620-620 to find participating the UPS store locations near you, or to make a donation. Text WATER to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, it's Wolf for Tim Hovick's Santan Ford in Gilbert. I have two things for you, Baysardians. One, employee pricing has been extended at Santan Ford. And two, the selection is huge. That's right. Santan Ford has 1,400 new vehicles on the ground. All the models, all the trim levels, different options in every color under the sun. It's simple. Get employee pricing on your new Ford and drive away in the Ford you really want. You gotta love it, right? Head on over to the Santan 202 Freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. I am Santan Ford.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Collectors, Front Row Card Show is returning to Phoenix. Join us at the Renaissance Hotel in Glendale on June 28th and 29th. Baseball, football, basketball, and hockey cards, plus Pokemon, Marvel, Star Wars, and comic books. Beckett, CGC, and JSA will be there. So bring your cards, comics, and autographs to sell, trade, or get them graded. Hundreds of vendors, thousands of dollars in free prizes. Don't miss it. Front Row Card Show, Renaissance Hotel in Glendale, Saturday and Sunday, June 28th and 29th, 11 to 5. For more info, go to frontrowcardshow.com. That's frontrowcardshow.com.
This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. And it all starts with spectacular offers. Available right now at your Valley Chevy dealers July 4th event. Going on now, you'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventures ahead. No matter how you celebrate the 4th of July, it's always better in a Chevy. Don't miss out. Visit a Valley Chevy dealer near you during the Valley Chevy July 4th event. Going on now.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns were more than active in the second round of the NBA draft last night. The Suns made 2 trades and were able to move up to pick 31 and 41, and with the 31st overall pick, they selected St. Joe's forward Rasheer Fleming, and at 41, they got a Kentucky sharpshooter, Kobe Brea. And here was Suns general manager Brian Gregory after the draft on the 3 newest members of the Phoenix Suns.
You know, we're just bringing in high-quality young men that are excited about coming to Phoenix, excited about playing for the Suns.
For more on any and all things Phoenix Suns, be sure to head to ArizonaSports.com. Tonight in the Valley, the Diamondbacks are back home, and they'll start a 3-game series with the Miami Marlins. Merrill Kelly will go for the Snakes, and first pitch from Chase Field will be at 6:40, and you can listen to it right here on 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And right across the street, the Phoenix Mercury will host Breanna Stewart, and the New York Liberty tip-off from PHX Arena will be at 7. This report is brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to yrefy.com. That's the letter YREFY.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Daily in the Lotto Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Good morning. It is 7:32. This is the Rush Hour Reboot. Happy Friday, guys. We've reached the end of the week. We've got the weekend just around the corner, and I hope you guys can beat the heat. This weekend is going to be 112, so make sure you got your umbrellas, sunscreen, and your water. Can't be getting anybody sunburnt out here, but we start with the Diamondbacks, and we said before the road trip that once this team got home, we would know who they were. And, well, I don't know if we know who they are.
We don't. We still don't.
And it leads me to this. We've said it time and time again that this is the most important stretch for the Diamondbacks. This 8-game, this road trip. Is this 10-game home stretch the biggest stretch of the Diamondbacks season?
Yes, and listen, we deserve, Vinny, all of us, we deserve that mockery, but this has really been the living, breathing truth of the Diamondbacks season. They have been all over the map. All over the map. And if the bullpen isn't stinking out loud, they're suddenly the backbone of the team. And if the offense isn't sleeping their way through games, they're bashing the cover off the ball. And the rotation is up and down. So this has been quite an exercise. And so even though it seems ludicrous that we have slapped all these labels on all these different junctions of the season, there's a reason for it. It's been that kind of season.
Yeah, I have to say it is the biggest stretch of the season because unless they finish this 10-game homestand at 5-5, and then we talk about the next road trip.
Right.
No doubt. We keep asking the question. You asked it, and I'm not poking at you when I say this, Sammy, because we're all doing it. Who is this team? There's a very good possibility this is who this team is.
Mediocre.
Yeah.
Middling.
That's why they're really good sometimes, really bad sometimes.
Yeah.
Good on offense sometimes, bad on offense sometimes. That's what happens with a mediocre team.
Yeah, and we talked about the meddling. It is the middle of the MLB season. Tomorrow we'll reach the halfway mark. So what are 3 things that have stood out to you, not only about the Diamondbacks through the first half of the season, but the MLB as a whole?
About the Diamondbacks, I would say the struggles of established starting pitching. Zach Gallen, Brandon Pfaadt, most notably. Gino Suarez, to me, is their MVP at this point. I know there's so much talk about Corbin Carroll's start. He's been great. He's hurt now. Catel Marte has been fantastic, but missed some time. And Suarez has been streaky, too, but I think he's been the MVP to this point. And I don't know where they would be without him.
Yeah, I think generally when you talk about Major League Baseball at the halfway point, I think the disparity between the American League and the National League, very much like the Western Conference and the Eastern Conference in the NBA.
And that was projected to be that, and it's really played out that way, too, by the way.
Yeah. I think the umpiring is forefront once again. There were rumors that Major League Baseball had instructed their umpires to lower the strike zone, make it even smaller. And yet Eduardo Rodriguez in his last start was getting the highest called strikes that I'd seen all season.
It's just inconsistent.
It's just purely inconsistent.
It is.
So, yeah, it's
I'd throw the Tommy John thing in there.
And that's another huge thing.
And
absolutely.
Maybe we've been tagged by it more than maybe most, but it feels like you can't do anything about it, which is maybe the worst part. We'll stay in the MLB real quick. The finalists to start for the All-Star game have just been named for then going to vote on them. Catel Marte is the only Diamondback in that said list. He'll have the chance to start at second base. And no Corbin Carroll and no Eugenio Suarez. Max Muncy got that second nod over him, and I just got it.
Good Lord.
Like, the fact that Max Muncy has the chance to start in an All-Star game and Eugenio Suarez doesn't is actually unbelievable. I get he's hurt right now, but do you have an issue with Corbin Carroll and Suarez not being on that list?
Hey,
I forgot about that one. By the way, before I answer your question, by the way, Jared, I've got the song for you for Kobe Bryant.
Yeah.
Hey Ya from Outkast.
Great song.
I think I've done that once.
Oh, you have?
But
yeah,
I could do it again.
Okay, I'm sorry.
What's cooler than cool?
Ice cold. What was the question again, Sammy?
The question was, do you have an issue with Corbin Carroll and Eugenio being left off that list?
Yeah, listen, absolutely, which is why I find this Catel Marte piece so fascinating, because clearly Catel Marte, in the past couple of years, has raised his national profile to a level most Arizona athletes don't get. Most of the time, Arizona athletes having very, very good seasons, they don't always get their just due, because we're very easy to be ignored, if you haven't noticed.
We are. He's also taking advantage of being really good at a position at a time when there's not a lot of competition in the National League.
That's a good point.
If there was any competition, Catel Marte would be getting the shaft too.
That's a good
but
point.
But even the baseball fans that are voting are recognizing how good he is. Do I have an issue with it? Yes, but it's not really an issue on performance, and it's more of an issue with the system.
Yeah.
I mean, Max Muncy plays in L.A.
It's true.
Who's having a better year? Nobody's going to say Max Muncy's having a better year than Suarez.
All right, we'll switch quickly to the Suns. We've talked a lot about the draft, what they got and what they didn't get. What they didn't address is the point guard position. Let's be honest with that. So how realistic is it that the Suns will be starting the season with Point Book?
Don't like it. I really wish that wouldn't be their approach. I heard Gambo say yesterday that Tyus Jones might be interested in coming back. I find that hard to believe.
I'd love that.
Well, listen, this is a guy that took a bet that the Suns were going to be a great launching pad for him, and he ended up not even playing his natural position here. Mm-hmm. So I don't know, and maybe he can blame that on the departed Mike Budenholzer and feel good about staying. But this was supposed to be the summer he got his just due, that he got paid.
Yeah, last year was the sacrifice.
Yes.
Does he sacrifice again?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, let's throw it out there. Chris Paul, free agent.
Yeah, some guys I wrote down: Dennis Schroeder, Russell Westbrook, Campaign, Malcolm Brogdon. Those are some free agents.
Malcolm Chris Paul still gets talked about a lot. He never plays.
Never.
Yeah. He's been hurt for 12 years.
I know. So,
could you imagine a return of Chris Paul?
I have imagined.
Like I've thought about it.
Vibes to improve
quite intensely, actually.
But to your question, Point Book or is it Point Green?
Oh boy.
How about neither? All right, we wrap it up. It's Friday. We've got the bingo card. Jarrett wasn't here last week, so we still haven't got it yet, Jarrett. So shocker there. Got three games.
I nailed one of mine last week. Very proud of that 20-run pick.
Yeah, that was a good one. I'd like that. I have some fun ones, but we'll start with Bick. Two things.
I can't even go to the golf because that tournament the Rocket is
somebody
doing.
You've never heard of is going.
Don't worry, I
not
got
you,
it.
Sammy. But
yeah. Sammy, why don't you start?
All right. I'll start with a Diamondback in this series will hit 2 home runs in a game.
Okay.
All right.
And then we'll get a first-time winner on the PGA Tour at the Rocket.
All right, I got 2. My first one is, and because they need it, Jake McCarthy got a hit in the last game against Chicago. He's 4 for 49 this season. They need you, Jake. Multi-hit game at some point this weekend for Jake McCarthy is my first one. And a player with an all-star game appearance on his resume will be traded this weekend in the NBA.
Ooh!
All-star trade NBA. Jarrett, you got any?
The reporting of either a trade involving Royce O'Neal or Grayson Allen will happen this weekend, and the Diamondbacks will sweep the Marlins.
All right.
Also, I found the Hey Ya song. It's from 12 years ago.
Wow.
What was the subject?
I could put it.
Hold on. Let me give my bingo card.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot you
Okay.
passed on.
I will say Hideki Matsuyama wins the Rocket.
Okay.
And I will say Catel Marte, after a rousing standing ovation in his first at bat tonight, goes deep.
First AB tonight?
First AB.
That would be something.
That would be something.
All right.
Well, that means he's going to pop out to the foul territory to the catcher.
Yep. All right, real quick. We've got a Diamondback will hit 2 runs in a game this weekend. We've got a first-time winner on the PGA. We've got a Jake McCarthy multi-hit game this weekend. and an all-star will be traded in the NBA. Jared says a Royce or Grayson trade will happen. Diamondbacks sweep. Got a Hideki Matsuyama win, and Catel in his first AB tonight will go yard.
Catel Marte!
Okay, Jared, go ahead.
No, 12 years ago. What was in the news 12 years ago?
That was
1, 2, 3, oh! My baby that I met online, and I loved her so. They said she's dead for sure. But she didn't exist, and now I'm really pissed that it was all a hoax. Don't try to understand how I could fall for something that is so far-fetched.
We all have to sing the chorus.
Just believe I'm really trusting, and it's like that movie that was called Catfish.
There you go. Wow. I have no memory of doing that song, but I knew
you knew
it
you had done
familiar
one.
that
Yeah, okay, all right.
Still one of the strangest stories in the history of sports.
No doubt about it.
All right, we're all rebooted. Thanks, Sammy. Coming up next, we're talking about change being good. How different does the Suns roster look right now? Heading into free agency? We'll take a look. Next, Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
The one that they had as the odds-on favorite to be Bradley Beal's next team is probably the last team in the world I would have picked. Oklahoma City. I don't see it, man. I just don't. And if Bradley Beal agrees to take the hit, then there will be teams interested in him at that point. He's not a horrible player.
SGA for Beal?
Which
even swap. I mean, I that's pretty fair.
Jamal, you're supposed to be the voice of reason. We established that
yesterday.
That's
right. You were the voice of reason.
This is awkward.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Do your summer plans include travel? Make sure your prep includes more than just flights and hotels. Stay up to date with COVID-19 vaccination, especially if you're 65 or older or have certain health conditions. There have been surges in COVID-19 in the summer, too. It's important to help protect yourself no matter your destination. So check eligibility and schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. That's VaxAssist.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
Dick's epic 4th of July sale is on. Get summer ready with 25% off select Stanley drinkware. Get 20% off Igloo coolers and water bottles and select bog bags. Buy one, get one 50% off DSG coolers, canopies, chairs, and water bottles. $200 off Callaway AI smoke irons and TaylorMade QI10 drivers. These deals won't last. Stock up for summer now, in-store or online at Dicks.com. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
And now, a no-frills ad brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Here it is. You could save big when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive. That's it. See? Just a good old-fashioned, straightforward ad. See if you could save at Progressive.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck. And she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes. But when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
The Window Depot wants to help bring your dream kitchen to life. As a family-owned and operated business, we pride ourselves on offering the best prices, the biggest inventory, and exceptional customer service you won't find at the big box stores. From premium cabinets to stunning quartz and granite countertops, faucets, hardware, and sinks, our designers are here to guide homeowners every step of the way, all under one roof. Find a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
When you own your own business, you own every decision. Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
Make a new hire or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with the toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge. Big props to this team. Some decisions are a win-win. Like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Introducing Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. With $2,500 in annual value, it's the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member of FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Arizona sports.
This team is not going nowhere. This team ain't going nowhere. Nowhere. They're not even going to be a top 6 seed in the West. I don't care who they trade for.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Bickley and Murata.
As I tell the guys when we interview them one-on-one, none of these guys are good enough. If they don't keep getting better, people are just going to pass them by. But that's why you want to bring in guys that love to work, want to get better, want to be coached. That's a big thing. You got to want to be coached. That means you got to hear some hard truths sometimes, and you got to seek that out. You got to want to hear that, because when you do that, you take that and you move on and you grow from it.
It's Brian Gregory, GM of the Phoenix Suns, talking yesterday after the conclusion of the second round. Was there any word or words that stood out to you in that soundbite? Because there was for me.
All right.
Want to be coached.
Mm-hmm.
That seems to be a
Yeah.
a different philosophy.
Yeah, I don't
doesn't
think
it?
there was a lot of that the last couple of years, Vinny.
I don't think so either, but we've mentioned it with the draft, with the trades that have been already crafted, won't become official until July 6th. 7 new players on the Suns roster. So this is how different things look right now, and there's still issues. There's no doubt about it. At the center position, you've got Mark Williams, Kamen Malawach, Nick Richards. That's a lot of center.
Yeah, a lot of it. Yep.
And again, as we said, nothing personal against Nick Richards. He doesn't fit anymore. I don't think. Power forward, Oso Ighodaro, Rasheer Fleming, C.J. Huntley.
I've seen people trying to slot Dylan Brooks in to be our starting power forward and/or Ryan Dunn, and I don't think that's...
That'll probably be... I'm going just by body type, really.
Sure.
They'll probably go smaller like that. But small forward, I have Ryan Dunn, Dylan Brooks, Royce O'Neal.
Okay.
Shooting guard, this is where it gets interesting. Wow. Booker, Green, Beal, Allen, Brea, and question marks around Cody Martin.
Yeah.
Looks like he's going to have to be shown the door.
Traded.
Yeah.
Shown the door, yes.
And restricted free agent is the only point guard on the roster in Colin Gillespie.
Wow.
And Gambo did say during the draft show, and I was doing it with him on Wednesday, he is going to have a big role on this team. Now, they didn't convert his contract at the end of last year, so he's entered restricted free agency.
Huh.
So I think there's still questions there, too.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's a glut at a position.
Certainly
at
is.
2 positions, and there's a real dearth at another position.
Yeah.
Dearth.
Darth.
Darth Vader.
Yeah. Dirthy baguette.
Just going through that roster, does it not feel kind of similar to that Marquise Chris, Dragon Bender, Josh Jackson roster?
Which is why they have to. Yes. In short, the answer is yes. But
asking a lot from a lot of
young
inexperienced
kids,
players, first and second year players.
That's the danger in all of this. The danger in all of this is that if this doesn't work, it's the crash is going to be infinitely more profound.
But the big difference, though, is, and Devin Booker was a constant on both versions, he's a 10-year veteran now. He was one of those kids trying to find his way back then, too. Found it obviously better and quicker than the others did.
Yeah, I just don't like the idea of the point guard position being manned by Devin Booker and Jalen Green. I am not cool with that. I can't get the idea of reacquiring Chris Paul out of my head. Would he want to come back to Phoenix? Because he didn't exactly leave on good terms.
Especially
he
if
was not happy with Matt Ishbia and Isaiah Thomas.
If a contender wants him.
Yeah.
But if you're the Suns, I mean, I guess, trading for Mark Williams, maybe signing Chris Paul, it makes sense for 1 year when you don't have your draft pick next year. There's no reason not to try and do everything you can, I guess, to win next year.
Yeah.
And that is the stated goal. And people talk about, this is going to be a 19-win team. No, it's not. They're going to be enough. They're going to be in the same range win total on the floor as last year's team. And I think that's going to shine a light on just how badly that team underachieved.
Ill-fitting that team was?
Yes.
Yeah. That's interesting. Yeah, I have no idea what this team is going to look like on the court because, once again, I am not going to predict how these young players are going to adapt to the NBA. I know for all the excitement now, there's been a lot of painful lessons, and to the contrary, there have been a lot of success stories. Devin Booker was one of them, one of the best late-round lottery picks in NBA history. So it can work. It can blow up in their faces, all of that stuff. I'm just really curious about optimism in certain quarters about the Suns getting out from under Bradley Beal. How does that happen? Is there a number that Bradley Beal would agree to say, okay, fine, you're done with me, I'm done with you, I'll go find another place to play basketball? And if there is another place Bradley Beal would go to play basketball, wouldn't he be amenable to be traded to that team? Or at that point in time, would he want to make the Suns pay through the nose for it?
I don't know how, for lack of a better term, how petty things are going to get.
Mm-hmm.
But, is there, again, it's a two-level barrier. It's the no trade clause, and it's the other team that might be interested. Here's a team that might be interested because they've done nothing that's made sense. Give Joe Dumars a call in New Orleans.
Oh, my goodness.
I'd be calling his phone every single day.
Here's the other thing I'll say about Brian Gregory. Thanks to thanks to him, we're now looking at there's a new piñata in the NBA, and it's him.
Yeah.
Joe Dumars. You want to fleece somebody? Pick up the phone and call Joe. And wasn't there a time early in his career when he was like...
Yeah, with the Pistons when they won the championship.
Right.
But
Yes.
then sort of people...
That was 20 years ago.
Sort of thought they won despite him. And it started with picking, what's the guy's name instead of Dwayne Wade and Carmelo? And
Darko Milicic.
Darko Milicic. Free Darko. Yeah, listen, it's not good business to give up an unprotected first to move up in the second.
They moved up in the... Yeah.
Well, they had C.J. McCollum on an expiring contract, too, and they spun him off for Jordan Poole.
Yeah.
Who's got a lot of Bradley Beal qualities about him.
Yeah.
Except Bradley Beal's a good dude.
Right.
Never been punched in the face.
Yeah, right. So this Bradley Beal thing and how they get out of it, if they can get out of it, I think Suns fans will really, really be excited. Like, wow, what a sleight of hand trick.
If getting out of it involves, though, attaching assets, another first-round pick, or an Osei Iguodala or something, how excited would you be about that?
I think, we saw the reaction when they attached a first-round pick to Yusuf Nurkic to get him out of town.
Oh, yeah.
And that was, I believe, strictly personal between two people.
Mm-hmm.
It was Yusuf Nurkic and Mike Budenholzer, and that was it. That was damaging.
Yeah. There's no way around that.
But the level... the perceived level of the albatross that Bradley Beal's contract is nothing compared to what Yusuf Nurkic's was.
No doubt.
The relief would be greater, but it would still not be ideal for the team.
So the front line looks much improved, but the glut of shooting guards and the dearth of point guards, you got to solve that issue.
Yeah, it's going to get interesting here in a few days. July 1st, right around the corner. You could celebrate 4th of July with the Diamondbacks. Text fireworks to 620-620. Register and listen for your name Starting on Monday, you could win 2 tickets to see the Dbacks take on the Royals on Independence Day. That is fireworks to 620. Coming up next, Bix got your blast on this Friday.
Fire!
Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Murata.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
I've been in the diamond business my whole life. Grew up in my dad's 22-store chain, and since 1990, I've been doing it on my own. Here's the truth. Big-name stores can't match our prices. Why? Because they have massive overhead, fancy showrooms, huge marketing budgets, and layers of corporate costs. Every dollar they spend is a dollar you pay. But at my office, we keep it simple. No unnecessary overhead, just the best diamonds at the best prices. And when it comes to quality, we carry what the mall stores won't and what the luxury stores charge a fortune for. If you want the finest diamonds at the most competitive prices without the retail markup, come see me, Diamond Dave, and my team of experts. Because when you buy from us, you don't just get a diamond, you get confidence, quality, and the deal of a lifetime.
Call 480-397-2450. That's 480-397-2450. Or follow Dave on Instagram at Diamond Dave Cantor. That's at Diamond Dave, Kantor.
When you're hurt in an accident, results matter, and Sweet James stands above all the rest. They deliver the best medical care, the most amount of money, and justice to every single injured victim. You're not just another number. You're a real person who deserves the best. Oftentimes, the attorneys at Sweet James represent a second chance at life for many clients. They take that seriously. If you're ever hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. 800-900-0000 or sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
There has never been a better time to join Global Credit Union than right now. Dave Burns here, proud member, and at Global Credit Union, they're all about eliminating fees, no-fee checking and savings accounts, or for accidentally going over your account balance. It's easy to join with 10 branches across the valley, and you can always reach a live person 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez and Sanderson Ford owner David Kimmerly discussing the final days of employee pricing.
Hey Gonzo, it's been a nice run of true employee pricing, but it's coming to an end. It's the final days of employee pricing, and we're going all out for our customers.
Like giving them a pair of Diamondbacks tickets just for coming in?
Yes, just for coming in. Plus real employee pricing like this.
New 2024 Bronco Sports for $27,900. New Escapes, $28,700. And new F-150 trucks for $41,700.
Get it all at Sanderson Ford with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense.
Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
Sanderson Ford is a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Bronco Sport stock number 246970. Escape 255354. F-150 STX Crew Cab 255684. Prices include employee price, Ford rebates, and Sanderson discounts.
Sanderson Ford. Do your summer plans include travel? Make sure your prep includes more than just flights and hotels. Stay up to date with COVID-19 vaccination, especially if you're 65 or older or have certain health conditions. There have been surges in COVID-19 in the summer, too. It's important to help protect yourself no matter your destination. So check eligibility and schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. That's VaxAssist.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
Aloha! Dreaming of sandy beaches and ocean breezes? JTV's Tropical Treasure Sweepstakes could make that dream come true. Enter for your chance to win a fabulous Hawaiian getaway for two with luxury accommodations, airfare, and spending cash. Plus, just for entering, get $30 off your next qualifying JTV purchase of at least $99 when you opt in for emails. Don't miss out. Visit jtv.com/sweeps and enter by August 3rd. JTV, where paradise awaits.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns were more than active in the second round of the NBA draft last night. The Suns made 2 trades and moved up to picks 31 and 41, and with the 31st overall pick, they selected St. Joe's forward Rasheer Fleming, and at 41, they got Kentucky sharpshooter Kobe Brea. And here was Suns general manager Brian Gregory after the draft on the 3 newest members of the Phoenix Suns.
We're just bringing in high-quality young men that are excited about coming to Phoenix, excited about playing for the Suns.
For more on the Phoenix Suns, be sure to head to ArizonaSports.com. Tonight in the Valley, the Diamondbacks are back home, and they'll start a 3-game series with the Miami Marlins tonight. Merrill Kelly will go for the Snakes, and first pitch from Chase will be at 6:40, and you can hear it on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And right across the street, the Phoenix Mercury will host Breonna Stewart, and the New York Liberty. Tip-off from PHX Arena will be at 7. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. It's Valley Chevy July 4th event going on now. Celebrate family fun and the freedom to save on an extensive Chevy lineup. Stop by your Valley Chevy dealers today.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
What do you know? Hope is alive on Planet Orange. A general manager who many deemed unqualified is getting rave reviews locally. The credibility crisis in Phoenix is no longer at code red. There's a belief that the Suns nailed the NBA draft through good luck and sheer aggression, and it feels good to feel good about the Suns again. Now, granted, there are some in the local media who are already handing Brian Gregory the Executive of the Year award, and this is as dangerous as it is disingenuous. We know better than anyone how drafts that look good on paper can look terrible on a basketball court. And if you watch the NBA draft, you are constantly reminded of how young these players are, many of whom will have a very rude awakening in the cutthroat world of professional basketball. But I think Gregory looked in the right places for his head coach. I'm impressed with the first impressions of Jordan Knott, and after potentially getting played in the trade of KD, I think the Suns front office did very well over the past 2 days. But more than anything, the excitement is a reflection of a starving fan base, a diehard community that badly wants a new team to grow with, a new beginning, and liberation from that sourpuss, joyless basketball we were given for the past 2 years. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
We're just bringing in high-quality young men that are excited about coming to Phoenix, excited about playing for the Suns. They understand how important becoming a part of the community is for us moving forward as we're setting new standards and different things like that. And when you just talk to them, you can feel it that they're going to be just great parts of our team.
Brian Gregory was a very...
My guy from Chicago. The Suns. The Suns.
What happens when the Suns play the Bulls? The Suns.
Bulls. Suns. The Suns. So listen, there's a lot of excitement over what Brian Gregory did and what this front office did. And so they should be proud of themselves. And I'm glad to see the fan base reacting the way they are. It just really speaks to how much this town wanted renewal, wanted something different than the low-burning, chilling team of the Kevin and Devin era.
Something different, definitely. Brian Gregory, too, it's been a very eventful week. Going back to the first item on a business for him was obviously to find a new coach. Once that was done, the focus went to the Kevin Durant thing, and that was the next thing that was accomplished. And the Suns are getting criticism for what they got back or what they didn't get back in the Kevin Durant return. But let's not forget the fact that the Suns put themselves in that situation, and it wasn't a Brian Gregory decision that put them there.
Right.
Brian Gregory was not the individual who at the trade deadline said, all right, we can't get Jimmy Butler. we're not going to be able to trade Beal. Let's trade Durant. Let's do it. And then run it by him and then make him mad. That wasn't a Brian Gregory production.
No, it was not.
So he had to wiggle out of the work of others. And I think it was okay. Again, it's not world beating. It's the best of a difficult situation. As you pointed out, part of that deal with Houston, getting the number 10 pick and then having Kaman Malawach fall into your lap because he didn't go higher, didn't go as high as he was supposed to go, that looks like a bit of a genius stroke.
Yeah.
There's a lot of luck involved.
Yeah, that's luck is what that is. And and yesterday was aggression. Round 1 was luck, round 2 was aggression.
Yeah,
that's the way I look at it.
I would say that.
And look, it might end up being foolhardy if Rasheer Fleming can't play to trade up twice just to get to that guy. It might be looked at as being a little bit that being inexperienced, thinking that you have to do all that because you believe a player is going to hit. But I think what they're trying to do is very, very difficult. And there's a lot of basketball experts who do not think they're going to be able to pull this off. The only way they can is if a couple of these guys are plug and play, ready-made for the NBA. That's a very, very big ask of a young man. And when I mention, and maybe it's because I'm getting older, but you're watching the NBA draft and you're seeing kids in braces, and you're just reminded, man, these are 18, 19-year-old kids.
Mm-hmm. Now, the second-round picks, both of them in Fleming and Brea, who they ended up getting at number 41, more on him in a second. But these are players who played a lot of college basketball.
Which is one of the reasons I like them.
Yeah.
Brea's a fifth-year senior, right?
Mm-hmm.
Fleming played 3 years in college. Yeah.
Overall, the youngest first round ever in the NBA draft average age.
Is it?
And I think one of the oldest ever for the second round. It was a lot of 3- and 4-year players.
Wow.
That's the way it's shifting.
That's interesting.
That pick at number 41, Kobe Brea, the guard who played 4 years at Dayton but finished up at Kentucky. You can't read much about Kobe Brea without the phrase elite shooter coming up. He's one of the better shooters in the draft. Here was Brian Gregory's thoughts on the number 41 overall pick.
Well, there's only one, I think he led the country in three-point shooting. So there's only one number one. The one thing he is, obviously, he's proven during his entire career at Dayton and at Kentucky, just how good he is shooting the ball. But every year he's gotten better and added another dimension to the shooting, where maybe early it was spot ups, then it became off of some pin downs and stagger screen actions, then it came off of actions off the dribble, then it was a little bit of the NBA with the sidestep threes and the step back threes. So that progression that we were able to evaluate and watch was a big reason for us taking him. He is an NBA three-point shooter at just a tad under 6'7" or right at 6'7". He also has the ability to shoot over a contested defender, which is really important in our game today.
Yeah, again, the theme of yesterday, you said it was aggressiveness.
Yeah.
Luck followed by aggressiveness. But it does, I mean, that type of activity in the second round does put a level of pressure on those two players to come in and play.
There's no doubt about it. And to correct Brian Gregory, Kobe Brea was the number one three-point shooter in the SEC. He was 9th nationally. But still, 43.5% is no joke.
I thought and I haven't checked the numbers, but he shot 49.8% his last year at Dayton. So 2 years ago, he might have been the...
Okay, got it. That might be what... Yeah, there you go. That's probably what it was. So, yeah, so listen, he's obviously a ready-made shooter, but we've already got a lot of those. Yeah. So making this, so what's ahead in terms of trades and what sort of vets they can get to play at the minimum? We're going to go do that dance again, and not to always put cautionary tales on everything, but think about how we thought Matt Ishbia and James Jones were absolute geniuses for the 7 guys they signed in the span of 24 hours that Friday. Remember that? They threw out a bunch of 2-year contracts.
Yuta Watanabe.
Right. Oh, my goodness.
What a steal.
What a steal.
But also think of the level of vet that would now want to play on the minimum for this version of the Suns that doesn't have Kevin Durant and doesn't have title aspirations.
There'll be guys, but again, there's going to have to be a lot more luck involved, and a couple of these dudes, I mean, they're going to have to hit. Yeah. And you're very, very right about Fleming. The length they went to get to 31
does put a lot more pressure on him.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right.
To Jarrett's point, I hadn't even thought of this until you brought it up. The level of vets, because there's going to be other acquisitions made.
Mm-hmm.
But guys coming in on veteran minimum deals now, I think it's going to be a much hungrier bunch because they don't have the carrot of the championship. This is not a championship level team.
No.
Even though we thought it was, wrongly thought it was, I would say by and large, the veteran minimum deals they signed over that 2-year period was not marked by those guys coming in and playing hard and being hungry.
No, that's a great point.
It was almost like, I hate to say it, we're just going to ride this.
Felt like it.
We got KD. Ain't that something?
Ain't that something?
It wasn't marked with any kind of hunger.
No. You're absolutely right. Absolutely right. And that, to their credit, at least they're focusing on the right thing. Effort, commitment to the group, playing defense, playing with intensity at all times. It's offensive to be stuck with teams that don't, and we've been 2 years running. So look, if Devin Booker comes back, the player he was pre-KD, this team has a chance to surprise a lot of people.
Yeah. Celebrate the 4th of July with the Arizona Diamondbacks. Text fireworks to 620-620. Register. Listen for your name starting next Monday. You could win 2 tickets to see the Dbacks take on the Royals on 4th of July. Once again, that is fireworks to 620-620. Speaking of the Diamondbacks, how will Catel Marte and the rest of the team respond to a return home? We'll get into it next. Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Rasheer Fleming picked by T-Wolves and traded to the Suns with the 31st pick in the draft. Suns wheel and deal to build out their young core. And Torey Lovello had his best moment of the season in comforting Catel Marte after fan taunts, says Dan Bickley. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item, current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at Lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Celebrate the baseball season with Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing, the official beer partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Text SEATS to 620-620 for a shot at 4 tickets to the July 4th Dbacks game against Kansas City, courtesy of Four Peaks Brewing.
Message and data rates may apply.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
This next song goes out to Cox Mobile for letting me video call my dog while we're on tour. From San Diego to Boston, I said hi, you started barking. Cox Mobile's got the bars to keep us both howling.
We run on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability. So whether you're at a concert or on the road, you'll stay connected. Visit cox.com/mobile. Cox Internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability per Ookla US 2H 2024. Other restrictions apply.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Phoenix. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Bear down for U of A night at Chase Field on July 22nd. This special event ticket pack includes a lower level ticket and a co-branded U of A cap. Visit dbacks.com/U of A.
Hey, it's Gambo. How will the Diamondbacks stay afloat with all the injuries they're dealing with? We'll ask manager Torey Lovello at 2:30 on the Burns and Gambo Show.
I had no idea that Vargas broke his foot, and that's news to me. So, prayers to him. But yeah, we just got to push through it, and you can tell like the vibe in the clubhouse. We're still high. The vibes are high. We still come every day to the field with our chin up and smiles on our faces, and we have guys who lead this team by example, but also having each other's back and picking each other up is really huge, and having someone like Gino and Naylor always smiling and happy, and Perdomo being as loud as he is, you can't really get down. So to have those guys, by our sides, and then Catel as well, always high energy, is really cool to be around.
That was Alec Thomas talking with Todd Walsh after the game in Chicago on Tuesday night. The second game, the last game the Diamondbacks won. They lost the finale on Wednesday. Home now for a very crucial 10-game stretch. And hitting on Alec Thomas and what he said there and saying, hey, the vibes are still high. They're going to have to rely on those vibes to a degree, because they need to string together some wins. The numbers are, or the availability of players is overwhelming right now in terms of who's on the injury list. Still waiting news on Gino Suarez. If they've got those vibes right, they're going to have to lean on them to a degree, like I said.
Yeah.
Because until some of these guys get healthy, and hope for the best on Gino Suarez. And Catel Marte, it's going to be a big moment for him tonight when he comes home.
Yep.
And it was the thing that stood out to me about the Wednesday afternoon game, Bick, in Chicago after that ugly incident happened on Tuesday night was the number of Diamondbacks fans that were sitting in the lower bowl in Chicago on a Wednesday afternoon in brutal heat, Chicago summer heat.
Yeah.
But signs and shows of support from Diamondbacks fans, I expect that to be like times 100 tonight.
the whole idea of fans acting badly, this has been a recurring story in sports for about 2+ years now. It's tied to legalized gaming. It's tied to fans who send death threats to athletes when they've incurred bad beats gambling. There's the social media aspect of it. There's the declining lack of civility across the political spectrum that is fueled into this.
I think there might be something also about coming out of the pandemic, like a year where people just like didn't interact with other people in person. They kind of lost that ability.
Yeah.
And they just became even more online, and they don't know the difference anymore.
Well, listen, there are many, many essays written by many, many, many very smart people who really warn about what's going to happen to us as a people, as a society, with everything, with people just disappearing into their computer screens and into the digital world, and not being out and making real contact with real people. It's a real issue, and you're seeing it manifest itself in sports. The Catel Marte incident is the first real sign. We've seen incidents of fans where you're like, ew, but not like this. Not to the point where a player breaks down in tears. And then when you found the why, that this yo-yo is actually using Catel Marte's dead mother to troll Catel Marte, it sparked something in a lot of people. And a lot of people have become Catel Marte fans. Steve Zinsmeister, during the postgame show, threw out there that hundreds and hundreds of people, I think over 400 people, have donated from 6 different countries and 30 different states to the Diamondbacks because of this. It sparked something in people. And I think Catel Marte is at the centerpiece of it. You know, we need better baseball fans. And you know what? And again, as I wrote about Torey Lovullo, it wasn't just the empathy he showed Catel Marte on the field. It wasn't just the press conference or the interview with Todd Walsh where he was having a hard time keeping it together. When he was talking about the emotions of a player. This wasn't something that happened to him, although he was obviously part of it. And so it really kind of amplified the best traits of Torey Lovullo, but at the same time, that footage that leaked of him berating that yo-yo fan, I think is a powerful one, because it counters those who believe Torey doesn't have that side in him, that Torey's just too nice. And we've heard from a lot of people, oh, no, Torey's behind the walls. He's as tough as he needs to be, and I think he showed it there. And the way he handled all of it really impressed his players.
Yeah, you mentioned in your column that's up on ArizonaSports.com right now, Ryan Nelson's comments on it.
Yeah.
He was doing an interview on MLB Radio and said that's the kind of guy, when your manager, anybody could say they love you. When a manager shows his support and love for you, that's the kind of guy you want to run through a brick wall for.
You get the idea.
It's time to run through the brick wall.
Yes. You get the idea from watching the Cardinals react to Jonathan Gannon, watching the Diamondbacks react to Torey Lovullo, that pro athletes get a lot of people that lie to their face in terms of coaching, managing. You know, there's not a ton of authenticity, and that's what I think they're getting at. So I hope all of it flows into something better. I think they're going to be great tonight. I think Merrill Kelly will be excellent again tonight. I think Brandon Pfaadt is the pivot point of this entire weekend. He had an excellent April, then a very bad May where his ERA was over 8, and a very bad June where his ERA was 7. The latest start, there were glimmers of hope in that last start of his. Not a ton of hard contact, which is something that has really been plaguing him. So I think that Brandon Pfaadt getting back into that level of being a big game pitcher, that's got to happen on Saturday. And then you hope for Erod on Sunday to continue doing what he's doing, and then maybe you look up and you've got a sweep going into the Giants series.
I mean, they only have 2 sweeps this whole season. One of them is against the Marlins.
Yep, that is true. But they just seem to, like, I brought up the stat coming out of the White Sox series. They've had six opportunities to finish off a 3-game sweep this year. They've only converted on half of them. And when you can't do that again, and 2 series in a row in Colorado against Chicago, that might be the two most disappointing. Teams. They have 3 combined losses to those 2 teams this year.
Yeah. And, yeah, exactly. Eduardo Rodriguez, by the way, in June, his ERA is 2.05, which is pretty terrific. And that's after dealing with the shoulder inflammation he had. So there's
Eduardo Rodriguez.
Whoa. you just got a shade grenade, Sammy. What was that, Jared?
That was Luke.
Oh, that was Luke.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. My bad. Wait. What did Luke say?
Brandon Fott.
Sorry, Sammy. I thought that was you.
It's okay. No. It's been a thing. I have struggled with his name in the past, but I think I've turned the corner.
Good.
Say it right now.
Eduardo Rodriguez.
You got
it.
Look at that.
Yes, there was a point where we just say E-Rod.
Yeah. It was like,
but you got better. See,
it was like 2 updates in a row where Jared was like, just say E-Rod, man. I'm like, fine.
Coming up next is player empowerment trickling its way down to the NBA draft. Plenty of data and experience says yes. We'll get into it next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Suns made their pick at 10th overall.
The Suns need a big body in the worst way. With this draft pick.
Come on, Malowach, Duke University.
This is the kid they wanted.
Reaction to the Suns' new 7'2" rookie center from Duke on the way. On the home of Phoenix Suns basketball, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. If your backyard is kind of cringy, if it keeps you from having company over on the weekends, my friends at Turf Monsters can be your hero. Turf Monsters landscapers have been serving satisfied customers in the greater Phoenix area since 2018, and no matter what the project, they love helping customers create personalized outdoor retreats that will leave your neighbors green with envy. So what can Turf Monsters do for you? Well, they're a leading installer of artificial turf in the valley, which means if you've always wanted that beautiful green sparkling lawn, they can give that to you without the water bills, without the seeding, without the mess. They also have a turf cleaning service that keeps it looking and smelling fantastic. If you're a golfer, they're great at creating customized state-of-the-art putting greens. In fact, they even built the putting course at Dobson Ranch. Traditional landscaping, outdoor pergolas, hardscapes like patios or sidewalks, custom barbecue grills, no matter what it is, they can make it happen, and people love their work. Go check out samples of their work at turfmonstersaz.com or give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
The days of waiting weeks or even months for new countertops is over. The Window Depot has a wide selection of in-stock granite and quartz countertops so you can upgrade your kitchen or bathroom now. From sleek, modern quartz to timeless granite, we have the perfect countertop to match your style and budget. And it's ready to take home today. Our team is here to help you choose the perfect countertop at the lowest price and get it home fast. Visit a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Happy birthday, America. And to my brothers at Brooklyn Betting, they want to help you celebrate. You know what I'm talking about. We're talking 30% off everything in-store and online now through July 4th. And an additional 5% off for active and retired military. Go to brooklynbetting.com or better yet, stop by one of Brooklyn Betting's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the 4th of July sale at Brooklyn Betting. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting.
Hi, it's Vince Murata here to tell you about the hottest deals of the summer being offered at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler now through Independence Day. Earnhardt Ford's general manager John Nissen and his team are rolling out nearly every remaining 2024 new Ford car, truck, or SUV now below employee price. Like their built in the USA 2024 Ford F-150 STX models and Escape SUVs at amazing low rates and big Ford bonus cash offers. Add in the wildly popular 2024 Bronco Sport Badlands, and your summer is ready to roll. Plus, buy with confidence with Earnhardt and get a 3-year, 36,000-mile maintenance plan at no charge. All offers require approved credit. Hurry into Earnhardt Ford and get the star-spangled deals you've been looking for, or check them out online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the Noble Protection Package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks after all applicable offers. Employee pricing available on select models. AX and CED plans ineligible for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 7/6/25.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center, and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Collectors, Front Row Card Show is returning to Phoenix. Join us at the Renaissance Hotel in Glendale on June 28th and 29th.
Baseball, football, basketball, and hockey cards.
Plus Pokemon, Marvel, Star Wars, and comic books.
Beckett, CGC, and JSA will be there.
So bring your cards, comics, and autographs to sell, trade, or get them graded. Hundreds of vendors, thousands of dollars in free prizes. Don't miss it. Front Row Card Show, Renaissance Hotel in Glendale. Saturday and Sunday, June 28th and 29th, 11 to 5.
For more info, go to frontrowcardshow.com.
That's frontrowcardshow.com.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns were more than active in the second round of the NBA draft last night. The Suns made 2 trades. They moved up to pick 31 and 41, and with the 31st overall pick, they selected St. Joe's forward Rasheer Fleming, and at 41, they got Kentucky sharpshooter Kobe Brea. And here was Suns general manager Brian Gregory after the draft on the 3 newest members of the Phoenix Suns.
You know, we're just bringing in high-quality young men that are excited about coming to Phoenix, excited about playing for the Suns.
For more on any and all things Phoenix Suns, be sure to head to ArizonaSports.com. If you're looking for some Friday night plans, look no further. The Diamondbacks are back home and will start a 3-game series with the Marlins as Merrill Kelly will go for the Snakes. And first pitch from Chase will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And right across the street, the Phoenix Mercury will host Breanna Stewart, and the New York Liberty. Tip-off from PHX Arena will be at 7 o'clock. This report is brought to you by APS. Visit APS Solutions for Business for ways to help your business make smarter use of energy while saving money. Schedule a free consultation today.
Hey, it's Luke. What's next for the Phoenix Suns now that the NBA draft is in the books? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
With the 5th pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the Utah Jazz select Arius Ace Bailey from Rutgers University.
Me and Jonathan Gavoni reported yesterday that Ace Bailey told one of the teams in the top 5 in the draft that he was not willing to play for them and would not report to them if they drafted him. Now, we will see whether that team was the Utah Jazz in the coming days ahead. The Jazz open their summer league in Salt Lake City next Saturday. They would love to have Ace Bailey out there on the court playing in front of the home fans in Salt Lake City as they open their summer league journey with Walter Clayton Jr., their other first-round pick. But it remains to be seen whether Ace Bailey is going to report to Utah, where there's going to be around the Jazz. And while right now this is kind of a fun little interesting developing subplot in the NBA, if he's not around the team by Monday, when they start getting ready for training camp and they start having a press conference to announce these guys, things will get a lot more spicy with this situation.
That's Tim Bontemps from ESPN.
Wow.
The situation is, look, Ace Bailey, there's a lot of questions on how he and his representation handled the pre-draft process. He still goes number 5, a testament to the guy's overall skill and overall talent. Utah is that team that picks him. Danny Ainge is saying all the right things. He said, hey, I've talked to Ace. He's excited. He hasn't shown up in Utah yet. And Monday, as Tim Bontemps said, when they're ready to introduce these players, if he's not there,
all hell's going to break loose.
All hell's going to break loose.
Yeah, listen, so the player empowerment era is now extended to players entering the NBA draft, and a lot of people are rather appalled by this. I think it's going to be interesting to see how this thing concludes, because I don't think Ace Bailey has any clue of what Salt Lake City is like. I doubt he's ever been there. I think he's being controlled by an agent and maybe a parent. And it's you hate to do this. I really hope that this kid was getting better advice, because we have seen this in football. When you have not had a minute of experience in a professional league and you want things bent to your will coming into a professional league, you are going to incite a lot of anger and people who want to put you in your place. We saw it with Johnny Manziel in football. You've seen a bunch of times.
It's a very, very bad strategy. To tell a top 5 team, don't pick us because we want to go somewhere different. We want to go to Washington. Like, what? It's nonsensical. The fact that this agent is playing this game when he's got no real client list. If this was Arn Tellem, if this was
Mark Bartelstein, you would go, okay, let's hear this guy out. This guy's got a big client list, and we don't want to get into an arms race with him. This is a dude who's got 3 clients. The other one's in a G League, and the other one is
it's his son.
Is that right?
Yeah, Sharif Cooper. His father is the agent of Ace Bailey.
Omar Cooper.
Omar
right.
Cooper, yeah.
And so Ace Bailey is the only kid with any NBA prospects at the moment, and yet he's laying down these terms.
Yeah, but Omar Cooper said he doesn't believe they did anything wrong. His quote was, every NBA team watched him work out in Chicago. He did 18 interviews. Everyone got his medical. They watched him run and jump. They got his measurements. No one said anything when Davion Mitchell canceled a workout with the Toronto Raptors. No one criticized Evan Mobley when he didn't work out for Cleveland and they drafted him anyway. There is nothing uncommon about how Ace Bailey's pre-draft process was handled.
That's all well and good, but we're at a different stage of the story now.
Yeah,
this is not
because now
pre-draft.
the
He's
pick has been
drafted.
Made. Evan Mobley didn't cause a stink when Cleveland picked him.
That's right. So he's been drafted now, and if this kid really doesn't show up, now I wasn't aware that Danny Ainge had claimed that he talked to the kid and the kid's happy. Because
Wednesday night after the pick, Ainge said he's great. We were able to speak with him. He was super excited. We're super excited. We're expecting a very bright future. His scoring gets a lot of attention, and deservedly so. He's very skilled for his size, but watching a lot of film, I was impressed with his defensive effort, particularly his rebounding, a lot of weak side block shots, and his joy and energy for the game. We do a lot of background calls and work on guys, and everyone loves being around Ace. From Danny Ainge.
So excuse my unknowing or not knowing of this situation. What was the deal with Eli in the NFL?
Eli Manning,
was it similar?
Eli Manning, after a very good career at Ole Miss, his father did not want him to end up in a bad situation because his father famously ended up on a Saints team where he got his head bashed in.
Okay.
Terrible football teams. So he wanted to control where his son ended up, and he did not want his son to go where? To
San Diego.
To the Chargers.
Yeah.
Because the Chargers had a terrible offensive line.
Okay.
And so
But again, this is not Cooper Flagg doing this.
No.
Like Eli Manning, John Elway, they were the number 1 picks in the draft.
Yep.
So they had more power to dictate where they were go, and even people didn't like it then. But this is not the number 1 pick that's sort of trying to determine where he goes.
It's an inherent problem with the draft system in any sport.
No doubt.
Quite honestly. Because the worst teams are getting the best players. And that sometimes when the situation is deemed, and it's not that way in Ace Bailey's case, because he preferred teams that are also dumpster fires. So, he wants what he wants. But it is, when you go into a situation, John Elway made headlines in 83, was that the 83 draft. He did not want to play in Indianapolis. He did not want to play for the owner. He didn't want to play for Frank Kush.
No, that's the guy
who was the coach at the time. So he forced his way out.
Yep.
It's always I always think it's a bad look. But again, when you start to really think about how these guys get jobs,
un-American this is.
It really is.
It really is. If you are a great medical student, you are not suddenly recruited to have to go to some, third tier medical place or hospital. If you're a great accountant coming out of college, you're not drafted by the worst firm. It's really weird. There's always been, though, this prevailing belief that A, it's a privilege to play professional sports, and B, you're making a lot of money, so shut the heck up.
Yeah.
And now that's being rejected.
Well, there has to be some way to make the bad teams better. Because if you just said everyone's a free agent coming out of college and can choose where they go, how does that just not make the same 10 teams good always?
Well, it might, but a team can only fill and pay so many guys. So guys, even if they don't want to be, I think the market would still play out, but it would be. You're right. It would be a very top-heavy league.
And to be fair, they've changed it so much now with the lottery that the Dallas Mavericks had the number 1 pick.
Yeah. Fortune favors the
And
bold.
they were a
Jared.
playoff team. Yeah, exactly.
Well, that is true. So that is a mechanism where you're not automatically going to the worst teams.
Hey, since we're blowing up the system, let's completely blow it up. Let's just say what needs to be said. There's way too many franchises.
Well, there's way too many games. Let's blow it all up.
There's gonna be 2 There's going to be 2 new franchises probably in the next 5 years, right?
Yeah, we're going to be up to 32 NBA teams.
Oh, joy.
Yeah. I, for one, hope Ace doesn't show up in Salt Lake City.
Ooh, me too.
Just because I want the story.
Danny Ainge will lose.
It's juicy.
Yeah, well, listen.
Well, if he tells, but that's the thing too. Don't draft me. I don't want to go there. And you draft him anyway. Aren't you signing up for this?
But I don't. But the Jazz are not the team that Omar Cooper told don't draft him.
We don't know that.
We don't know that. It was just one of the teams in the top 5.
I thought I heard it was Philly. Maybe I'm wrong about that.
That's even crazier. Why would Philly's a major market with a superstar?
Washington.
He wants to go to a place where he has unlimited playing time and shots.
Well, Utah sucks. Why isn't it Utah then?
To me, what you just said, and that has been brought up quite a bit in the Ace Bailey saga, that might be the ultimate red flag. That's what you want?
Yeah. Well, Sammy's watched him play.
Yeah.
The guy, he's a chucker.
And sometimes a really good chucker, but
yeah,
he's only 18 years old. I've said this in conversations. If you are good enough to be in the NBA draft and be a top 10, even a first-round draft pick, A, I think you should be thankful enough you have the great opportunity to play in such a great league, and B, you have no status in the NBA.
That's it.
To then say, I need or want to go to this team. You haven't made a basket in the
That's
league.
it. That's where I always get hung up on this. Who are you who have never stepped foot in this league to tell us that we need to change and bend what we do to you?
Yeah.
If you're so good, go prove it for that team.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But then we're in the age of empowerment. And these amateur athletes coming up through the ranks, can't even call them amateurs anymore because they're getting paid in high school.
And that's it.
But, yeah, that's part of it.
These athletes are not coming in desperate for the money.
Yeah, because you get money, you think you got the power.
Cooper Flag
Then you
with
get the
endorsements. You get what?
Then you get the women.
You get the power. First you get the money, then you get the power.
I read Cooper Flag, when all was said and done with all his endorsements and nil, he made $28 million last year.
That is the opposite of nil.
Yes, it is.
Coming up next, not one, but 2 major sports are trying to get to the bottom of a rash of injuries like they haven't seen before. We'll fill you in on that more next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This afternoon at 2:30, Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with Dbacks manager Torey Lavello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 this afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app at 98.7.
Friends, it's Pat. I finally did it. Sometimes you just need to get off the grid and get some time to think, like way off. So I hopped into my all-new 2025 4Runner with available iForce Max engine and took off, which is me, the 4Runner, and good old Mother Nature. Unfortunately, that's when I realized it was also Taco Tuesday. So I ended up coming back that night. I mean, priorities, right?
Right now, get low 2.99% financing for 72 months on the new 2025 Tundra. Or get 4.75% for 60 months on any new Tacoma. Plus, check out the all-new 6th generation 4Runner, now at your Valley Toyota dealer. Shop anytime at valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 2.99% with $15.19 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. 4.75 with $18.76 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. Offers end 6/30/25. See dealer for details.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
If you need to hire, you know it takes time.
Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You simply pick a time and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day.
Try Zip Intro for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
Progressive knows when you're in your RV, you're already on vacation. That's when you become Vacation You, who just camped where there's absolutely no shade. Even though regular you burns easily. In fact, Vacation You burns too, but is too stubborn to admit it, which is why regular you gets in trouble at the dermatologist, because Vacation You doesn't do doctors. So bundle your RV with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the both of you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck. And she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes. But when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. And it all starts with spectacular offers. Available right now at your Valley Chevy dealers July 4th event. Going on now. You'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventures ahead. No matter how you celebrate the 4th of July, it's always better in a Chevy. Don't miss out. Visit a Valley Chevy dealer near you during the Valley Chevy July 4th event. Going on now.
Hey, it's Gambo. How will the Diamondbacks stay afloat with all the injuries they're dealing with? We'll ask manager Torey Lovello at 2:30 on the Burns and Gambo Show.
3 balls, 2 strikes. Burns to Abrams with 2 outs in the inning and a line drive to right that's going to get down for a hit. Richard will field it and get it back in, and Abrams with a 2-out single that gets James Wood to the plate.
Kind of left that one up. And right after he threw that pitch, Corbin looked in the dugout. That's not a good sign.
Nope, that is not a good sign. And Burns doing all the talking right now.
And Corbin's the one that called him out.
Yeah, he's going to leave. Good boy. Just when you thought it couldn't get worse, it may have.
Oh, boy is right. That was back on June 1st. Greg Schulte and Tom Candiotti. The last pitch thrown this season by Corbin Burns. That's the way the month started for the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Yeah.
And then you add in the news on A.J. Puck, Justin Martinez, Jordan Montgomery's on that list. Blake Walston had Tommy John surgery. Why is this happening? And baseball is not the only sport trying to figure this out on an injury. Obviously, a different injury. It's not Tommy John surgery in the NBA, but the rash of Achilles injuries in the NBA was talked about a lot in the playoffs. 3 star players going down, including Tyrese Halliburton in Game 7 of the NBA Finals. I don't know if you saw Matt Barnes, former NBA player, does the All the Smoke podcast now.
Yep.
He had data to back this up. From 1990 to 2023, there were only 45 Achilles ruptures.
Wow.
In that whole span.
1.5 a year.
Yeah. 8 alone around the league in 24-25.
Wow.
And people are asking the question why. People are saying, oh, it's because they don't wear high tops anymore. It has nothing to do with it.
No.
High tops don't prevent injury.
No. Okay, so let's drill down on this and try to figure out what's happening. Adam Silver, in an interview, he tried to and I think Adam Silver is an authentic guy. I don't think he.
Jared thinks he's an alien.
Well, that is true. He does think he's an alien.
You seen what he looks
synthetic
like?
guy.
You ever seen this guy, Jarrett?
Yeah. Stay tuned.
He did an interview during the NBA draft where this was brought up to him, and his response was, "This is a problem that goes all the way down to grassroots basketball, specialization, kids playing year round." Is that the problem, really?
I think it is.
Really?
I think it's so extreme at the youth levels, especially if you are identified as a prospect early on and you get into the AAU system. And this is something else Matt Barnes talked about in his explanation for it, because he's got 2 kids in the AAU system now.
All right.
He said, when I was coming up, I played 4 sports in high school. There was no specialization. I wasn't playing the same sport over and over. And when you specialize in basketball at the AAU level, the travel is intense. He estimated it adds 5 years of mileage to your career. Even when you're young and you're resilient, but you're playing 7 or 8 games in a weekend because it's back to school Monday through Friday for these kids, that everybody's basically coming through that system now. So the odometer that you used to have on mileage when you get to the NBA, it's cranked up because you played so many more basketball games, run so many more miles, and piled up that much more wear and tear on your body.
Wow. But you can't dismantle that system because it's full of parents who are terrified that their child might be falling behind the competition.
Well, there's that. So where do you make changes?
How do you change it?
Do you make changes on that front at the grassroots level, the AAU level, or do you make changes at the highest level, at the NBA, which we've talked about? Do you shorten the season? Do you shorten the playoffs?
Or do you make it like a mandatory 2 weeks if you have a calf strain? Because that's what we've seen a lot with Tyrese Halliburton calf strain. The Luka calf strain, he obviously took more time than maybe people thought.
He took 6 weeks.
Yeah, so that the only reason I bring that up is a lot of these guys, you saw it with Kevin Durant, the calf strain, and then torn Achilles. Like, do you make it a protocol that like you're out 2 weeks minimum?
What they do with the concussion?
No, but everything that we're suggesting, the NBA would be injuring its own profitability.
Which will never do.
Which they'll never do.
It will never shorten. No league will ever shorten the season. We're talking about the NFL going to 18 games. I saw a thing that the NHL is going to add more games.
Yeah,
they want to go to 84 games.
Listen, with all these streaming services dying for a piece of professional sports, they'll get it. They'll give it to them. And it's going to be at the athlete's expense. So even though everything that needs to be done it should be around a much more coherent, shortened regular season. If you want to keep the postseason at the length it is, which is very long but incredibly entertaining.
Yeah.
So you don't want to touch that property, but they're not going to reduce the games. So maybe you have to kind of attack it from a different level. I don't know.
It's also the mind. I forget who we had. It was either Jeff Passan or Buster Olney or somebody who said that modern athletes don't even fear Tommy John surgery.
No, it's just part of it.
Because it's so common, they won't change the way they're pitching. They want to have the speed rate. They want to have the velocity.
Because
that's how you get paid.
It gets them the money.
And then they say, like, well, okay, I'll miss a year, and I'll come back, and I'll be stronger than ever, and that'll be that.
Zach Gallen was on with Burns and Gambo earlier in the week, and they asked the question, hey, why are so many more pitchers having Tommy John surgery now? Here was Zach Gallen's explanation.
I think there's a few different avenues you could probably look in. I think obviously the game is trending towards more just like pure stuff, whether that means throwing harder or spinning breaking balls better or whatever. I think the pitch clock a little bit. I think you kind of zapped a little, some recovery time for guys, and then I think threefold of that is like, with the stuff thing is like guys are trying to grip the ball a little bit tighter. Not necessarily saying that, bringing sticky stuff back into the game is going to, reduce injuries. But I think just being able to have a better grip on the baseball might relieve some stress on ligaments and things like that of guys trying to, throw hard, throw better stuff. I think you could look at a lot of different avenues for it.
That last part, well, there's two things. The pitch clock, it may have been said by others before, but Zach Gallen is the first person I've heard use the pitch clock maybe as a possible explanation for this rash of injuries. But the grip thing is interesting because we had Steve Berthium on, and we asked him about it, and he brought up that grip thing as well. These guys are not holding the ball like an egg anymore.
Nope.
They're gripping it as tight as they can.
Squeezing it to death.
To get the most spin on it, and that has been the biggest departure in all of this. I mean, Tommy John surgery is not new. I've got a database in front of me. There's somebody at MLB Player Analysis that has kept a Tommy John surgery database, starting with September 25th, 1974, when the surgery was done on Tommy John by Frank Jobe, naming it. How many players do you think are on that list in that time span?
Oh my goodness.
I don't know. Tell me.
2,603 are in this database.
Holy cow.
And last year,
holy cow,
just the number of players last year alone at the end of the year, 38.7% of all players, all pitchers on rosters had Tommy John surgery.
Wow.
So, I mean, that one makes the most sense to me.
Well, Derek Hall said that issue has become of the highest priority in Major League Baseball. Everybody you talk to in Major League Baseball says they've never seen anything like this. And it's not going to get any better anytime soon because, like you said, now it's not just velocity, it's velocity and spin rates.
Mm-hmm. Last year in this database, the Diamondbacks had 10 pitchers on their roster/organization who had Tommy John surgery.
Wow.
Scott McGuff, Ryan Thompson, Joe Manteplay, A.J. Puck, Jordan Montgomery, Matt Bowman, Andrew Saalfrank, Justin Martinez, Humberto Castellanos, Brandon Pfaadt, and now Martinez and Puck have had the surgery twice.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if there's a way out of it because these two paths are running together. This need for velocity and stuff, as Zach Gallen talked about, and the acceptance of it. And it's just kind of a badge of honor now. Hey, I've had Tommy John surgery. Remember when they used to say in radio, you're not really in radio unless you've been fired? That's
or suspended.
That's the way it is for pitchers now. Yeah.
Yeah, it kind of is.
It's crazy. But it really sucks when you spend $210 million on a free agent and he has to have it.
That's when it hits home. When it happens to you, that's when you realize we got issues.
Yep. Coming up next, Sammy's going to take us through some social studies on this Friday. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Look, I don't care if the Cardinals won the offseason or not. I like their offseason. Let's put it that way. I like the offseason they've had. Last year was fine. It didn't really evoke any emotion, last year's offseason. And the year before, kind of just had to talk myself into some of the moves.
That's a great way of putting it.
That's right. That's about what it was.
Last year, you were okay with it, but it wasn't like, wow.
I understood what they were doing.
This year was wow.
Yeah.
I'm so encouraged by what they've done on the line of scrimmage. Let's go.
Yeah.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Happy Friday, everybody. Dan Bickley here, and sports fans know all about game changers, how important they are, what they mean, and all over the valley. That is what New Life Dental Implant Center is doing for people with missing teeth, with loose teeth, with ill-fitting dentures, people with dental issues. They are changing the game, and they're doing that by offering amazing quality, great convenience, and the best prices you are going to find. Each new smile is digitally designed, which means there's no guesswork, there's no human error. It means your implants, your new smile is going to be absolutely perfect, and you'll also heal faster with minimal bone removal. The great convenience, everything from lab work to surgery to follow-ups happens under the same roof. You're not bouncing around the valley to different appointments, to different places and different offices, and they're going to give you the best prices you're going to find, 40% less than the nearest competitor. At New Life Dental Implant Center, they truly believe in making their implants available for everybody, even people of limited means and limited insurance. They've got great flexible financing options that make it all possible. So if you need a new smile and a new life, give them a call. Find out what they can do for you. 602-855-0000. Online at newsmilearizona.com.
When summer heat hits Phoenix, staying hydrated is life-saving. But for those without shelter, clean drinking water can be hard to come by. That's why the UPS Store is teaming up with Arizona Sports to become your neighborhood hydration station. This month, help us support Phoenix Rescue Mission by donating or dropping off bottled water for those who need it most. Text WATER to 620-620 to find participating the UPS Store locations near you, or to make a donation. Text WATER to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 22 best lawyers in America, 17 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez and Sanderson Ford owner David Kimmerly discussing the final days of employee pricing.
Hey Gonzo, it's been a nice run of true employee pricing, but it's coming to an end. It's the final days of employee pricing, and we're going all out for our customers.
Like giving them a pair of Diamondbacks tickets just for coming in?
Yes, just for coming in. Plus real employee pricing like this.
New 2024 Bronco Sports for $27,900. New Escapes, $28,700. And new F-150 trucks for $41,700.
Get it all at Sanderson Ford with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense.
Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
Sanderson Ford is a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Bronco Sports stock number 246970. Escape 255354. F-150 STX Crew Cab 255684. Prices include employee price, Ford rebates, and Sanderson discounts.
Sanderson Ford.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Automation.
If you live in the desert, you gotta have shade. All Pro Shade Concepts is celebrating 20 years in the basin in 2025. We were out of the pool the other day. The family was there, the fun was there, and the comfort was there because of All Pro Shade Concepts. Our roll-down patio shades block out the sun, reduces glare on our television, and provides privacy. It's 1:15. Stop melting outside and get your All Pro Shade Concepts estimate today. Go to allproshade.com for more information. That's allproshade.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
KMBP FM Phoenix. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns were more than active in the second round of the NBA draft last night. The Suns made 2 trades and moved up to picks 31 and 41, and with the 31st overall pick, they selected St. Joe's forward Rasheer Fleming, and at 41, they got Kentucky sharpshooter Kobe Brea, and here was Suns general manager Brian Gregory after the draft on the 3 newest members of the Phoenix Suns.
You know, we're just bringing in high quality young men that are excited about coming to Phoenix, excited about playing for the Suns.
For more on the draft and the Phoenix Suns, be sure to head to ArizonaSports.com. Tonight in the Valley, the Diamondbacks are back home and will start a 3-game series with the Miami Marlins. Merrill Kelly will go for the Snakes, and first pitch from Chase will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And right across the street, the Phoenix Mercury will host Breanna Stewart and the New York Liberty. Tip-off from PHX Arena will be at 7. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. It's the Valley Chevy July 4th event going on now. Celebrate family fun and the freedom to save on an extensive Chevy lineup. Stop by your Valley Chevy dealers today.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Yep, it's that time on a Friday. Time for some social studies with Sammy Cebulka.
Yeah, good morning. We head down the What's the
Eduardo Rodriguez?
The home stretch. Just say E-Rod, Sammy.
We head down the home stretch.
Down the
stretch they come. Man, I can't wait to get back. Opening day coming up soon on where we're going. Anyway, you know where to find us. At Bickley_Murata on X is where we post all our questions if you want to respond to them daily. And we're at Bickley and Murata on Instagram, Blue Sky, Facebook, and Arizona Sports on YouTube. Our first question is for Suns fans. Hashtag Suns fans. What is your favorite thing about the team's off-season thus far? And why?
The feeling of newness, which was much needed for this organization. So, new coach, new general manager. The jury's still out on them, obviously. Lots of new players on the roster. Some players not on the roster anymore. The feeling of newness is a good thing for the Suns.
Yeah,
it's got to start there.
Yeah, renewal. The fact that we're going to have a team full of players that actually are going to try hard. I can't wait to remember what that feels like.
Yeah, just kind of an influx of, you guys both said, like, new energy.
Yeah.
With Devin Booker's been there, he's going to be there, but this kind of, we got a bunch of new guys, and we can't wait to see what they look like on the floor. Andy Bryant says he likes that they're trying to get younger, but a point guard eventually would be nice. Tony Height says, I feel optimistic about the team the Suns are putting together for the first time since February 9th, 2023, when the Durant trade was made, even if it means a season or two of necessary development and experience for this talented, youthful team. I think that's pretty well said. Let's see. Seabacker says, well, I don't have to watch them sleepwalk through games and frustrate me for 82 nights. Hey, the season hasn't started yet, Seabacker 44. Let me just tell you, they might frustrate you for 82 games. We move on to the Diamondbacks. There's been a lot of ups and downs, and we keep talking about this next series. This next stand is massive for this team, but we asked Diamondbacks fans, what 3-word phrase would you use to describe the first half of the season?
Do I have to use 3? Can I only use 2?
Sure.
All right.
Good Lord.
Sums up the whole first half of the season.
Does.
On a number of ways. Good Lord, good ways. Good Lord, frustrating ways.
We can make it 3. Play it again.
Good Lord.
Hey! I think somebody already used this, but snakes, parentheses, barely, end parentheses, alive.
Yep, that's to our Steven Ruiz out there.
Yeah, he comes up with content gold.
Yeah, he nailed it. My favorite one, and it's just a picture, and it's obviously AI formed. Thunderbolt 47. It's an AI picture of Torey Lovullo with a Nike shirt, and it says, "Just flush it." It's really good. It's really good stuff there. And there's a toilet in the back of the picture. You can kind of see it.
Yes.
Ryan
funny.
Ryan Notterman says, next man up. Ross Vegas says, oh, my arm.
With the picture of Rodney Dangerfield from Caddyshack.
Have you ever seen Caddyshack, Sammy?
I have. It's good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. And then Evan says, almost football season. Hey, man, we still got a half of baseball season. All right. Our last question we were talking about, Jarrett obviously just got back from a wonderful time on vacation, and some of our vacations are coming up. So we asked, what is the best vacation you've ever been on and why? And on the flip side, what's the worst vacation you've been on and why?
All right, I'll take a crack at the last one. Jared will vibe on this, but there was one time I took my family to Hawaii, and I booked a rental car 6 months in advance, got a great rate. A few months later, in the middle of the summer, I got a text on my phone that said, sorry, your rental car agreement has been canceled. There are no cars available. And I'm like, what the heck? Texting my phone? So I called the aggregator that I rented it from. I think it was Expedia. I said, no, your reservation's still here. It's fine. Showed up, and I walk into a trailer, and they wouldn't give me a car. No, we told you your reservation was canceled. And I got so mad at what this company was doing to me, I literally had to walk out of this trailer because I was going to go crazy. So we went back to the airport. I rented from another company at an obscene rate. We started driving to our place, and an electric wire had fallen on the expressway. So we had to take a back route, which went through mountains and roads that could not get traffic going in both directions. It was gridlock. It took us 6 hours to get from the airport to our place. When I got there, I was still so mad at that rental car company. I did a deep dive research on everybody who was an owner. Every owner of this rental car company got a letter from me, a very nasty, scathing letter from me. I got my money before I even left Hawaii.
Beautiful. Okay, that's good.
Go.
That's
You want to write a letter for Jarrett?
Do we have an update?
That's a combination of that Seinfeld episode where it's like, you can take reservations, but you can't hold the reservation.
Right.
And of course, planes, trains, and automobiles. I thought you were going to do the old Steve Martin.
I want a blanking car.
Right.
Blanking now.
Yeah.
You're blank.
Yep.
I'll go on the best side. I've taken 2 trips to Hawaii that were both very good. The first one was filled with activities. It was snorkeling and hiking and wine tasting and all that. It was good. A few years later, same person I went to Hawaii with, what do you want to do this time? And I said, nothing. I want to do absolutely nothing. So it was just wake up whenever you wake up, go to the beach, read, drink on the beach, and then when I got a little later in the afternoon, get dressed and go eat at a great restaurant.
Yep.
What a great vacation that was. That's the way a vacation should be.
That's legit.
Yeah.
Jared, do you have a favorite?
I'd have to
karaoke at the
The next one.
I've been lucky to go on a lot of good vacations.
We got any good
I want
horror
to read.
stories?
I want to read Neil's worst. Neil, he said he took his 10-month-old kid to Italy. First of all, that's a mistake. Second, the 10-month-old kid got super sick. Medical care where he was highly questionable, so he decided to fly to London. Then the Queen died, and then 1 million people decided to also fly to London, and everyone got COVID.
Wow.
Oh,
jeez.
That's miserable, man.
Speaking of that, I will say, I shouldn't even say anything. Never mind. This is like the first trip I've gone on in like 3 years where I didn't come back with either COVID or the flu. So.
Oh, that's right.
I think you're out of the woods.
That's
You've
right.
been back for a few days.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, Jared's the king of coming back from vacation and missing work.
Yeah, I
Picking
know.
up everybody's ick on the plane.
This one's sports related, and it's definitely on kind of my bucket list. Seawolf, he went to the Notre Dame Navy game in Dublin. He spent the entire 12 days without drawing a sober breath. All good and no bad. Hey, man, if you're in Dublin and you're watching Notre Dame, can't blame you. But there's some other good ones. We're running out of time, but keep the responses flowing.
And I know. I'm sorry. I make fun of Bickley a lot too, but he can attest to this. Anytime you're at a Disney property with your kids is a pretty good vacation.
Yeah.
Even though it's filled with stress and anxiety, and it costs an arm and a leg. That's a pretty good time.
Yeah, it is.
There were a couple Disney, mainly good. There was, I think, one horror story of Disney, but keep them coming when we're at Bickley_Murata X, Bickley and Murata elsewhere, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Thank you, Sammy. Coming up next, Brian Gregory, the busiest man in town. We'll go over what's happened with the Phoenix Suns over the last few days during the NBA draft and look ahead next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Suns front office got to dealing in the second round of the NBA draft.
The Suns started the day with the 52nd and 59th pick in this draft. Through a true masterclass of playing chess, they now have pick number 31 and pick number 41.
How do we grade this Suns draft and the moves they made? The answer is on the way on the home of the Suns, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and Parker & Sons is great in your time of need. I realized that when I had a plumbing emergency in the middle of the night, called Parker & Sons at 4:30 in the morning. A live person answered the phone, and by 8 a.m. they were at my house. But they're also great for preventative measures. For instance, did you know Arizona's hard water can cause buildup in your water heater? That buildup leads to higher energy bills, lower efficiency, early breakdowns. Get a professional drain and flush from Parker & Sons. Clears it out, keeps your system running right. Now you can get that for just $49 for a limited time only. Also in the middle of summer, great time to get an air conditioning tune-up from Parker & Sons that does a lot of great things. Prolongs the life of your system, saves you money and utility bills, up to $30 a month, and more than anything else, gives you the peace of mind, because the last thing you need is the nightmare of waking up in the middle of summer and finding out that your thermostat is stuck on 86 degrees because your AC is broken. Remember, Parker & Sons, the company you trust with all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. And all you have to do is call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
On July 3rd and 4th, enjoy fireworks spectacular shows at Chase Field presented by Bar S. Secure your tickets to celebrate Independence Weekend at Dbacks.com.
In 2012, I said, hey, let's restart this moving company under a different name. It's got to be something with veterans. My dad's a veteran, my sister, my uncles, aunt, everybody in my family. And so we came up with Moving Team 6.
Tim Lee, founder of Moving Team 6.
As a family, we've kind of all joined in ranks, and we love what we do. Giving back, that's, to me, that's the most important thing when you're running a business. That's important. We're passionate about it.
Contact us at movingteam6.com. Your move is our mission.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places that I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
With great deals coming this Prime Day, July 8th through the 11th, greatness is a deal away. So if you love baking, you can get a deal on a new mixer, transforming you into the Lord of the Loaves.
Hear ye! Make way for the baron of brioche, the sultan of sourdough, the Lord of the Loaves, Prime Member Dave!
Yeah, hi?
Shop great deals this Prime Day, July 8th through the 11th.
What if we get the same deal that Ford employees get? Yep, employee pricing for everyone, and it's been extended at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here, man, we're talking across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs from America for America. Just like Ford Motor has been part of America's story for more than a century. Take that 2024 Ford F-150, work truck or weekend warrior. Right now, we can get employee pricing plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months, plus $4,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend for just $399 a month with $3,559 due at signing. Or get employee pricing and lease a Bronco Big Bend 4x4 for just $499 a month with $3,099 due at signing. We pay what they pay. Employee pricing at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
One thing about the NBA now today, it's so easy to go out and say, the coach ain't doing this, the coach ain't doing that. Are you putting the right pieces around to really compete for a championship?
Arizona sports.
I don't think Phoenix had the right pieces to really say they were going to compete for a championship this year.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Bickley and Murata.
Billy Lang is his college coach, and I go back a long way. Billy was an assistant coach for 6 years with the Philadelphia 76ers, and just raved about him in every possible aspect, from his work ethic to the kind of person he is to the teammate that he is. And very similar to last year with Oso. If you do your research and you do your due diligence and you have a great scouting group, some of those picks in the 30s and early 40 range, you can really come out with some really good players. And I think we did that today.
Brian Gregory, who the more I hear him, man, the more that Chicago accent comes out.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Last year, Whit Oso.
The Suns.
The Suns. That's great.
Hear that again, Jarrett.
The Suns.
That's fantastic.
Talking about research and scouting to find talent in the second round. And they were, if you're going to give high grades on being aggressive, certainly the Suns probably topped that in the second round. They moved around a lot. Went in with 2 picks, left with 2 picks, but not the 2 they entered with. The 52nd and 59th pick were jettisoned off in a number of trades. They end up with number 31, Rasheer Fleming. First pick of the second round, Kobe Brea goes with the 41st pick after some maneuvering there, too. 2 experienced players. You add that to what they were able to do on day 1 of the draft, where they added not 1 but 2 centers, a starting center in Mark Williams And a bit, I mean, I don't want to say project negatively. I think people hear, oh, the kid's a project, and they figure he's can't
better
play.
than that.
He is better than that. But Kaman Malawach is still very, very raw.
Yeah.
Incredibly talented and physically gifted, but has to learn a lot. And what I do like, again, going back to Malawach, he's not, stepping onto an NBA court. He's already played against the best in the world.
Yeah.
Playing for South Sudan, 2 games against the United States in Olympic competition, 1 exhibition, 1 real game. And especially in that exhibition game, that was a hotly contested game. And I remember watching, that was one of the better games.
It really was.
Of the tune-ups and the entire Olympic experience. And, he got his feet wet in that game at 17 years old.
Yeah. Yeah, listen, and he's a very serious young man. I think his character is impeccable. So I think that pick was the stroke of good fortune that this franchise was really yearning for, right? And so there's a lot of excitement about this draft class. In whole, and I get it. It makes sense. The Suns ended up in a player with Rasheer Fleming, who, as I said earlier, if you were going to sketch up a prototypical power forward to drop into Phoenix, you couldn't do much better than this guy, right?
No, fits the part.
The only player in the draft with at least 40 dunks and 50 threes. He plays aggressive, he plays hard, and he can shoot the basketball, and he can disrupt on defense. Now, will he be a good player in the NBA? We don't know. There are people who thought maybe you should have taken a point guard at 41. Tyrese Proctor was available. He went much later. But Kobe Brea has got a great shooting resume. And if you can ditch Bradley Beal, if they're able to ditch Bradley Beal in a productive manner, I think the excitement for this new regime will recover. And keep in mind, this team was in the midst of a credibility crisis. And I took one final offense to KD, and it was all about there was some online hate going on about KD, and some Suns fans said, real Suns fans will always appreciate you, KD. And then KD said, well, I'll always have love for the real Suns fans forever. This idea that only real Suns fans could appreciate what Kevin Durant did in Phoenix, it's more of the whitewashing of history. KD does not want to be seen as Phoenix being another failure and another unhappy basketball team that he passed through and helped create. The bottom line is there are a lot of fans who will remember the Kevin and Devin era with a very bad taste in their mouth for just and not necessarily KD's fault, but there was this team, a 36-46 team with Devin Booker and Kevin Durant. It's mind-boggling. So I think there's a great hunger for something new, young, homegrown. No more star obsession with stars. Give us a real basketball team.
Yeah, I'm going to say something, and it's going to sound revisionist.
All right.
On the subject of real Suns fans.
Okay.
And I don't think it was universal, but I think a good number of quote-unquote real Suns fans, the fans that are there through thick and thin, were against that trade from day one. I was not one of them. I was in favor of the trade. I'm not going to try to change history there. My belief was, hey, Kevin Durant says he wants to come to Phoenix, Arizona to play basketball. You do everything in your power to make that happen. And that was 2.5 years ago when he was 34 years old. 33, actually 34. You got to roll the dice there.
But
what you said about the bad taste in the mouth of that era, it's unavoidable.
And it plays into the vibe of KD that I resent the most. The idea that you, Phoenix basketball fan, you should feel honored and privileged that you had the ability to watch me play basketball. What my fault? Losing's not my fault. Look at what I did. Look at how effortlessly I score. That vibe, it offends me because that's not what we're in this for. We're not in this to watch individual players make elite shots. We're in this to win a championship. That's winning kind of matters, right? Especially for a team in a town that's never won a title. So, anyways, I think all of it is playing into it's all flowing into a regeneration of excitement that this team and this organization, this town badly needed. So let's hope they can play.
Let's hope.
Yeah, so off-season checklist, you've checked off the Durant trade. You checked off the draft. You can check off your center position, the need for that. So what's left is ideally you'd be trying to get under the second apron or as close to that as possible, getting a point guard, and then in getting under the second apron, probably trying to move off Royce and or Grayson. Right?
I think the number one item is some resolution on the Bradley Beal situation. I think that's number one.
Yeah.
But that might be a little bit further. It's number one on the priority list, not necessarily number one on the itinerary, because it's going to be complicated. So what Jarrett projected for the bingo card is more likely to happen this weekend, one or the other of Grayson Allen or Royce O'Neal being traded. Not saying it will happen, but that's more likely. But I think your checklist is pretty accurate.
And to those that are kind of unfamiliar, so Cody Martin, Micic, Bol, and Colin Gillespie, correct, are all free agents or going to be free agents if we don't bring them back?
Well, Micic was involved in the deal to Williams,
Right,
so
Micic
he's off the
is
books.
gone. Yep.
Restricted free agent for Martin. Bol, I'm not sure. Let me look this up. I actually have it right in front of me. Bol's unrestricted. And who was the fourth player?
Gillespie. He's restricted, right?
Gillespie is restricted, yeah. So Bol's name comes up a lot in every conversation about the Suns. I think his time here is done.
I think so, too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Coming up next, it is Friday, 9:30. You know what that means.
Oh, boy.
Time for the sports kebab. Jarrett's going to give it to us next here on Big
Is it
Wheel
written,
Morning.
Jarrett?
Just finishing the last little bit.
Thought you would write that on the plane on the way home. Yeah. That's next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win a pair of tickets to Dbacks Royals on the 4th of July from Arizona Sports. Text Firework to 620-620 and listen for your name June 30th through July 2nd for your chance to win.
There's a swing and a ball hit high and deep to right field. Freeman moving back, looking. Oh, that is gone.
What's more All-American than D-backs baseball, a D-backs dog, and fireworks on Independence Day at Chase Field? Text Firework to 620-620 now. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW, and I've been telling you for a while that from Ted Chapman all the way down to the techs in the garage, everything they do at Chapman BMW is next level elite. You feel it the minute you walk into either of their dealerships, and here is proof. When you need service on your vehicle, you can take advantage of Chapman BMW's pickup and delivery service, which means they'll come to you, they'll bring you a car, they'll drop off that loaner vehicle, and they'll return it when the work is done, and you get all of that free of charge. Just another example of the first-class treatment you get from Chapman BMW, an award-winning family-owned business for nearly 6 decades with a great reputation for elite service and handling, great reputation for making luxury attainable, as in it's not as out of reach as you might find. So here's my advice. If you're in the market for a new ride, pick one of the locations, go take a test drive, find out what you like, then ask for my guy. His name is Shane O'Hanrahan. He's GM of both locations. He's a great dude. He's a personal friend of mine. He'll talk sports with you all day long if you want, and he will get you hooked up. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Looking for quality windows without the wait? Come to the Window Depot. We carry a huge selection of Milgard windows, in stock now and ready for pickup. Need something custom? No problem. From new construction to full home replacement, we'll help you order the perfect Milgard windows built to fit your space, style, and budget. Whether you're a homeowner or contractor, the Window Depot makes it easy to get the windows you need fast. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you and see why we're your Milgard window experts.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. If you have private student loan debt and are behind or even in default, you got to call my friends at YRefi. YRefi refinances private student loans that others won't touch, and they provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. They work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. They can reduce your monthly payment and your total cost. And YRefi does not care what your credit score is. I've been to their offices and met with them. They're great people. And YRefi is not a debt settlement company. You'll receive a low fixed interest rate that you couldn't get anywhere else. And you'll finally have a pathway to making all that stress and worry come to an end. Just give them a call at 888-YRefi-34. That's 888-YRefi-34. Or go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. And make sure you tell them Jody Jackson sent you.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Automation.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns were more than active in the second round of the NBA draft last night. The Suns made 2 trades and moved up to picks 31 and 41. With the 31st overall pick, they selected St. Joe's forward Rasheer Fleming, and at 41, they got Kentucky shooter Kobe Brea. And here was Suns general manager Brian Gregory on the 3 newest members of the Phoenix Suns.
You know, we're just bringing in high-quality young men that are excited about coming to Phoenix, excited about playing for the Suns.
For more on the draft and the Phoenix Suns, be sure to head to ArizonaSports.com. If you're looking for plans on a Friday night, look no further. The Diamondbacks are back home, and we'll start a 3-game series with the Marlins tonight. Merrill Kelly will go for the Snakes, and first pitch will be at 6:40, but you can listen to it on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And right across the street, the Phoenix Mercury will host Breanna Stewart, and the New York Liberty. Tip-off from PHX Arena will be at 7. This report is brought to you by APS. Visit APS Solutions for Business for ways to help your business make smarter use of energy while saving money. Schedule a free consultation today.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
Today's Arizona Sports Poll Question brought to you by Sanderson Ford. It is the age-old. What grade would you give the Suns for their 2025 NBA draft? Classic.
B.
Yeah, that sounds about right to me.
Yeah, 44% in the B category, 38 A, 13 C, 3% F, 2% D. Man, those people stink.
Grades.
It's supposed to be
Thought
summer.
I was done with school.
That's right.
Yeah.
Summertime.
That's today's Sanderson Ford poll question. You can vote on it now on the homepage at ArizonaSports.com.
I had a weird thing happen a couple weeks ago. I looked out on my front porch and I spotted a coyote. And it was kind of my fault because I'd ordered a package from Acme. You have to be a certain age to get that joke.
It's sports news skewered. The Sports Kebab.
Oh, he's back.
Oh, baby.
Tanned and rested and his belly full.
Yes. I guess Sammy didn't wind up attempting the Sports Kebab last week.
I started writing it like when I had gotten home, and I got to about 2.5 jokes, and I was like, there's just no chance.
So he booked a guest in that time slot instead.
Yeah. I don't do that kind of stuff, but the trick is also, you were starting to write the jokes at home, you got to start writing it when the show starts. Now.
Oh, that's the trick?
But,
yeah, that's good, man. Train them in all your bad habits, Jared.
Yeah. Part of my bad habits are eating, and you mentioned the trip I was on, and I've been back a few days, but I'm still thinking about the all-inclusive resort in Mexico where I ate my way through every restaurant with unrelenting fury. And believe me, there is no argument about how much I dominated that food, okay? In fact, the only debate is whether my attacks on the buffet set them back 6 months or completely wiped them out. Man, did I eat a lot. I ate until I couldn't think. In fact, by the end of the trip, if I were any more rambling, bearded, and overweight, I would have filmed a video in my car attacking Bill Simmons. Shrimp, tacos, burgers, steak. Everything was delicious and my appetite never ceased. Seriously, every time someone brought me a plate of food, I started drooling like Vince's son watching Dylan Harper's mom. Look, I'm not saying I took advantage of the free food, but by day 3, whenever a waiter saw me coming, they had the same reaction that Colin Murray Boyles did when he got drafted by the Raptors. Seriously, did you see that, by the way?
I did.
Murray Boyles' reaction to getting Toronto taking him? He shook his head and dropped an F-bomb. I mean, I haven't seen someone that upset about something from Canada since Alanis Morissette sang about Dave Coulier. Coulier. What a... Wow. You ought to know. What a crazy thing.
Well done.
What a crazy thing, man. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Usually the only time a 19-year-old is that scared of going to Toronto is because they think they might run into Drake.
That's good. That's good.
But that was just one of many stories to come from this year's NBA draft. It, of course, began with an announcement from NBA commissioner and guy sitting in the afterlife waiting room at the end of Beetlejuice, Adam Silver.
Oh, man.
Well, you guffaw, but have you seen Adam Silver?
I can't.
Either of you. He was just on the NBA draft. How did you know?
Look like again?
Place it.
Adam Silver. He looks like Steve Buscemi's tooth.
Oh.
He looks like an old vulture's claw. This guy, Adam Silver, he doesn't look like an NBA commissioner.
What does he look like?
He looks like he should be shivering on the street while a Sarah McLachlan song plays. A sickly chihuahua is what I'm getting at.
Ah. Got it.
But he started things off like no one else could. And to no one's surprise, the Dallas Mavericks took Cooper Flagg with the number 1 pick. And look, love him or hate him, I'm just happy to see a flag in Texas that isn't Confederate. Now, the next excitement happened at number 5 when the Jazz drafted Ace Bailey, despite Bailey saying he didn't want to play there. He told them not to draft him. I mean, I haven't seen someone that demanding of Utah since Gary Busey was yelling about getting 2 meatball sandwiches in Point Break. And then at number 10, the Suns drafted Kaman Malawach from Duke. Now, of course, if you were watching the broadcast, he had to be announced as being drafted from the Rockets, and he had to put on a Houston hat. This is not just confusing for the viewing audience, but especially cruel to the analysts on TNT and ESPN who don't seem to know where anyone plays anyway if they're not playing for the Lakers. It was, by all accounts, though, a great pick, though, as Malawach was projected much higher. I mean, I haven't seen someone from Duke fall in someone's lap like that since Coach K fainted on the bench that one time. Jeez, that was great. But I guess it was good to see them go somewhere other than Lansing for the pick, because let's face it, it has been a very Spartan-themed offseason. Their new GM from Michigan State. Their new coach from Michigan State. Hell, even the centerpiece of the Durant trade was a guy named Green. But speaking of the draft and this set of 3, one of these is going to be one of my favorite dumb Karnak jokes ever. So stay tuned.
Ooh, okay.
But first, we'll start with Jared Karnak, the Magnificent. Okay. What do we have here? Murray Boyles.
Murray Boyles.
Yes. How does Kyler prepare his pasta water?
Yep.
Stay tuned.
That's not the best one.
No, this one
can't
right
be the
here.
favorite.
Knipple.
Knipple.
Knipple. What's in the middle of your kaboobie? That was it. Okay, one more here. Kaboobie. Apples, white bread, and Dbacks players' bones.
Apples, white bread, and Dbacks players' bones.
Name 3 things apparently low on calcium. Because, man, the Dbacks cannot catch a break except for the bones that are literally breaking. They are dealing with more injuries, and that's not even the biggest story of the week. Yeah, in conclusion here, I got to mention, while in Chicago, a fan heckled Catel Marte by saying stuff about his dead mom. This person embarrassed himself, shamed the game, and pissed off the real people who support Chicago sports. And look, I'm not saying that this fan is on a fast track to hell, but the world's most famous White Sox fan does have a direct line to God.
Yes, he does.
Yep.
There you go.
Good job, Jarrett.
Thank you.
Well done, Jarrett. Yeah.
Knipple.
It's in the middle of your kaboobie.
That's one of those ones that I'll think about later today.
Thank you.
And I will probably start shaking my head
There you
all
go.
over again.
Love it.
Sports Kebab every Friday at 9:30. You can follow Jarrett on X at JarrettGC. Celebrate 4th of July with the Diamondbacks. Text fireworks to 620-620. Register and listen for your name starting next Monday. You could win 2 tickets to see the D-backs take on the Royals on the 4th of July. That's fireworks to 620-620. Song of the day, final thoughts coming up next on this Friday. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Murata.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store. Dan Bickley here for Waltz, and next week they are launching one of the biggest sales of the year, packed with great deals on televisions, audio systems, appliances, and more. And if you want early access to the savings, I've got some good information for you. Sign up for the newsletter at waltz.com/offers, and you are going to get early access to all these great savings. Once again, waltz.com/offers. Get signed up ASAP. You will get early access to the biggest sale of the year. One of many reasons you shop at Waltz TV and Appliance. They're going to give you expertise. They've been serving the Valley since 1957. They've got an extremely knowledgeable staff. They'll get you the information and into the electronics you are looking for. They'll give you great selection, big screen televisions, all the way up to 115 inches, all the major name brands you're looking for. And once again, you will not pay a premium for all that expertise and the great experience, because Waltz also offers unbeatable prices. And if you find a price elsewhere, bring it to Waltz. Watch them match it. They also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week, and you will enjoy your worry-free installation done by a professional. Finally, when you're there, drop my name. You get a little extra sugar, 10% off installation, or a 3-year warranty for free. That is your choice. You can find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can shop online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owed the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Something new is happening at Cox.
Now the price of your Cox Internet and mobile plan won't go up for 3 years, and Wi-Fi equipment is included. So no frustrating price changes, just a lot more of what you want, like a pizza with extra pineapple. Yikes. Okay, let's stick with something everyone wants. No price changes on your plan, guaranteed. Learn more at cox.com/value. Must have at least 500 megabits per second speeds and Cox Unlimited mobile taxes and fees excluded from price guarantee. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs usage per month.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
If you need to hire, you know it takes time. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You simply pick a time and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day.
Try Zip Intro for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
Hey, it's Wolf for Tim Hovick's Santan Ford in Gilbert. I have two things for you, Basinonians. One, employee pricing has been extended at Santan Ford. And two, the selection is huge. That's right. Santan Ford has 1,400 new vehicles on the ground. All the models, all the trim levels, different options in every color under the sun. It's simple. Get employee pricing on your new Ford and drive away in the Ford you really want. You gotta love it, right? Head on over to the Santan 202 Freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. I am Santan Ford.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Song of the Day. Brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
Or as needed.
Going back to this feels like 1990, doesn't it?
Kind of does.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, kind of does.
Based on a line from today's Bickley Blast on the Phoenix Suns, that it feels good to feel good. What does that feel like?
Feels
so
good.
We're playing Feels Good by
right.
Tony. Did you ever see the Andy Samberg movie, Pop Star? Tony was kind of a running joke in that whole movie. It's very funny. Yeah, so just it's a feel-good song.
Absolutely.
Going into the weekend,
Yeah,
it's got a Friday feel to it as well. Oh, Tony. Today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
In case you're wondering, the three members of Tony, none of them named Tony.
Oh, wow. How about
but
that?
I guess Dwayne, Timothy, and Raphael just didn't click.
Didn't roll off the tongue.
We talked about it, some of the criticism of NBA draft, and it's really coming to a head now. You talked about clown behavior on ESPN. I don't know if you saw awfulannouncing.com today. They have their feature piece is just entitled "America Needs a Vacation" from Stephen A. Smith.
Yeah. It's very, very true.
So it's happening.
Yeah.
And we talked about it when he announced 2 new radio shows on Sirius. Again, I would love to see a day-by-day, hour-by-hour breakdown of where he is, what he's doing. He is everywhere.
Yeah. He is constantly on the airwaves.
Him, Steve Harvey, and Ryan Seacrest do all the jobs.
Yeah, it's true. I don't know if you saw this, Jason Fitz. We've had Jason Fitz on the show when he was back at ESPN Radio.
Mm-hmm.
He's the guy that used to be in... he used to play the fiddle in the country band. The name is escaping the band Perry. That's what it was.
From Nashville, I believe.
From Nashville. He got into sports radio. ESPN let him go. And he was one of the people in the business that recently was saying way too much Stephen A. Smith.
Mm-hmm.
And he actually told a story about Stephen A. Smith sitting Jason Fitz down when he was at ESPN and saying, you got to get out of radio. There's no money in it. So it's just about the money for Stephen A. Smith.
Wow.
Are there people who really like him? Because I know with Pat McAfee, for example, people are sick of him. He's everywhere. But he has humongous fans, like diehard, fans of his.
I
Does
think
Stephen A. Smith have that?
I don't know about that.
I don't know if I've ever met one.
I'm not sure I have either, but what it is, it's just ESPN is ubiquitous. It's everywhere. And I knew a dude who made a lot of TV appearances on ESPN, and it broke his brain because everywhere he went, he was famous. You have to realize how often people across the world are seeing this man. So he's famous for being famous. And where he lost me was that sauntering into the NBA Finals game as if he were the star of stars. I was offended by
You've done that
You're
before.
a media member.
Yeah.
You are here to celebrate this game and announce this game or add context and commentary to this game. So this is not the Stephen A. Smith show, and it turned it into First Take.
He also bounces back and forth between I'm a journalist and I'm an entertainer. On whether it's just depending on what point he's trying to make and who's arguing with him.
But there's no doubt the ubiquitous nature of Stephen A. Smith is wearing people out.
It comes up every time he pops on TV now.
Uh-huh.
Like, wow, he's on again.
Uh-huh.
And last night it seemed strange for people because he wasn't on day 2 of the NBA draft. And I know you enjoyed it more.
I did. I certainly did.
I think he might be on vacation because he wasn't on First Take.
I didn't know he took vacations.
What?
He hasn't been on First Take the last couple of days, I think. At least just watching here. Maybe he is taking a break.
And he's also morphing into the political space.
Yes.
And so no one knows where Stephen A. Smith is going with all this.
Going to run for president 2028.
That will be the ultimate test of famous for being famous.
The Smith Windhorse ticket. I got a golf question for you because we were talking about it earlier.
Really?
And this is one of those tour stops. What's the tour again?
This is the Rocket Classic.
The Rocket Classic.
Mortgage.
Yeah. When the participation levels of the top players is this low, as a golf junkie, this goes for you too, Sammy. Do you veer over to the dark side and watch the LIV tournament?
No. Well, it's a fair question, but what they do isn't even close to professional golf. There's nothing professional about it.
And it's hard. I get it. I don't know what network they're on these days now or whatever, but it's a little harder to find. I don't know when or where they are. If it's like if they're in Saudi Arabia, it could be on in the morning with PGA Tour. I know who's going to be talking about the golf. I know who's going to be playing like 99% of the time, and I know it's still going to be high quality golf.
Fair.
Yeah, with the LIV thing, you turn it on, and there's no competitive drama. There's no nervousness. These dudes are yucking it up before they get to the first tee box because they're not playing for money. They've already been paid, and music is blaring.
Scoring's irrelevant.
The team concept, nobody vibes on that. I certainly don't.
Yeah, it's like if I wanted to watch Bryson DeChambeau, I'd go watch his YouTube, if I'm going to be quite honest.
Yeah, there you go.
This story is in the New York Post this morning about reaction to the Catel Marte situation in Chicago. Garrett Whitlock plays for the Boston Red Sox. Garrett Whitlock's wife weighed in on the Catel Marte incident and shared some DMs that she gets on social media. Wow. You want to talk about ugly fan behavior? I hope you get drilled in your mouth with a 110-mile-per-hour line drive that busts and splits your lips wide open, needing stitches, knocks your teeth out of your mouth, breaks your nose and jaw, and gives you a nasty, mind-boggling, violent concussion. And then to see you in so much pain you can't even see straight, getting dragged off the field with blood pouring out of your mouth.
Man, my God.
That's her husband over a game.
Wow.
What did Torey Lovello say?
Baseball needs better fans.
I would like to see Torey Lovello wear that shirt in his pregame press conference today.
So would I.
I think people would buy that. Isn't that disgusting?
Yeah, that's awful.
Yeah, so Catel will be back tonight at Chase Field. Diamondbacks starting a 10-game homestand. Busy weekend. We'll be back on Monday morning to recap it all and look ahead to Suns free agency in the NBA. That's going to do it for us on this Friday. Don't go anywhere. Wolf and Luke are up next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Have a great weekend, everybody.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
He did miss 50 out of a possible 195 games. The Suns paid him $29 million for games he didn't play in. 50 out of 195. That's more than 25% of the games played he missed. That's what happens when you take a chance on an older player who's had an injury history before. You end up with him missing a lot of games.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Avoid an AC system breakdown this summer by calling Collins Comfort Masters to schedule a $49 AC tune-up. Collins is trusted by the community with over 9,500 5-star Google reviews and expert techs ensuring the job gets done right the first time. Make sure you take advantage of this offer so your home will stay cool and comfortable all season long. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for all your AC, heating, plumbing, and water filtration needs.
For more than 75 years, University of Maryland Global Campus has given you the opportunity to build your next success. Choose from more than 135 degree and certificate programs in career-relevant fields like business, healthcare, data analytics, cybersecurity, and more. Plus, we offer 100% online and hybrid courses, personalized advising, and lifetime career services. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item, current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. And it all starts with spectacular offers. Available right now at your Valley Chevy dealers July 4th event. Going on now. You'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventures ahead. No matter how you celebrate the 4th of July, it's always better in a Chevy. Don't miss out. Visit a Valley Chevy dealer near you during the Valley Chevy July 4th event, going on now.
The big focus in America today is on your health, and more people are looking beyond pills and steroids and surgery. At QC Kinetics, they've been on the cutting edge of this medical revolution since 2018. Using regenerative medicine, they have helped tens of thousands of people get lasting joint pain relief using natural treatments that harness your body's own healing power. The truth is, regenerative medicine used to be an alternative treatment, but now it's mainstream, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader. Their well-respected protocols include potent and powerful cellular-level treatments to revitalize and restore damaged joint tissue. Say goodbye to that chronic pain and live your best life. Learn more about this revolutionary treatment and get a free consultation. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Imagine finding your dream home and then just moving in right away. No waiting around to sell your old place first. None of that. Sounds perfect, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. You can buy your new home now and then sell the old one later. If you think about it, it is much less stressful this way. So here's how it works. Orchard's going to give you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first. on your timeline, no waiting, no showings, no double moves, no fitting your whole life around everybody else's schedule, none of that. Then the Orchard experts are going to take it from there. They're going to handle repairs on your old home and make price-boosting upgrades. So once they're done, a local Orchard agent's going to be able to list and sell your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first, then sell your old home later. Buy before you sell, still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation, get a sense of what you're working with. Again, that's Orchard.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns were more than active in the second round of the NBA draft last night. The Suns made 2 trades to move up to pick 31 and 41. And with the 31st overall pick, they selected St. Joe's forwards Rasheer Fleming, and at 41, they got Kentucky's sharpshooter Kobe Brea. And here was Suns general manager Brian Gregory after the draft on the 3 newest members of the Phoenix Suns.
You know, we're just bringing in high-quality young men that are excited about coming to Phoenix, excited about playing for the Suns.
For more on the Phoenix Suns and the NBA draft, be sure to head to ArizonaSports.com. If you're looking for Friday night plans, look no further. The Diamondbacks are back home, and they'll start a 3-game series tonight with the Miami Marlins. Merrill Kelly will be on the mound for the Snakes, and first pitch from Chase will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And right across the street, the Phoenix Mercury will host Breonna Stewart, and the New York Liberty. Tip-off from PHX Arena will be at 7. This report is brought to you by State 48 Home Comfort. Receive the new HVAC quote, send it to State 48 Home Comfort and save up to 20%. Go online to submittosave.com. That's submit, the number 2, save.com.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke! Wolf! Hey, my brothers! Are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Arizona Sports Studios on this Friday morning, it is the Wolf and Luke Show. Wolf, what is up?
What's going on, Luke? Can you hear me right now as I broadcast? Can you hear my voice? Does it sound good? Well, don't answer that question.
A lot of questions.
Can you actually hear me, though, Luke?
I can hear you.
Okay, there was a button that was on. At Base Earnings, we have a panel, of course. I have no idea what they call this thing, but there's a panel of lights here, and you control it yourself, your own microphone. Of course, you control it. And I know the buttons I need to push, but there were a couple of buttons that were lit up that I have no idea what they do, and I've never pushed them.
Well, that just means they can hear you in the kitchen, too.
Okay,
You're
good.
broadcasting out of the toaster.
Okay, good. Here we go.
This is quite the way to start the show.
Well, it's a Friday, too. Jacked.
Just
Are we
mash
not?
every button. That's usually standard procedure, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just light up everything
Look, if it's
and see
on
what happens.
and you've never pushed it, push it. Something tells me that's not really the way you want to operate. Thank you.
Remember, see this button over here? The one that has no label that's separate from everything. Do you have that on yours?
I don't.
Yeah. See, remember I was going to push that
I
that one
know.
time, and engineering came running in and managed. Don't push that button.
Don't push that
What do you think it ejects Rick out of the building or something?
I have no idea what it does, man, but one of these days, I don't know, on a Friday, let's push it.
Maybe going into Burns and
Let's
Gambo
do it.
when our show's over, just hit the button, see what happens. The NBA draft continued last night, Wolf, and the Phoenix Suns. I mean, we're all learning about Brian Gregory on the fly, right? Phoenix Suns seem like they might be pretty aggressive under Brian Gregory.
What's going on here? What is going on?
Did not mind what they did last night. Jumping all the way up, 3 trades to move all the way up to 31. First pick in the second round and take Rasheer Fleming out of St.
Can
Joe's.
I just ask you right now, why
Yes.
are we feeling so much better about the KD trade now as opposed to when it first came down? Why are we feeling so much better about it?
I don't know if this is an answer to that question, but I'm feeling at least a little bit better about Brian Gregory.
Yes, I think that has a lot to do with it.
Now, I will say we've got to see how these picks play out, but I like the I like the strat. Again, this goes back to what I always say about teams in town. If I can at least understand your strategy, at least if there's some logic to it, it makes it a lot easier for me to get behind it.
I thought maybe because we now have names instead of numbers. Number 10 pick overall, number 29 pick in there. We now have names. We are now privy to plans that seem to have come together that actually seem like a plan. And I think, too, we witnessed a good dose of good fortune by Malawach falling to the Suns. We did. And I think that has a lot to do with it as well.
Yeah, that is good fortune. But again, the Suns put themselves in position to have that good fortune fall to them. Had they not made the trade and got that in there, he'd be on Houston, or Houston would have passed on him and somebody else would have taken him. I get it. We got to see. None of these guys have played an NBA game except Mark Williams, and he's probably the one people are the least excited about of at least those three: Rasheer Fleming, Kamal Malawach, and maybe even if you add in Kobe Brea as well. But you had to be aggressive. You had to go out there and do stuff like this. And by all accounts, coming into the draft, Rasheer Fleming was supposed to be a first-round pick.
Yes, just watching Brian Gregory and the Phoenix Suns maneuver and manipulate the second round to land the dog that is Rasheer Fleming. You know what, Basin Earnings pumps the blood back into the heart, doesn't it, Suns fans? Just a little bit. It makes you feel better. These names and watching Brian Gregory and the Phoenix Suns pinpoint and attack and identify that guy. We need that guy. And we've got all this other stuff. We've got this other stuff, this draft capital that we're going to use, and we're going to go get that guy. Man, it was decisive, and I love that guy, Rasheer Fleming. What a dog he is. To me, this is just me, Lou. This is the fingerprint of the new regime. It's not Malawach. It's Rasheer Fleming.
Yeah, because Malawach was there. And they picked him.
He was right there.
Which, again, is important. If there's a clear-cut pick there in the moment, you don't need to pretend you're smarter than everybody else and not take them. They took Malawach. He was there. But I hear what you're saying.
And Malawach is a guy who's going to fit their culture going forward.
Yeah.
Defense, here we go. Toughness, athleticism, length, defense, here we go.
I do also just believe there is something to you can see it, you can hear it from Suns fans. I mean, they were just ready to be excited about anything. Like there was just nothing to get excited about for the last year. Basically, after the Suns started 8-1, there was nothing. There's been nothing since early November for this fan base. That feels like 100 years ago that 8-1 start.
That does.
And I think it helps to be adding players. I mean, I know I've said this before, but now that the draft is over, I'll say it one more time because I think we're really seeing it come to fruition. For the longest time, it was, okay, well, once the season ends, we're going to get rid of Mike Budenholzer, we're going to get rid of Kevin Durant, we're going to get rid of Bradley Beal, and it was all just we're going to get rid of this and get rid of that, but there was never any talk because you had no idea what it was going to be of what they were actually going to add. So for the longest time, it has felt like this team is Devin Booker and Bradley Beal still hanging out.
Yeah.
And now it's like, okay, it's Devin Booker and Jalen Green and Dylan Brooks and Kamal Malawach and Rasheer Fleming and Kobe Brea and Mark Williams and Ryan Dunn and Oso Iguodala. Like now it feels like it's not a complete team. I get that, but you at least have some pieces now.
You've got some pieces, yeah. The underwhelming return for Kevin Durant has turned into something encouraging, at least in the Wolfley compound. I know, Basin Earnings, there are some of you out there that are just like, no way, we got hosed on the KD, whatever it may be. I understand your frustration that might be out there, but to me, this is encouraging to watch what they did yesterday, specifically targeting Fleming and going after him. Man, that was decisive to me, and I love everything this kid is. Rasheer Fleming, 6'8", 232 pounds. He's got a little butt to him, a little bit, okay? But 6'8", he's got a wingspan of 7'5", Basin Earnings. This is an effort guy who can shoot the three. Oh, yeah, I like that.
Kevin Pelton's going to join us actually in like 5 minutes. And in his write-up on ESPN on the Rasheer Fleming pick, he said he had Fleming 12th in his stats-only projections. Like 12th overall. Not 12th among second-round picks, 12th overall in this draft. He said Fleming gives the Suns another quality shot blocker, this time with more range. And there's a lot of excitement. This is now me talking, unquote, after range. There's a lot of excitement around Fleming. Wolf, I wonder if you could poll Suns fans, and maybe we'll do this later because we're going to do a listeners-only meeting at 12:30.
Yeah.
Who is the fan base most excited about today? I'm guessing it's not Kobe Bryant, but we can throw him in there. Mark Williams, Kamon Malawach, or Rasheer Fleming. I almost wonder if it's going to be Fleming that a lot of people are the most excited about because that was a guy that shouldn't have been there probably either.
Yeah, for me, it's Rasheer Fleming. And I love Malawach. I do. And notice how I'm just killing that name.
Yeah,
Malawach. I'm all over.
The first 10 minutes of the show, you've been nuts. It's like you're throwing a no-hitter.
I can say that. Come on, Malawach. Are you kidding me?
Could you have to blame Aaron for walking by today for you mispronouncing
That's
it?
right. I love that. That's what you do. You blame your boss when they come walking into the office and you can't say Malawach. What was I saying? No. It's for me. The best move was Fleming, Rasheer Fleming. Because it says so much about the organization and what they believe and what they're looking for. And a guy that is going to be able to fit in the culture of the Phoenix Suns. That's why I love that pick. That's why I love yesterday even more than Malawach, who just happened to fall to him at 10.
I feel like Malawach is, say this the right way, probably the best player, but Fleming is probably the most exciting because you look and you're like, that dude could have crazy upside and play the sort of way that like makes you a fan favorite.
There you go. And again, that's what we talk about it all the time. You have a culture. This is how we're going to do things. Oh, you need people to model that culture. You're not going to bring some guy in. You're not going to draft some guy who isn't capable of modeling that culture. Are you, Brian Gregory?
All right, app users, update the Arizona Sports app for the latest updates that help your experience with our stream video podcasts and news. Go to the Google or Apple App Store to update the Arizona Sports app today. When we come back, how did the Suns fare in the NBA draft now that it's over and they've got their players? We're going to ask ESPN NBA writer Kevin Pelton will join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Suns made their pick at 10th overall.
The Duke big man, Kamon Malawach.
We're excited he was available to us at 10.
Believing in myself that I'm going to make it to the NBA one day, and now I'm here in the NBA draft.
Reaction to the Suns' new 7'2" rookie center from Duke on the way on the home of Phoenix Suns basketball. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. 480-990-3300. Listen, I've talked about Trajan Wealth for a while, but now I am a client. You need to know that. And I can tell you they made retirement planning super simple. No pressure, no confusing jargon, just clear, honest advice from fiduciaries who put your goals first. I feel more confident, more prepared, and honestly relieved, Basinonians. If you've ever wondered if your plan could be better, get a second opinion from Trajan Wealth. It's one thing to save for retirement, of course. It's another to feel ready for it. Trajan Wealth, they helped me build a real plan with less guesswork and more peace of mind. Here we go, 480-990-3300, 480-990-3300 for Trajan Wealth. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like fences. A house with a big yard and a white picket fence was always the dream. But then you saw the price to install a fence and you're wondering if the color is driving the price up. Nobody ever dreams of a beige or a gray picket fence, right? So maybe those fences are cheaper. But no, they're not. Then you remember that switching your home and auto to Progressive could save you hundreds and make all your dreams of a fence come true. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number 4th of July sale. Save over $600 on our King P5 smart bed, our lowest price of the season. Plus, get free home delivery with most smart beds, limited time. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes. But when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like frames. Because you found a classic 70s concert poster. But when you went to get it framed, you realized the frame will cost about 4 times the amount of the poster. Which is actually absurd because no one will be looking at the frame, and if they are, then you severely overestimated how cool this poster is. But then you remember by switching your home and auto to Progressive, you could save hundreds and put it towards a classic 70s concert poster in an absurdly overpriced frame. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Gambo. Now that the NBA draft is in the rearview mirror, what's next on the Phoenix Suns off-season to-do list? The Burns and Gambo Show starts at 2 on Arizona Sports.
All right, the draft has come and gone. I think by and large, most Suns fans are somewhere between cautiously optimistic to extremely excited after what the Suns were able to do the last couple nights, Wolf. And joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line to talk about it is ESPN NBA writer Kevin Pelton. Kevin, thank you so much for the time. How's it going?
Not too bad. Thanks for having me.
I want to actually start with what they did last night, and in particular, moving up to get Fleming. There's a lot of excitement around this guy. There was excitement around him going into the first round even, and certainly once it was clear he was going to be one of the top picks of the second round. What can you tell us about Rasheer Fleming?
Yeah, he was someone who graded out very well on my stats-based projections, and certainly stood out as the best player who did not go in the first round, which is I think what set up. I believe it was my ESPN colleague Shams Charania described it as sort of a battle for who was going to be able to draft him at 31, and it certainly was costly for the Suns to get there. You're talking about I think 4 second-round picks in the future that they ended up, presumably many of the ones that they had just gotten in the Kevin Durant trade that they ended up accumulating to move up to 31 and 41 at the top of the second round. But, I think they got first-round value, and it's particularly, an interesting fit to add another guy who's a capable shot blocker, this one with legitimate three-point range to go with Ryan Dunn from last year and Kaman Malawach and Mark Williams. So this is a team that's going to protect the rim, I think, much better than it did last season.
So when you look at Fleming in particular, Kevin, what do you see as his strengths that he's going to bring to the court?
Yeah, I think it's that combination of his ability to protect the rim as a 4 and stretch the court, or, eventually if you see him filling out and playing some 5, which is obviously going to be very difficult in Phoenix at this point when you look at their depth chart and all the centers that they have brought in over the last few days. But, if eventually he can play some 5, then his shooting becomes, a real strength, a real weapon for you offensively. So it's that combo to me.
We're talking to ESPN NBA writer Kevin Pelton. Kevin, I'm looking at your story, and you have the Suns' overall draft grade
as a B, but you were certainly high overall on what they did and definitely what they did last night. Where do you come out on that? You mentioned it. They gave up a lot of second-round picks to get Rasheer Fleming, but you got first-round value. So when you see a team that is rebuilding like the Suns are, would you rather have the additional assets or would you rather have them condensed into a guy that's probably a first-rounder?
So I'm guessing that some part of their logic here is, look, at some point in the future, we are going to have to drop below the second apron, and we'll have the ability once again to put cash into trades. And you saw yesterday the Lakers were able to do that because they're not going to be a second apron team, and they go all the way up from 55 to 36 to get the guy that they wanted to do, Thiero. So that's, sort of the thing that you're going to be able to do in the future. Right now, because of the second apron limitations on including cash and trades, the Suns couldn't do that. So I do think there's a certain logic to let's move on from those future second round picks that we just added because we know we can get them in the future.
Kevin, what are your thoughts on Kaman Melowach?
Yeah, I think a lot to like about him as a prospect in the mold of several of these Duke centers that we've seen, including his new teammate Mark Williams over the last several years in terms of rim finishing. He has not been quite the same kind of rim protector that Mark Williams was at Duke or that Derek Lively II was at Duke, but he brings a different skill set defensively in terms of his ability to switch and his quick feet. And I think that will be an interesting contrast to see how Phoenix manages his skills relative to Mark Williams, kind of depending on what the situation calls for defensively, whether you're in a situation where you want to switch or feel like you need to switch, or whether it's more important to stay and drop and have that big around the rim with Mark Williams.
I know it wasn't precipitous, but why do you think he fell to the Suns?
Yeah, I think it was probably mostly a matter of where the centers were on the board in this year's draft and the needs in the lottery. We saw something very similar with Derek Queen of Maryland, who end up going 13th, and New Orleans traded back up to get him there. So some of the teams that maybe could have considered centers in that range, Portland perhaps most notably, ends up sliding back from 11th to 16th. I guess that was behind Melowach, but the Toronto was a team you looked at as possibly a center destination. They go with Colin Murray-Boyles instead. I don't think it's necessarily tells us that there's something we didn't know about these two guys. I think it's mostly just a matter of positional need.
We're talking to Kevin Pelton. Kevin, I know it's different for every team, and it depends on the context. I mean, the Suns are in the Western Conference, and it's pretty loaded right now. But just in general, your time covering the NBA, what's a reasonable timeline for fans to expect a team to be able to sort of rebuild like the Suns are and get back to a point where they are a contending team?
Yeah, I think it's going to be very difficult for Phoenix to do when you consider their limitations, both financially and in terms of future draft picks. The flip side of what they've accomplished is they depleted the tradable future first-round picks. Now that they've made this Mark Williams deal, they're back in a situation where they can't trade any for a period of time. No longer the stockpile of second-round picks that they briefly had in between the Durant deal and making those deals yesterday. So really what they are betting on more so than anything else, I think, is going to be the ability to make advantageous trades using kind of the clear overload at shooting guard that's currently on the roster after the Durant trade, and then the ability to identify and develop talent. That if you want to take a positive from last year's Phoenix season, I think it was the stretch late in the year where we saw a lot of Ryan Dunn, we saw a lot of Oso Ighodaro, even Colin Gillespie, and the ability to get production out of these young players that they had identified was a strength, and they're definitely doubling down on that by adding 3 guys in the top 41 of this year's draft.
Kevin, how did you feel about the Suns and what they got for Kevin Durant, and why the market seemed a little tepid?
I mean, Kevin Durant's going to be 37. He's making $54 million. He's, still paid like one of the very best players in the NBA. And unfortunately, the reality is at this stage of his career, he shouldn't be expected to be at that level, between the durability and, just kind of some slight erosion of, particularly at the defensive end, his skills. He's no longer Kevin Durant, championship defining best player in the league. So, because of that, and because of the fact that he only had the 1 year left on his contract and could really control what his market was in terms of signing an extension with the new team, I was not surprised at all that the return wasn't, I think what Suns fans were hoping. I think to get the number 10 pick in this year's draft, that was the best pick that changed hands before the draft. I think that was about as well as they could have hoped to do. And, then it's just a matter of what they're going to be able to do with Jalen Green in particular, and whether they can reroute him or find a way to fit him in alongside Devin Booker and Bradley Beal and get more production out of him than Houston was able to.
We're talking to Kevin Pelton. Kevin, the second round pick the Suns made last night, taking Kobe Brea. A lot of people look and like, great, another shooting guard. They have quite a few shooting guards already. But this is a guy that can shoot pretty well. What do you like about Kobe Brea?
Yeah, it's undoubtedly the shooting. In my stats-based model, he had the best projection of any player in my entire database in terms of shooting, based on, the sample size of is a multi-year collegian who had a high three-point attempt rate, and then the three-point percentage that we saw from him and the free throw percentage that we saw from him in his college career. This is somebody who, is not just a good shooter, without question an elite shooter. So, if he can hang in there defensively well enough to stay on the court, and his size gives him a chance in that regard. I think it also helps him in terms of being able to get his shot off in a variety of ways at the NBA level. But, if he can stay on the court defensively, I think Isaiah Joe of Oklahoma City is kind of a reasonable comparison for what you could expect for Kobe Brea on the plus side.
Kevin, what team did you like in regard to who had the best draft? When you look at it, what team did you like the best?
Yeah, in terms of where they came in, I mentioned that trade up that New Orleans made for Derek Queen. The team on the other end of it, Atlanta, I think it's just tremendous value. They get the better of New Orleans or Milwaukee's picks next year. The Pelicans in this loaded Western Conference coming off of a year in the lottery. DeJounte Murray is going to miss the bulk of last season, presumably, after his injury. This is a team that could be picking in the lottery, New Orleans once again next year. There's also an outside chance Milwaukee with Giannis Antetokounmpo, with Damian Lillard's injury and the uncertainty about Giannis Antetokounmpo's future, that could potentially turn into a lottery pick. And you've got, those two bites at the apple as Atlanta, and to get that all for moving down 10 picks and still getting a pretty good prospect in Georges Asenul, I love that for Atlanta.
Kevin, great stuff. We really appreciate this, man. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
All right, that's Kevin Pelton joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. When we come back, Diamondbacks starting a 3-game series and a 10-game homestand tonight against the Miami Marlins. How important is this first series, though, against Miami? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
As this 3-0 pitch swung on, drilled. Catel savoring, looking. It's on its way and it's gone. A solo home run. That's his 15th. He continues to be red hot for the Diamondbacks.
After 9 games on the road, the Dbacks host the Marlins at home. Game 1 of the 3-game series gets going tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. We're talking about shades that are commercial grade, industrial strength, hundreds of colors, and durable fabric able to withstand the Arizona sun as well, Basinonians. Choose from manual or motorized, sealed track, or cabled shades. All Pro Shade Concepts, they've got them all. When you work with All Pro Shade Concepts, you're working with the most trusted local shade company available, voted #1 by Ranking Arizona for patio shades in 2024. They have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, and check out all their 5-star reviews on Google. Installation is all done by their in-house team. There's never any subcontractors. The installers are shade experts, and they've installed thousands of shades in the basin. What you need to do, Basinonians, you go to allproshade.com for more information. That's allproshade.com.
This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. And it all starts with spectacular offers. Available right now at your Valley Chevy dealers July 4th event. Going on now, you'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventures ahead. No matter how you celebrate the 4th of July, it's always better in a Chevy. Don't miss out. Visit a Valley Chevy dealer near you during the Valley Chevy July 4th event. Going on now.
What if we get this same deal that Ford employees get? Yep, employee pricing for everyone, and it's been extended at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here, man, we're talking across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs from America for America. Just like Ford Motor has been part of America's story for more than a century. Take that 2024 Ford F-150, work truck or weekend warrior. Right now, we can get employee pricing plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $4,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend for just $399 a month with $3,559 due at signing. Or get employee pricing and lease a Bronco Big Bend 4x4 for just $499 a month with $3,099 due at signing. We pay what they pay. Employee pricing at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Collectors, Front Row Card Show is returning to Phoenix. Join us at the Renaissance Hotel in Glendale on June 28th and 29th. Baseball, football, basketball, and hockey cards, plus Pokemon, Marvel, Star Wars, and comic books. Beckett, CGC, and JSA will be there. So bring your cards, comics, and autographs to sell, trade, or get them graded. Hundreds of vendors, thousands of dollars in free prizes. Don't miss it. Front Row Card Show, Renaissance Hotel in Glendale, Saturday and Sunday, June 28th and 29th, 11 to 5. For more info, go to frontrowcardshow.com. That's frontrowcardshow.com.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. With $2,500 in annual value, the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business is the card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW, one of the best dealerships you are going to find on the planet.
That's because we're different, Bick. We're a family-run business for 58 years. We have employees that have worked at our store for 30 and up to 40 years. It's a great place to work and a family that cares about its employees and its customers. So put us to the test. Come on down, see how easy it is to do business with Chapman BMW, and I'll ensure you'll get the very best deal.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns acquired the 31st and 41st picks in the NBA draft last night. Those 2 selections ended up being St. Joseph's forward Rasheer Fleming and Kentucky guard Kobe Brea. For more on what the Suns did in the draft, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. The Arizona Diamondbacks start a 3-game series against the Miami Marlins tonight at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Merrill Kelly gets the start for the Snakes. And the Phoenix Mercury go for their 6th straight win tonight in downtown Phoenix against the defending champion New York Liberty. Tip-off for that one is at 7. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Sanderson is the #1 Ford dealership in Arizona for sales and customer satisfaction, located on 51st Avenue just south of Glendale and online at sandersonford.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. How will the Diamondbacks stay afloat with all the injuries they're dealing with? We'll ask manager Torey Labello at 2:30 on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Hey, let 'em do it again. Yeah. Hey.
All right, we're back.
Oh, this is good on a Friday, is it not? Somebody passed the eye black.
Pretty sure Wolf's not going to hear a single word I say for the next 25 seconds.
Might want to go ahead and smear it on your cheeks, Base and Onions, and then just kind of pull it down. Smear it down the cheeks.
Picturing somebody in their office,
you know what I mean,
doing this right now.
Yeah.
Everybody walking by their cubicle like...
And then you just look at the guy next to you.
Yeah. We need need to film this video where we go around and Wolf is just a motivational speaker for office workers.
Yeah.
Just to see what that would look like.
Well, first of all, I'd never be that because I don't understand the concepts of motivating people.
That's why it would be a good video.
Are getting paid.
What was that commercial from the early 2000s? Office linebacker. Do you remember that?
No, I don't.
Hilarious. Look it up.
Okay.
This goes for the people in
Google it, my young crooks.
This goes for the people listening right now.
Rick, just
one of
giving
the
people
funniest. One of the funniest commercials you'll ever see.
Okay, great.
The Diamondbacks are back at it tonight at Chase Field. First of 10 straight at home, Wolf. They do not play another road game until July 7th in San Diego. They are hosting Miami tonight. Merrill Kelly is on the mound for the Diamondbacks against Yuri Perez of the Marlins, who has a bad ERA, 6.17, but is a really high-end pitching prospect, or if you want to say he's not even a prospect anymore. I mean, he's only 22. He's only made 3 starts this year. That's why his ERA is so bad. He was hurt. But last year as a rookie, 19 starts, a 3.15 ERA, and 108 strikeouts in 91 innings. I mean, he is one of the better pitching prospects in baseball, so don't let the ERA fool you. The Diamondbacks are facing a potentially really good pitcher tonight, but they got Merrill Kelly going.
Yeah, and he, once again, don't let it fool you, yet at the same time, I think this is your classic, your offense needs to win this series for the Diamondbacks. That's what I think.
Yeah.
I think this is a classic case of that.
I will say Miami just swept San Francisco in San Francisco.
Did you hear my microphone right there?
Was that
doing?
Was that reverb?
It's
I
falling
thought
all
you were going to start
over.
singing or something. Well, I mean, I saw that you broke it, and I feel bad for whoever's in here after that.
What do you mean I broke it?
Well, I looked over and it wasn't functioning.
See,
I didn't expect to hear the reverb.
I just want to know who was the fill-in? Who was the fill-in? Who was the latest fill-in that we had sitting in this seat? Because somebody, Basinonians, YouTube, look at me right now. Somebody's cranking it all over the place. Give me a break.
The YouTubers are on the case because they can just go back and watch.
We have to work here every day. You fill in? Killer? You're going to crank the microphone all over the place?
Okay, that's good.
Okay.
You don't want to blame any of the weekend people?
I honestly, no, I don't want to blame that. What I will say is this. I do believe this. This is a classic series coming up right here for the Diamondbacks where I'm looking at their offense. I'm looking at their lineup. I'm looking at how many runs can you possibly score? How many runs can you score right now? Yeah, I love the fact that you've got Merrill Kelly. And you've got Brandon Pfaadt, and you've got Rodriguez. I love the fact you've got these 3 guys in this series. To me, I want to see the offense. I want to see the lineup go out and score runs against a guy, Perez, to your point, okay, very talented, 6.17 ERA. Alcantara, he's got a 6.69. Quantrill, he's got a 5.56.
Yeah, you should be able to score. And you're going to need to because Miami in their last 4 games is 4-0. They beat Atlanta once and San Francisco 3 straight times in San Francisco. And they scored, 29 runs to do it over those 4 games. So they their bats are going right now. They just beat the Giants 12-5 last night. They beat them 8-5 on Wednesday, 4-2 on Tuesday, and they beat the Braves 5-3 on Sunday. So they're hitting right now.
Yeah, and Sandy Alcantara, I mean, this is a guy that he's got a 2.74 and 4 starts in June. That's way better than 6.69. Way better than that. Ron Wolfley reporting. So it's not like they're incapable. Yet at the same time, this is a series where I'm looking at the Diamondbacks to go out and score runs.
17 games left before the All-Star break for the Diamondbacks. And I don't think we have to hammer home the point anymore of how important this stretch is. Because then when you factor in what you have 12 games before the trade deadline after the All-Star break, so you got 29 games right now between you and the trade deadline. And, again, teams don't decide they're going to make trades and then make them all on July 31st. So over the next 20-ish games, you're really going to dictate to Mike Hazen in the front office what they can or cannot do. And you're going to have to do it obviously without Corbin Burns and Justin Martinez and A.J. Puck, probably without Corbin Carroll, it sounds like, till around the All-Star break. Hopefully that's it. Yeah. So, yeah, you probably are going to have to win with a lot of hitting. Although Merrill Kelly on the mound is still the one pitcher that I'm like, he could go out there and just give you 6 or 7 really strong innings.
Yes, totally agree with that. And you know what? Honestly, I love seeing it The Diamondbacks base earnings, I understand they're over 500 right now, 41-39, Ron Wolfley reporting. But the Diamondbacks, they have been a 500 team, up and down, back and forth, inconsistent, underwhelming, underperforming. They have floated in mediocrity all of this season right now, as far as I'm concerned, for the most part. And I think they would be the first ones to tell you that. This is why, at this point in time, every guy that is looked at as one of their best players, and Merrill Kelly is one of those guys, step up, take the ball, and give your team an opportunity to win a game. And I fully expect that from Merrill.
The only thing I disagree with what you said is floating in mediocrity. This season hasn't felt like floating at all. This season's been like, hey, over here and down here and over there and just all over the place.
Okay.
It's added up to mediocrity. I feel like you're right about that, but it has been like the most horrendous roller coaster ride to get to this point.
Yeah, there was a point for about 3 weeks, I think, the series sweeps where they got swept.
Exactly.
Where they swept the I see where you're going with that.
You go out there, at one point you're handling the Dodgers, then you're giving up 6 runs in the 9th inning, and then guys are getting out for the year, and then other guys are stepping up, and it has been all over the place. And now it's not that we're coming down the stretch run, obviously. In fact, tonight is exactly the halfway mark of this season, so nowhere near the stretch run. But everybody knows what's on the line in July, and you're coming up on a major checkpoint in if this team is contending this year, if they are moving guys for assets. If that's the case, are they still willing? Is Ken Kendrick still willing to spend next year if it didn't work this year? There's really a lot. If you let your mind wander, there's a lot big picture that's on the line over the next 29 games.
I like that. So, you what did you just say? A road check or a checkup? That's what you said.
Checkpoint.
A checkpoint. You said checkpoint. That's right. I totally conflated that. Interesting. A checkpoint right now. You know what? This is a checkpoint. So we're going to open the hood. What are we seeing underneath Mike Hazen? Because Mike knows. The freaky Mike Hazen. Freaky Mike Hazen. Yes, wheeling and dealing. He knows what's under the hood. And that knowledge is everything he needs to make moves going forward.
I really think the Corbin Carroll injury is going to dictate a lot. If he's going to be back within a couple weeks, then I think we'll get back into this. I do think you still go for it, and if as long as you're in striking distance, I think you still go for it because you have one of the best offenses in baseball. Even if the pitching staff is not what we were all anticipating it to be back in April, you still right now have one of the best offenses in baseball. All right, when we come back, how much pressure is on Merrill Kelly tonight against the Marlins? We're going to ask Dbacks broadcaster Jody Jackson. She'll join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
They were put into the situation where they didn't have many other offers available, so now they have to take on Jalen Green, who in some eyes is a positive asset, in some eyes is a negative asset. The fit here for him to improve, develop, and grow as a player is terrible. Gambo, you have been against Point Book for a long time. Guess what? Point Book's back, baby. Here it is.
I hate it.
It's here to stay.
I hate it.
Because Jalen Green averages 3 assists per game and takes 16 shots per game, so he is not going to handle much of the offensive flow. It's going to be on Book.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Every success you've had began with a great opportunity. Now there's another one. Last aid year, University of Maryland Global Campus awarded over $21 million in scholarships to qualified students, including community college students, service members, veterans, and working adults. Now is the time to move your career forward with an online and accredited skills-based education. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck. And she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes. But when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
If you're trying to get through your daily activities and you're noticing you can't because you're focusing more on your pain than being able to enjoy the moment, those are the patients that we're looking to treat because we can make a difference.
That's Dr. Ashley Caravelli, a medical director for QC Kinetics.
What we're doing at QC Kinetics is offering treatments that help with joint preservation. We use cutting-edge technology in our in-house lab to harness your body's natural healing powers and target the areas where you need them the most.
These are regenerative, non-surgical treatments, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader, delivering lasting relief to tens of thousands of patients.
What we do know is that the sooner we start treatment, the sooner you'll see relief.
So don't wait another minute. See if you're a good candidate for these non-surgical treatments for joint pain. The consultation is completely free.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
I met my wife in law school at the University of Florida. She was from upstate New York and I was from Kentucky. We met at a daily mass at St. Augustine's. She was the most beautiful girl I'd ever seen in my life. After communion, I followed her out of the church and got her phone number. The rest is history. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Little did we know that one day we would have 4 children and the largest injury firm in the world. All 4 work in the business. It's a family business. Did I ever see this coming? Hell no. We just worked very hard and treated our clients like we would want to be treated, like family. It's a full-service injury firm, auto accidents, medical malpractice, workers' compensation, Social Security, and insurance disputes. We're open 24/7, 365 days a year. Visit forthepeople.com and we can get to work on your case. No recovery, no fee. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. If you have private student loan debt and are behind or even in default, you got to call my friends at YRefi. YRefi refinances private student loans that others won't touch, and they provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. They work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. They can reduce your monthly payment and your total cost. And YRefi does not care what your credit score is. I've been to their offices and met with them. They're great people. And YRefi is not a debt settlement company. You'll receive a low fixed interest rate that you couldn't get anywhere else. And you'll finally have a pathway to making all that stress and worry come to an end. Just give them a call at 888-YRefi-34. That's 888-YRefi-34. Or go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. And make sure you tell them Jody Jackson sent you.
Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show.
This one is long gone to left field.
Brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com.
All right, Jody Jackson is joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line as the Diamondbacks get ready for a 3-game series against the Marlins. Jody, thank you for the time. We're basically right back where we were at the start of the White Sox series. The Diamondbacks are coming off a series against a weak team, and they won the series, but they lost Game 3. So how are you feeling about this group coming out of that Chicago series?
Yeah, I was just kind of remembering talking to you guys before the road trip, and I think I said, 6-3 is kind of what you're looking for, and so they end up going 5-4. And, I think the thing, and I know Wolf asked me before about Zach Gallen, and, it's really hard watching him, who's had so much success, not be able to nail down some victories against the Rockies or the White Sox, but, not to say it's all on him, but you just looked at that as I felt really good about Zach Gallen winning that last game in Chicago. And I thought it was really interesting what Torrey said after the game about, something to the effect of he's getting hurt by one pitch an inning. And that's kind of what happens when you're struggling like that. And this is a guy that used to get himself into jams, whether it was via the walk or a hit here or there, and he would get out of it and he would be able to get himself out of that. But, that just was not their day to get that win in Chicago. It was such an emotional series, everything that went on with Catel. And, I think seeing his team and the fans in the baseball world and really the world in general rally around him can only help, out of something so ugly and terrible. I saw this team galvanized more than ever. And I saw that time and time again over this road trip. So even though it was 5-4, you'd love to see a little bit better I think that there's a lot of adversity for this team right now that actually can bring them closer. This is a very close-knit team. And I almost look at it that way, right? With the injuries that they have and things that are going on right now, you have to look at that, the strength of the team from the leadership down and how close they are and how much they care about each other and how much they want to fight.
Yeah. Sorry, Jody, I didn't have my microphone on. Sorry about that. It happens from time to time. You push the button.
I can hear you better now.
You push the button and suddenly there's nothing
on
there. Jody, talk to us about the Marlins series, because I don't want to talk about Catel Marte, okay? Because that gets me so jacked up and fired up, and it brings back so many bad memories back when I was actually playing. So I'm glad to see that everybody is rallying around him. Talk about this series coming up, and where do you think the worm might turn in this series?
Well, it's another crucial stretch. They all are, and I just think after an off day is a good time to kind of reset and look at it. You've got a Marlins team that, I was in Miami when they swept this Marlins team back in April. It seems like forever ago, and the team was on a real hot streak then. They were pretty healthy, and right now you're going into it a little bit without Corbin Carroll. That's what we know now. Now we're in a stretch where you don't have Moreno and Carroll due to the broken bones in the hands. But I think you are going to get Eugenio Suarez back. We'll see. I don't know that for sure, but I know he felt good about being able to play. And he and Josh Naylor are capable of really carrying this offense. We've seen it time and time again, and they have a lot of other guys that can do that. So when I look at this series, I say, hey, you've got some big names out for the foreseeable future, right? We don't know how long, but it's going to be weeks, not days, for Corbin Carroll, Gabriel Moreno, and everybody knows that. So you got to pick up the slack, and I think this team can do that. There's no question. They have Merrill Kelly going tonight. Again, it's going to be, I think, great for this team to just be back, feel the love of their fans, and I think that will happen tonight for Catel and for really the whole team. I think everybody just wants to see this team play locally here. Now the fans can show out, hopefully over the next 10 days. It's a long, long homestand. And for this Marlins series in particular, now the Marlins are coming off sweeping the Giants, so they're probably feeling good about themselves. However, I looked at some of those games and I thought, the Giants were due to do some things a little bit not as well as they had been doing them. That's just the way baseball goes, and I think we saw that. So I think you got to come out tonight and really just show the Marlins who's boss. Come out and be the better team here tonight. They got a pitcher going tonight who's coming off Tommy John. He's getting better and better. Erie Perez. He's a very young, very talented pitcher. I think like a lot of guys coming off of Tommy John, and he's only been back a couple weeks. He's walking a lot of people. So I think there are a lot of things this team are going to dive into getting ready to attack the Marlins tonight, and I think they're going to be able to do that.
We're talking to Jody Jackson. Jody, Eduardo Rodriguez is going to pitch on Sunday, and he's now made 4 starts since his trip to the injured list, and you can make a pretty strong case. I don't even think you really have to argue it. This is his best stretch as a Diamondback. What are you making of that? Because Wolf and I were talking about this earlier this week. Because it is coming off the trip to the injured list, I mean, there's a very clear potential reason why he was struggling before that this season, not last year, and that would potentially explain what he's been able to do since the start of June.
You're right, Luke. His numbers are terrific. It has been a real bounce back for him and the best stretch for sure. And I think I see a lot of things. I see a fastball that is, not overpowering velocity-wise, but has a lot of carry, has a lot of life to it. He's always had great location, and I think he's got it all going. It's that confidence. It's almost the opposite of Gallen when you see a guy that, Gallen, who, sometimes we've seen Zach throw harder, but for him, he's still throwing, harder than Erod, and yet Erod's having more success. I think there are things that can be learned there, and I think Erod is doing a lot of things well, and you just see when a guy has that much confidence in what he's doing, it changes the game, and his location is always going to be his calling card. And all I know is, look, because there's a lot of things you can't, I know they're in a deep dive there with the pitching lab and all the coaches and everyone focusing in on how everybody can get better. Some things are hard to explain, but I know this. You're going to take this from Eduardo Rodriguez. They have really needed someone to step up with a couple other guys struggling in the rotation. And he goes from a guy that was really struggling to a guy that is starting to be one of those cogs in what we hope is going to be a great June, July, August, September for this team. And his numbers are great. I mean, it's not just the expected ERA is even better than what his ERA is, and the expected numbers are even better. So that's a great sign for him.
Jody, do you think it's not a good idea to focus as much on the lineup and expect more from the lineup and challenge the lineup to actually win games for the Diamondbacks going forward? I know that the staff, I know it takes a baseball team to go out and win games. I understand that. You've got to field your position, pitching and defense. This team was built on pitching and defense. But to me, once again, I think with the staff being under duress with some of the injuries, I think it's the onus is on the lineup to go out and win games because they're capable of doing it. Is it too short-sighted to say that and expect that?
Well, I mean, we've always been a little hesitant to say, hey, boys, go out there and win 10-3. You know, I think even Mike Hazen was on the air with you guys saying that. You know, when you go into the night that way, to go in with that type of mentality is not really what you want to do. So, look, you know that you're without Corbin Carroll, you're without Gabriel Moreno, and yet, as much as that hurts, you, especially with what Corbin does for this team and the numbers that he's put up and the catalyst that he is, you have guys in the lineup that are also very talented, and 1 through 9, again, I feel, I've said this many times, better than most teams in Major League Baseball. So it's going to hurt. It's going to bring it down potentially, your runs per game, or all of these metrics could go down with the loss of a guy like Corbin Carroll. But you still have a really, really good team. And so maybe it's not 10-3, maybe it has to be 4-2 or 6-3. The good news is, though, Wolf, and I know this sounds crazy with the injuries they've had, I think the pitching is stabilizing a little bit. For sure, the bullpen has been. I see the bullpen arms really, now, again, it's going to be ebb and flow, and there could be a hiccup here and there, but I almost feel like this pitching staff in general, and especially that bullpen, are kind of finding their way right now, and it's taken a little while to, it's like body blows, right? You have to get up and stabilize yourself, and I feel like that, look, they're 14-8 in June, and most of these, horrible news injuries like Corbin Burns and Justin Martinez, guys that aren't coming back this year, AJ Puck, have happened in June. So, again, I know what you're saying, but I don't know if you want to go into it like that, and you do have to have other guys that are going to come in and step up, and that's everybody. Like, it's not just, it could be James McCann coming up with a home run. It needs to be everybody, and I know this team's going to work to have it be anybody, any night.
Jody, it's always great talking to you. We'll catch up with you again next week.
Jody.
All right?
All right, guys, have a great weekend.
All right, you too. That's Jody Jackson joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. Wolf, when we come back to basketball, the Brian Gregory era is off and rolling for the Suns. Is it starting better than you expected? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show. Brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. Your home for everything Diamondbacks. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. You've heard me talk about Santan Ford, Tim Hovick, Santan Ford, for years now, and for really, really good reason. The people are awesome, and they don't leave, Basinonians. It's more than a great place to work. Santan Ford is where you can build a career, and they're hiring right now, looking for a few good salespeople. Maybe you've got that experience, or maybe, the requirement is what you're looking for, a place that you can invest in, a place that you can work with. If you're interested in joining the Santan Ford sales team, just give them a call and, you know what, talk to a sales manager about that. Santan Ford, it's where I do all of our business, Space Onions. That's right. Go to the Santan 202 Freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Real stories with Hellsberg.
After we met and we started dating, Nancy and I lived 150 miles apart, and I would drive my old jalopy car, and it was roughly a 3-hour distance. It took 3 years I drove across that state back and forth dating her every weekend.
Persistence.
And I would have never stopped. I had a lot of energy back then, 36 years ago.
At Hellsberg, find the engagement ring worthy of your story. Designed with the love, care, and craft it deserves. Visit a Hellsberg store or Hellsberg.com.
It's hot out in Phoenix, really hot, but you can help us do something cool. This month, the UPS store is teaming up with Arizona Sports to support the Phoenix Rescue Mission by collecting bottled water for our most vulnerable neighbors. It's easy to help, and we can't do it without you. Text WATER to 620-620 to find participating the UPS store locations near you or to make a donation. Text WATER to 620-620 to help us bring relief today during the Arizona Sports Water Drive.
Message and data rates may apply. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Dr. Osafi, founder of New Life Dental Implant Center. And doctor, you're doing more than giving people new smiles. You are transforming lives. When I visited your Scottsdale location, I was amazed at how many people were getting their new smiles. Who can benefit from full mouth dental implant treatments?
The patients that benefit from this treatment are those that are either missing multiple teeth, they are suffering from some form of gum disease, they have periodontal disease, patients that have been wearing dentures that are ill-fitting, or they're just unhappy with the appearance of their smile with their dentures. Those patients can benefit from this procedure. Also, those that have limited access to insurance or funds. We really wanted to make this treatment as comprehensive and affordable to anyone that needs and can benefit from it.
Go to newsmilearizona.com or call 602-855-0000. New Life Dental Implant Center, where a new smile means a new life.
It matters who your lawyer is. At Berg Simpson, we truly care about the quality of work we do, that fair compensation is given, and that our clients are getting the best possible representation. We're always working hard and are committed to doing everything we can to give our clients the best opportunity to have a great result. We're proud of that, and it shows.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns acquired the 31st and 41st picks in the NBA draft last night. Those two selections ended up being St. Joseph's forward Rasheer Fleming and Kentucky guard Kobe Brea. For more on what the Suns did in the draft, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. The Arizona Diamondbacks start a 3-game series against the Miami Marlins tonight at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Merrill Kelly gets the start for the Snakes. And the Phoenix Mercury go for their 6th straight win tonight in downtown Phoenix against the defending champion New York Liberty. Tip-off for that one is at 7. This report is brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. How will the Diamondbacks look on Monday morning? We will discuss. The fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
Hour number 2 of the show, live from the Arizona Sports Studios. Thanks to Kevin Pelton and Jody Jackson, who have already joined us on the show today to talk, of course, about the NBA draft and the Diamondbacks' 10-game homestand that's starting up tonight, respectively. Wolf, back to basketball. And you know what? A week ago, Kevin Durant was still on the team. They didn't even have the number 10 pick. They didn't have Jalen Green. They didn't have Dylan Brooks. They certainly hadn't made any of these draft picks. It feels like a completely different team now than it was a week ago, because it is. And very clearly, the new era is beginning.
Yeah, you know, the underwhelming return for Kevin Durant has turned into something encouraging, I think, based on earnings. That's just me. That's just me in the Wolfley compound, but it has been a little encouraging. They didn't get as much as we all hoped they would for Kevin Durant, but due to planning and some good fortune as well, the Suns have turned Kevin Durant into something encouraging.
Yeah, and I'll say just for me personally, the part of all this I was the most concerned about, or at least the most, looking at it cautiously, this whole situation, has been Brian Gregory, honestly. I mean, we talked about this a lot, the weeks leading up to the Jordan Ott hiring, and those were the weeks following the Brian Gregory hiring. I can set aside the Michigan State thing with Jordan Ott. Is he inexperienced? Yeah, they wanted inexperienced. Is he maybe a little more inexperienced than all the other even inexperienced candidates? Yeah, but, I can set that aside. I can, you can see the upside there. We got to see how it works. Brian Gregory is the one where it's like, if he's not ready for the job, especially this summer of all summers, they're going to pay for a long, long time.
Yeah.
And again, I'll throw this out there because I know people are going to be like, dude, they haven't done anything yet. They've drafted some players that have never played. I get that. We got to wait and see how this plays out. But as far as his ability to navigate a draft, I'm very happy with what he's done so far.
Yeah, definitely take that and put it in the positive column for Brian Gregory right now. And those are, hey, listen, Base Earnings, it's a big deal. That's kind of a big deal. Your general manager has got to be able to orchestrate a draft. He's got to be able to navigate it and orchestrate the draft. I think that went pretty well for the Phoenix Suns. I was particularly encouraged with what they did yesterday by going after Fleming and giving up trade capital, of course, to move up to 31. I thought that was really, really cool to see them identify somebody that they thought, this guy is going to be really important to our rebuild going forward, and then go get him. Have the wherewithal to actually do it. Now, some people may have said, you know what, you gave up too much. I don't think so, especially if he turns out to be a player.
I understand that's a fine line to walk, but if you're talking about second-round picks, I would rather have Rasheer Fleming, who most people considered a first-round talent. Wherever you had him in the first round, most people consider him a first-round talent.
Good point.
And the Suns obviously like him, and a lot of teams liked him. A lot of teams were trying to move up into that spot yesterday. I think Gambo said that the Suns had Fleming in their top 20, and so they were probably a little surprised that he was still there when the first round ended. I would much rather have that than just vague second-round picks in the future, because those second-round picks could be in the mid-40s or early 50s. It doesn't mean you give everything away. It doesn't mean you just constantly neglect the future. But to move up to get a guy like that, I think it's worth doing. I mean, now dust has settled on the draft. If there's anything I'm a little nervous they gave up, it's the first-round pick in the future for Mark Williams. That's the only one that I'm like, okay, that could bite them a little bit. But no, I love the move to go up and get Fleming.
Yeah, yesterday, once again, I keep pointing to that, but this was a still point moment, I thought, in the Brian Gregory era. The Suns moving up to get 31 and 41 by giving up 36, 52, 59, and 2 future second-round picks. That took some maneuvering right there. That did. Brian Gregory, again, looked like he knew what he was doing. The Suns looked like they had a plan. They wanted Rasheer Fleming and went after him and got him. A first-round talent, to your point. By most accounts, everyone said he was a first-round guy. The Suns wanted the dude, and they went and got him. You know, that's why he's, to me, the most fascinating. The new faces that are here for the Phoenix Suns, of all the new faces, that guy's the most fascinating. And the reason why I say that is you could see this wanton desire by Brian Gregory and the Phoenix Suns to go get that guy specifically. Why? Because he was going to be the perfect model for their culture. That's what I think.
Yeah, and he fits a lot of the boxes that they need. I mean, again, I know we're talking about a rookie. We got to see how it plays out. But in terms of what he is capable of, where his skills fit, they check a lot of boxes that the Suns need. And then, you know, the areas where he's maybe not as great just as a ball handler or whatever, that the Suns don't need that from him. You know, they're not going to ask him to do that. Here's Brian Gregory on what they liked about Rasheer Fleming.
The measurables obviously are off the chart, you know, and when you look at kind of the groundwork that we're laying in terms of some of our recent action, you're starting to see the profile of, you know, really high character guys that love to play, that are just guys that want to get better, are going to work to get better. And you see in Rasheer that over his years at St. Joe's, great length, great athletic ability, physically tough, plays with that toughness, that grit that is so important to us. Shot extremely well from the three, deflections, shot blocking, all those different things that just shows his activity level on the defensive end. Again, just 20 years old. So there's a pathway for an improvement that, you know, we're really, really excited about.
There it is. He just said it all. This is a guy that they think is their culture going forward. This is the kind of team we want to be. And that's why we targeted him, and that's why we went after him.
Let me play this too real quick on Kobe Brea because he's kind of lost in the shuffle of everything. But this is a guy that, if nothing else, can shoot. He really kind of sounds like the exact opposite of Ryan Dunn a year ago.
Well, there's only one, I think he led the country in three-point shooting. So there's only one number one. The one thing he is, obviously, he's proven during his entire career at Dayton and at Kentucky just how good he is shooting the ball. But every year he's gotten better and added another dimension to the shooting, where maybe early it was spot ups, then it became off of some pin downs and stagger screen actions, then it came off of actions off the dribble, then it was a little bit of the NBA with the sidestep threes and the step back threes. So that progression that we were able to evaluate and watch was a big reason for us taking him. He is an NBA three-point shooter at just a tad under 6'7", or right at 6'7". He also has the ability to shoot over a contested defender, which is really important in our game today.
So that's Kobe Brea, who's kind of the forgotten guy in all this. And we can get back into that certainly throughout the show. Celebrate the 4th of July with the Arizona Diamondbacks. Text fireworks to 620-620. Register and listen for your name starting Monday. And you could win 2 tickets to see the Dbacks take on the Kansas City Royals on the 4th of July. Again, that's fireworks to 620-620. When we come back, we'll stick with basketball. What's the best part of Rasheer Fleming's game? We're going to ask a guy who's covered him since high school. Josh Verlin joins us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Suns front office got to dealing in the second round of the NBA draft.
The Suns started the day with the 52nd and 59th pick in this draft. Through a true masterclass of playing chess, they now have pick number 31 and pick number 41.
How do we grade this Suns draft and the moves they made? The answer is on the way on the home of the Suns, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. I've got a condition known as spondylolisthesis in my low back. And the spine surgeons at DISC, they've helped me in the past, and I give them my highest recommendation to you, Basinonians. If you're battling spine or back issues in any way, shape, or form, you need to go to DISC, man. People from all over the world, They come right here. That's right. The disc founder pioneered endoscopic spine surgery, and now their surgeons train other surgeons in the United States and worldwide in endoscopic and minimally invasive spine surgery. Disc surgeons are known as leaders in the minimally invasive spine surgery that is so popular now. You got to get back to enjoying life again. The way to do that, you go to sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900. That's 602-944-2900 for disc.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. And it all starts with spectacular offers. Available right now at your Valley Chevy dealers July 4th event. Going on now. You'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventures ahead. No matter how you celebrate the 4th of July, it's always better in a Chevy. Don't miss out. Visit a Valley Chevy dealer near you during the Valley Chevy July 4th event. Going on now.
Hey, it's Gambo. Now that the NBA draft is in the rearview mirror, what's next on the Phoenix Suns off-season to-do list? The Burns and Gambo Show starts at 2 on Arizona Sports.
She's cool, she's hot, she's my friend. I try for
All right, we're back. It's Wolf and Luke on a Friday morning. A lot of buzz about the Suns draft, and Wolf, a lot of it really hit another level last night when they traded up to the first pick of the second round and were able to get Rasheer Fleming out of St. Joseph's. Joining us on the Arizona Sports Line right now is the founder and editor-in-chief of City of Basketball Love in Philly, Josh Verlin, a guy who has covered Rasheer Fleming for a while now. He can give us some insight on what to expect from him. Josh, thank you so much for the time. How are you doing?
I'm great, guys. Thank you so much for having me on.
There's a lot of excitement here. I know there's a lot of buzz around the league, teams trying to move up to get Rasheer last night. The Suns were able to do it, though, and it's really kind of sparked the fan base here. Well, what can you tell us about Rasheer just in terms of what he's really good at that the Suns are getting?
Yeah, I think he's just a modern, four-man, with a chance to be like a 3-4 down the road. I mean, he's a kid. He's a Camden, New Jersey high school native. I've seen him since his sophomore year in high school up through, his 3 years at St. Joseph's. And I think the biggest thing that he brings is just versatility and good size and athleticism. I mean, he's 6'9", he's physical, but he can really stretch the floor. His shooting has improved tremendously over the years. He can put the ball on the floor now. He's that kind of mismatch four-man that you like to see at the next level, and I really like the steps that he's taken to improve his game, really since I've seen him play, but especially since he got to St. Joseph.
Josh, are you telling me you've seen this kid from high school as a sophomore?
Yeah, so I've been covering the Philadelphia area, high school and college for 14 years. So,
okay.
Quite a few of the players in the draft. I mean, Dylan Harper I saw as a freshman at Don Bosco Prep, and I've seen a lot of Rasheer's growth and development as a player. I mean, he's grown a couple inches during that time, but really his skill set has improved tremendously. He was sort of a high energy 6'7" forward when I first saw him, and now he's a really skilled, like I said, more of a four-man, especially I think early on in the NBA. But St. Joe's was using him a little bit at the three, and he was finding success, especially as his college career went on, at being able to play with the ball in his hands.
Josh, do you have any idea how he has grown personally as a person?
I've always had great dealings with Rasheer. He's always been good to talk to. He's always had a good mind about the game. He certainly has matured in college, but I think that applies to 95% of kids that we cover these days.
Yeah.
Come a long way from the time you're 18 to when you're 21. But no, that's never really been a concern of mine with him. I thought he's always had a mature head on his shoulders, and I think he really, especially again his sophomore and junior year at St. Joseph's, especially blossomed there. Yeah.
Would you call him a dog?
Yes.
He's a dog.
I don't know what you guys know about Camden, New Jersey, but that's one of the big name programs in the region. DJ Wagner went there, and they've had and his father, and they've just had talent over the decades. I mean, back to the 60s, 70s, 80s. Camden they call it the High for a reason. So you don't play for Camden if you're not a dog. That doesn't compute. Yeah.
We're talking to Josh Verlin, founder and editor-in-chief of City of Basketball Love in Philly. Josh, sort of along those lines, Rasheer had a couple good quotes even just after getting drafted last night, stressing the importance to him of playing with effort. He certainly looked like that sort of player as well at St. Joseph's, but what can you tell us about him just as a pure effort guy?
Oh yeah, I mean, you're not playing for Camden unless you're diving on the ball, you're diving on the floor, and throwing your body all over the place and giving maximum effort, and certainly, and that was never an issue for him at St. Joseph's. He plays hard, he plays physical. He doesn't mind sticking his nose in there on the glass and blocking shots. He does all of those things very well. Again, because now he's making the jump from the Atlantic 10 to the NBA. I'm curious to see if he can still do all of those things at a similar level, because now he won't be the most physical player on the court in some of the games, which he was at the college level. But I certainly think that's not a worry with him, and I expect he will continue to grow his physicality, with a professional weightlifting program and all of that.
Yeah, Josh, what was the best thing that Rasheer did in college? What was the best skill that he had?
I think it is his versatility, and I know that's kind of a fallback answer, but it was his ability to, if he was put on a bigger, slower guy, to take them outside or to drive on them, or if he was put on a smaller guy to bring him into the post and score around the bucket, or to be a passer, to be a facilitator if his shots weren't there for him on any given night. So I do think it's that ability to be a mismatch, versatile guy, and his outside shooting. I mean, his shooting really came along. He when he gets his feet set, he's pretty much a knockdown guy from all around the arc. So that definitely is a strong point of his game, no doubt. But I think at the next level, his versatility is going to help him get on the court earlier.
Josh, the only thing I've really been able to find as far as a negative on him is maybe as a ball handler, but I mean the Suns aren't going to need him to ever do that. Were there any weaknesses in his game, even if he's cleaned them up over the years that you've seen?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's not going to, break a guy down one-on-one off the dribble for sure. When I would say he had the ability to put the ball on the floor, that was more, off a rip, or, if there was a guy that was slow to rotate, he could do a straight line drive to the bucket. But yes, he's certainly not going to be, crossing guys over and throwing down spin moves and trying to, create for himself. I don't think it's impossible to think that he could be decent at that a few years down the road, but certainly at the moment, that's not something you're going to look for him to do. You're going to look for him to, spot up, shoot threes, crash the glass, defend at a high level, bring that energy. And then I think you'll see the skill things start to develop throughout, years 2 and 3.
Well, Josh, we really appreciate the insight, man. Thank you so much for the time.
Josh.
Thank you so much for having me on, guys. Have a great one.
All right, you too. That's Josh Verlin, founder and editor-in-chief of City of Basketball Love in Philly. How about that? He's covered Rasheer Fleming since high school, since sophomore year. So he's probably the guy that knows more about Rasheer Fleming right now than anybody except Rasheer Fleming himself.
You know what's amazing about it? This scouting report I was looking at, impressive physical skills. It says defensive versatility. Shooting ability is definitely there. He's long. He's got a high motor. He's got a 7'5" wingspan. Think about that.
Yeah.
Look, I mean, that's huge. Excelling in both on the ball and off the ball defense. Strong finisher, an efficient shooter as well. This is I love to see dogs do well. And this guy's got a dog mentality, and I think it's one of the reasons why. That's right, Brian Gregory and the
Rick
Phoenix
just
Suns.
ruined it with this song.
They did. I think it's one of the reasons why they identified this is our guy. They want to build around this guy using him as well. Our culture is going to be about Rasheer Fleming. Now, I'm saying that, Basinonians, is a gross exaggeration. But they did target him, didn't they? They identified him, and they went after him. Why?
You look at these guys they drafted, and in a really, if things play out, this isn't even like the perfect world, but a pretty good scenario. If these guys reach their ceilings, you can see Malwatch being an anchor in the middle for a while. Kobe Bray is interesting. I know they don't need shooting guards, but you heard Kevin Pelton when we asked him. He said he might be the best shooter in this class, and they got him at 41. If you have a guy that's already an NBA three-point shooter and you're able to draft him in the middle of the second round, but Fleming in particular feels like the guy where if he plays to his potential is going to be you're going to see Fleming jerseys at Suns games. Again, if he plays to his potential. I know right now he's a second-round pick, but just the style of game he plays, if he can play to his potential and stick around and be an impact player, it seems like he's going to be a fan favorite when he's doing it. So this hasn't been fun. The Suns haven't been fun for a few months. This is some actual genuine excitement around this city for them now. All right, we come back. Is Nick Rollis making defensive players want to play for the Arizona Cardinals? We'll explain next via Buda Baker. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This afternoon at 2:30, Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with Dbacks manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 this afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app at 98.7.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfe here for my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. MovingTeam6.com. That's where you go, Basinonians. You're going to find out Moving Team 6, they utilize a military-like approach to every move. Every one of them, Basinonians, they're going to be professional for you. They're going to be efficient. They'll be on time, and they're going to be reliable. It's one of the reasons why they proudly support and hire veterans. That's right. They love to hire veterans to move people, move you. It's one of the things they do, and I love that. Not only that, it's a company that is built on the foundation of faith, ethics, honesty, trust, and service. Why do I know that? Because it's built on the backs of the Lee family. Tim Lee, that's right. He's a good friend of mine, Basinonians. He started the company in 2012 with his sons, Garrett and JT. They run the business right here. It's a family-run and owned business. Go to movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez and Sanderson Ford owner David Kimmerly discussing the final days of employee pricing.
Hey Gonzo, it's been a nice run of true employee pricing, but it's coming to an end. It's the final days of employee pricing, and we're going all out for our customers.
Like giving them a pair of Diamondbacks tickets just for coming in?
Yes, just for coming in. Plus real employee pricing like this.
New 2024 Bronco Sports for $27,900. New Escapes, $28,700. And new F-150 trucks for $41,700.
Get it all at Sanderson Ford with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense.
Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
Sanderson Ford is a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Bronco Sports stock number 246970. Escape 255354. F-150 STX Crew Cab 255684. Prices include employee price, Ford rebates, and Sanderson discounts.
Sanderson Ford.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta here to tell you about the hottest deals of the summer being offered at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler now through Independence Day. Earnhardt Ford's General Manager John Nissen and his team are rolling out nearly every remaining 2024 new Ford car, truck, or SUV now below employee price. Like their Built in the USA 2024 Ford F-150 STX models and Escape SUVs at amazing low rates and big Ford bonus cash offers. Add in the wildly popular 2024 Bronco Sport Badlands, and your summer is ready to roll. Plus, buy with confidence with Earnhardt and get a 3-year, 36,000-mile maintenance plan at no charge. All offers require approved credit. Hurry into Earnhardt Ford and get the star-spangled deals you've been looking for, or check them out online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the Noble Protection Packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. Employee pricing available on select models. AX/ZED plans ineligible for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 7/6/25.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns acquired the 31st and 41st picks in the NBA draft last night. Those two selections ended up being St. Joseph's forward Rasheer Fleming and Kentucky guard Kobe Brea. For more on what the Suns did in the draft, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Wide Refi. The Arizona Diamondbacks start a 3-game series against the Miami Marlins tonight at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Mercury go for their 6th straight win tonight in downtown Phoenix against the defending champion New York Liberty. Tip-off for that one is at 7. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. It's the Valley Chevy July 4th event going on now. Celebrate family, fun, and the freedom to save on an extensive Chevy lineup. Stop by your Valley Chevy dealers today.
Hey, it's Gambo. How will the Diamondbacks stay afloat with all the injuries they're dealing with? We'll ask manager Torey Lovello at 2:30 on the Burns and Gambo Show.
All right, welcome back to the show, Wolf and Luke, on a Friday morning. Been so much going on with the Suns and so much on the line for the Diamondbacks that we haven't really been able to talk as much football as we normally would, Wolf. But worry not, because training camp is basically 4 weeks away.
Ball.
Plenty of football coming up.
Here we go.
And along those lines, how about Buda Baker, who was on the Mina Kimes show yesterday talking about this Cardinals team and specifically the defense, and in this specific cut, specifically Nick Rallis.
Yeah, like you said, I think he's a mad scientist. He's a young guy. You know, when I was in college, he was in college, you know, but I could tell he was probably one of those college players that was in the defensive room every day, just trying to learn defenses, trying to create different type of pressures and stuff like that. And of course, that's like a, Jonathan Gannon, little, sidekick. There's been multiple games throughout the season where we've practiced exactly what offenses are doing to us on game day. So that's very special to have a coach who kind of understands, at the end of the day, throughout the week, it's a guessing game. Who's going to do this? How are we going to do that? How are they going to do this? And 9 times out of 10 on Sundays, what we talked about throughout the week is exactly what goes on Sundays. So it helps.
It does help that Jonathan Gannon is the head coach of the Arizona Cardinals, no doubt about that. Yet at the same time, when you think of Nick Rawlis and the fact he was 29 years old when he was hired.
That's crazy, man.
Think about that for a minute right now.
Crazy.
Ask yourself, Basinonians, wherever you may be, driving around right now, listening to this broadcast, ask yourself, how many NFL defensive coordinators do you know that were hired when they were 29? There's not a lot. Trust me on that one. To me, it's got to be one of the youngest hires ever for a coordinator.
I hesitate to even talk about Nick Rawlis on the air because I don't want some GM from another team driving through Phoenix. Hey, Nick Rawlis.
You've said that for a long time now.
But Buddha just went on the Mina Kimes show and talked about him. So, I don't know what you're doing, Buddha. Nick Rawlis is one of the things that if you're a Cardinals fan, I think you are most confident in with this team. And, Wolf, when this new regime got here and Monty got here and JG was talking about what he wanted, Nick Rawlis is the defensive coordinator, we talked so much about how they must look at Buda Baker and be like, that guy.
I know.
We don't even have to describe it. We just want it to be that guy. The flip side's probably true for a guy like Buda in particular. He probably appreciates what Nick Rawlis does more than anybody, really, because, Buda has the perspective that a lot of these guys don't have. He's been in the league longer than them, but also he plays defense so many different from so many different angles. I would say he plays the way Buda plays, but he's played it from so many different angles, and Nick Rawlis really has set him up to thrive in the last couple of years.
Yeah, that's what I really appreciate and love about Nick Rawlis. What he did as a young gun coming in here, he looked at Buda and watched him on tape and said, this is where he's really, really good. This is his strengths right here. So why don't we create a defense around Buda Baker and use his strength? And, man, that's exactly what they have done. It's been a process. There's no doubt about that, getting to learn each other. But watching Buda Baker hang around the box a lot more and move around and more in the middle of the field to allow him to use his incredible talents. Very, very similar like Troy Polamalu, I would say. I've said this before. You've heard me. Troy Polamalu. Do you remember Troy? Oh, my goodness, what a great safety he was for all those years with the Pittsburgh Steelers. And why? It was his ability to decipher plays and his instincts inside the box to figure out what you were doing. They wanted him to, many times, ad-lib. I think Nick Rawlis is doing the exact same thing with Buda Baker.
Well, you have a weapon like that, use it. Why not build your defense around Buda Baker? Why not? It's remarkable to me, and you said this on multiple occasions last season as it was happening, and you could see it happening. When you consider the career Buda Baker has had, it's remarkable to me that he seemed even more freed up than ever last year. It's not like Buda's been in the league for 2 years and they figured it out. And now he's only been with Nick Rawlis for a couple of years, but it's like he's never had a bad year. But last year they were able to open up this defense in a way that really just kind of set him free even more.
You know what's super cool about this as well, Basinonians? You think of the offensive side of the ball. There are things called read routes for a wide receiver, and that's where a wide receiver is going to go ahead. He's going to read coverage. Is it man? Is it cover 3? Is it cover 2? And he's going to change his route based on what the coverage is. When you snap the ball, all eyes go that way. It's the reason why a quarterback and a wide receiver have got to be on the same page a lot of the time. Not all the time. There are things where you're just going to run your route, whatever it may be, and the quarterback is going to read coverage based on that and throw the ball where he wants to. But having said that, there are some things called read routes. Nick Rawlis has done some things with Buda Baker now, where Buda Baker is a free hitter a lot of the time and has the ability to blitz if he wants to blitz, if he thinks it's a good idea to blitz. And everyone else in the secondary will actually change their coverage based on what Buda does. Now think about that for a minute.
That says a lot about Garrett Williams. It says a lot about Jalen Thompson. But you expect...
communication, you're right. Great point.
Yeah.
But the fact that you would do that philosophically, that the entire secondary is looking for Buda and what Buda is going to do, that is, man, that's next level, bruh.
That's got to be a nightmare for an opposing quarterback. Like if you are a rookie quarterback like they're going to see in week 1, probably in Tyler Shuck, that's going to be a nightmare to try and figure out where Buda Baker is. And here's 10 other guys now that can all play defense too. And by and large in the secondary, they've all been on the same page here for a little bit. Here's more from Buda on the Mina Kimes show, talking about this Cardinals defense in general now.
Yeah, I mean, I truly, love this defense because it gives me the ability to kind of be everywhere. And, I always know each and every week, I'm probably going to be that red dot that opposing offenses are going to see. And this defense, it's kind of really hard to know where I'm going. So that's definitely special. And with the collective players that we have now, it's definitely exciting. We're going to create, more one-on-ones and more opportunities for other guys to get to the QB or get tackled for losses, get interceptions. So I'm very excited. And like you said, it was a bunch of different things. And I just, put my hats off to the coaching staff for creating this type of scheme that we have.
I love
that, man.
I love it.
I love it. I do. It used to be robber coverage. That's what it was called when Troy Polamalu and the Pittsburgh Steelers, robber, man across the board. You're going to rush 4 and play man and the free hitter in the middle of the field, right, with a free safety in the middle of the field, but the free hitter down low was going to do whatever he basically wanted to do. You were going to let the instincts of Troy Polamalu take over, and he could go wherever he thought he needed to. Think about this. The quarterback, this is great. You got 10 other guys for the most part. So you literally have one guy that is hanging over, that 11th guy on your defense, where nobody can block him.
Yeah.
Nobody can account for the guy. And that is Buda Baker. Now, at some point, Buda is going to continue to evolve this defense, and I can't wait to see what that next step is going forward.
I'm way too high on this defense. I will grant you that. It's not. I'm not saying the Cardinals are making the Super Bowl, winning the division, even making the playoffs. I have no idea. With everything else that's happened in Valley sports over the last few years, I'm taking the wait and see approach, Wolf, that you say so often. But with this defense, I can't wait for the season to start to see what this defense can do. And it's not just because of the free agent additions. That's why I'm and the draft picks. That's why I'm glad we're playing these cuts. It's some of the nuances like that. And you just said it right there. No matter what defense you're playing, the defense has an extra guy, because it's not like the quarterbacks go out there and block. But the Cardinals are so good now with Nick Rawlis at making sure that extra guy is Buda Baker, which is like 3 extra guys because it's Buda Baker.
It's like a defensive quarterback. Buda.
If you were drafting guys to play defensive quarterback, he'd be one of the first ones you'd take in the whole NFL anyway. All right, we come back to the Diamondbacks and the injury issues they face. And a guy who maybe could have been an answer in the minors is also hurt now, too. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke in Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS store.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com for more information. At Aria Dental Implant Center, they believe everyone deserves that smile. Oh, yeah. You want to be proud of that smile. You want to bite into an apple, whatever it may be. Led by Dr. Joe with over 20 years of dental implant experience. Their locally owned center specializes in transforming smiles with the All-On-4 dental implant treatment. I have had the All-On-4, and I can tell you it is a game changer. Maybe socially, professionally, that's big, but even personally for you, it's going to give you a little bit more confidence. In most cases, patients can receive their final custom zirconia smile 5 days after surgery. Aria Dental Implant Center, where you don't just get implants, you gain the smile you deserve and the care that you can trust. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Watch all Dbacks games both live and on demand with the Dbacks TV subscription. Start your 7-day free trial today by registering at Dbacks TV. Visit dbacks.com/watch to learn more.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Every success you've had began with a great opportunity. Now there's another one. Last aid year, University of Maryland Global Campus awarded over $21 million in scholarships to qualified students, including community college students, service members, veterans, and working adults. Now is the time to move your career forward with an online and accredited skills-based education. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW, one of the best dealerships you are going to find on the planet.
That's because we're different, Bick. We're a family-run business for 58 years. We have employees that have worked at our store for 30 and up to 40 years. It's a great place to work and a family that cares about its employees and its customers. So put us to the test. Come on down, see how easy it is to do business with Chapman BMW, and I'll ensure you'll get the very best deal.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Every success you've had began with a great opportunity. Now there's another one. Last aid year, University of Maryland Global Campus awarded over $21 million in scholarships to qualified students, including community college students, service members, veterans, and working adults. Now is the time to move your career forward with an online and accredited skills-based education. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
The Arizona heat can be dangerous, and you can help save lives. Text WATER to 620-620 for the UPS Store water drop-off locations, or donate today. It's the Arizona Sports Water Drive, presented by the UPS Store. Message and data rates may apply.
All I ever wanted was a black Grand National.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. How will the Diamondbacks look on Monday morning? We will discuss. The fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
Say you bigger than myself, but it's not enough. I get on it. Yeah, somebody gotta do it. I mean.
All right, D-backs starting the 3-game series with the Marlins tonight. Derek Hall was on with Bickley and Murata earlier this week, and he talked about, there's a lot of injuries, but specifically the Geno injury and some of the other position players.
But I think, look, Geno showed us, and what a guy. He came out of that game. He came right back into the dugout. You don't see that a lot with players. He's just such a good leader, such a good man. And I think he's going to be fine. And I think we'll get some good news on some of the others as well. Hopefully they won't be as long and sustained of injuries, and we'll get those guys back in the lineup soon. I don't think things are as bad or as dire as they seem when it comes to the position players.
Well, that's potentially good news.
Yeah. Can you hear me, by the way? Because I can't hear that. I didn't hear one thing.
I didn't hear anything. I didn't
hear
that was
one
the most
thing
optimistic cut we've played in forever on this show.
You got to be kidding me right now. And then Byron walks in. Okay, command and control. I just want you to know, based on our needs, I did not hear that cut. So
well, I can hear you.
Can you tell me exactly what he said? I'd love to know what he said.
This is like a game of password. The listening audience heard it, but you didn't hear it. Wolf didn't hear it. That was Derek Hall, Wolf, talking about how the injuries to the position players might not be as bad as they look right now. And I think that could end up being a huge part of the equation at the trade deadline for the Arizona Diamondbacks. They know behind the scenes what's going on. We talk about the record. We talk about what their winning percentage is going to be here over the next 29 games before the trade deadline, where they're going to be in relation in the wild card race. They're still, were they 3 games back right now of a wild card spot? We're starting to see teams like San Francisco drop off a little bit. But if they know behind the scenes that some of these hitters aren't going to be back for a long time, that's, I think, would dictate their strategy at the trade deadline. But the flip side is also true. As Derek Hall just said, if these guys maybe aren't going to be out as long as people are potentially assuming, then that you do have one of the best offenses in baseball. I don't know that you punt on that.
I honestly don't know if you punt on that either. Right now, it's just fascinating to me that the Diamondbacks are in this situation. Could you see a scenario, Basinonians, where Mike Hazen, the freaky Mike Hazen, actually threads the needle? Freaky Mike Hazen, wheeling and dealing, where he wheels and he deals, where maybe you're not buying, but you're not selling either. Is it possible?
I can't wrap my head around what that looks like this year, but yes, I think it's possible. I think that's absolutely something he would do. I mean, I guess that would, if they traded prospects for bullpen help, would you consider that being buying? Or would that fit what you're saying?
No, that would be buying.
Okay. So you're saying you trade somebody.
If you're trading prospects.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if you traded Gino for bullpen help, that would be threading the needle.
Listen, I love Eugenio Suarez. I absolutely love him. And the more and more I hear about him, I absolutely think this guy is not going to be moved. He's not. But would you say that Gino gets streaky? If you could remove everything that he brings to the clubhouse, and see, that's the problem. What does he bring to the clubhouse? Well, base earnings, a ton of toughness. You hear Torrey talk about it all the time. Mike Hazen, you hear his teammates talk about how tough Eugenio Suarez is and what a clubhouse guy he is. And then he's putting up the numbers that he's putting up. But what's the one thing physically we know about Eugenio? Man, he will disappear from time to time. He will go, he's streaky. That's the best way to say it.
And now I don't want to even open up this door. I'm not saying he is the glue guy on the team, but he does feel like a guy that holds a lot of this team together. Let's put it that way. I think a lot of guys look up to Gino. You're right, though. I mean, that would be – I don't want to trade him either. I just want them to keep their team and see this through because I think they have a team that could still do some damage. But that would be the definition of selling high because he was red hot the second half of last year, and he's been really good the first half of this year, too. So for a calendar year, a guy who throughout his entire career has been streaky to the extremes. Like, he's not like, oh, this week he's not hitting so great, and next week he's okay. It's like, we saw it last year. First half of the season, are they going to DFA him? Second half of the season, he's the MVP of the National League. Like, that's what it was.
Think about it right now. How many home runs and the runs he's driving in, and this is Gino. Gino is on fire right now. But I think we all know, Basin audience, and this is no offense to Gino whatsoever, I think we all know a 2 for 40 is coming. Okay, at
hopefully
some point,
next year.
He's had the ability to disappear from time to time as well. I think we'd all agree, and I'm not attacking him. It's just the way that it goes with Gino.
Is that an example of what you were saying? If Mike Hazen threads the needle, you don't buy or sell.
Yeah.
I mean, because could you
trade
move Zach Gallen for a pitcher?
Could you move Gino Suarez for a couple of really good bullpen arms? Could you do that?
The issue or the complicating factor to all that is it felt like going into this season, Gino's only signed for this year, obviously. That's the only reason we're even having this conversation. If he was signed for multiple years, then there's no risk of losing him at the end of the year for nothing. It seemed like, okay, if Gino is gone at the end of this year, Jordan Lawler steps in. He's your third baseman in the future, right? I mean, that's what it has seemed like. But they called him up. He literally didn't get a hit the entire time he was up. They
Talking about Jordan Lawler.
Yes, Jordan Lawler. Now, I don't think that means he's suddenly not a good prospect, but I don't think you could trade Gino and assume Jordan Lawler steps in and starts hitting this year. And also now, Wolf, with Gino hurt, Lawler's hurt too in the minors with a hamstring issue.
I know. Oh, boy. And you know what? He's kind of gotten nicked up.
Yeah.
Jordan Lawler. Yeah, it's just amazing. He mentioned the fact he didn't get a hit when they brought him up. We were all kind of wondering. I think we're all surprised they brought him up. They called him up at that point anyways.
Yeah, I mean, I know that people had been clamoring for it, and he was tearing the cover off the ball in the minors.
But we were all wondering where they were going to get him at bats.
Yeah, it was like, we all want to see him in the majors, but why are you calling him up? Like, is somebody hurt? Remember, that's what it was. And they were just like, no, he's hitting the ball so well. And that probably didn't help because he didn't have a whole lot of room to get consistent at bats. But that is a complicating factor because if you were even going to go down that path, look, let's say the Diamondbacks are sellers at the trade deadline and they're trading Gino. The thought would be Jordan Lawler would step in and be that guy at third base, but he has had a very uneven development just because of injuries and timing. When he's playing in the minors, he's one of the best hitters in the minors.
Yeah, it was so funny because we were all waiting for him to get that hit, and he didn't get a hit. It was kind of like, Jordan, can I talk to you for a minute right now? Listen, square that ball up a little bit maybe, and so it was kind of odd to actually see that happen the way that it did. I think we were all surprised. I was a little surprised. Why do you got the smirk on your face?
I'll explain
right now. Okay.
Make your point and I'll explain. Trust me, there's a reason.
Rick, Jamal, were you guys kind of surprised that they called him up when they did?
No, because he was performing so well in AAA, but I don't think he really has a spot on the roster. Or he didn't at the time.
He didn't at the time. Yeah, that was it.
Yeah.
I felt like they called him up just because they kind of had to.
It's
not because they needed to.
We had the conversations on the show, like, is somebody hurt that we don't know about?
Yeah. But Jamal, what would you say?
Yeah, I feel like he kind of forced his hand the way that he was playing in the minors. I mean, he's batting .350 and clobbering the ball. I don't think they had a choice but to call him up. To give him an opportunity.
Yeah, but I was going to say, if you're going to call him up, aren't you going to play him more?
Well, and that's the I'm trying to not say the word ironic, but that's the frustrating part of this.
Yeah, don't say the word. Don't say it.
Right there.
Seriously, sit down and stop singing right now.
The frustrating part.
I'm not even going to do it. Sit down and stop singing.
On a Friday, Wolf's not going to do it. When Catel Marte was hurt, Jordan Lawler wasn't the second baseman yet. Now that Gino's hurt, and he's not on the injured list, so hopefully he's back here very soon, but Jordan Lawler can't get called up right now and get a week's worth of at-bats like he maybe would have under normal circumstances because he's hurt. The reason I was smirking...
Yeah.
Do you see that sign that's on the window that one of the engineers just put up while we were talking? It just says push it at 159.59. Is that this secret button that we were talking about earlier? Because if it is,
you gotta be kidding me. Who did that? Who put that up there?
One of the engineers. Rob
the
just
IT
walked by
guy
and put it
walked
up
by
when you were over here talking. Yeah, put it up. So
all right, base earnings. I'm gonna X that thing out.
I'm gonna take that as an okay that I can push this button right as our show ends going into
push it.
All right, coming up next, we're going to take you through the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Mark Williams, this is a really terrific player when healthy, but he's never played more than 44 games in a season.
No, and even last year, it was an assortment of stuff. It was a very, for lack of a better term, Bradley Beal-ish game log. But when he was on the floor, 15-10 is nothing to sneeze about.
But again, he was traded, and that team canceled the trade.
He was peeved, and he's got a chip on his shoulder about it. When the Lakers were eliminated from the playoffs, Mark Williams went on Twitter with a smirking emoji.
I forgot that. He did. I like the guy already.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. You need to ensure your retirement is the ultimate summer vacation, baby. That's why you want to call Trajan Wealth. I've talked about Trajan Wealth for a while, but now I'm their client. No doubt about it. I've been a client for a long, long time. Let me tell you, they made retirement planning simple. No pressure. No confusing jargon, just clear, honest advice from fiduciaries who put your goals first. I feel way more confident, Basinonians, more prepared, and honestly relieved. If you've ever wondered if your plan could be better, get a second opinion from Trajan Wealth. It's one thing to save for retirement, and it's another to feel ready for it. Trajan Wealth will get you ready. Pick up the phone and call 480-990-3300, 480-990-3300 for Trajan Wealth. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Due to new tariffs, AC system costs are rising. No worry. Collins Comfort Masters is buying back your old air conditioning system up to $2,500 because we're official Lennox dealers. Collins Comfort can get you a new high-efficiency AC system for as low as $89 a month. That's less than a cup of coffee per day. Schedule your appointment by calling Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com.
What if we get this same deal that Ford employees get? Yep, employee pricing for everyone, and it's been extended at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here, man, we're talking across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs from America for America. Just like Ford Motor has been part of America's story for more than a century. Take that 2024 Ford F-150, work truck or weekend warrior. Right now, we can get employee pricing plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $4,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend for just $399 a month with $3,559 due at signing. Or get employee pricing and lease a Bronco Big Bend 4x4 for just $499 a month with $3,099 due at signing. We pay what they pay. Employee pricing at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns acquired the 31st and 41st picks in the NBA draft last night. Those two selections ended up being St. Joseph's forward Rasheer Fleming and Kentucky guard Kobe Brea. For more on what the Suns did in the draft, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by YRefi. The D-backs start a 3-game series against the Marlins tonight at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Merrill Kelly will get the start for Arizona. And the Phoenix Mercury go for their 6th straight win tonight in downtown Phoenix against the defending champion New York Liberty. Tip-off for that one is at 7. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
And I'm hungry like the wolf.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, could I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does it smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
All right, it is noon on a Friday. It is time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Rick is here. Rick.
Love a good Friday show that is moving along quite quickly. The NBA draft.
Rick's got places to be.
Yeah, I do actually have places to be. I'm covering the Mercury game tonight. The NBA draft concluded yesterday.
Don't let us get in your way. Sorry.
No, it's fine. I don't have to be there till 4:30. I was joking.
By the way, barbecue is on the way.
Barbecue is on the way.
Nice. Oh, I didn't know about this. Okay.
The NBA draft concluded yesterday with the second round. The Minnesota Timberwolves selected St. Joseph's forward Rasheer Fleming for the Phoenix Suns at pick number 31. Later in the second round, the Golden State Warriors picked Kentucky guard Kobe Brea for the Suns at pick number 41. What are your thoughts on Fleming and Brea coming to the Suns?
I like the aggressive maneuvering by Brian Gregory and the Suns. I really do. I mean, no matter what they did, we were going to read a lot into it this week because it's our first real look, like you said, Wolf, kind of Brian Gregory putting his fingerprints on the Suns. The Kevin Durant trade, that wasn't of his doing. They were going to have to make a trade. But this, how he navigates the draft is really our first look at him and not just him saying there's alignment or, talking, but him actually doing stuff. I like what he did a lot.
I like it too. It's undeniable. The underwhelming return for Kevin Durant has turned into something I think encouraging. And this is all about Devin Booker and building around Devin Booker right now. But you think about Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks, Mark Williams, Malawach, Rasheer Fleming. You got guys that are young, Ryan Dunn, Oso. I'm kind of excited about the raw athleticism and some length as well. This is a reload/rebuild, and I like the direction of it right now. Now, again, I don't think they're going to win 40 games.
Yeah, I don't know if it's going to translate to a lot of wins right away, but I just think they could be fun.
Just long, lean, and athletic. I like it.
All right, sticking with the Suns, over to our Sanderson Ford poll question. Up now at ArizonaSports.com. Wolf's going to love this one. What grade would you give the Suns for their 2025 NBA draft? A, B, C, D, or F?
Look, you know what? I'm going to give him an A, honestly, within the context of what it is. Not like anybody's going to look back and be like, well, you gave him an A 4 years from now. They're not winning a title. For in the moment, what they did, they got a guy at 10 that probably shouldn't have been there. And they moved up to get a guy at 31 that probably shouldn't have been there. And I'm kind of intrigued by Kobe Brea, too, just on this team. We'll see. I'm going A.
Hold on. You can't give him an A because they've got to prove it. The rookies have to prove it, so it's got to be a B.
But
then
again,
an A can't be an option then if I can't give it to him.
Well, the A is an option just because, the people making the poll don't know that you have to prove it.
No, listen, proving it by a rookie is not the draft. You could give him an A for the draft.
I feel like I'm grading Brian Gregory here.
Exactly. Yeah. The mentality behind it, Rick, it's about Brian Gregory and the Phoenix Suns and what they have done. Now, it's up to the rookies to go out and prove it. It's up to them to go out and do it. It's up to everybody to go out and prove it. But having said that, you can actually grade in a wink-wink kind of way because I don't like doing it. Yet at the same time, yeah, if you're going to force me, I'd say give him an A. Why? The value of Malawach at number 10? And then the value of a guy that was a first rounder by all accounts? Now, I realize he was number 31. He just missed the first round.
But they had to move up to get
But
that.
again, value for Rasheer Fleming as well. Yeah, give him an A, man.
They need and have needed a franchise-altering draft.
It doesn't mean anything.
Need to win.
It doesn't mean anything. It's just an opinion. You're going to give somebody a grade.
All right, I will begrudgingly vote A.
Okay.
Because that's what 2 of the 3 people currently here. I don't know where Jamal went.
He heard barbecue and he took off.
Yeah. 42% say B, so I feel justified there. 41% say A, 13% C, 3% F, Lakers fans, 2% D.
Man.
Wow.
Just,
Some
once
optimism,
again,
man.
of course. Prove it.
There wasn't a ton of
course.
optimism a week ago. There's at least some now, and I feel like it's real optimism.
Also, I found Jamal. Now that the draft is over, and I wanted to ask you guys this question because we don't have a segment about it today. What do you guys want the Suns to do next? Whether that's figure out how to move Beal or just really anything. Move Royce O'Neal.
Hold on. When you say you found Jamal, that makes it sound like he was hiding behind the door and you were looking. He just walked back in.
Yeah.
You didn't find Jamal.
You didn't find anything.
If anything, he found you.
Okay.
Whatever.
Semantics.
What they need to do next.
Just called reality, Rick.
What did I just walk into?
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
Sit
Jamal,
down.
if I were you, I'd get out of here as fast as you possibly can. The next move is, it is moving Beal because free agency is coming up soon, and you really can't do anything until you can't do anything of consequence until you move Beal. They have some potentially fun pieces on this team right now, but they're not a complete team, and it would be really nice to go out there and be able to complete it with just some solid veteran additions.
Well, yeah, they've got to move Bradley Beal, and I know that's not going to be easy, and it's going to cost something to move him. But you can't have this hanging over the organization the entire offseason. You're going to have to move him at some point in time or make the decision as to what you're going to do with him at some point in time, right? Right.
Right. All right. Last one for you guys. The Arizona Diamondbacks start a 3-game series tonight against the Miami Marlins. First pitch is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. The D-backs will face starters with 6.17, 6.69, and 5.56 ERAs this weekend.
What's your point, Rick?
Should the expectation be a sweep for Arizona?
This is the series of the 3, Rockies, White Sox, Marlins, that my expectation is just win the series.
Yeah.
This 9-game stretch against these teams with bad records. Miami has won 4 in a row. They just swept San Francisco. Now, Rick's right. The ERAs are not great for the guys that they are facing, that the Diamondbacks are facing in this series, but I do think Yuri Perez, who's pitching tonight, is a pretty good young pitcher for Miami. I've seen him pitch in the past. It wasn't this year. It was obviously just last year. But he's solid. You take 2 out of 3 here, I'm happy with it.
Yuri Perez, his last 3 starts, though, Basin Reams, he's gone 11-2. 11 2/3 innings pitched, and he's given up 8 earned runs.
It's not great.
So it's not great.
And when
He's
I say I
got
saw him
all
pitch
sorts of
a year
talent.
ago, it was 2 years ago.
He's got all sorts of talent, capability, but the results have not been good right now. Yeah, for me, the expectation, win the series.
All right, I have something really quickly to add before we go to break. This is just in. It's on 3. Big 12 coaches and athletic directors have decided to stop doing the conference's preseason media poll. Brett McMurphy reports Arizona State, which won the Big 12 championship, was selected last, and they put last in all capital letters in 2024.
Oh, that's a shame. No more predictions. Wolf, that's a group of people that said, we're not making any more predictions.
It's because you don't really know what's going to happen in college sports these days before the season because all the teams are different, so it's stupid to do preseason media polls.
It's a year-to-year proposition.
Especially last year when you had new teams joining the conference because, you've got all the teams look different from year to year. And you don't even know how the coaches match up with each other in that conference because you had a bunch of new teams coming into the conference. The only thing is the preseason media pool within the Big 12 doesn't affect anything. You know what I mean? By the end of the year. Whereas the preseason poll just overall, top 25, that does sometimes impact the way teams are viewed all season. But that's funny that's gone. All right, that was Wolf and Down Your Lunch. Celebrate the 4th of July with the Arizona Diamondbacks. Text fireworks to 620-620. Register and listen for your name starting next Monday. And you could win 2 tickets to see the Diamondbacks take on the Royals on the 4th of July. Again, that's fireworks to 620-620. When we come back, the Phoenix Suns were absolutely one of the most aggressive teams in the NBA draft the last couple days. How do you feel about that? We'll get into it next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Suns made their pick at 10th overall.
The Suns need a big body in the worst way. With this draft pick.
Come on, Malawach, Duke University.
This is the kid they wanted.
Reaction to the Suns' new 7'2" rookie center from Duke on the way. On the home of Phoenix Suns basketball, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Imagine finding your dream home and then moving in right away, not waiting around to sell your old place first and risking losing your dream home because you're waiting around to sell the old place first. No, none of that. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now, sell the old one later. It is much less stressful if you can do it this way. So here's how it works. Orchard's going to give you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves, no bending your schedule around a bunch of random people. Then the Orchard experts are going to take it from there. They're going to handle repairs on your old home, and they're going to make price-boosting upgrades. Then once they're done, a local Orchard agent's going to list and sell your home for top dollar still. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and then still sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
DQ presents How to Make Your Summer Take Flight. Just head into DQ for a new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat. Treat your inner hero to an epic mix of sugar cookie dough, sprinkles, and cake batter flavor. Blend it all with legendary DQ soft serve, and it's enough to tempt Superman himself. Fly into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman. Only in theaters July 11th. DQ. Happy tastes good. Only at participating locations.
Tomorrow, some of us will wake up and it will be our last day on this earth. It will be unexpected and without warning. Each year, 250,000 people will die from medical malpractice, the third leading cause of death in America. 43,000 will die in a car or truck crash. 6,000 will die working on the job. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, and we represent many of these families. It's awful. Unfortunately, many times some of these family members are not speaking and never get to say, I'm sorry or goodbye. If you're at odds with a loved one, listen closely. Pick up the phone. Call them. Say you're sorry. I promise a huge burden will be lifted from your heart and your soul will be renewed. Even if you're not wrong in your own mind, it doesn't matter. Death is bad enough. Death without closure and love will follow you the rest of your days. Trust me on this. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, Gambo here with Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, how do tariffs impact an investor's strategy?
Well, tariffs can affect their investment strategies, but that's once they're implemented. Right now, what we're dealing with is the fear of possible tariffs and the volatility that's following.
So how do you help clients navigate that if they've got that fear?
Well, number one, they just need to stay the course and make sure that they're properly diversified, and most importantly, that they're invested at the right risk level for them.
Are there specific strategies that you use?
Well, absolutely. And a lot of it is hand-holding, making sure that they don't panic. Everyone knows you're supposed to buy low and sell high. Oftentimes, people do just the opposite.
So staying informed and adaptable would be the key.
100%.
Is your portfolio diversification in line with your personal personal risk tolerance? Go to assetpreservationwealth.com for a free portfolio review or call 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. And it all starts with spectacular offers. Available right now at your Valley Chevy dealers July 4th event. Going on now. You'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventures ahead. No matter how you celebrate the 4th of July, it's always better in a Chevy. Don't miss out. Visit a Valley Chevy dealer near you during the Valley Chevy July 4th event. Going on now.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Rasheer Fleming picked by T-Wolves and traded to the Suns with the 31st pick in the draft. Suns wheel and deal to build out their young core. And Torey Lovello had his best moment of the season in comforting Catel Marte after fan taunts, says Dan Bickley. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi.
Yeah, we're going to do a listeners-only meeting, Wolf, in about 15 minutes. I know we've been doing them a little bit more lately, but we keep not getting to every call, and stuff keeps happening. So now that the draft is completely in the books, I just want to get a sense, I think you do too, of just what Suns fans are feeling about the start of the Brian Gregory era, how the draft went down. I know a lot of people were excited about Rasheer Fleming before the draft even started. Before even round 1 started, there were a lot of Suns fans saying, hey, I hope we get this guy at some point. And then for it to actually happen, I made this comment to you earlier in the show. You're starting to see some actual fun around this team again. I think there's a way it could have been fun with Kevin Durant here. I don't blame Kevin Durant for all this. I think everybody has a different opinion of why it was the way it was. But last year wasn't fun. Last season wasn't fun.
No.
I think it was for a lot of different reasons. But at least the last few days have been fun again for the Suns.
Why would you say that, though? What has changed because of the Kevin Durant trade? What do you think has changed? I think we were all underwhelmed, but we always were going to be underwhelmed. We talked about it.
Yeah.
For weeks, as a matter of fact. Unfortunately, for weeks. Talked about how, what can you reasonably expect to get back for Kevin Durant? And why do I feel so much better about the KD trade now? Jamal, I know you're looking at me right now and you're like, hey, wow, you know what? I agree with you, Wolf. What is going on? Rick, you're doing the same thing back there, shaking your head. Why do we feel so much better about the KD trade now as opposed to when it first came down? I think we're getting a little resolution. That's what I think it is. We're getting names. We're getting human beings. Rasheer Fleming is a human being. Malawach is a human being. We're actually seeing it right now. We're getting return on it. Even though we knew what the capital was that was out there, now we actually see names and faces. And I think that's going a long way to adding a little bit of excitement.
Yeah, you're finally, you're getting some athletic players too. Jalen Green, Rasheer Fleming are some athletes,
That's what fires me up.
And you've got some guys now here with some upside. Just again, I think the fact that we're finally adding pieces instead of talking about how much we're going to lose or how much we have to get rid of. Beal's still here. I still think that's a big part of this. For me, it's not even just the trade and the return, although the fact that it was all after all that talking condensed into just a few days. All of a sudden, Sunday they're trading KD. Wednesday they're drafting Malawach. Thursday they're moving up and drafting Fleming and drafting Kobe Bryant. They moved up for him too. So they obviously saw something there that they like, probably the shooting, because he's one of the best shooters, three-point shooters in college basketball. I think it's just the fact now that we're finally turning the corner for better or for worse. And I'm like you, Wolf. Do I think they're going to win 40 games next year?
Yeah.
Doubtful, unless they can move Beal and bring in some free agents that make them, more in a win now mode. But a lot of your main pieces, these guys we're talking about, like Malawach and even Jalen Green, are still developing. And in the Western Conference, that's probably not going to win you a ton of games this year, but it just feels like there's a direction now.
It feels like there is a direction, no doubt. Listen, Devin Booker, we know, is Planet Orange, correct? Mm-hmm. He is Planet Orange. But now there are new moons that are circling Planet Orange. You talk about Jalen Green and Dylan Brooks, Mark Williams, Kaman Malawach, Rasheer Fleming. We talked about just the fact Ryan Dunn. How much better could Ryan Dunn be in year 2? Also, as well. If in fact these guys are all here, it's going to be interesting to see. Hold on to your butts because it's not over. The first push point has come of the offseason.
Yeah.
That being the NBA draft. There are other push points that are still out there.
And then next year you go out and get Mikal Bridges in free agency, and then you have a really fun team.
Can you imagine that? Give me a break.
Are you not paying close attention to the Knicks? I'm paying close attention to the Knicks to make sure they can't free up enough money to extend Mikal Bridges this summer.
Man.
Because if they can't, he could be a free agent next summer.
Yeah. You know what's interesting, too? Rasheer Fleming. I see a lot of Mikal Bridges in Rasheer Fleming.
I'm glad you said it. Because I didn't want to say it because he hasn't done it.
It's just the skill set.
But it's the type of player, and I think that's part of it. Matt Ishbia came out after the season and was like, "We're going to be more defensive minded. We're going to be grittier. We're going to be a fun team." And then they went out and drafted players that do fit that, and so that just following through on a plan a little bit is encouraging right now.
Yes, I was reading this scouting report. I talked about it earlier, but think about it. Impressive physical abilities, defensive versatility, shooting ability. He's got a 7'4" wingspan, excelling in both on-ball and off-ball defense. I mean, this is Mikal Bridges. It sounds like Mikal. And, again, we're going to have to see how this all shakes out. And, by the way, Rasheer, prove it, bro. Of course, you got to prove it. Prove everything. But right now, just based on the evidence that we have, I would say the skill sets are really similar.
He, when he got drafted last night, Rasheer Fleming was talking to, I think it was to Monica McNutt, and she was, just doing the interview after they get drafted, and I don't have the exact quote now, so I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but he was basically like, yeah, I can shoot, but even if the shots aren't going in, you're going to get maximum effort from me. And like I said, I'm paraphrasing it because we don't have the cut, but I'm not paraphrasing it that much. That's essentially what he said. And that's the attitude that they want on
You are
this
talented,
team.
you are versatile, can defend multiple positions. What are you going to bring to the organization that you're joining, the Phoenix Suns?
First off, just so much effort. Like, regardless if anything goes wrong, if I'm not making shots, anything, which I doubt, you're going to get a lot of effort out of me. Like, I'm going to continue to play hard regardless.
Doubting that you were going to.
That was
Roof. That's exactly. Start barking, dude. Start barking. Yeah, that's right. I might miss shots, but you know what I can do? I can just bone up on you, bro. It's a mentality. It really is a mentality. And from everything I've been told, and again, based on I don't know the guy, but from everything I've been told and read, Rasheer Fleming is a dog.
Well, we asked Josh Verlin, who covered him in high school and last year at St. Joseph's. You asked him that exact question: "Is he a dog?" And he's like, "Yeah."
Yeah.
He wouldn't have been playing for the
since
team
he was
a
sophomore in high school.
It would have been funny if he barked in that interview. I also like the part where he's like, "Even if I'm missing shots," and then was like, "But I don't do that." But you're going to get maximum effort from me. Here's Brian Gregory talking about the type of person or people now that they're bringing in.
We're just bringing in high quality young men that are excited about coming to Phoenix, excited about playing for the Suns. They understand how important becoming a part of the community is for us moving forward as we're setting new standards and different things like that. And when you just talk to them, you can feel it that they're going to be just great parts of our team.
Brian Gregory, again, looked like he knew what he was doing. The Suns looked like they had a plan, and they wanted that kid, and they targeted him and went after him. That's why I think it's significant.
All right, let's get some calls. Now it's your turn. How do you feel about the Suns draft? It's officially over. Call 602-260-9870. Feel better about the direction of this team. It can be cautious optimism. It can just be full-blown excitement because you haven't had a whole lot to be excited about with the Suns over the last 6 months. Whatever it is, 602-260-9870. It's the listeners-only meeting on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win a pair of tickets to Dbacks Royals on the 4th of July from Arizona Sports. Text Firework to 620-620 and listen for your name June 30th through July 2nd for your chance to win.
There's a swing and a ball hit high and deep to right field. Freeman moving back, looking. Oh, that is gone.
What's more All-American than Dbacks baseball, a Dbacks dog, and fireworks on Independence Day at Chase Field? Text Firework to 620-620 now. Message and data rates may apply.
All right, Rick, what do you say you bring me that Brooklyn beat if you know? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Happy birthday, America. And my brothers over at Brooklyn Betting, they want to help you celebrate, Basinonians. You know what I'm talking about. Here we go. We are the Wu Fang Clan. We love our Brooklyn Sedona hybrid mattress from Brooklyn Betting. Right now at Brooklyn Betting, we're talking about 30% off everything in store and online now through July 4th. That's right. Everything in store and online is 30% off and an additional 5% off for active and retired military members. So here's the move, brothers. You go to brooklynbetting.com or better yet, stop by one of Brooklyn Betting's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the 4th of July sale at Brooklyn Betting. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting. Go to brooklynbetting.com.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
With Progressive, renters can save on protection for the things that make your place yours, even things that don't make sense to everyone.
People always wonder why I don't get rid of my guitar since I never play. But it's like, what if I actually end up taking lessons? Sure, I've had it for 8 years, but if I get rid of it, then what will my New Year's resolution be next January?
Exactly. So bundle your renters in auto and save with Progressive and protect the things that make sense to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers not available in all states or situations. Covered subject to policy terms and conditions.
Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez and Sanderson Ford owner David Kimmerly discussing the final days of employee pricing.
Hey Gonzo, it's been a nice run of true employee pricing, but it's coming to an end. It's the final days of employee pricing, and we're going all out for our customers.
Like giving them a pair of Diamondbacks tickets just for coming in?
Yes, just for coming in. Plus real employee pricing like this.
New 2024 Bronco Sports for $27,900. New Escapes, $28,700. And new F-150 trucks for $41,700.
Get it all at Sanderson Ford with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense.
Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
Sanderson Ford is a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Bronco Sports stock number 246970. Escape 255354. F-150 STX Crew Cab 255684. Prices include employee price, Ford rebates, and Sanderson discount.
Sanderson Ford.
When you own your own business, you own every decision. Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
Make a new hire or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with the toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge.
Big props to this team.
Some decisions are a win-win. like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Introducing Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. With $2,500 in annual value, it's the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member of FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns acquired the 31st and 41st picks in the NBA draft last night. Those two selections ended up being St. Joseph's forward Rasheer Fleming and Kentucky guard Kobe Brea. For more on what the Suns did in the draft, head on over to Arizonasports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. The Dbacks start a 3-game series tonight at Chase Field against the Marlins. First pitch is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Merrill Kelly gets the start for the Snakes. And the Phoenix Mercury go for their 6th straight win tonight in downtown Phoenix against the defending champion New York Liberty. Tip-off for that one is at 7. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. It's the Valley Chevy July 4th event going on now. Celebrate family fun and the freedom to save on an extensive Chevy lineup. Stop by your Valley Chevy dealers today.
The Listeners Only Meeting with Wolf and Luke.
All right. Lost all 10. Whatever. Time for the Listeners Only Meeting right now. Wolf, 602-260-9870.
What up, YouTube?
Good time to get a sense of the of how the Suns fans feel about the draft and the direction of the franchise. All right, let's start with Jared in Queen Creek. Jared, you're on the Wolf and Luke Show.
Gentlemen, happy Friday. What's going on, fellas?
What's up, my brother?
So 2 weeks ago, man, I was in the burn it down camp. You know, blow it up, get rid of Booker, get rid of Beal, burn the arena down, move the team to Vegas, whatever it takes. But I got to tell you, the last 2 weeks, this draft, this trade, totally different attitude. Now, I'm not expecting a championship, and normally I wouldn't be excited just to say, hey, my team's going to be better. They might win 40 games. But to see where this team was just in their attitude, to see where they are now, they're aggressive. The front office was aggressive. These guys coming in seem aggressive. That's our biggest problem, is aggressiveness and just playing that way. So if this is kind of a foreshadow of what the team's going to be like, I can definitely buy into it and get excited about it.
That's so cool,
Thanks,
man.
Jared.
That is a good call.
Yeah.
That is, because I think we're all starting to feel a little bit of that. Some resolution. The team is starting to take shape, starting to form around something that you could get behind. But, you know, again, it's not like they're going to go out and win 50 games.
Yeah, but I've always said this. The Suns have a great fan base, and it's not like you want to buy into a rebuild every year. But I think you have a great fan base that will buy into the rebuild, retooling, whatever you want to call it, reset, anything with re. They're not going to buy into it over and over and over again. But with this new regime, if you do it, like, isn't it a lot more – it's a lot easier to get behind the roster when you see guys on the team that even if you're not going to be a playoff team next year, you see guys on this team that'll probably be on the team the next time they make the playoffs. Like, it feels like you're actually starting to build something now instead of just crossing your fingers.
Yes, starting to build something now. Like there's a plan behind it. I think that's important.
Let's talk to Jay in Scottsdale. Jay, you're on the Wolf and Luke Show.
Luke, Wolf, it's been a minute.
What's up,
so
Jay?
I'd like to say this. I think we took care of everything that we lost during the season and at the end of the season. I think we took care of that in the draft. My only concern is the player we got from Houston. Bradley has a lot of personal issues that he's been going in and out of court with, and I just don't want to see him come to Phoenix. And you know, like I know, Wolf, you can be a head case in a locker room, and that will destroy what's on the field or on the court.
Yes.
No, yeah, Jay, thanks for the call.
There's no doubt about that, man. Again, listen, I think he was talking about Dylan Brooks.
Dylan Brooks,
Yeah, TMZ has a report out about him going through some personal stuff.
Yeah, and he might be doing that. You know my feelings on Dylan Brooks. I love how he competes. I love how physical he is. I love it. I love the intensity. I love the toughness. Just don't instigate it. Don't be an instigator. Just go ball.
He's definitely, of all the additions they've made in the last week, the one I'm the least fired up about. But it's not really like an anti-Dylan Brooks thing. I'm fired up about, come on, Malwatch and Rasheer Fleming. And I'm really interested to see what they can get from Jalen Green and some of these guys. But we did have Danielle Lerner on last week, who covers the Rockets for the Houston Chronicle, and we asked her about Dylan Brooks as a teammate, and she said his teammates love him. So
yeah, I know.
We're going to have to wait and see on that one.
I will take a wait and see approach.
I mean, when you add him, it's going to be controversial, because typically if you're a fan of another team, you've been upset at Dylan Brooks in the past. So if you're a Suns fan, you've been mad at Dylan Brooks before. Let's go to Peoria. Let's talk to Brad in Peoria. Brad, what's going on?
Oh, not too much. I'll put this in terms that I know everybody's going to understand and love. I think what the Suns are doing is great, but I want everybody to really put it in perspective. Essentially, we didn't win the offseason. We won the kickoff. And if you're a Wolfley fan, you know that Wolfley's won his fair share of kickoffs before. But now we need to get that 3 and out. We pinned them back. Now we got to get that 3 and out. And the way we do the 3 and out, the out is the O'Neal, Grayson Allen, and Bradley Beal. We got to find homes for these guys, and we got to get some stuff back in return. And what that's going to do to the fan base is going to let them know that, hey, we got some of our 2026 draft picks back or 2027 draft picks back, and that we can keep doing this for the future. So winning the kickoff, as great as a wedge buster as Wolf is, he knows that doesn't necessarily lead to wins. But now we got to get that 3 and out. Let's get these 3 guys out. Let's get something back, and let's build on this momentum. Thanks, guys.
I love that, man. That's a great call.
We've won the offseason. I would challenge any team. I think we've won the offseason.
Sit down quick.
They do. They obviously still have a lot of moves to make, and you can't build for the future with no assets, no draft picks going forward. But they have a couple.
Just Google that, my young crunks. Sit down quick.
Let's talk to Don in Avondale. Don, what's going on?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Happy Friday.
You too.
You know what? I want to talk a little bit about this Malwatch kid. I mean, when I knew that we got that 10th pick, I watched him obviously in Duke when they went to the Sweet 16 and all that and 8, the Big 8. But if you go on YouTube, you can see this guy's training, to be someone great. And I mean, and I think when I think of this guy and I watch him play, I think he's got some Giannis in him. And I really feel like the Suns could even make this guy a power forward. And he's malleable. This kid is malleable. And just the sweet soul that this kid has, he's going to change a lot of the locker room. I really feel like that. And if you just get a chance to look at some video on YouTube where he's actually training, he's got a trainer, and he's hitting 3-pointers, he's hitting jump shots, and he's not but he can go in the paint and he can be a bull. He can run you over like a bull, man. So I'm really very, very excited to see this Malwatch kid on our team. I think he's a big piece. I mean, he's not going to, again, I think Mark Williams is going to start, and he's got some pieces that he can learn from. But this kid is going to be amazing, and I really feel he's going to be the one that's going to change the direction of this team going forward. And I really do think that. So thanks for taking my call, guys.
Thanks, Don.
Right on, Don. Thanks for that phone call, man. That is so spot on. At the Wolfley compound, Base Earnings, we have a thing. Love is strength, and strength is love. You ask any one of my kids, what is love? They'll tell you strength. What is strength? They'll tell you love. Those things come together. When I look at Malwatch, I see a lot of that right there. Is he just playing for himself, Base Earnings? No. He's playing for his entire family. That's what he's doing. That's why the tears is, well, he knows what's at stake. You think this kid, you're out there just playing basketball. He's out there trying to support his family for generations to come. Love is strength, and strength is love.
Don called him malleable. Are you going to try and say malleable Malwatch?
No, I'm not going to say that because I'll butcher it.
Just say, what's a Friday? I mean, there's nothing to lose on a Friday.
Come on, Malwatch.
Let's
I nailed it.
Let's take one more. Let's talk to Eli in Sun City. Eli, you're on the Wolf and Luke show.
Gentlemen, happy Friday to you guys.
You too.
I'm on board with the first caller, with what the first caller said. And I just was curious, like, do you guys have to practice these names in your head at night before you go to sleep, before you come in the morning?
Melowatch, I did.
Luke, I always love your witty comments on Twitter. So love the show, guys. Thanks for having me on. Have a great weekend, guys.
Thanks,
Yes.
Eli. Appreciate it.
Yeah, we do, by the way.
Melowatch.
Melowatch.
Wolf was practicing Melowatch in the office the other day.
You can't look at it when you say it, Base Earnings. You have to memorize it. You can't read it by looking at how it's spelled. You have to say Melowatch in your own head without looking at it. Otherwise, you're going to say Melowatch.
Why would you even go down that path?
I know. See, I hose myself.
I would say years of doing hockey broadcasts with some of those last
True.
names have made everything else a lot easier for me. Celebrate the 4th of July with the Arizona Diamondbacks. Text fireworks to 620-620. Register and listen for your name starting next Monday. You can win 2 tickets to see the Diamondbacks take on the Royals on the 4th of July. Again, text fireworks to 620-620. Thanks to everybody who called. Sorry we couldn't get to everybody, but, the Suns are doing stuff now, so we'll keep doing listeners-only meetings on the Suns. All right, when we come back, Merrill Kelly is on the mound for the Diamondbacks to start this series against the Marlins tonight. Is he the D-back starter you trust the most right now? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dbacks decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for Dbacks Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Presidential Pools. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. Look at summer's calling. Are you ready to answer with a brand new pool? Yeah, I'm talking to you, Dad. With temps already rising, the best time to start building is still right now. At Presidential Pools and Spas, they're known for the fastest build times in Arizona. Start today and be splashing and grilling and relaxing this summer. I can tell you, they came out to the Wolfley compound, and, man, they put a pool in our backyard. It was one of the best things we've ever done. And right now, they're offering a free interior finish upgrade to Pebble Essence, an enhanced pebble sheen finish with smooth glass beads for extra color radiance. Free landscape lighting packages with path lights and uplights while supplies last as well. Go to presidentialpools.com, Arizona's #1 pool builder.
You just realized your business needed to hire someone yesterday. How can you find amazing candidates fast? Easy. Just use Indeed. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
Do your summer plans include travel? Make sure your prep includes more than just flights and hotels. Stay up to date with COVID-19 vaccination, especially if you're 65 or older or have certain health conditions. There have been surges in COVID-19 in the summer, too. It's important to help protect yourself no matter your destination. So check eligibility and schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. That's VAXAssist.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
Aloha! Dreaming of sandy beaches and ocean breezes? JTV's Tropical Treasure Sweepstakes could make that dream come true. Enter for your chance to win a fabulous Hawaiian getaway for 2 with luxury accommodations, airfare, and spending cash. Plus, just for entering, get $30 off your next qualifying JTV purchase of at least $99 when you opt in for emails. Don't miss out. Visit jtv.com/sweeps and enter by August 3rd. JTV, where paradise awaits.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies to same item. Current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at Lowe's.com/lowest price guarantee.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW, one of the best dealerships you are going to find on the planet.
That's because we're different, Bick. We're a family-run business for 58 years. We have employees that have worked at our store for 30 and up to 40 years. It's a great place to work and a family that cares about its employees and its customers. So put us to the test. Come on down, see how easy it is to do business with Chapman BMW, and I'll ensure you'll get the very best deal.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
one great experience.
The Arizona heat can be dangerous, and you can help save lives. Text WATER to 620-620 for the UPS Store water drop-off locations, or donate today. It's the Arizona Sports Water Drive, presented by the UPS Store. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, it's Gambo. How will the Diamondbacks stay afloat with all the injuries they're dealing with? We'll ask manager Torey Lovello at 2:30 on the Burns and Gambo Show. All right, Dbacks Marlins tonight. Diamondbacks, this is now the start of a 10-game homestand. Looking at, there's been so much going on today, Wolf. I haven't got to read the YouTube live chat as much as I like to, but Charles wrote in before. Said you can't overlook anyone, even the bad teams. The Giants just got swept by the Marlins. And Charles is right. The Giants, who are still ahead of the Diamondbacks, definitely took a hit. Diamondbacks just made up 2 games on them in the last series because the Giants were busy getting swept by this Marlins team as the D-backs were taking 2 of 3 from the White Sox. This is the one of these 3 series, the Rockies, White Sox, and Marlins, that to me, I'm just like, just win the series.
Yeah.
I felt like you needed to sweep at least the Rockies or the White Sox. They didn't, but they did win both series. So they've made up some ground on some other teams. It's just, if you're not going to sweep the Rockies, you're going to have to win some extra games against much better teams.
Well, when you look at it, the Rockies were the worst baseball team and are the worst baseball team in the universe.
Yeah. Not just this galaxy, the whole universe.
No, I'm saying the whole universe. And the White Sox, well, they were the second worst team.
They weren't great either.
In the universe.
Why do we have all the worst baseball teams on this planet in the whole universe?
The Marlins are a little bit better, 34-45 on the season right now, but well below 500, a team that has struggled, and they're going to run 3 pitchers out there, and their ERAs don't look great. There's no doubt about it. Erie Perez is 617, and when you think of the other guys, 669 and 556 in this series, the onus is on the Diamondbacks to go out and take control at the dish, as far as I'm concerned.
We had Jody Jackson on earlier. I thought she said something that makes a lot of sense. Yuri Perez is coming off Tommy John. So Yuri Perez has 22 starts in his career. 19 of them were in 2023 as a rookie, and he had a 3.15 ERA. I said this earlier. 108 strikeouts to just 91 innings pitched. Like, he is a strikeout pitcher. But he didn't pitch at all in 2024 because of Tommy John, and he's only pitched 3 games this season. And what Jody said was, a lot of times you see these guys coming back from Tommy John, they're having a hard time locating their pitches. They are prone to maybe walking guys if you go up there and are patient, as we've seen the Diamondbacks do a lot of times when they're successful at the plate.
Yeah.
They are up there and they're patient. They kind of look for their pitch. I do think of the 3 pitchers they're going to face this weekend, he is the most dangerous. But his ERA is 6.17 right now, so you could continue that for another game.
I love what you just said right there in regard to being a little bit more patient and be more patient at the plate. That to me takes a lot of intensity. You have to be locked in.
Yeah.
You have to be locked in. I know that, we're talking about, hey, the lineup. The onus is on the lineup. Wolf, what do you think, they're not trying when they're out there? You think they're not trying already? We have to ask these guys to try harder? You don't try harder in the game of baseball. You don't do that, base earnings. But the one thing you do is you make sure you are prepared. Whether that's looking at the scouting report and understanding exactly what you need to do against a pitcher, what he likes to do, you need to be more prepared and more focused at the plate. You can make yourself that, can you not? You can do that.
We've seen them do it.
It doesn't mean you're going to be successful. It doesn't. But when I say the onus is on this lineup, I think, to go out and score more runs than the other team. I know how hard that is. It sounds so simple to do. But the one thing you can do 1 through 9 in the lineup. The one thing you can do is prepare yourself to be ready to win and ready to do the job, no matter who's on the mound. That is what they need, an upping of intensity.
Merrill Kelly's on the mound for the Diamondbacks. We asked the question going into the break, is he the starter? You could even just say pitcher on this team you trust the most right now. I think overall, yeah. I mean, Erod has actually been better over the last month, but it's not Merrill Kelly hasn't been like suddenly bad over the last month. He has a 3.10 ERA. He's about as steady as it gets. And look, man, Brandon Pfaadt has struggled lately. Zach Gallen has struggled lately. Ryan Nelson's been pretty good. He's been really, really good, actually, except that one start against Cincinnati, and that was a weird, whatever. It was rainy in Cincinnati. Erod's been better. Merrill Kelly, though, he's the ace of the staff right now, isn't he?
Yes, he is. And I'm so glad you brought up Merrill Kelly because right now, as you said, he's 7-3, 3.39 ERA, a 1.05 WHIP. Merrill Kelly is the classic example of what I'm talking about. This guy's a pro. This guy goes about his business. And the one thing you know about Merrill Kelly, he's going to give you everything he's got. He's already put the work in. He's going to be prepared. The intensity's going to be there. The focus is going to be there. More times than not, Merrill Kelly is exactly the guy that I'm talking about. And it's one of the reasons why this guy who is a starter, who takes the ball once every fifth day, is actually a leader in the clubhouse and recognized as being so.
Mm-hmm.
This Merrill Kelly has got the mentality that you want to see all the Diamondbacks in that clubhouse have.
Yeah, and he is absolutely,
he's a pro.
You can tell he's a leader in that clubhouse. Also, you talk to people in that clubhouse, and they will tell you Merrill Kelly is one of the main leaders on this team, and now he has to be the staff ace as well, unless Zach Gallen, flips the switch back to being Zach Gallen. But either way, he's going to have to be a co-ace. And certainly they need it tonight to set the tone against the Marlins in the series. I'll say this, Wolf. I'm looking at the ERAs over the last month of all the Diamondbacks pitchers, not just the starters. They've had some guys in the bullpen pitching better lately. Some. It's not the whole bullpen, but they got a couple guys.
Such as?
Ryan Thompson over the last 30 days has a 0.93 ERA.
Yes.
That is considerably better than it was.
Boy, he got off to a rough start.
Yeah. And a lot better, a lot more, honestly, like we're used to seeing from him. He tends to be a pretty solid reliever. He hadn't been earlier this season, but that's encouraging. Jalen Beeks is a 1.86 over the last 30 days. Shelby Miller is a 1.59, but he's been pretty good all year. Kyle Backus is a 1.59 ERA. So you at least have some guys in the bullpen. Again, it's not all of them, but you have some guys in the bullpen who have been pitching better over the last few weeks.
Yes, and that is a good step in the right direction, but there's so much more that has to come together for this team, and we're all waiting and hoping that the Diamondbacks are going to put themselves into a position where they're going to be buyers coming up at the trade deadline. It's something that you can't watch this team. If you follow baseball, you can't watch every at-bat. You can't watch every game. You can't watch pitchers go out and take the ball and try to pitch a clean inning. You can't watch any of it without thinking of the deadline that is coming up, at least in the Wolf League.
It's right there.
This is, for me, it's every game is an opportunity to clear up the picture as to what the Diamondbacks are going to be at the trade deadline. Buyers or sellers, or are you going to try to thread the needle?
And it's these games, I would argue these games before the trade deadline or before the All-Star break even, that are going to really dictate a lot of this, because the 3 series, so the 9 games leading up to the actual trade deadline, they play the Astros, who are in the American League, the Pirates, who aren't really in contention, and the Tigers, who are great, but they're in the American League. So as far as like games in the National League, games that could be worth 2 games, they do have 3 against St. Louis coming right out of the All-Star break, which are going to be huge.
Okay.
But it's the ones coming up. 4 against the Giants this upcoming, like next week, Monday through Thursday, and then 4 against the Padres the following week, Monday through Thursday.
The Padres.
So these are your only games against a team with a really bad record right now in Miami, because you've got Kansas City and the Angels mixed in there too. The Angels are actually 500 right now, and Kansas City's not that far below 500.
Mike Trout in the playoffs? What?
What's going on? Miami's is the team. The Marlins are the team on paper right now that you're trying to stack some wins against.
So the Giants and the Padres for 4 each. That's a 4-game series each.
Before the All-Star break.
Before the All-Star break.
Like, we're going to have clarity. We're going to have clarity one way or another.
So good.
By July 10th.
This is Luke. This is what he does, base earnings. And how he's talked about it before. And I knew that the Giants was a 4-game series, but this is Luke. He looks into the future.
Well, in this case, I'm just looking at the schedule.
You always do. I know that. You do it with every sport too.
When
it's kind of annoying, as a matter of fact.
Well, if you want, I can look at the Cardinals 2028 schedule.
Just look down the road and make some type of prediction or observation.
That observation was these games are important. I didn't really crack the code there.
I love it.
We come back. You feeling better about the Phoenix Suns now that the draft is over and they have some actual players? We'll get into the ups, I guess, and downs, but there weren't really a whole lot of downs in the last couple of days. Next, it's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk. A wireless company that actually stands for something.
The Window Depot wants to help bring your dream kitchen to life. As a family-owned and operated business, we pride ourselves on offering the best prices, the biggest inventory, and exceptional customer service you won't find at the big box stores. From premium cabinets to stunning quartz and granite countertops, faucets, hardware, and sinks, our designers are here to guide homeowners every step of the way, all under one roof. Find a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Have you ever felt stuck, confused, dealt with unanswered calls and hidden fees? This is what it can feel like when you work with the wrong mortgage company. At Lund Mortgage, we pride ourselves on our trusted reputation and personalized service. Whether you're looking to purchase a home or consolidate debt, we are committed to your success. With over 25 years of experience, when others say no, we are always here to help. Go to LundMortgage.com to get started with a team that's built a reputation you can count on. That's LundMortgage.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Progressive knows when you're in your RV, you're already on vacation. That's when you become Vacation You, who just camped where there's absolutely no shade. Even though regular you burns easily. In fact, vacation you burns too, but is too stubborn to admit it, which is why regular you gets in trouble at the dermatologist because vacation you doesn't do doctors. So bundle your RV with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the both of you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta here to tell you about the hottest deals of the summer being offered at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler now through Independence Day. Earnhardt Ford's General Manager John Nissen and his team are rolling out nearly every remaining 2024 new Ford car, truck, or SUV now below employee price. Like their built in the USA 2024 Ford F-150 STX models and Escape SUVs at amazing low rates and big Ford bonus cash offers. Add in the wildly popular 2024 Bronco Sport Badlands, and your summer is ready to roll. Plus, buy with confidence with Earnhardt and get a 3-year, 36,000-mile maintenance plan at no charge. All offers require approved credit. Hurry into Earnhardt Ford and get the star-spangled deals you've been looking for, or check them out online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the Noble Protection Package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. Employee pricing available on select models. AXZD plans and eligible for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 7/6/25.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns acquired the 31st and 41st picks in the NBA draft last night. Those two selections ended up being St. Joseph's forward Rasheer Fleming and Kentucky guard Kobe Brea. For more on what the Suns did in the draft, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. The Arizona Diamondbacks start a 3-game series against the Miami Marlins tonight at Chase Field. First pitch for that one is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Merrill Kelly gets the start for the Snakes. And the Phoenix Mercury go for their 6th straight win tonight in downtown Phoenix against the defending champion New York Liberty. Tip-off is at 7. This report is brought to you by State 48 Home Comfort. Received a new HVAC quote? Send it to State 48 Home Comfort and save up to 20%. Go online to submit2save.com. That's submit, the number 2, save.com.
With the 10th pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, Kaman Malawach from Rumbek, South Sudan, the NBA Academy Africa in Senegal, and Duke University.
Come on, Malawach. Malawach watch?
Malawach watch. Come on, Malawach. Malawach.
Come on, Malawach. Malawach watch?
Malawach watch.
Poor old Kevin Ray. And John Bloom on the radio had to call big men who couldn't go. Find someone to play center in this year's draft. Could he drop to the 10th slot? Suns need a break more than ever. Look, they cooked and took a Duke player. He can be a Sun forever. Come on, Malawach. Oh, I can't wait to watch in this moment. We need you so much. Ignore the part where we traded for Mark, 'cause we love you. Come on, Malawach.
Okay, knock it off. Knock it off.
All right. The ignore the part where we traded for Mark is pretty funny. That's actually pretty good.
Come on, Malawach. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, that was bad. That was right up there with...
When he told me he was making a song based on Malawach,
Yeah.
I for some reason thought he was
I
for some reason thought he was going to do it based on Panama by Van Halen and just do Malawach instead of Panama.
That'd be cool.
He could have really ran with that. You could put this on your album.
Malawach.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's easy to remember it that
Does
way.
Wolf need to do one now?
No, heck no, man.
We might need to come back with that song now next segment just so we can like kind of get a sense. Rick is emptying the audio file on a Friday.
Basin Earnings, where are we going in this beautiful part of the program? That is the question you're probably asking yourself as you're driving around the basin.
It seems like you're also asking that question.
Yes.
You've brought this up a few times, and I've kind of avoided it because I've been looking more big picture, but just specifically the Kevin Durant trade now that was done on Sunday. Does it look better? Do you have a better feel for it? Do you feel better about it, I guess is a better way to put it, now that the draft has happened and you've seen some of these pieces they've gotten back? Because essentially they got Fleming for some of those picks.
Yeah, for me, I've been asking myself this. Why in the world? You knew what the draft capital was. You knew what they had. Yes, I do like the fact that they packaged stuff together to move up to 31 and 41. Yes, I love that. I love the fact they did that. They were decisive. And I think, to me, I love the fact that they targeted somebody that was going to model their culture so we could know what to expect. What is this culture really going to look like going forward? Well, look at these young guys that they're bringing in right now. I think with Malawach, they really were fortunate that he fell to number 10. There's value that is there. Rasheer Fleming, this guy that they got at 31 overall, this is a guy most people thought was a first-round talent. And again, I realize he was one pick away, Wolf, from being a first-round You get my point. There's value there as well. So, to me right now, I feel so much better about the trade overall, even though I know they didn't get equal value back for the Kevin Durant trade. Because our expectation, I think, was so much higher, even though I think it was underwhelming. This and what they got is encouraging.
I think there's a lot of factors here, too. In addition to what you just said, we didn't know how they were going to draft. I mean, the Suns really haven't had a huge, impactful draft in a long time.
Man, good point.
They really haven't. When is the last impactful? And it's impossible. So don't even waste your time trying to Google it and go back and look because they don't have the players they drafted. They had the players they drafted for other teams. When you go back and look at an NBA team's draft history, because the NBA and this one specific thing is still stuck in 1942. But the idea that they would bring in somebody in the draft that is impactful. Yeah, I get it. These guys haven't played yet. They could all be busts.
Yeah.
They absolutely could. But they took players that in the moment you're like, yeah, I like that pick. I like that pick. When they took Jalen Smith, when they took him over Tyrese Halliburton, nobody liked the pick. You could talk yourself into it of well, the Suns must see something there that maybe, but you had to talk yourself into it. In the moment right now, it's easy to get excited about the Malawach pick, and it's easy to get excited about the Fleming pick. It just is. So it's just natural to feel a little bit better about this because you saw them go out and draft for the first time with Brian Gregory as the GM, and as it's happening, you're like, yeah, I like that. Okay, I can get behind this.
Yeah, Malawach fell to them at number 10. I think they were fortunate that he was there.
But we've seen teams be fortunate in the past
exactly
and pass on the pick.
Tyrese Halliburton, you can't get that out of your head.
No, I can't. I also can't. You also said that they were targeting a specific player, and I'm not even over targeting yet. You said that, and I still have flashbacks to the college football playoff.
That is so good.
It's almost the next season, and I'm still not over targeting.
Yes, but I love the fact they did that. Brian Gregory was decisive, and so were the Phoenix Suns, maneuvering and manipulating that second round yesterday to move up to 31 and get the dog that is Rasheer Fleming. That fills me with a little bit of hope based on what they did. Monty Ossenfort had a really good draft his rookie year as a general manager.
And he came in and jumped all over the place too.
Did an excellent job, and I'm hoping that this is going to be the same thing here for Brian Gregory and the Phoenix Suns. Listen, again, even though I think the Suns are a 38-win team next year, Don't say 39 base. That means don't say 37. They're a 38 win
I want to
team
know what their
next
over-under
year.
on wins is.
It's going to be entertaining to watch this team with the likes of Ryan Dunn. How much better you're going to be, Ryan Dunn? Rasheer Fleming. Really? Come on, you dog. I know you're a dog. Can you come in and be a rookie and be a dog? Is that possible? And Malawach as well. You know, how much impact can this 18-year-old kid make? Okay, he's going to be 19 by the time the season starts.
Right around September 14th.
September 14th. Why, that sticks in my head. It drives me nuts, but it does. You know, you tell me that Dylan Brooks doesn't instigate crap on the court. Tell me that is the case. And I'll tell you, he's going to be in the positive column. If he just doesn't instigate, if he just doesn't go out there with the idea of, I'm going to instigate instead of the idea of, I'm just going to come out here and compete as hard as I possibly can and not worry about any agenda that I have. Every time down the court is going to be my agenda. Just don't worry about who it is or what the face is or what the name is on the back of the jersey. Don't go into it with an agenda. Just go into it with the idea, I'm going to compete as hard as I possibly can, like you do. Just have class about doing it. Okay.
You know,
if you tell me he's like that, he's going to be a positive inside that locker room in a big way,
We're not gonna
especially
know that
to these
until we
young
see it.
guys.
You basically described the Phoenix Suns as Book, Brooks, and the Rooks. That's what you just did. You just went
Did
through.
you? No, I did.
That's
you
basically
just
what
said
you did.
that.
Yeah, but you
Book,
went through and you were like
Brooks and the Rooks.
And the Rooks. I mean, that's the 2025-26
Okay,
Phoenix Suns, isn't it?
Did you guys tell him to say that or something?
Rick's asleep. He had the
right.
barbecue. He's
well,
passed
it
out
is
at
a
this
little,
point.
yeah.
Yeah.
Does make you sleepy.
I am not asleep.
That is really good. We gotta
market
we
that.
We gotta have some type of segment.
The
About
2025-26 Phoenix Suns. Book,
you
Brooks,
just
and
can't
the Rooks.
talk about the Suns, Basin. It means you've got to pull it through the filter
Book,
of something.
Brooks, the Rooks, and barbecue.
I like where Rick's head's at, to be honest. All right, when we come back over to football. If there are going to be any more moves for the Arizona Cardinals, when are they going to happen? Well, that's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
As this 3-0 pitch swung on, drilled. Catel savoring, looking. It's on its way and it's gone. A solo home run. That's his 15th. He continues to be red hot for the Diamondbacks.
After 9 games on the road, the D-backs host the Marlins at home. Game 1 of the 3-game series gets going tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and over the last 20 years, the attorneys at Sweet James have helped enough accident victims to fill an entire sports arena. And just listen to this story. A client's world changed after a reckless drunk driver hit his vehicle and left him with severe injuries, but he couldn't get the insurance company to help him. And after all that frustration, he called Sweet James, and his new team of attorneys stepped in to make sure he got the medical treatment he needed, and they wouldn't let up until they delivered a massive $7 million victory. Now, no firm can guarantee the outcomes, but in these situations, caring and winning go hand in hand. It means medical care, maximum compensation, and it means justice. That's what Sweet James is all about. They're the firm you call if you're ever hurt in an accident. And don't wait, because waiting can hurt your case. 800-9-million, 800-900-0000, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Hey, it's Pat. So I went for ice cream the other night, and they had 48 flavors. I couldn't decide. Well, the Valley Toyota dealers have put me in that same position. They have 19 hybrid models to choose from, more than any other brand. How could you choose? Like the ice cream shop, I had to test all 19. Unlike the ice cream shop, I didn't go home with a bellyache, so that's a small win.
Get the all-hybrid Camry with 4.99% 60-month financing. Or get a gas or hybrid Tacoma with 4.75% 60-month financing. Even get low 2.99% financing for up to 72 months on any new Tundra. With great deals like this, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% with 1887 and 4.75% with 1776 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 2.99% with 1519 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Offers end 6/30/25. See dealer for details.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon you wish would never end. The homemade taste of Bluebell and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
You'll be one smart cookie when you try Bluebell Cookie Cake Ice Cream. A sweet cream ice cream loaded with chocolate chip cookie cake pieces and swirls of chocolate and vanilla icing. This cookie cake ice cream really takes the cake.
The good old days are being made right now. The good old days are being made right now.
Bluebell half gallons are $6.99 with Clip or Click coupon at Albertsons and Safeway now through July 1st.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Every success you've had began with a great opportunity. Now there's another one. Last aid year, University of Maryland Global Campus awarded over $21 million in scholarships to qualified students, including community college students, service members, veterans, and working adults. Now is the time to move your career forward with an online and accredited skills-based education. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Grown-ups, in between, churning babies, right about now.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us on Monday morning. We will preview what could be a busy free agent period for the Phoenix Suns. It all starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
Go DJ, that's my DJ.
All right, well,
Go DJ.
seeing more stories out there around the NFL that talk about, one more move a team could make. What's the last move? And they, to be fair, they're trying to fit all the teams. Some teams need to make like 6 more moves. Other teams probably don't need to make any more moves. But they do these stories where they do one for each team. And again, I'm seeing Amari Cooper to the Cardinals. So my question here is not, okay, well, should they go out and add a receiver? We've talked about that a lot. My question is more just logistically now. If they do add somebody else, is it something we're going to see before camp? Is it something you think we'll see during camp, after cuts? Like when do you think we would see something?
Yeah, it's a situation where who's going to blink first for the most part. You've got a player's agent, and a player's agent is going to push this thing right to the wall. You've got a general manager who would love to see any signing, anyone you sign before training camp, you'd love to see him in, obviously, at the start of training camp. So you can have an expectation of getting off on the right foot and doing it together. But that's not the way that it always works. Some players think, hey, listen, I can come in a week before the season starts, and I can learn the playbook and be ready to go. Boy, that is a disaster. It is, to me, if you're going to sign a guy that is willing to do that. I would like to see the Arizona Cardinals, if they are going to target an Amari Cooper, you'd love to see him sign before. This is a big push point before the start of training camp. But so much of the time it comes down to, okay, who's going to blink first? Difficult.
This is Jacoby Brissett when we had him on back in March, talking actually about Amari Cooper.
Oh man, Amari's special. He's been one of the top receivers in the league since he's gotten in the league. I remember my time in Cleveland, just to be able to sit and learn from him as much as I could, and his approach to the game. It was second to none. I thought he did a really good job of communicating. I think that's one of the things that being in this league for a while is just you can get a guy that's good at football, but then a guy that can communicate what they're doing and trying to do. I think that sets him apart, and I think Amari did that very well.
You hear that a lot about Amari Cooper from, former teammates or just guys around the league, that he's just like a true pro. So, I mean, he's obviously going to play on an NFL team this year. So somebody's going to sign him, whether it's the Cardinals or whoever.
What's amazing about it is Amari Cooper has bounced around the league a little bit. Mm-hmm. That to me is surprising.
Yeah. He's been really good pretty much everywhere he's gone. He never really totally got rolling with Buffalo. He played half the season with Buffalo, but sometimes you see that with a receiver when they switch mid-season.
Yeah, but you think about it. That makes it even more confounding to me for the most part that he produces wherever he goes. The Oakland Raiders, the Dallas Cowboys, the Cleveland Browns, and the Buffalo Bills. 4 teams, and it's not like he's been in the league for 15 years.
No. All right, let's play some more Buddha audio. You want to play more Buddha audio? We got Buddha Baker on the Mina Kimes show. You keep saying during the breaks you want to hear Buddha audio.
Yes.
Why wouldn't you? She asked Buddha, Mina Kimes did, something about Kyler Murray that maybe people don't know.
Yeah, I mean, just the way that he goes about practice. He practices really hard. He dictates, he tells the receivers what to do, how to do it. You can see after each and every play, he's communicating to his guys to, okay, if you were supposed to sit in that zone, to sit in the zone, or if you were, in that man, keep going. He's kind of been in his bag this whole off season, doing no look throws and having, a great off season training camp. So K1's gonna, he's gonna run a little bit more. A little outside of the, pocket, inside the pocket throws. He's going to kind of do it all, and he's going to get all his guys the rock.
Okay, so for me right now, basically, the only thing I heard was Buddha saying, K1, he's going to run a little bit more.
That's what I heard.
That, first of all, because this never happens. You never get a guy that's talking about what an offense is going to do when he plays defense. You never get a guy who's talking about what the defense is going to do when he's playing offense. You don't get that.
Yeah.
And to hear him actually say that he's going to run a little bit more, I immediately think there's no way he's going to run more. There's no way, because Buddha knows exactly what he's doing. He's not going to give any aid, comfort, or shelter to anybody. And yet,
is that aid, comfort, and shelter, though, to float that out there to another team? I mean, if they're listening, hey, by the way, Kyler might just take off and run. That's what you always say. The threat of James Conner is sometimes worse than James Conner.
Yes. No, exactly. And there's a lot of truth to that. But I do believe Kyler is going to run more.
But I don't think you're giving anything away if you say it.
No, I don't think so either. And the reason being is because I don't think it's going to be a lot of called runs. I don't think that. I think it's going to be a lot of Kyler, try to extend the play. If it's not there, go ahead and try to extend the play. You're running a 4-3 out there. And if you have to move outside the pocket in order to actually get a better view, well, have at it. And they've had some real success with some big plays with Kyler on a scramble.
It's been interesting, too. Kyler, at a couple different points this offseason, has kind of mentioned that he wants some more unscheduled runs or to be in position where he can take off, too. So that's definitely something to pay attention to. I mean, obviously, does it up the risk that he could get hurt? It does. I would say Kyler's pretty good in those situations, though, of when he takes off, he tends to get out of bounds when he gets the yards. I mean, football's risky. Like, what do you want to try and win,
it's a dangerous what do you game, want to do? Luke.
Yeah. Here's more from Buddha Baker. Oh,
I just want to jump in here and say that they are going to run him more intentionally, I think, especially in the first quarter. I say this all the time. Go ahead and show the fact that you don't think we're going to run our quarterback because he's Kyler Murray. You don't think we're going to run our quarterback. We're going to call runs for him? Yeah, we're going to call runs for him, and we'll do it early in a game. So you, Mr. Defensive Coordinator, has got to call your defense over. Okay, look now, and they're going to run this guy, and if they're going to run this guy, you got to stay home on the back side. There's all this stuff that you want to get inside their head in this regard. For me, why are you smiling?
Because I wanted to make sure it was the right game, and it was. Remember the 50-yard run?
Oh,
against San
yeah,
Francisco?
yeah.
We'll just start it off with a 50-yard run, basically up the middle from Kyler Murray.
Exactly. You want to show the other team, oh, we're going to do it. You better believe we're going to do it. But you can show it early, so they prepare for it the whole time, and then you don't give it to him unless it's unscheduled, unless he pulls the ball down and says, oh, I'm going to run. And it's the second most demoralizing thing that can happen to a football team. You know what number one is? Line up and run over their face. That's the most demoralizing thing that can happen to a football team. Number two, their quarterback pulls it down on 3rd and 10 and runs for 11. Demoralizing.
He's one of the best in the NFL at that specific skill. You need 10 yards. He goes out to pass. There's nobody open. Whatever, he doesn't see somebody. He just gets you 11 yards running. That when he does that, when he is free to do it, that's one of the things that makes Kyler Murray dangerous.
And when you play a super hyper physical game like football, morale matters.
We come back. We'll go back to the NBA. We'll go big picture on the draft, though, Wolf, because there were some interesting stories to come out just around the entire league. Not the least of which is whatever's going on in Utah. We got to at least start there. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
This 4th of July, celebrate family, fun, and the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. And it all starts with spectacular offers. Available right now at your Valley Chevy dealers July 4th event. Going on now. You'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventures ahead. No matter how you celebrate the 4th of July, it's always better in a Chevy. Don't miss out. Visit a Valley Chevy dealer near you during the Valley Chevy July 4th event. Going on now.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns acquired the 31st and 41st picks in the NBA draft last night. Those two selections ended up being St. Joseph's forward Rasheer Fleming and Kentucky guard Kobe Brea. For more on what the Suns did in the draft, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. The Arizona Diamondbacks start a 3-game series against the Miami Marlins tonight at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Merrill Kelly gets the start for the Snakes. And the Phoenix Mercury go for their 6th straight win tonight in downtown Phoenix against the defending champion New York Liberty. Tip-off for that one is at 7. This report is brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to yrefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. Now that the NBA draft is in the rearview mirror, what's next on the Phoenix Suns off-season to-do list? The Burns and Gambo Show starts at 2 on Arizona Sports. All right, contrary to how it has felt around here the last couple of days, and I'm not complaining, the Phoenix Suns were actually not the only team that drafted players the last couple of days, Wolf.
Thank you.
I want to start with the Ace Bailey situation. Okay?
Ace Bailey.
Just really because you and I haven't even talked about it off the air much. So you have a guy that, by all accounts, was going to be the number 3 pick in the draft. That was talent-wise. I mean, Cooper Flagg was always going to be number 1. Dylan Harper looked pretty locked into number 2. But Ace Bailey, his teammate at Rutgers, was going to be number 3. And then his agent that isn't really an agent was leading him to not work out for teams. There were reports that he had told, or his representation had told, certain teams to not draft him. There were reports that his representation had told teams in the top 5 to not draft him. There were rumors that they wanted him to go to Washington or Brooklyn because those teams aren't very good. So Ace could just go out there and shoot as much as he wanted all game. And then Utah, because Danny H doesn't care, was like, we're just going to take it at number 5.
Yes. It's so Danny H, first of all. These actually say, yeah, we're just going to take you at number 5. We don't care what you think. We're going to take you at number 5.
These guys deserve each other.
It's so Danny Ainge. Yet at the same time, anybody that is making any type of declaration or proclamations before you pick him, these are demands to me. And I would not draft somebody who was making demands. Now, maybe that's why he was doing it, hoping that he would fall. He wouldn't be in the top 5.
That was the consensus, was that's why he's doing it. And do you remember that ever happening in sports? Like, I know everybody uses the Eli Manning example, but it was like he doesn't want to play for San Diego, he wants to play for the Giants.
Yes.
But this was like, I don't want to go to a good team. I want to go to a team where I can shoot the ball a lot.
I don't want to be drafted higher. I want to be drafted lower. Who does that? Who does that?
Apparently
Nobody.
Only him.
Yes.
I've never heard anything to that extent. I mean, that is red flag after red flag after red flag, right? Because you're talking about somebody who's trying to control the draft before they've ever even played a game. But if you believe the rumors that the reason he wanted to drop was to be on a team like Washington or Brooklyn where he could just be chucking up shots all game, that doesn't sound like a guy who really cares about winning either. I know he's only 18. I know that there's, this stuff can all play out and, he can have a great career. Probably not the best introduction to the league. I feel like this is the sort of thing teams remember.
Yeah, this is Danny Green, by the way, based on it. I'm not going to play any sound because I don't have the ability to play sound. IT hasn't hooked me up.
There's a reason for that.
But Danny Green is serving as his certified agent right now. He said, yeah, absolutely. He's thrilled to be going to Utah. Obviously, it's an honor to be selected in the top 5 in the NBA draft, and we think he can do a lot of great things out there. He certainly should get a ton of playing time, and he'll have a lot of chances to show what he can do. So we think it's a great situation for him basketball-wise.
Yeah.
Rick, why would you buzz him? That's what Danny Green, he's working certified agent, has said.
Because I don't know if you were in there when Jamal was explaining to Luke about the whole situation with him in Utah currently. The reports out there that he's not there yet, and it doesn't seem like he's too thrilled, Wolf.
You need to be there for Summer League by Monday. So I don't know. I thought it was ridiculous. You know, why is Ace Bailey so much more important where Dylan Harper is willing to go where he gets drafted and Cooper Flagg's willing to go wherever he gets drafted? Everybody else in this draft is willing to go wherever they get drafted. But I'm just using those two because they are the 2 best players in the draft. But he has to pick specifically where he wants to go. But then for just pure entertainment purposes, Wolf, because it doesn't affect us, I love that Danny Ainge is like, he probably least wants to go to Utah.
Yeah.
We'll take him.
Yeah.
Because now I just want to watch those two go at it, basically.
Yeah, that's going to be really interesting to watch this. But, you know, why? I don't know. Why doesn't he want to go to Utah? Well, maybe it's the winter. Maybe that's what it is. It's the winter, and it's on the high plateau. And maybe the wind coming up over the plateau, and it's cold. And maybe he wanted to go to a place on the East Coast, not the West Coast. Maybe he had all of these thoughts in his head as to what it was going to be. I do know this. Only Danny Ainge would draft a guy like this who was making some of the proclamations he was making before the draft. Only Danny Ainge would do that.
But if he wanted to go to a team where he was going to be the center of attention right away, where he was going to be like the star of the team, or at least the guy that go up and put a bunch of stats up, Utah's not good. Utah was the worst team in the league last year. They just didn't get the first pick.
That's what I mean. Why doesn't he want to go there? They were horrible. He can shoot. Hey, light it up, man. Go shoot the ball.
Well, you just read the quote from the guy that's posing as his agent today, and that sounded totally legit. He is excited to go there now.
He is.
He's
thrilled.
He's not going there.
He's thrilled.
He hasn't shown up there, but he would be thrilled to.
Just what a mess. You know, even for Ace Bailey. I think about, you want to talk about the definition of getting off on the wrong foot to start your professional career?
Yeah.
This is it.
Yeah. Self-inflicted, too. I mean, this is a guy that you figure everybody will get on the same page, and he's going to go out there and, you know, whether he's amazing as a rookie or not, he is a good player. So you figure he's going to ultimately have, you know, a really good NBA career. He should. But if for some reason he doesn't, it's going to be because of stuff like this. Like in 3 or 4 years, we're going to be, hey, who's that guy that was really good but didn't want to play for like half the league? Oh, yeah, that was Ace Bailey.
Yes. And this to me is not humility, Basinonians. It is the opposite of humility. I say it all the time. Humility is a wonderful master. It is. Keeps you quiet, keeps you humble, makes you work hard. It allows you to see yourself for what you are and see where you need to improve and where you need to get better. This is the opposite of that. This is saying it's all about me. I don't like it. I didn't like it. I couldn't stand it when Eli Manning did it either.
No.
Could not stand the fact that he was trying to orchestrate where he was going to go.
And a lot of that was his dad.
It was his dad, yes.
I mean, it feels like every time this stuff happens with a guy that's 18, 19, 20 years old, it's an adult making that decision and pushing him in these different directions. Maybe he just doesn't want to go to Utah because Utah stole our hockey team. And maybe that's it. Maybe this is like a solidarity showing for the Coyotes, in which case I support Ace Bailey.
I don't know about that.
You don't think that's it?
Maybe he doesn't like cowboy hats.
Maybe.
Or soda. I don't know if you've ever been to Utah, Wolf, but they drink a lot of soda.
Do they really?
Yes.
They drink a lot of soda in Utah. I did not know
soda
that.
anywhere.
It's just weird.
Well, like Swig and all those places,
Swig.
Yeah, you remember Swig?
Yeah, Google it, my young crunks.
Remember we had Wolf drink that on the air, and
we
it had
did
the cinnamon stick in it. Do you remember that?
Oh yeah, I do remember that now. That was awful. By the way, Swig.
Wait, you said you liked it. I'm pretty sure you said you liked it.
He did say he liked it, but
wow.
he didn't have a voice for like 2 segments because he ate the cinnamon straight.
Yeah, are they partners, the station?
Not now.
No.
I thought it was good. I thought it was really good.
Somebody give me some swig.
Yeah, just somebody give
Man,
it
I
to,
love that swig.
Give it to me and Rick and Jamal, not Wolf. All right, app users, update the Arizona Sports app for the latest updates that help your experience with our stream, video, podcasts, and news. Go to the Google or Apple App Store to update the Arizona Sports app today. All right, when we come back, final segment of the show, Dbacks starting a 3-game series against the Miami Marlins. How pivotal are these games now compared to the first 80 games of the season? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Suns front office got to dealing in the second round of the NBA draft.
The Suns started the day with the 52nd and 59th pick in this draft. Through a true masterclass of playing chess, they now have pick number 31 and pick number 41.
How do we grade this Suns draft and the moves they made? The answer is on the way on the home of the Suns, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Rick, what do you say you bring me that Brooklyn beat if you don't mind? Oh, yeah. Happy birthday, America. That's right, Basinonians. My brothers over at Brooklyn Betting, they want to help you celebrate. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, you do know what I'm talking about because I've told you, we're the Woo Fan Clan. We love our Brooklyn Sedona hybrid mattress from Brooklyn Betting. Just simply the best mattress I've ever slept on. We're talking about 30% off everything in store and online right now. 30% off everything in store and online now through July 4th. And there's an and here, additional 5% off for active and retired military. That's right. So here's the move, Basinonians. You go to brooklynbetting.com, or better yet, stop by one of Brooklyn Betting's 12 Basin locations. Tell them Wolf sent you for the 4th of July sale at Brooklyn Betting. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting. Go to brooklynbetting.com.
Today at Berg Simpson, we'll get a call from someone who needs our help. We'll learn about their loved one's injuries. We'll listen to their concerns, and we'll promise to fight for them. Then we'll use our resources and experience to deliver the best possible results we can for that client. So today, when that client calls Berg Simpson, we hope they feel they've done the best thing for their family.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies to same item. Current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at Lowe's.com/lowest price guarantee.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck. And she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes. But when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
What if we get this same deal that Ford employees get? Yep, employee pricing for everyone, and it's been extended at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here, man, we're talking across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs from America for America. Just like Ford Motor has been part of America's story for more than a century. Take that 2024 Ford F-150, work truck or weekend warrior. Right now, we can get employee pricing plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months. plus $4,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Ben for just $399 a month with $3,559 due at signing. Or get employee pricing and lease a Bronco Big Ben 4x4 for just $499 a month with $3,099 due at signing. We pay what they pay. Employee pricing at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. With $2,500 in annual value, the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business is the card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member of FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Hey, it's Gambo. How will the Diamondbacks stay afloat with all the injuries they're dealing with? We'll ask manager Tori Labello at 2:30 on the Burns and Gambo Show. Final segment of the show here on a Friday. It is Wolf and Luke, and we are heading into a big week, I would say. Big 2 weeks, I guess, technically, for the Diamondbacks. It starts tonight at home. 10 straight at home now, Wolf. They hadn't played a home game since June 15th.
And no off days until the All-Star break.
Yeah, that's wild. That is crazy.
I have no idea how that happened. We thought that other stretch they had earlier in the season was nuts. This is like 20 games straight.
Yeah, how did they... So the last time they had that long stretch, Zinsmeister was out, and I filled in for him on post game, and I was like,
I
this
remember
is
that.
He's out again coming up. He clearly planned this when they never have an off day.
Zeke, what's going on, man?
It's genius move by him. Yeah, what is this? This is 17 straight, right? Starting tonight at home against the Marlins. Wow. 3 straight against the Marlins, 4 against the Giants.
17.
But yeah, Rick's right. There's no break in there. It's right through the 4th of July against the Royals. Next week in a week and a half against the Padres, and then they will close out the first portion of the season in LA against the Angels, July 11th through the 13th. But the halfway mark is actually tonight, Wolf. After they finish the game tonight, that's exactly 81 games.
Yeah. Wow, 17 games in a row? Is that what you just said? Yeah. 17 games in a row. Am I going to read into that at all? Or are you going to read into that at all? Or are we going to sit here and say, boy, at the end of these 17 games, we're going to know if they're buyers or sellers. We're going to know. Because there's only going to be, 12 games after that?
Yeah, is that – wow. If you go back to what they just did with the all the games they played in a row, too, that is 26 games in 27 days. That can't possibly be right.
Man, okay. You're missing something right there.
I got to be missing
You've got to be missing something. But
is their one off day was yesterday. They played 9 straight, day off, 17 straight. I'm not missing anything. That's what they're doing.
Okay, there you go. 17 straight. And then there are 12 games after that because you said earlier it's 29. There are 29 games left before the trade deadline. So, honestly, this is it right here. To me, in the Wolf League compound, this 17-game stretch without a day off, we're going to find out if they're buyers or sellers.
What was the old saying in March Madness is always...
I could be wrong on that, Luke, but
no,
I could be right.
I already wrote it down as fact. What was it? Survive in Advance? I think they did a 30-30 for 30 special called Survive in Advance. That's basically where they are. If they can survive this run, they put themselves in position to still be buyers or at least not sellers at the deadline. If they get through that and they're buyers or at least standing pat at the deadline, then they set themselves up for the stretch run through August and September. I mean, it doesn't guarantee you make the playoffs, obviously, but right now it's just can you be hanging around in this enough where when August 1st rolls around, Josh Naylor and Merrill Kelly and Zach Gallen and Shelby Miller and Eugenio Suarez, those 5 guys, or at least 4 of those 5 guys are still on this team.
You know, it's a weird dynamic of the game of baseball because there is so much movement at the trade deadline in the game of baseball.
Yeah.
If you really do enjoy playing with your teammates, if you really do love the guys in your clubhouse, if you really do love that situation, does it add more pressure? Does it add more pressure for you to go win? Or is it just one of these deals where you've accepted it as a pro? See, that is a question I've got to ask whenever we talk to a Diamondback. If we have Zach Gallen on again, we're probably going to talk to him about a number of different things. But I would imagine we have him on. I've got to ask guys this more often. Does that impact you in any way, shape, or form? Do you feel more pressure because you want to stay right where you are as opposed to going somewhere else, picking up your craft and moving to a new river?
I think as we learned during basketball season, and it wasn't even just KD. There were a couple other guys around the league that said this. Guys don't like moving midseason if they can help it. And it certainly seems like this Diamondbacks team, look, they've had their adversity this season, both just through bad luck and also some self-inflicted. But guys seem to like to play for this team. So I'm guessing they don't want to get moved at the deadline because, I mean, it's not that it's waving the white flag if you move one of those five guys I just mentioned, but if you start moving like 2 or 3 or 4 of them, not only can we all see what you're doing, but the guys in the clubhouse can see it too.
Man, especially too when you think of families. You think of guys that might have kids, to have to move them mid-season. That would add a lot of pressure.
It's just dawning on me right now. Zach Gallen, friend of the show. I don't think we've had him on this season.
Haven't had him on in a long time.
And it's the worst season of his career.
I know. Man, love to talk to him.
Yeah, we got to get him on before
I would love to go full psychological profile in regard to Zach Gallen.
Are you going to wear the beanie when you do it?
I will.
Okay. For anybody not watching on YouTube, he's wearing the beanie right now.
Yeah, I'd just love to ask him questions. Where are you right now, bro?
This is Derek Hall on with Bickley and Murata yesterday on the belief level, despite all the injuries.
For us to have the best record in June, we still have talent on this team despite all of the injuries we've had. We can't use that as an excuse or say, but woe is us. No, we have to go out and win ball games, and we can. We're capable of it. We still have a good team and very good players. I would be hypocritical, guys, if, when I came on at the beginning of the year with all of you and I said, look how good the depth is that we've created. Well, with some injuries, I can't now say, we're just not that strong. No, we have to believe in that depth. And these guys can play the game. And then if we can, just tread water and keep our head above water and stay where we are, stay close and stay in this, we could still be buyers at the deadline. We could still get our players back in time and it'll feel like acquisitions. So I think we're going to continue to battle. I think we're going to continue to win games.
Yeah, it's a tough situation. You've heard me talk about this for a long time now, base earnings, but it is the truth. I mean, it's not an excuse sometimes. Sometimes it's a reason. It's a reason why it's happened. You put this roster together all off season. You work hard at doing it. Mike Hazen and his staff, of course, and suddenly the Diamondbacks were getting a lot of praise in regard to some of the moves they had made. And now all of a sudden, because of injuries, you're not in that same situation. D. Hall is absolutely correct. When you're a player, you just go, I don't care. Yeah. This is what I do. I'm going to go out there and I'm going to give you everything I've got, period. You don't look for excuses or even reasons. You don't look for them as to why you're not playing well. You do your job. That's all you can do.
He drew a pretty clear distinction too in that interview. He talked about how some of the hitters that are hurt right now might not be out as long as people are thinking, and it is easy to fall into that trap. You look at the Diamondbacks, like Corbin Burns out 12 months, J Mart's out 12 months, AJ Puck might very well be out 12 months. Okay, they're never getting anybody back. Well, okay, but the hitters that they have, they are getting back. They're going to get Corbin Carroll back here at some point. Gino, Josh Naylor's playing through it. Ildemaro Vargas, I would assume at some point, but he wasn't like a core player that they had to have playing. It was nice to have him. Gabby Moreno, it's easy to fall into the trap of, well, these guys must all be out for the year too. They're not. The pitchers are out for the year. The hitters could still come back here relatively soon. And they are the third highest scoring team in baseball in terms of runs per game. And he just pointed out their record in June. They're 14-8, even with the injuries. So keep playing like that where you're winning more series than not. And the seller conversation is going to be a moot point anyway.
I agree with that. We've had a good show, Luke. We've had a really good show.
Thanks.
You know what, Command and Control, I want to tell you as well.
Wow.
You earned that barbecue today.
This is the
well
barbecue.
done
Thanks,
by
Wolf.
you, Jamal.
Yeah,
well done by you, Rick.
All right. Am I going to push this button real quick? All right. We'll push this button and the show's just going to end.
Okay.
So thanks to everybody involved. Bye.
Win a pair of tickets to Dbacks Royals on the 4th of July from Arizona Sports. Text Firework to 620-620 and listen for your name June 30th through July 2nd for your chance to win.
There's a swing and a ball hit high and deep to right field. Freeman moving back, looking. Oh, that is gone.
What's more All-American than Dbacks baseball, a Dbacks dog, and fireworks on Independence Day at Chase Field? Text Firework to 620-620 now. Message and data rates may apply.
It's heating up in Phoenix, and while most can beat the heat with a cold drink in the shade, many in our community cannot. This month, the UPS Store and Arizona Sports are teaming up to collect water donations for Phoenix Rescue Mission, all to keep our community hydrated and healthy this summer. And your donation can make a big difference. Text WATER to 620-620 to find participating the UPS Store locations near you, or to make a donation. Text WATER to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta here to tell you about the hottest deals of the summer being offered at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, now through Independence Day. Earnhardt Ford's General Manager John Nissen and his team are rolling out nearly every remaining 2024 new Ford car, truck, or SUV now below employee price. Like their built in the USA 2024 Ford F-150 STX models and Escape SUVs at amazing low rates and big Ford bonus cash offers. Add in the wildly popular 2024 Bronco Sport Badlands, and your summer is ready to roll. Plus, buy with confidence with Earnhardt and get a 3-year, 36,000-mile maintenance plan at no charge. All offers require approved credit. Hurry into Earnhardt Ford and get the star-spangled deals you've been looking for, or check them out online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the Noble Protection Package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. Employee pricing available on select models. AXZD plans and eligible for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 7/6/25.
When you get hurt, you don't want to end up on the injured list. You want to get back in the game stronger than ever. At Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, we fight for you, making sure big insurance doesn't throw you a curveball. With over $25 billion recovered, we're the home run hitters you need.
This is way out there and gone.
Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you live in Arizona, you know the desert sun can do a number on your windows, and if you've been here a while, chances are you need your windows replaced, which is why I am stoked to tell you about Advanced Window Products, a great company that is family-owned and locally operated, a company that treats customers like friendships. They are Arizona's premier window replacement company. They are co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and they offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state. And that is because there is no middleman. They are the manufacturers. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. Even better, Advanced Window Products running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows and you'll get a $2,500 discount. So call today and beat the rush. 480-764-2002 or online at advancedwindows.com.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Say no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One N.A. member FDIC.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck. And she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes. But when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Ready.
Hi, my name is Brent Sanderson with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. What makes Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning a great choice for customers is that you know when Ready comes to your home, you're going to get an honest assessment, a positive experience from start to finish, a very comfortable, no sales experience. Our mission is to come in, assess the situation, troubleshoot, and solve your problems and leave you smiling.
ReadyServices.com. Ready.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks back at Chase Field tonight, getting set for the first of 3 against the Miami Marlins. It's a good matchup on the mound as well against a couple of right-handers. You've got the veteran in Merrill Kelly going for the Diamondbacks, and then a young, tall right-hander for the Miami Marlins in Yuri Perez. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. Also, we'll have manager Torey Lovello joining Burns and Gambo today at 2:30. Get the latest on some key injury updates, so make sure you're listening around for that. And speaking of high-profile guests, the Phoenix Suns now have the NBA draft in the rearview mirror, and the general manager, Brian Gregory, set to join Burns and Gambo today at 3:30, so make sure you turn in and hear from the head man of the Phoenix Suns front office. And also, you got the Phoenix Mercury in action tonight. They're playing at PHX Arena against the New York Liberty. This is a team that the Merc just beat a week ago in New York. Now they're hosting them. Tip-off is tonight at 7. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up 2 o'clock on this Friday in Phoenix. John Gambadoro, Kellen Olson filling in for the vacationing Dave Burns, who's going to be back on Monday. Good job this week, Kellen.
You miss him too much, or am I doing okay?
You did a good job.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's good. We had a lot of Suns talk, so it's good. That's right up your wheelhouse right there. So
my wheelhouse is everywhere, buddy. Come on now.
We had, but that is your bread. It's
my bread and butter.
Your bread and butter.
If I'm looking for
there.
off speed or a fastball, I'm looking for a fastball, but I can hit some off speed too. Come on now.
That's your bread. I know you're excited. You want to go to the
Throw me a
Summer
12-6
League.
curve and see what I do with it. See what I do with it.
You're looking at that schedule right now. I'm looking at the schedule right now too. Summer League. You're like, okay, I got this.
Yeah, 2 weeks from Friday, I'll be calling into your show live from Vegas and giving you guys the inside scoop as they get ready to play the Washington Wizards, I believe.
You're going to go to the second Summer League game between Cooper Flagg and Dylan Harper?
Ooh, when is that specifically?
Cooper Flagg's second Summer League game will be against Dylan Harper.
Ooh, okay.
I guess
maybe if
Friday
it lines up with my schedule.
Is that Friday the 11th?
Ooh.
Might be Friday the 11th or Saturday?
Depends on when I'm flying in. We're still figuring out the logisticals. I know that they play right
Saturday,
before the Suns?
July 12th.
Ooh, I don't have a Suns game to cover, so I might be over there, a.k.a. I will be. And I'm
Saturday
excited.
the 12th, Cooper Flagg versus Dylan Harper. There you go.
Yeah, Dallas got that Nemhard kid, too. They did a couple of other things. San Antonio got Carter Bryant. That'll be a really fun game. You get Carter Bryant trying to get his revenge on Cooper Flagg after Cooper Flagg put some work in on him in the tournament. It was rough for my guy.
All right, so draft is over. There's still a lot of Suns free agency news that's going to go on. We'll get you the latest. We have Brian Gregory, the GM of the Phoenix Suns, joining us at 3:30 today, so stay tuned for that. Let's waste no time any longer. Let's tell you what our top story of the day is.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
All right, the Phoenix Suns, younger, bigger, and more athletic. But will they be better? Younger, bigger, more athletic. Will the Phoenix Suns be better? We're not asking for a lot here. They were terrible last year. Can they be better than a team that finished 10 games under 500? There seems to be a lot of hope now with the Phoenix Suns. As we said yesterday, the Phoenix Suns, for the last 2 years, put together a team on the court that fans hated. And we've said this all along. Fans hate this team. You can't root for this team. It's hard to root for this team. There's no heart. There's no passion. They don't play hard. They don't give you anything to sink your teeth into. So 3 months ago, before the trade with the Jazz, The Phoenix Suns had 2 assets, Kevin. They had 2 assets, not
Kellen.
counting
Hello.
Devin Booker.
Hello, Kellen Olson here. Nice to see you.
Who did I call you?
Kevin.
I call you Kevin?
That's the other one.
Yeah. Kevin, yeah.
The Empire of the Suns podcast, by the way, which you can listen to. That's
With
Kevin
Kevin
Zimmerman he's
Zimmerman.
referencing.
Yeah.
We had another episode
Kellen.
last night. Recapped
Kellen.
the wonderful work the Suns did in the second round of the draft.
All right, let's go back. 3 months ago, they had 2 assets, Kevin Durant and the 2031 pick. That was their 2 best assets outside of Devin Booker. They've turned those assets into Malawach, Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks, Mark Williams, Fleming, Brea, and they still have a first-round pick and a second-round pick from those assets. So you had KD and you had the 31. You don't have KD and you don't have the 31, and instead you have Malawach, Green, Brooks, Williams, Fleming, Brea, 1 first-round pick, 1 second-round pick. Not too shabby. Not too shabby. Now, there's a lot of quality. There's a lot of quantity there. The question is,
I like the way you're phrasing
quality.
this. Yeah, I like the way you're phrasing it.
There's a lot of quantity. You know, you got 3 draft picks, you got 2 players from the Rockets, you got a player from Charlotte, and you still got 2 picks left. And that is a lot of quantity. How much of this is quality, and how much of that will lead to the Phoenix Suns getting this thing turned around?
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of a thing in video games, like any sports video game, Madden, 2K, whatever you want to call it, where every player has an overall rating, 1 to 99. So someone
I play Tecmo Bowl, man. I don't know that we have those
they had the ratings
in
on Tecmo Bowl. Bo Jackson was a 99 overall and everything,
That's
I'm
good.
sure.
Good to know.
You're all good to go. But like your average player is somewhere in the 70s, your pretty good players are in the 80s, and your superstars are in the 90s. I'm saying all of this because I think the Suns' overall rating would actually be pretty solid. But how do all of those pieces fit together? That's what we're going to have to figure out here over the next week or two. Like, how do you balance out your center rotation? What are the other moves you have left? How do you balance out your incredibly crowded wing room, 2-guard room, however you want to phrase it? Exactly. They've got a lot of minutes to allocate. They don't have a point guard on the roster right now. Colin Gillespie is a restricted free agent, though. We're going to talk about him a little bit later in the show as well. It's a lot of pieces that make sense on an overall roster, Gamma, but how do they mesh together to reach the goal of what you're trying to do this year, which is ultimately win some games in order to build culture, build identity? Do you have to win 47? You do not. If you can win in the low to mid 30s, even the high 30s would be a little bit, I would say, admirable. You have your lunch bet with Dave Burns. Of course, it's 36
I feel good
wins.
about that right now.
You're feeling good about it after the last 2 days?
I think I feel pretty good about again, last year, you had Kevin Durant, Bradley Beal, and it didn't work. It failed miserably. You didn't even get to the play-in tournament. I think a team that's, a team that's this team's gonna fight and claw for a couple of wins that team didn't. They're going to try to build a team with some heart, build a team with some passion, try to build a team that the fans will like. There will be growing pains. But they're going to be bigger, they're going to be more athletic, and they're going to be a lot younger. And what do we see when we look at Oklahoma City, when we look at Indiana, when we look at Houston, when we look at San Antonio? You know, we see young basketball team. It's a young man's game. And the Suns were kind of old, and it didn't work. So I think that they're going to be younger, more athletic, taller. I think there'll be growing pains. You got to figure this out. You got a first-time head coach. I don't know how he's going to coach. I think he'll do okay. He's been in the league for a long time. Can't be any worse than Budenholzer. Mike Budenholzer has no control out over that basketball team. You know it. The whole Nurkic thing and how that went to hell in a handbasket. It was bad. It was really bad. So you had a terrible culture last year. You had players and the coach not getting along. I think the players themselves, I think they got along off the court, but on the court, there was just no chemistry. Nothing seemed to work, and it ended up being a miserable season. I think this has the chance to be a lot better. You know, I'm a big addition by subtraction guy. And, Katie's going to go to Houston, and good luck to him. I don't wish any ill wills, but I think Kevin Durant being off this basketball team is good for the Phoenix Suns. It's good for the Suns.
I think it's important for us not to put too much focus on next year as well, because these last couple of days, it's been 6 days total, I want to say, since the KD trade as a whole, 5 days total since the KD trade, is that this was about building out the next 2 to 3 years. It's not just about what you look like next year and the change and transformation of the roster from last year to this upcoming season. It's going to be more about the potential that you have to grow for the next 2 to 3 years. And let's just call it like it is, Gambo, the one word, hope. Did you have any hope for the Phoenix Suns at points last season. I certainly didn't. Even going back 2 years ago, my hope was pretty lost. But I think that there is a lot of momentum within the fan base right now, rightfully so, because they can see it. They're like, yeah, if Kaman Malawach develops, if Mark Williams stays healthy, if Rasheer Fleming is this uber athletic wing power forward guy that we've always needed, if we can figure out the Green Booker combination, like you can see what the team could look like in a couple of years' time. There's a lot of ifs there, and there's a lot of, again, like roster construction stuff. The shape is still pretty muddled up right now that they need to figure out over the next 2 to 3 weeks. But if they do that and they go into the season and give themselves a chance with a fairly balanced roster, I do think that they can be that team that, again, isn't going to win more than 40 games, I think, but is competitive. And like the Ricky Rubio team won 33 games, Gambo, but they were competitive and they fought every night.
I know. And that was the team that first brought you like, okay, the Suns are turning the corner here. Ricky Rubio, Aaron Baines, Kelly Oubre, you kind of felt like, okay, we're on the verge of something here. Finally, we're a competent NBA basketball team. You could watch your team and be proud of your team. They fought hard. They played hard. I give those three guys a ton of credit for getting that thing turned around. I really do. Baines, Rubio, and Oubre. I think that they had a lot to do with the turnaround after all those miserable years of winning 20-some basketball games. No, I don't think there was a lot of hope with this team. If there was, it was false hope. There was always the belief that how can this team not be good? You got Kevin Durant, Devin Booker. Like you got to be better than this. You have to be. And they weren't. But I think we just kept waiting for it. And there were like the glimmers, the 8-1 start. And then there were some games throughout the season where you're like, okay, that's good basketball. Never turned into anything. They never took a big win and turned that into a winning streak. They'd have they'd have 2 bad games and then a good game, and then 2 bad games and then a good game. And there was a point where you're like, okay, they're not going to make the playoffs. And then we were worried about the lottery pick going to Houston because it wasn't yours. And I think when we finally came to the realization that that team sucked, the hope was that, what can you get for Kevin Durant? The hope was that you could turn Kevin Durant into this blockbuster package, but he had no value. Like his value was okay. It was okay. But it wasn't like there were teams that were interested. There were 6 teams that called about him. But he wasn't, at 37 years old, going to bring you back anywhere near what he was going to, what he came for.
He still had value, but they had no leverage. Zero. None.
There was value. There was some value. Like, you were able to make a trade. You weren't stuck with them. Like, you weren't stuck with them like we can't trade him. But, again, nobody was going to give you what they didn't have to give you. And that was the thing with the Durant. But that was the only hope. Now, Durant is gone, and, hopefully Beal, and I expect Beal's going to be gone. And then, I think you could start to turn the corner on, what was just an absolutely miserable season.
Yeah, but this was the time to do it, Gambo. This was the couple of days that were going to change it because they do not have draft picks next year as well right now. They moved a lot over the last couple of days to get this done right now, and I thought they did a pretty good job considering the circumstances they were in.
All right, back in my day, my parents were all about passing and failing. There wasn't A, B, C, D, or F. Did you pass the test? Did you fail the test? But with the Phoenix Suns, there are grades. We'll tell you what some of those grades are from what they did these last couple of days. That's next, right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
As this 3-0 pitch swung on, drilled. Catel savoring, looking. It's on its way and it's gone. A solo home run. That's his 15th. He continues to be red hot for the Diamondbacks.
After 9 games on the road, the Dbacks host the Marlins at home. Game 1 of the 3-game series gets going tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Mortgage rates, they just fell to a 7-week low. Gives you home buyers some reprieve from borrowing costs. That is terrific for those homeowners out there. And also for those of you that have been renting and now want to purchase a home. Yeah, mortgage rates fell to a 7-week low. There's more houses on the market than there have been previously. We're seeing seller concessions right now. This is a great time to get pre-approved for a mortgage. Take advantage of the low rates that have fallen, 7-week low. Take advantage of the market that's out there with a lot of houses that have been on the market. Get out of renting and buy a new house. Get pre-approved for a mortgage, absolutely free, with the Lund Mortgage team. They're local. They're available nights, weekends, anywhere you are in the Valley. Just call them at 623-889-0130, and they'll take great care of you for any and all of your mortgage needs. Or go online for more information at lundmortgage.com.
Celebrate the baseball season with Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing, the official beer partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Text SEATS to 620-620 for a shot at 4 tickets to the July 4th Dbacks game against Kansas City, courtesy of Four Peaks Brewing.
Message and data rates may apply.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Nation.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. And it all starts with spectacular offers. Available right now at your Valley Chevy dealers July 4th event. Going on now. You'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventures ahead. No matter how you celebrate the 4th of July, it's always better in a Chevy. Don't miss out. Visit a Valley Chevy dealer near you during the Valley Chevy July 4th event. Going on now.
When you work with All Pro Shade Concepts, you're working with the most trusted local shade company available. Voted #1 by Ranking Arizona for patio shades in 2024. They have an A+ rating with a Better Business Bureau, and check out all their 5-star reviews on Google. These shades are commercial grade, industrial strength, hundreds of colors, and durable fabric to withstand the Arizona sun. Go to allproshade.com for more information. That's allproshade.com.
Pioneer Landscape Centers is now part of Site One Landscape Supply. That means more products, better pricing, and 14 locations. We stock bulk rock, sand, soil, hardscapes, artificial turf, tools, lighting, and now irrigation at select branches. Visit pioneerco.com to find your nearest branch and order pickup or job site delivery.
Arizona Sports.
This team is not going nowhere. This team ain't going nowhere. Nowhere. They're not even going to be a top 6 seed in the West. I don't care who they trade for.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Burns and Gambo.
All right, we could grade the draft, we could grade the trade, we could grade what the Phoenix Suns look like now compared to what they were before. But that's some of the things that are out there. I did like this line from our friend Kevin O'Connor, who's going to join us Monday, by the way. Monday, Kevin O'Connor. He was a little busy today, but he had me on his podcast last week. I said, I'll go on your podcast. You got to come on my show. And he said Monday he can come on. So Kevin O'Connor said this. Malawach, Fleming, Brea. This draft has been a big-time success for the Suns. All 3 guys have skills that will allow them to stick in the NBA. Malawach at rim impact, Fleming's 3-and-D style, Brea's shooting skill, really impressive by Phoenix. So we'll start with that. There are people out there like Kevin O'Connor that look at what the Suns got in a center, a power forward, and one of the better shooters in the draft, and think that they did really well and probably couldn't have done much better.
Yeah, they did great in the second round specifically for sure with the movement that they made. Obviously, getting Malawach to fall at 10 is just a no-brainer sort of home run situation, especially with what the Suns had lacking and the holes that they had on their roster. The long-term fit for him there is pretty great. I'll just ignore the Mark Williams thing and sort of move on. In the second round, trading up to get your guy, like I'm always in favor of that, Gambo. You know me, whenever you think it's your guy and you have him ranked higher than everyone else, or you know it's someone that you want but isn't going to make it to where you go get him. Go get him however you can. And the way that they did was give up a couple of future seconds that probably aren't going to wind up being as valuable as the number 31 overall pick. Like the drop off between 31 and like 38 or 41 or 43 is pretty immense. Like with all due respect to Kobe Bryant, who I think has a chance to be a good rotation player for a long time, the drop off in the caliber of prospect he is at 41 compared to Fleming at 31 is a huge gap.
Big gap.
So for them to move up there, I loved the aggression. I loved the way that they did it. If you even look at what they gave up for 31 and what Orlando gave up to get 32, Orlando gave up more to get up to 32, I thought. So I thought the value was good.
Good point.
As well. And with Kevin's point there specifically, you talk about balancing out the roster and filling out a lot of different skill sets. They already have a lot of shooting on their team, but you can never have enough shooting in the NBA. Brea was the best shooter in college basketball the last 2 years, hands down. He's an NBA elite shooter.
Yeah, and
right
he may
now.
have a hard time playing on this team right now. He might be a two-way player. We don't know. But he might be a two-way player because it's just, where's he going to fit right now?
Yeah, there's a lot of either two guards or you're too small to be like a wing players on this team. There's 7 right now, if I count them. That's way too many. But you look exactly at the skill set distribution here. You get Malawach, who is your giant two-way center. You get Fleming, who is just your athletic wing, power forward, 3-and-D kind of guy. And then Brea is just your pure shooter. And something Kevin talked about on the podcast yesterday, I totally agree with, is this was our first foray into like seeing what Brian Gregory would do, the types of players that he liked. And it kind of reminds you of James Jones a little bit, just in identifying clear skill sets. Like to Kevin's point in his analysis, O'Connor that is, Zimmerman was saying, you just look at what they identified and what they got. It's clear that they are able to do that, and that's a good sign going forward.
Well, I will tell you this. The Phoenix Suns did try to move up into the first round to get Fleming. They were talking with 29 and 30 to try to get Fleming. Obviously, 29 was the original Phoenix pick that got traded, and then I think it was the Clippers at 30 from Oklahoma City.
Yeah, Charlotte took Liam McNeely, and then OKC took Yannick Conan-Niederhauser.
Right, and so those were the teams that they discussed trades with. Similar packages with all the second-rounders, but they had discussed trades at 29 and 30, but those teams stayed with they had guys that they liked that was still on the board. They ended up staying there. So I know the Phoenix Suns did look at, okay, this was like, we want Fleming. Can we get back into the first round to get him? When he was falling to the end of the first round, they had a guy in their top 20. Like, man, can we get this guy 29 to 30? That would be great. They weren't able to, and then they went to work the next morning bright and early to try to figure out how to do it. The Suns made 3 trades before the NBA draft even started. It was crazy what they were able to do, but they got exactly what they needed. But make no mistake about it, they did look to move into the end of the first round to see, because I had reported that day, okay, they're done for the day. I'm going to go home. They're done because they tried, but those teams didn't want to make those moves. But they looked at it. They looked at moving into the end of the first round to get them.
And it is such an important skill set that they acquire. Like, you can have your opinion on Rasheer Fleming as a prospect however you want, but you look at the need and you look at someone who's 6'9" with a 7'5" wingspan who can move the way that he does. How many games did you guys come in here, you and Bernsey, come in here the next day after they lost and be like, everyone's just faster and stronger and bigger and longer than them. Everyone was.
Everybody's more athletic than you. Everybody.
You're not more athletic than Rasheer Fleming. You're not more athletic than Mark Williams. You're not more athletic than Kaman Malawach as well. That's where Brea will get you a little bit. But to go 3 for 4 there, especially with Fleming and the size that he provides, he's definitely the most fascinating guy to watch for the team in terms of the year-to-year improvement that he could make in his rookie year just because of the skill set that he provides. Like, we know what Malawach is going to be. He's going to be a giant freaking dude who sets great screens, rolls hard to the rim, and protects the paint. That's what he is going to do. Fleming can do like everything on the floor if his game really truly develops in the way that it does. So again, to see that on a big stage in 2 weeks, I'm super excited.
All right, I was looking at a couple of others. ESPN overall gave the Suns a B. They gave the Suns a B. They said, the Duke center fell to the front court needy Suns, who also strangely traded to acquire former Duke center Mark Williams, a deal graded separately, so they didn't use that. They said Malawach was the top prospect on the board. They used future picks to move up to go get St. Joseph's forward Rasheer Fleming. They say 12th in my stats-only projections. Fleming gives the Suns another quality shot blocker, this time with more range. And it says, though Brea is another shooting guard on a team overloaded with them, Phoenix should use his shooting. He has the highest skill projection as a shooter of any player in their database.
Crazy.
So you look at what they said about Malawach, Fleming, and Bray, and I was surprised that their grade was only a B.
Yeah, grades are always weird.
It is weird. Like, okay, you're raving about Brea, you're raving about Fleming, and you think Malawach was the top prospect on the board. I'm surprised they didn't give him a B+ or an A on that. I did see an A on CBS. They gave him an A. Said Phoenix completely remade its front court in a matter of minutes by trading for Williams, drafting Malawach, and then they talked later on about how they were able to capitalize on Fleming's availability by moving up to get him as well. They thought the Suns did well enough to give them an A.
No letter grade here, Gambo, but Bobby Marks on NBA Today.
But how about Phoenix? I mean, what Phoenix was able to do, they went into the draft certainly prioritizing bigs, and they go out and they draft Kalman Malawich, the center from Duke. They trade for Mark Williams, a quality starting center, and then they enter round 2. They've got 59 and 52, and all of a sudden they move up to 31 to take Rasheer Fleming, a big wing. They've got length, something that they sorely needed after the Kevin Durant trade. So I really like what Phoenix was able to do in the 2 days there.
That's Bobby Marks. He liked what they did. Most people do. Most people like what the Phoenix Suns were able to do in this position to remake the roster. A roster that was a bunch of overpaid players that had no passion to a younger, more athletic team that will give the fans some hope. All right, Dbacks getting ready to take on the Marlins today. We'll check in with their skipper, Torey Lovullo. That's next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This afternoon at 2:30, Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovullo. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 this afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app at 98.7.
This great run on employee pricing is just about over. That's right. Ford Motor Company has announced it is positively ending July 7th. No more employee pricing. So if you want to save thousands of dollars on new Ford vehicles during the final days, head on over to Sanderson Ford. You'll get additional Ford rebates, Sanderson Ford discounts, and special finance offers. You could get Bronco Sports for $27,900, Escapes for $28,700, and the F-150 STX Super Crew trucks for $41,700. Plus, you can get an additional $1,000 in military recognition discount for all active and retired military personnel. Shop the final days of employee pricing at Sanderson Ford with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense. And you can also stop by and pick up a pair of D-backs tickets just for coming in. No test drive or purchase required. They're on 51st Avenue in Glendale or online at sandersonford.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and last year during the heat of summer, I had an air conditioning bill of $666, and I thought it was proof that we live in purgatory. In reality, that obscene bill arrived because my windows are shot, and I cannot wait to get them replaced by Advanced Window Products, a great company co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and the highest-rated window company in Arizona. They also offer the most affordable high-quality custom windows in the state, and they can do all of this because there is no middleman. They have their own factory in the valley. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. And get this, Advanced Window Products currently running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows, and you'll get $2,500 off. So do what I'm doing. Call now and beat the rush. 480-764-2002 or visit advancedwindows.com.
Friends, it's Pat. I finally did it. Sometimes you just need to get off the grid and get some time to think, like way off. So I hopped into my all-new 2025 4Runner with available iForce Max engine and took off, which is me, the 4Runner, and good old Mother Nature. Unfortunately, that's when I realized it was also Taco Tuesday. So I ended up coming back that night. I mean, priorities, right?
Right now, get low 2.99% financing for 72 months on the new 2025 Tundra. Or get 4.75% for 60 months on any new Tacoma. Plus, check out the all-new 6th generation 4Runner, now at your Valley Toyota dealer. Shop anytime at valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 2.99% with $15.19 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. 4.75 with $18.76 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. Offers end 6/30/25. See dealer for details.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number 4th of July sale. Save over $600 on our King P5 smart bed, our lowest price of the season. Limited time. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. To learn more, visit one of our 12 Phoenix Sleep Number stores or visit sleepnumber.com.
Born in the birthplace of tequila, Estrella Jalisco is the golden Mexican Pilsner with roots in Jalisco, Mexico since 1910. The finest ingredients are always used to deliver a smooth and flavorful taste with a crisp finish that leaves you refreshed. We're proud to bring you this authentic and delicious Mexican beer, perfect for pairing with food and enjoying with friends. Estrella Jalisco, official cerveza partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks back home for the start of a nice long homestand. First up is 3 games against the Miami Marlins starting tonight. By the way, if you haven't looked at the lineup yet, at least on the MLB.com game day page, both Eugenio Suarez and Josh Naylor are in the lineup tonight. Both of them missed that final game against the White Sox on Wednesday. Merrill Kelly will be the man on the mound. He goes against the young and tall right-hander Yuri Perez. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And to get the latest on the state of the team, the manager, Torey Lovullo, set to join the guys shortly after this break, so don't go anywhere. Manager Torey Lovullo set to join the guys, momentarily. With the NBA draft in the rearview mirror, what's next for the Phoenix Suns in their long off season? Brian Gregory, the general manager of the Suns, will be joining Burns and Gambo today at 3:30, so be sure you tune in for that as well. And the Phoenix Mercury, they're back at PHX Arena. They host the New York Liberty. The Merc actually beat the Liberty last weekend in NYC. Tip-off for that game is at 7. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. How will the Diamondbacks look on Monday morning? We will discuss. The fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
All right, waiting for the skipper, Torey Lovullo, to join us. The Diamondbacks taking on the Marlins at home. We got Merrill Kelly on the mound today, Brandon Pfaadt tomorrow, and Erod on Sunday against the Marlins. The Arizona Diamondbacks coming off of a series win against Chicago, which that followed a series win against Colorado. And the Diamondbacks somehow, through all the injuries, despite all these injuries, 14-8 in the month of June. Hanging in there, Kellen, hanging in there when it comes to a wild card spot. If you look at the standings in the wild card, the Diamondbacks 3 games out of the wild card.
Crazy.
Now they've got 4 teams to jump. They've got to jump 4 teams. Right now, Philly's in the lead. Milwaukee's second. San Diego's got the third one locked up. Then the Giants are a half game behind. The Cardinals a game behind. The Reds 2.5. The Diamondbacks 3. There's a lot of separation after that, but you're probably looking at 4 teams for 1 spot. You're probably looking at the Diamondbacks, Reds, Cardinals, and either the Giants or the Padres for 1 spot. That's how tough it is and how close it all is right now in the National League.
And the dynamic that is going to start here, and it's kind of already started because of the Rafael Devers trade, is, okay, which of these teams are going to be aggressive buyers and really look at this competitive wild card space as their time to jump and make a big move? The Giants made that big move. Now, it might have just fallen into their lap with what was going on in Boston, but I'm curious to see. Milwaukee really wasn't in this thing much. It was really just the Cubs and everyone else in the NL Central. Then the Cardinals got hot, and the Brewers have been really hot over the last couple of weeks. We knew a team out of the NL East was going to come, whether it was the Phillies or the Mets, but the Dbacks are in a pretty good spot, all things considered.
All right, and he's going to join us right now. The skipper, Torey Lovullo, getting ready for that matchup against the Marlins. Skip, Burnsy's on vacation. Kellen's filling in. How are you, my friend?
I'm doing good. I mean, mid-season vacation. What do we got here? Can't have that happen.
Yeah. The next time you're on this show, I'll be in Italy. So, sorry, I apologize. You'll have to talk to Burnsy and somebody else.
Yeah. All right, we'll figure that out too.
All right. Let's get an update. We're all patiently waiting to see if there is an update on Gino Suarez. I know the X-ray was negative. Usually, you wait a few days after the X-ray, and you know, if the guy's not feeling well, you go for the MRI. What could you tell us about the status of Geno?
Yeah, he's in the lineup tonight. And things have progressively gotten better since that hand x-ray in Chicago, and I think we really dodged the bullet. He is extremely tough, probably one of the toughest players that I've ever managed, and he just goes about his business day by day, and he was eager to, over the next days after the hit by pitch, eager to show me that he was ready and willing to get back out there as soon as possible. Today's his day. Getting ready to we're having our meetings right now, our pregame meetings at the moment. He'll probably test that thing out here pretty soon, but I feel like all systems are going to be go.
Now, we've seen a lot of your guys get hit by pitches, a lot, and in the hand, it's so dangerous. You have any thought on guys pitching inside and not having the control? I asked Zach Gallen about it last week when we had him on the show. Is it a concern to you, the amount of guys that are getting hit on some of these inside pitches?
Yeah, a little bit. Nothing against the past few teams that we've played. A couple of them are very, very young, and I think the level of pitching has been diluted a little bit, and there's the velocities are extremely high, and things take off. Catches a seam and takes off now and runs up and in on you, and you've got a couple broken hands, one broken hand and one severely bruised hand. So that's just the nature of the business. I don't think there was any intent by it. But what we started barking at from the dugout, from a coaching standpoint at the Chicago catchers, was don't even set up in there. If you can't throw inside, you don't know how to throw inside, don't do it. You got to stay on the outer half of the plate, and you lose that privilege if you show you can't go in there.
Now, usually with a regular broken bone, we're talking 4 to 6 weeks. Let's see if we can, with Corbin and Gabby, I don't know if it's going to be as long. Any timetable yet on when you may be able to get those guys back?
Neither for both of them, but right around the All-Star break is kind of what I'm personally forecasting. I know Corbin is potentially going to be an All-Star. I know he wants to play in the All-Star game, but we got to make darn sure that he is safe and sound and ready to go out there and get those at-bats if he does come back pre-All-Star break. So, I think in both cases, once the bones get to a certain point, it's not going to be that you can absolutely blow that bone up and shatter it. It's just a matter of pain tolerance. And, these players go out there and try and play through pain. And I looked at Ildemaro Vargas, who played 2 innings with a broken foot and made a good drop step on a ground ball to third base and got a big out to end the inning that he eventually came out of. They're blocking out some pain, but it's hard to do. And once you get to that point, once you're asymptomatic, I think we're going to start pushing these guys pretty hard.
Torrey, when you look at what Josh and Geno are playing through at the moment, I don't need to tell you this, but those are obviously 162 guys, where if you guys could, you would play them every single day. I was curious as a manager what you think that does for the clubhouse, sort of the precedent it sets, and as well as the example that they're setting for the team in terms of how much they care about steering the ship here in the right direction.
Yeah, I mean, we feel like to be an Arizona Diamondback, you got to be a mentally strong and a tough baseball player. We understand that the game is hard and you're not going to feel great at all times. And in both cases, they have taken on an example of an injury, but there's bumps and bruises that they're playing through every single day that nobody knows about. I know about. And I'm just very appreciative of that. So, yeah, when you're looking to set the tone for somebody who wants to go out there and win, talk about winning, preach it, believe in it, and then you're the prime example to the younger players that's going out there and showing it. That's when it becomes very powerful. But in both cases, they're the catalyst for a lot of our offensive success, and we need them in this line.
With what happened with Catel Marte in Chicago, I know you were very close with your players and very close with your team. How proud are you of the way that Catel handled that situation and the way that he responded to it and the team responded to it and rallied around him as well? Yeah,
first of all, really tough situation, right? And we're coming out the other end of it. And I know there's been over $18,000 in donations from 500 donors across 30 states, several countries. We're very grateful for that. And I think Catel at that moment gave a lot of people some courage and a voice and said, it's not okay to have somebody say something that makes you uncomfortable. It could have been anything. Everybody has different triggers, and you could see the impact it had on Catel. I heard everything that was said. I'm not sure if Catel did. And at the end of the day, it put him in a very, very uncomfortable situation. So it would be easy for him to lock out, shut down, and be angry at people around him, or specifically this young man. But the way he went about his business and explained things and said, look, I'm praying for this guy. I hope his heart is better in the future, because that's what we all want. That speaks volumes about Catel. And look, we're here to protect one another. They do the same thing for me. Everybody says, that I did a good job of protecting them. They're like my children, but they would do the same thing for me. They would do the same thing for their brothers sitting across from them. They do the same thing for anybody sitting inside of this organization, inside of this building right now. That's just what it means to be an Arizona Diamondback.
You know how I feel about punks like that, but we won't get into it. When you look at an incident like that, do you think that something like that can pull a team together? Can that rally a team?
I think so, for sure. This is already a very close team. This is already a team that goes out there and gives 100% effort every single day. You can see we're playing inspired baseball. And, this has not been an easy run, and I'm not expecting it to be easy, and nobody's going to feel sorry for us. But the injuries that we've taken on, in most cases, teams will start to fragment and start to point fingers and say, well, it's my turn. I got to get mine, and be a little selfish. But there's not one selfish bone inside of that clubhouse. This team is very dedicated, and they want to go out and play connected baseball. Now, we'll see. We'll see what this incident did. I will say after the incident happened, I think we were just emotionally exhausted. It was the last day of a 3-city road trip. And I think emotionally we were just looking forward to getting to that day off. And we got socked in the face on that last day. That's on us. We got to play better. I feel like we're a better team. We could have won that baseball game, but it just didn't happen. So I think this team is very unified. And if you're looking for anything out from the outside world to help it, I think we certainly got a little push.
It hurts me to see Zach Gallen have the struggles he's had this year. There's been 3 or 4 terrific outings, but there's a lot that haven't been good. And the struggles continued, and I know you made a change at catcher, and you had McCann catch him the other day, see if you can get some spark there. This team needs Zach Gallen to pitch the way he normally does to go where you guys want to go. What signs are you seeing? What are you seeing in the metrics and the analytics? Is there anything that could give you hope that he could turn this thing around?
Well, first of all, I'm with you, Gambo. We need Zach Gallen front and center to get to where we need to get to, and he like embraces that pressure. He loves that. He chews that up and just says, "Let's go. I want to get it done." So this isn't for a lack of trying or a lack of effort or lack of understanding. I'm not sure exactly what the data is showing. I haven't dug into it too deep, but I do know from what my eyes are telling me that it looks like he is working, trying to work counts, throw perfect pitches instead of throwing convicted pitches and sticking with his strength. So if I had to say one thing to you, it's pitching too much to a game plan where he's trying to poke holes in what's going on through the hitter's weakness versus him going out there and saying it's Powerball, I'm Zach Gallen, let's go ahead and get it on.
Torrey, is this the best you've seen Eduardo Rodriguez throw the ball since he got here?
Yeah, definitely. He's worked hard to make this happen, too. Last year, I don't think he had a lot of good footing. He got hurt early. He was trying to play catch-up baseball, and that's really hard to do at the major league level. But I admired what he went through last year. I think it was a good learning experience for him. But he's hitting lines, and he's pitching the game plans and sticking to his strengths, like I just said, and throwing pitches with conviction and landing in spots that's a very safe area and getting some big outs for us.
All right, I'm going to leave you with this. That outfield defense the other day with what Jake was doing and Alec was doing and the play Tawa made at third base, man, I love seeing that. I love seeing this team play that type of baseball where your outfielders are running everything down, robbing home runs, great plays at third base to start double plays, just tremendous defense. I know that's the way you want to play.
Yeah, for sure. Specifically AT running everything down in center field, and that's practically like his home field. That's where his dad used to have him running around when he was a young kid. So I'm just glad to see AT running out there and grabbing everything. Jake getting an opportunity, and speed is a real thing, and in sports it's very, very important. But in my opinion, like you're talking about Timmy Tawa, right? It's best to be prepared for an opportunity that doesn't come than not being ready for one when it does. And in my opinion, that's where Tim Tawa was living right now. He went out to third base in the second inning, and nobody knows. I do, with Sean Larkin telling me and me watching it. Nobody knows the amount of hard work that he's putting in there behind the scenes when we're taking ground balls and beat during BP. So he gets into that environment, and it's real, and it's go time, and makes a play to basically save us. So that's what we believe in, and that's how we train our guys.
All right, Skip, good luck against the Marlins. We'll see you out at the ballpark.
Okay, boys. Talk to you soon.
That's Torey Lovullo, the manager of the Diamondbacks. Coming up next, we'll talk about one of the odd situations in the NBA draft. That's next, right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dbacks manager Torey Lovullo, brought to you by Estrella Jalisco, official Cerveza partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Arizona Sports is the home of Diamondbacks baseball.
Suns made their pick at 10th overall.
The Duke big man, Kaman Malawach.
We're excited he was available to us at 10.
Believing in myself that I'm going to make it to the NBA one day, and now I'm hitting the NBA draft.
Reaction to the Suns' new 7'2" rookie center from Duke on the way. On the home of Phoenix Suns basketball, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
There's never been a better time than right now to join Global Credit Union. Dave Burns here. I'm a very happy member of Global Credit Union as they celebrate a decade of member service here in Arizona. They offer everything a bank does. Full financial services like checking accounts, savings accounts, loans, and more. But it's just better banking at Global Credit Union. Why are more and more Arizonans becoming members of Global Credit Union? Global members pay low to no fees on their accounts. That's big right there. And they get higher interest than they can at a bank. As a result, Global members collectively saved $195 million last year. They've got 10 branches throughout the valley. Their easy-to-use mobile app puts you in full control of your finances. You can become a member today. Explore the benefits of becoming a member by going to globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret, AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Progressive knows when you own a boat or RV, it's like you're automatically on vacation, even if you're actually a marriage counselor in the middle of couples therapy. But in your mind, you're camping in Acadia, puttering around Frenchman Bay. Your boat and RV are both protected. You're lobster drenched in butter and... Uh-oh, did your clients just notice you weren't listening? Quick, do the thing where you just repeat back exactly what they said, but as a question. They bought it. Now back to Maine, earning an automatic discount bundling your boat or RV with your home or auto. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500-plus trials, and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta here to tell you about the hottest deals of the summer being offered at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, now through Independence Day. Earnhardt Ford's General Manager John Nissen and his team are rolling out nearly every remaining 2024 new Ford car, truck, or SUV now below employee price. Like their Built in the USA 2024 Ford F-150 STX models and Escape SUVs at amazing low rates and big Ford bonus cash offers. Add in the wildly popular 2024 Bronco Sport Badlands, and your summer is ready to roll. Plus, buy with confidence with Earnhardt and get a 3-year, 36,000-mile maintenance plan at no charge. All offers require approved credit. Hurry into Earnhardt Ford and get the star-spangled deals you've been looking for, or check them out online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the Noble Protection Package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. Employee pricing available on select models. AXZD plans and eligible for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 7/6/25.
Trying to sell your home? Did you know that there are 12 mistakes traditional agents make that cost home sellers thousands? And we've corrected them all at 72 Sold. Recent studies show that home sellers who use the 72 Sold program are achieving a median sale price 5.8% higher than sellers who sell the traditional way. Avoid the 12 mistakes. Get a better agent. Get a better price at 72sold.com.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right. I had it in my my Spotify to play Then Along Comes a Woman when Lauren does the poll question here, but I'm a little late on that, so I won't sing it because we had Troy Lovello on. I wasn't able to line it up, but we will get to it right away. It's the Sanderson Ford poll question. I don't even know what it is. What do we got, Lauren?
All right, now that the draft is complete, we're asking everybody what they think, but not to grade it. Instead, we're more interested on who do you like? What do you think of these guys? So we're asking, which Suns draft pick are you most excited to see play this season?
Oh, wow. I think, guys, people are going to say Fleming. I think they're going to say Fleming.
Take us through those choices, Lauren.
Malawach, Fleming, Brea.
I think it's Fleming because, again, the skill set and the potential for what he does is pretty unique, whereas Malawach, you sort of know what you're getting. There's the Mark Williams thing. I'm going Fleming.
You going with Fleming, too? Who are you most excited to watch?
I think Fleming has the ability to play, I think Malawach is going to play less because I think he's 18. He's a project. I don't think he's going to come in and play 30 minutes a game. But I wouldn't be surprised if the Fleming kid does. So I'm going to say Fleming.
Malawach is leading the way.
Okay.
55% of the vote.
Right.
Fleming coming in second with 37% of the vote and 7% going with Kobe Brea.
I'm excited to see Kobe, too. A smooth shooter like that, you kidding me?
I gotta say, I'm the most excited to see him.
Gambo, over 400 three-point attempts the last 2 seasons for him, 46% from three.
Crazy good.
What did Ace Bailey shoot? We're about to talk about him. What did he shoot from the field? 42 from the field. Kobe was 46 from three. Kid can shoot.
He is a great shooter. Kobe Bryant, great
shooter. He's going to shoot 40 as a rookie. He will be ready to
I don't know
go.
how much he's going to play with what they have at the guard spot
Let's see where we're at in a couple of weeks.
But there will be one less guy in that guard rotation. There'll be one less guy.
I don't think you're talking about Colin Gillespie or Grace Now.
There'll be one less guy. They'll weed
Green. You're talking about Cody Murray.
They'll weed somebody out soon.
Does it rhyme with Brian?
They'll weed somebody out soon. There'll be one less guy in that log jam at that spot. All right, let's talk about that situation. Fascinating, just fascinating. All the people talking about Ace Bailey going to the Utah Jazz. Is he going to show up on Monday? Are they talking to him? Is that the team that he doesn't want to play for? Because it's he told one. Listen, he wanted to go to Washington. That was his preferred destination, was to go to Washington. Everybody's saying he had minimal contact with the Jazz since being drafted, but Danny Ainge spoke with them. Danny Ainge did speak with them. And the interesting part to me, and I did a little homework on this just to kind of see. So the guy that everybody's talking about, Omar Cooper, it's not his agent. Because Omar Cooper's not a certified agent. It's just this guy is somebody who's kind of known the family since the kid's been in 9th grade. But the guy does have a certified agent because you have to have one. You can't not have a certified agent. So he has a certified agent, but there seems to be a lot of influence from, Sharif Cooper's father, this Omar Cooper. So all expectations are that he's going to be there on Monday in Utah. I don't think they're expecting anything else. The feeling is and then why would you to drop to where he dropped? Why would you not want to go earlier? You're really going to walk away from millions? Because the difference between 3 and 6 is $1 million a year. Why would you want to tell teams that you don't want to play for them and that are in the top 5?
Maybe it has more to do with the city he's living in, but isn't Utah a way better basketball location than Washington? You look at what the Wizards have been and what the Jazz have. I know that they had a really rough season last year, but Will Hardy's a great coach. They've got a lot of young talent. It's confusing to read about. Here's Tim Bontemps and Brian Windhorst on Get Up today regarding this Bailey situation.
If he doesn't want to be there and he doesn't show up and this starts to get ugly, do you see the Jazz ultimately giving in?
I do not. I do not think any team in this situation would give in. They have the ultimate position, and I do not see Danny Ainge giving in. And here's the bottom line. The Utah Jazz play in Salt Lake City, and I say this as somebody who lives in the middle of the country. They cannot worry about whether a player wants to be in Salt Lake City or whether he loves the fit on their roster. They have to draft and develop the most talented players they can. That is why they took him, despite him not working out, and they will absolutely not budge on this. And eventually Ace Bailey is going to be a Utah Jazz. We'll just see how long it takes for him and his representation to figure that out.
Yeah, and the agent is like, he's not really on board with what's going on with, like, the Omar Cooper guy. Now, why Omar Cooper wanted Washington and was willing to, not work out for certain teams is a little crazy. But it's not like this kid was like the number one player in the draft. This isn't like John Elway saying, I'm not going to play for the Colts. This isn't like that. This isn't like Eli Manning and his dad saying, I don't want you to play for the Chargers because they got a bad offensive line and you're the number one pick. This is not a number one pick here. This is a guy that, that went, what did he go? Fifth overall. And maybe if he could have went a little earlier, would have made a little bit more money. So this is a really odd situation with the Jazz. Everybody's just looking at Monday. Is the kid going to show up or not going to show up? But I think that the Jazz are going to hold tight here. Play for us or don't play.
It's got to be annoying for the Jazz because they were some of the winners of the first round specifically. Having Ace Bailey fall to them at 5, taking him at 5, and then I love the Walter Clayton Jr.
Yeah, they moved up to get him, right?
In the late teens as well. They did. So they had a great night, and they were getting all this positive praise, but now the entire news cycle is about this Ace Bailey situation, and everyone, like you said, is going to be watching really closely on Monday if he's there and everything's cool, or if this is going to be a whole saga this summer.
Yeah, the kid's got to come to his senses. It's go. That's the team that drafted you. That's your option. And the other thing with these kids, they want to get there. You don't want to wait a year to get started. You want to go now. He can't go back to college. So if he doesn't play for the Jazz, he sits out. You want to get your money started because you want to hit that free agency period as quickly as you can. You want to be able to cash in 3 or 4 times if you're a great player. So you don't want to lose a year. So it doesn't make a whole lot of sense that that's what would happen. All right, let's talk a little Phoenix Suns here. Could this be the turning point for the Phoenix Suns? After a couple of years of pure misery, could this be the turning point for Phoenix? We'll talk about that next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win a pair of tickets to Dbacks Royals on the 4th of July from Arizona Sports. Text Firework to 620-620 and listen for your name June 30th through July 2nd for your chance to win.
There's a swing and a ball hit high and deep to right field. Freeman moving back, looking. Oh, that is gone!
What's more All-American than Dbacks baseball, a Dbacks dog, and fireworks on Independence Day at Chase Field? Text Firework to 620-620 now. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. Cynthia, you did an awful lot of research on Aria Dental Implant Center, did you not?
I looked at a lot of different places, and I just found Aria Dental was the best. The care that I was getting, the finances that were available to me, and the quality.
Yes, you both have had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment, have you not, Leo?
Yes, I have. Once I met the staff and the way they treated me and set me down and walked me through the procedure, I felt real comfortable. Joe came in, talked about what my needs were and how I felt about myself. 3 days later, I have a set of teeth in my face. I feel back in my young days again. You can't quit smiling.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at AssetPreservationWealth.com. That's AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Now more than ever,
Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies to same item. Current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at Lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
The days of waiting weeks or even months for new countertops is over. The Window Depot has a wide selection of in-stock granite and quartz countertops so you can upgrade your kitchen or bathroom now. From sleek, modern quartz to timeless granite, we have the perfect countertop to match your style and budget. And it's ready to take home today. Our team is here to help you choose the perfect countertop at the lowest price and get it home fast. Visit a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Going to hit on a bunch of Diamondbacks-related notes because we just got word from the Diamondbacks themselves. Maybe you've already seen it on social media. But Governor Katie Hobbs officially signed Bill HB 2704, which helps approve the necessary funding so that Chase Field can undergo whatever renovations they need to. Again, that has been signed into Arizona law, so HB 2704 has been approved, meaning the Diamondbacks can get their funding for Chase Field. The Diamondbacks are back home. A nice long homestand for the next week and a half. We've got a few foes coming into town. It starts with the Miami Marlins, and good news for the Diamondbacks continues because Eugenio Suarez is back in the lineup tonight after he missed some time due to a hand injury. He will hit fifth and play at third base. As far as on the mound, it'll be Merrill Kelly, and then on the opposite side for Miami, it's right-hander Yuri Perez. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Mercury, they're back at PHX Arena hosting the New York Liberty. Merc beat the Liberty a week ago on the 19th in New York. Tip-off is at 7. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. It's the Valley Chevy July 4th event going on now. Celebrate family, fun, and the freedom to save on an extensive Chevy lineup. Stop by your Valley Chevy dealers today.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us on Monday morning. We will preview what could be a busy free agent period for the Phoenix Suns. It all starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
Great song to run to. Great song to run to.
So this does make the gym playlist. We covered this on yesterday's show. You got to be very specific with what you're running to, what you got on at the gym.
2-3 times a week, I'll go for like a 3.5-4 mile run. Just run. Relieve stress, take your mind off of things. I don't really love running. I just do it because it's kind of good for you. And you got to have a good playlist to run. You got to have a good playlist. Can't be listening to Mandy from Barry Manilow, man. That can't come on. Like, you just can't have that. You can't be listening to like a love song from REO Speedwagon. You got to get some songs to get the blood flowing and get the hands pumping and the legs moving and make you not think about the pain of the run. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you have to have something at least like acquiring your mind. Like I know some people when they work out or they run, they listen to a podcast. You just gotta have something working the gears up there. For you though, it's all about the motivation. Get me going.
I gotta get that pump up music. I gotta get the pump up music. All right, the Phoenix Suns for the last 2 years have had a miserable basketball team that none of us have been very proud of. I said it earlier, an overpaid team with no passion. That's what the Suns were. A bunch of overpaid guys who had no passion to play and win and make Phoenix happy and proud of them. A team that quit on themselves time and time again, quit on the city, quit on the fan base. You go to a game. How many games do you think you went to this year where you watched a game and it's, they're down by 5 and then they're down by 10 and they're down by 15 and they're down by 20. Like, what? It's the NBA. Everybody makes a run. Why did you not make? Was it a dozen?
At least a dozen.
At least a dozen.
Probably more. I went to 41 games, and it was probably a lot more.
Probably more than that. You looked at it, and the game just gets... Everybody fights back in the NBA. They did it twice. Twice they did it. Once was against the Nuggets, and once was against Sacramento. It's only 2 games I remember where I saw enough fight in the team to say, wow, they're down big, and they came back. Every other time, they just wilted. So now we look at it. I'm a big addition by subtraction guy. I mean, honestly, you look at the Phoenix Mercury. Nothing against Adam Taurasi, greatest of all time. But like it was time to retire, move on. Brittany Griner, time to move on. Team wasn't having success, and now they're having a ton of success. Addition by subtraction, and KD being gone is a big thing to me. And now you look at this team, and it seems, and I know you got a good social media account too. It seems that fans are kind of excited about the future of the Phoenix Suns for the first time in years. That the Suns are excited. I mean, they got swept by Minnesota 2 years ago, and this year they didn't even make the play-in tournament. So I think this is the first time the fans have a little bit of excitement about what this team is doing in a long time.
Well, because of the draft pick situation as well, they were just in this position, fans speaking from their perspective for a second, where you just didn't know if that hope was ever going to come because you had all these picks in the 20s that were kind of like swapped to oblivion or protected to oblivion, and you didn't really know exactly what you were going to be able to do with them. So it's a situation right now where you get Malawach in the KD deal, you get him at number 10, but then you get someone in Fleming at 31, which is like you know how it goes, right, Gambo, when you're working a draft and you see fans and like, let's say their teams pick 24th, and they're up at 17 or whatever, and there's that one guy that's falling. Everyone's one guy coming into yesterday was Rasheer Fleming. That is the guy on Suns fans' accounts that I saw everyone wanted them to get. And not only did their team get them, but they moved up to get them as well. They really showed purpose in
72 times they moved up in the second round. I've never seen anything like it. 72 different trades to get to that spot. Unlike anything I've ever seen. All done before the draft even started, too, which is insane because they knew they had to get ahead of the Boston Celtics. So let's ask the question. Is this the turning point for the Phoenix Suns? Put it this way. They're not going to win a championship or compete for a championship in the next few years, and they know it. Like, they know it. I'd be surprised if you hear anybody say, our goal is to win the championship. Like, if they do, they're lying to you. Their goal is to improve and get better and build something that everybody can be proud of. I think more than anything, Phoenix, we're a hard-working city here. We want to see our team play hard, dive for loose balls, care, have some passion. So is this the turning point? The way Oubre, Rubio, and Baines, even though they didn't win, even though those guys were the turning point for what became a really good Suns basketball team, is this last week, the last 5 crazy days from trading Kevin Durant to the draft, is this the turning point for Phoenix?
I got a question for you.
Oh, you got a question for me?
I got a question for you.
Go ahead.
Who is the second best player on the Phoenix Suns right now, and who is the second best player on the Phoenix Suns in 3 years?
I mean, obviously, Booker's your best player.
Yeah, so you got Jalen Green, Mark Williams.
I think your second best player is Mark Williams.
Okay. Who do you think it is in 3 years? Do you expect Malawach to reach that level by then? Are you a Rasheer Fleming guy? Do you think it's someone not on the roster right now?
No. I'm going to go with one of the draft picks and hope that they hit on the draft. I'm going to say Malawach.
You need someone to rise out of that sort of group. This is kind of the point that I'm making here. And look, when Mark Williams is healthy and he's healthy enough to improve, I think that he can certainly get there. I think the way that we phrase this, whether it's like a top 30 player in the league or a top 50 player in the league, you don't need a superstar next to Devin Booker, but you need someone that is that capable, that is that good of a ball player overall. And right now they don't have it on the team, but these are guys, again, that are young. Jalen Green and Mark Williams are both 23 years old right now, so they could certainly improve. And then Malawach is just a baby. He's 18 years old. Fleming has been in school for 3 years, but he's 20 years old right now.
3 years from now, it gives the kid 3 years to develop.
Yeah.
And become, like I said, I told you this yesterday. I was talking with Jeff Hornacek, the former Jazz legend. He worked him out. He was part of the workout for Kamal Malawach, and he even texted me during the show. I hope the Suns take the Duke big guy when the draft was coming up. And then we talked afterwards. After the draft show, I talked to Jeff, and we talked about the kid, and he raved about him. Just raved about this kid, and said, "Look, man, Gambo, he is not some big Steph man. He's not. This kid is smart. This kid's intelligent. This kid's got moves around the basket. He's got a lot of things that he could do." So he's not just some big stiff that's big, tall, and long. Like, this kid's got it. So I'm going to say Malawach. There's part of you that wants to say Fleming because you look at that body. And at the highlight, like the Fleming highlight tape, nobody could have a more impressive highlight tape than that kid. Blocking shots, dunking the bat, because he's an athletic freak.
Yeah, hitting threes, driving the ball. He does a little bit of everything. It's really impressive. It's like it's getting well refined in all those aspects because he has the theoretical steps of a couple of different things. Like, he can shoot the ball really well right now, 39% from three, 4.5 threes a game. We know that process takes time, though, when expanding the range, and someone like him is going to have to prove that he's a good shooter before he is indeed given that respect as a good shooter, because that's when it opens up the possibilities for him off the bounce with someone who didn't make the best decisions with the ball after he dribbled more than once, and that's the type of thing that he'll have to pick up on in NBA situations. Got a little overeager as a defender, but the overall package there and just how you saw him dominate and envelop games last year is something that will translate to the NBA. Like, he is one of the best. He's probably the best athlete on the team right now, if not the second best.
So who are you picking right 3 years from now?
Man, so I want to say Malawach, but he'll still be 21 years old, which is the crazy thing about him. He'll still be so young. I'm going to go wild card here, Gamble. I'm going to say that player's not on the team right now.
Okay, who's the second best player on the roster?
At this moment right now?
It's got to be Mark Williams.
It's Mark Williams, like, if I get 60 games of him. But I kind of want to say Jalen Green because Jalen's the opposite. He's going to try and play all 82, and he's probably going to play 75-plus at the bare minimum. Like, as a guy who is tough and plays a lot of games, I'm going to go Mark Williams, but no Bradley Beal. No?
Wait, you say guys that are on the team?
Yeah.
Oh. Is that guys that are on the team, like, today, or guys that are on the team, like?
I guess it would have to be at the start of training camp, yeah.
Start of training camp, okay. Yeah. I'm gonna go Mark Williams, and then Jalen Green's your third best player.
It kind of puts the stakes in like two different trajectories we're watching, right? We're watching the improvement of Malawach, Fleming, and Brea, but also Jalen Green and Mark Williams need to get better.
I like Jalen Green. He's got to commit himself more. Like Mark Williams, there's not a question about his work ethic. There's a question about his injuries. Jalen Green's got to work harder. The talent and the skill are there, but he's got to work harder. If he does work harder, if he takes this to heart and there's a lot of skill there for him to be a terrific player.
You would hope there's something to prove that he feels that way, at least after what happened with him, which is that he was the leading scorer on the second best team in the West, and they said, we don't need you.
Right. And again, a lot of it's contract. A lot of times a team doesn't like a player. It doesn't mean the player's not a good player. It just means he doesn't have a contract they like. Catel Marte returns home tonight. I think we're all looking forward to seeing him get an ovation from the fans as they take on the Marlins. He did speak with Danny Baseball. Is that what it is, Lauren? Danny Baseball about the incident in Chicago. We'll transcribe what he said, and we'll talk about it next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Suns front office got to dealing in the second round of the NBA draft.
The Suns started the day with the 52nd and 59th pick in this draft. Through a true masterclass of playing chess, they now have pick number 31 and pick number 41.
How do we grade this Suns draft and the moves they made? The answer is on the way on the home of the Suns, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck.
And she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes. But when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies to same item, current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. If you haven't noticed, the summer's here. The triple digits are settling in, and we know the heat isn't the only thing feeling heavy. Got a tight budget? That's why we're offering new AC units starting at just $99 a month. But that's not it. You could also get up to $3,000 in federal tax credits and rebates. It's never been a better time to upgrade. Beat the heat and budget the stress. Make the precision decision today. Call us at 602-FIX-MY-AC.
Decision with Precision Air. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and all over the valley, New Life Dental Implant Center is changing the game. They offer amazing quality, great convenience, and the best prices you are going to find. And your new smile, crafted from pure zirconia, no metal, just strength and comfort that lasts, and their flexible financing makes it all possible. That new smile, that new life, just one phone call away. 602-855-0000, online at newsmilearizona.com.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck. And she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes. But when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
When summer heat hits Phoenix, staying hydrated is life-saving. But for those without shelter, clean drinking water can be hard to come by. That's why the UPS store is teaming up with Arizona Sports to become your neighborhood hydration station. This month, help us support Phoenix Rescue Mission by donating or dropping off bottled water for those who need it most. Text WATER to 620-620 to find participating the UPS store locations near you or to make a donation. Text WATER to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Hey, it's Wolf. How will the Diamondbacks manage not having an off day until the All-Star break? We'll discuss Monday at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
All right, Catel Marte spoke with Danny Baseball. The interview is in Spanish. So we're not going to play it for you, although there's probably a lot of you who would be able to understand it, right? Is there anybody here that would be able to understand? Big Red, can you understand Spanish? Lauren? Un po? A little? Kellen?
Apologies to Senior Orestes in high school, but I forgot everything already. Sorry,
Mitch, what do you think? Maybe? No? Yeah.
Bad.
All right, so we wouldn't be very good at it. I can understand it if it was in Italian, but so I'm gonna read you some of this. We'll react to what Catel Marte had to say. He said, what happened was in the seventh inning I came to bat. I'm ready at the plate, and I hear this fan shouting. He was on top of the dugout. He yelled at me, saying stuff about my mom. He was like, I sent your mom a text last night. When everything happened with my mom in 2017, I was here in Chicago. I was in this city. Now, I did read some people, honestly, that said, like, oh, why are you being soft? Why are you crying on a, like, you got to have thicker skin. You got to be tougher. You got to, you never know what's going on in a person's life. And I thought that part was interesting. Like, what happened with his mom, he was in Chicago when it happened. So every time he goes back to Chicago, it's probably at the top of his mind, like his mom, because that's where he was. A lot of times, like, where you are when something happens, especially something tragic that happened to you. You always know, like, where you are and what you were doing. And, sometimes there's trigger points. And that might be the case in Chicago. He said, my manager had my back. They kicked the fan out. I don't think he'll be allowed back in the parks. Yes, I think something needs to be done about the fans. It's getting out of hand. People always yell stuff at me, but never about my mom. People know that my mom passed away in an accident. But anyways, we're praying for him and his family too, talking about the guy that yelled. May God protect him and help him heal his heart. There's always yelling things at me, but I don't mind. But when it comes to my mom, that's where the line gets crossed. And that's Catel Marte talking about the incident in Chicago. The fans that were there the next day gave him an ovation. It wasn't a lot. Catel Marte returns home today. He's a favorite. Like, my kid got a, one of the new, what are the new jerseys called? The City Select jerseys? The City Connect jerseys. The beautiful purple, they're the hottest jerseys in town. And, my kid got one from Just Sports. He went to Just Sports and he got one. He got, who do you want? He's Catel Marte. Not Corbin Carroll. My kid's an outfielder. He wanted Catel Marte. Loves Catel Marte. So Catel Marte is adored in this market. Just adored in this market for what he's been able to do and what a great player he is and a great human being and a great person. So, that's him talking about it. And I didn't know that, but what happened with his mom, 2017, he was in Chicago. And I'm sure that every time he goes to Chicago, that makes him think about it because that's a trigger point. Like, I was here when I found out about my mom, and that was probably led him to that very, very emotional moment on the field.
Yeah, he's one of the best players in franchise history, to just say that part of it first. I mean, he's less than 200 hits away from passing Paul Goldschmidt for the second most all time. He's just under 300 from passing Luis Gonzalez for the franchise lead ever. Just the duration of his career here and how long he has been here and the level that he has played at has been really impressive. In those moments, Gambo, I think that's something that fans miss a lot on. You're talking about the reaction there and everything, miss on. Whenever you see an athlete react to and look in the crowd in any kind of way like that, that line was crossed. Because these guys, it comes with being a professional athlete, especially in today's age. You are used to getting booed. You are used to having people tell you suck. You're used to opposing fans talking to you a certain kind of way. But you always know when a line is crossed when someone reacts. Kevin had the thing in Dallas 2 years ago when he was talking to those Mavericks fans. And it's they had to have crossed the line because these guys hear everything all the time. They're programmed to kind of tune it out in a way, but you can't tune out stuff like that gets that personal, that disgusting, and just revolting all the way around.
Yeah, and again, I think you're a fan, and you go to the ballpark and you boo. It's okay. Now it's the Marlins tonight, but it's a Friday. It's a weekend game. Should be a great crowd out there. Gino Suarez in the lineup tonight. He's back in the lineup. He's batting fifth. Catel Marte batting second. Geraldo Perdomo is leading off, and then Marte is going to bat second. So I am very curious to see, what the crowd reaction is for Marte. Obviously, there's some difficult times for him. They were very emotional. I think he'll get a lot of support here. He got support in Chicago, but less of a... And there were some Diamondback fans there, and I applaud them for what they did. But I would think today is going to be a very emotional night, for him because he's going to get a great ovation from the fans. The fans are going to let Catel Marte know how much they appreciate and how much they love him.
Derek Hall was on the Bickley and Murata show yesterday. Here's what he had to say about Catel and his relationship with his mother.
I know personally how important his mom was to him. That was his life. So for people to say, hey, it's been 7 or 8 years, get over it. No. I mean, he's got a tattoo on his arm with the date that she passed and a picture of her. And, we went back, me and Gonzo and Mike Hayes, and we went back for the funeral and saw how this kid mourned, and we'll never get over it. So for someone to stoop that low, that was clearly a dark spot in our season and maybe anything I've ever experienced in the game.
One more from Derek Hall in the aftermath of this situation.
And it was a shame that this knucklehead did what he did. I'm glad he's banned. I was proud of the White Sox. They were very classy. Not only the message they put up, but as soon as the incident took place, I had a counterpart write me and say, this is not reflective of who we are as a city or a baseball town. Jerry Reinsdorf, who you know well, Bick, and he's probably, in the top 5 of my favorite owners, and he's a good friend. He sent a personalized note in English and Spanish down to Catel and put it on his chair to tell him he was so sorry and, he loves him. And it was just handled really well all around.
Yeah, it'll be cool to see fans rally around him tonight because he's certainly something Torey talked about there, beginning a lot of support from his manager, beginning a lot of support from his players, and now the fans that day as well in Chicago, but his home fans here in Phoenix are about to show him the support they have for him.
And Catel Marte he's one of the All-Star finalists.
Oh, there you go.
He's one of the All-Star finalists. Him and Tommy Edman are listed as finalists for the All-Star game. That's the way it's done. You got the phase 1 is concluded. Marte moves on. So does Tommy Edman. After phase 1, the top 2 vote getters get moved to phase 2. That begins Monday, June 29th. And Marte, he led all the National League second basemen in voting. Tommy Edman started to catch up to him quite a bit. But he was named to a second All-Star game appearance in 2024. So this could be the 3rd time that he's an All-Star. He's having a great season. Nothing against Tommy Edman. But Catel Marte is very deserving of getting to the All-Star game right now with the way he has been playing. So let's hope that happens and the fans all vote for him with that. All right, coming up next, we will speak with the general manager of your Phoenix Suns, Brian Gregory. That's next, right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
All right, if your AC unit goes out this weekend or you need a repair, I want you to think of this company, Christian Brothers, AC, Plumbing, and Electric. They do a phenomenal job. Christian Brothers, we got brutal summer heat. It's going to be hot for a while. If your AC unit comes to a halt, you want to get it repaired, you don't have to buy a new one, call Christian Brothers. Their goal is to repair your unit. Yeah, they'll sell you a new AC unit if you absolutely need one, but their goal is to get you up and running, and they've got great technicians ready to repair your AC unit now. If you happen to need a new one, they've got great financing available. They carry Goodman, Train, and Bryan. But again, the main goal is try and fix your AC unit. They've been around since 1976, Christian Brothers, and they'll do a great job for you. Now, they also offer free second opinions. Sometimes technicians from other companies go out and they try to sell you a new AC unit, and you're like, my AC unit's only 7 years old. It's only 8 years old. I don't think I need a new. Yep, you need a new one. Call Christian Brothers for a free second opinion. They'll tell you if the guy's right or wrong. They'll let you know, yeah, your AC unit's shot, or hey, you know what? We could fix this AC unit. They'll do a great job for you. They give free second opinions. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535.
If you need to hire, you know it takes time. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You simply pick a time and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day.
Try Zip Intro for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com Or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta letting you know the biggest savings of the summer have arrived at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. No bull, folks. We're talking huge savings like never before, like on the all-electric 2024 GMC Denali EV. Save up to $21,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of 0% APR financing with approved credit. Earnhardt is even extending big discounts up to $15,000 off MSRP or 0% APR on their 2025 Sierra 1500 trucks. If you need an SUV, they've got those too. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on 2026 Buick Encore GX models. So hurry in now to Earnhardt Buick GMC. These deals won't last long. Stop in or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. Offers include all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 6/30/25.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
I'm Mitch Varelvis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks have returned home for a start of a nice long homestand, and good news in terms of the future of that home, Chase Field. The team joined Governor Katie Hobbs earlier today, where she officially signed HB 2704. It's the bill that allows the Diamondbacks the funding they have been seeking to make necessary upgrades to the field. On the field, it's a lot of fields. First of 3 games against the Miami Marlins tonight. Good news on the injury front as well. Eugenio Suarez, he's back in the lineup after missing time due to a hand injury. He will hit 5th and play at 3rd base. Merrill Kelly is the man on the mound. He'll go against the young right-hander Yuri Perez. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6 here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And now that the NBA draft is in the rearview mirror, what is next for the Phoenix Suns in their long off-season? Brian Gregory, general manager of the Suns, is going to join Burns and Gambo coming up next, so stay tuned to hear from the GM of the Suns. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get real testosterone from real doctors now at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Boost your energy, focus, and your sex drive. You have low T? Start for free this month only at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
All right, welcome back to the show. John Gambadoro, Kellen Olson filling in for Burnsy on the Burns and Gambo show. Phoenix Suns were real busy remaking the roster. And joining us on the program right now, their general manager, Brian Gregory. BG, how are you today?
I'm doing great, guys. Thanks for having me on.
All right, so are you sitting on a beach in the Bahamas right now, celebrating? You with the Ashford Castle in Ireland? I mean, what do you do after having such a great week?
Get back to work. We still got a lot of stuff to do. Excited about what happened over the last 72 hours, but now we start getting ready. We bring our draft picks in this weekend. They got some stuff they got to get done, and then we start getting ready for our summer league training camp that will start in a week, and then we're off to Vegas and play some games and start building things up. So we're ready to go by next fall. So a lot of things going on, but we're excited about where we're at right now and some of the moves that we've been able to make as a team.
We'll find you some vacation time somewhere. Don't you worry. Look, you took over an overpaid, underachieving team that didn't have any heart and passion, that was vastly underachieving, and you had a very few movable assets. And in a matter of 5 days, you turned that into a younger, bigger, more athletic team that the fans right now are very excited about. Talk about your vision of remaking this roster.
Well, I think you hit a lot of key points that kind of acted as our foundation, moving forward. All you have to do is watch where the game has got to at this particular point. And having that perspective of the game, you look at it and you say, length, athletic ability, the energy, the effort level, the pressure on defense, the pressure that you have to put on the rim offensively, the protection you have to have on the rim defensively, the ability to, have a little deeper bench and be able to rotate guys in there to play at the pace with the cutting and the movement that you want. We just took a long, hard look at ourselves and as a front office came up with, okay, this is some of the things that we need to get done. And fortunately, because of all the situations, we had an opportunity to do it. And I think this was a great first step. I think you have to constantly be evolving and trying to, and again, I can go on for hours. The best thing that, I learned during the coaching process, looking for our head coach, was how forward-thinking Jordan Ott is and what's next. What's next on the horizon in the league.
Sure.
And I think our job is to give him the tools, resources, and then build a team around what's happening now and what's going to happen in the next 3 to 4 years.
All right, let's talk a little bit about the draft. You drafted the Duke center, Kaman Malawach. We were all shocked that he was there at 10. Earlier in the day, you had agreed to make the trade for Mark Williams. You've got a little bit of a logjam now with 4 centers when you add in Nick and Oso. What are your plans at center? And would you still have made the Williams trade had you known that you were going to draft the Duke kid?
Well, as you know, I can't talk about any of the trades. I can only talk about our draft picks. And when you have someone of Kaman's talent level, character level, work ethic, the background of playing at Duke for John Shire, the success that they had, there was no question that if he was on the board, he was our top prospect heading into the draft. And prospect number 2 and 3 behind him were pretty darn good too. So we were excited about being able to bring him in. We felt that one of our keys that we needed to address was our ability to protect the rim defensively, to be able to execute different ball screen coverages, some more aggressive, some where we forced difficult twos by our opponents. And so that versatility on that defensive center position on those ball screens was very critical. He's got great hands, so his ability to catch and finish around the basket was critical. And then, I'm going to be honest, when you do your intel work and you talk to the people around him and you look at his journey to where he's at right now, he has been well prepared and well challenged to face and exceed whatever expectations we put on him.
Right.
I just think he's one of those guys that is scratching the surface, and some of the life challenges that he's faced really puts him in a great position, even as a 19-year-old, to be ready to just explode in terms of his potential and the impact he can make on this franchise.
I was blown away by what you guys were able to do to put yourself in a position to get Rasheer Fleming. And I know you were looking to try to maybe move up in the first round, try to get to the end of the first round, 29-30 or whatever, to see if you could get him. Weren't able to do it. 3 trades in the second round before the draft even started. I've been covering this league for a long time. All right. I've never seen anything like that where a team was moving. It was like a chess game what you guys were doing to put yourself in a position to get Fleming. I'm really impressed, to be honest with you, because I've never seen anything like that. Tell me about your vision from getting up at 5 a.m. to being able to get yourself in a position to go from the end of the second round to the first pick in the second round.
Well, Gamble, I mean, it started at 9 o'clock at night the night before. We were able to look on the board in terms of in the second round. There was 3 or 4 guys that we had really targeted as first round guys. We sat down, Aronde Telefero and myself and Josh Bartelstein and Matt Ishbia and Matt Tellem, and we went through our evaluation forms that we have put together from our scouting group that did just an unbelievable job. And we said, okay, Rasheer Fleming is the guy. We looked at our roster, we looked at our future, we looked at our current state, and we said, this guy, is not only talented and not only brings a lot of stuff to the table that's important to us, but that versatile forward that even can go a small ball 5 if necessary, could be available. How do we do it? And then we started the pieces that next morning, making the calls, trying to put together an opportunity to get him at the same time, without depleting future assets. I think that's one of the best things, at the end of this thing, our future assets are basically at the same point as they were 2 weeks ago, which was critical for us. So that movement and that shifting and adjusting, again, I'm going to be honest with you. This was a total team effort. This was my first time kind of more in charge or overseeing that draft room. We had so many good people working in there, as I said, with Josh and with Matt Tellem and with his group, with the analytic group. All those things have to come into play. You're checking on who's going to give you a higher net ranking, who's going to, what's the rebounding rate. All these different things come into play, and you got to have everybody on the same page. And I thought that was maybe, to me, the most impressive part of what we did.
Brian, I don't want to ask you about specific players in trades or trades in general. I just want to ask you about your roster as it stands right now. As Gambo alluded to, you've got a lot of centers and you've got a lot of 2 guards or smaller wings. There seems to be some rebalancing still to get done. So with that in mind, how active do you expect to be on the trade market over these next couple of weeks?
Well, I think you're always looking to improve your team. You're always looking to put your current players in better positions to be successful. So, again, with the roster development, I think there's, opportunities there for, some additional pieces to come in on a free agent side. And then obviously always looking at, in possible trades. And as I always say, I'm never going to talk specifically or anything like that, but I think what's happened is over the last few weeks, you've seen that we have a pretty good game plan in place. And the other thing that you have to do is you can't force stuff. You know what I mean? You may want it and you may think it's the best move, but if it doesn't give you exactly what you're looking for, if it puts you in a difficult position down the road, then you got to have some patience too. You know what I mean?
Sure.
And I think we're going to show that. We're going to be very organized in everything that we do. We're going to be very intentional in everything that we do, because we want to get this thing right. As I say time and time again, we got to put our players in the right position. We got to give Coach Ott and his staff the opportunity to have a team that can compete, and more importantly, have a team that can continue to grow. You heard me talk about the pathway to success in the development phase is going to be critical.
Right.
And at the same time, you have to make sure that with this community that is, longing for a team that plays with that intensity and plays hard and plays with the grit and toughness that we want to play with, that's always on top of mind for us, that's what we're trying to create.
All right, leave me with this, Brian, as we let you go. You turned a soon-to-be 37-year-old Kevin Durant in what was the 2031 pick from a few months ago into Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks, Williams, Malawach, Fleming, Brea. You still have a first. You still have a second. In your opinion, could it have gone any better?
Well, I'll talk about our draft. We were very, very pleased. When you talk about, ending it with even a guy who I think has a great chance to play in this league one day, undrafted two-way in C.J. Huntley, Kobe Brea out of Kentucky, even though I'm claiming the Dayton Flyers for him, Rayshare Fleming, come on, Malawach. I mean, we are very, very excited. We are pleased, and as I said, I'm even more proud of the group that put that whole thing together. So we're in a good place. We're not exactly where we need to be. We need to keep getting better every day.
All right, Brian, appreciate the time. Congratulations on what was a hectic and crazy and very successful 5-day stint with you, from the trade to the 2 days of the draft, and on remaking the Suns roster into the image that you guys wanted. Congratulations on that, and I'm sure we'll talk again soon.
Thanks for having me on, guys. Appreciate you.
You got it. Thanks, Brian. That's Brian Gregory, the general manager of your Phoenix Suns. We'll take a time out here. We'll come back. We'll react to some of the things that BG said about this roster. That's next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
As this 3-0 pitch swung on, drilled. Catel savoring, looking. It's on its way and it's gone. A solo home run. That's his 15th. He continues to be red hot for the Diamondbacks.
After 9 games on the road, the Dbacks host the Marlins at home. Game 1 of the 3-game series gets going tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Love telling you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center and Dr. J. Schwartz. And if you are looking for an eye doctor, why would you choose anybody other? Dr. J. Schwartz, the most trusted name in eye care in the Valley. No one's performed more LASIK procedures than he has, over 60,000 LASIK procedures. I had it done 15 years ago. No glasses, no contacts for me. I see great daytime, nighttime, up close, far away. He did a great job for me, and he does a great job for my whole family, too. If you need an eye exam, if you need glasses, if you need contacts, if you want a vision correction procedure, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help you. If you're nearsighted, farsighted, having astigmatism, or really don't know what any of that stuff is, you're just struggling with your eyesight, let's get you in. Locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa for Dr. J. Schwartz, the team eye doctor for your Phoenix Suns. Give him a call at 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. Or go online at teamidoc.com.
This next song goes out to Cox Mobile for letting me video call my dog while we're on tour. From San Diego to Boston, I said hi. You started barking. Cox Mobile's got the bars to keep us both howling.
We run on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability. So whether you're at a concert or on the road, you'll stay connected. Visit cox.com/mobile. Cox Internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability per Ookla US 2H 2024. Other restrictions apply.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. More fiber?
What?
Down here, buddy. It's me, your spoon. Constipation with belly pain still coming back?
Yeah.
Talk to your doctor. It could be irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, but Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop Stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you live in Arizona, you know the desert sun can do a number on your windows, and if you've been here a while, chances are you need your windows replaced, which is why I am stoked to tell you about Advanced Window Products, a great company that is family-owned and locally operated, a company that treats customers like friendships. They are Arizona's premier window replacement company. They are co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and they offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state. And that is because there is no middleman. They are the manufacturers. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. Even better, Advanced Window Products running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows and you'll get a $2,500 discount. So call today and beat the rush. 480-764-2002 or online at advancedwindows.com.
You just realized your business needed to hire someone yesterday. How can you find amazing candidates fast? Easy. Just use Indeed. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
Hey, it's Luke. Will we have any more Phoenix Suns moves over the weekend? We'll get into that Monday at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
You know, Callanan, speaking of Brian Gregory, just getting to know him a little bit right now. It's kind of, I came away after the interview and said, like he was pretty good. I was impressed with the way he handled that and, talked about the draft picks and everything like that. And you could just tell the guys brimming with confidence right now with what they were able to do. Malawach and then Fleming and Brea. And, I mean, obviously you can't talk about the draft picks. I was just, asking him just overall with the 5 days you had and remaking the roster. But, the thing that stands out to me is like he agreed. We had an overpaid, underachieving team and no heart, no passion, and we had to fix that. Like he basically agreed and said that's what we had to get to work to do. We had to fix that issue because that team needed to be remade.
Yeah, absolutely. Here's what he had to say on the direction he's going with the roster.
I think you hit a lot of key points that kind of acted as our foundation, moving forward. All you have to do is watch where the game has got to at this particular point. And having that perspective of the game, you look at it and you say, length, athletic ability, the energy, the effort level, the pressure on defense, the pressure that you have to put on the rim offensively, the protection you have to have on the rim defensively, the ability to, have a little deeper bench and be able to rotate guys in there to play at the pace with the cutting and the movement that you want. We just took a long, hard look at ourselves and as a front office came up with, okay, this is some of the things that we need to get done.
Yeah, I love hearing that. Like, we got to have a better bench so we can rotate guys. It started 2 years ago when they put the big three together, and they had this off season. It was the Chimezi, Metu, and Azubuike, and Keita Bates-Diop, and Utah Watanabe, and they put that together. And I'm still surprised that a couple of those guys didn't work out, like Watanabe and Keita Bates-Diop. But because you've got to go that direction, and you've got to fill your roster and count on guys, a lot of veteran minimum guys. There's a high chance for failure there. There's a high chance for failure. Nobody wants to sign those guys to anything more than a veteran minimum, and that ended up being a failure. And so it looks like he wants to build a team that is much deeper where they could count on more guys. And that was the problem this year, Cal. Like, you can't have like Royce O'Neal and Grayson Allen being your top 5 best players. Those guys need to be your 6th or 7th and 8th best players. And that's what happened with the team the last couple of years, is that there were just too many guys out of place.
Yeah, absolutely. And something that you have brought up, Gambo, on the show within the last week is you got to look at what your roster was last year and the direction that the league is going. That's something that Brian Gregory himself talked about with us just moments ago.
Fortunately, because of all the situations, we had an opportunity to do it. And I think this was a great first step. I think you have to constantly be evolving. and trying to. And again, I can go on for hours. The best thing that I learned during the coaching process, looking for our head coach, was how forward-thinking Jordan Ott is, and what's next. What's next on the horizon in the league.
Sure.
And I think our job is to give him the tools, resources, and then build a team around what's happening now and what's going to happen in the next 3 to 4 years.
Yeah, and that's the key, right? Saying that. What's going to happen in the next 3 to 4 years? There's going to be a target to have this team back in contention again. And it's not 7 years from now. It's not 8 years from now. It's not, hey, when Devin Booker's 35, we want to compete. They know they're going to take it on the chin the next couple of years. There's going to be a learning curve. Players are going to have to. They got a lot of young players. They're going. Their whole roster is 20-year-old guys. Royce O'Neal's the old man on the roster. He's the old man on the roster, Royce O'Neal. Like almost everybody else is. Grayson Allen's in his 20s. You got a lot of young kids, and that's a good thing. But it's not. And I like when he said that 3 to 4 years from now, because I think everybody in an organization understands we need 2 years to remake this roster. Can they be competitive in 3 years or 4? But 3 will be the goal, but it might be 4. What can they do in that time frame to get this team back into being a team that people talk about as a contending team? I'm not saying win a championship, but because, there are several teams that are contending teams. What is it going to take for them to get back to being a contending team? They're hoping to do it in 3 years.
One more from Gregory on wanting to get the roster right.
The other thing that you have to do is you can't force stuff. You know what I mean? Like, you may want it, and you may think it's the best move, but if it doesn't give you exactly what you're looking for, if it puts you in a difficult position down the road, then you got to have some patience too. You know what I mean?
Sure.
And I think we're going to show that. We're going to be very organized in everything that we do. We're going to be very intentional in everything that we do, because we want to get this thing right.
Yeah, you want to get it now. You can't be perfect. You're going to make mistakes along the way. Not all of these draft picks are going to turn into all-stars. You hope they all hit. You hope they all hit. But, I mean, there was a year the Arizona Cardinals took 3 wide receivers in the draft. You know how many of them hit? None. None of them did. The Suns, I think, are going to have a better chance here of having some success with the kids that they drafted. But, again, we talked about it. There's a lot of quantity here in what they've been able to do, turning Durant and a 31 pick into players. How much of that quantity is going to be quality? How much? Not everyone is going to be. You hope so, but that's just not the case. You got to have some real quality that comes out of this. All right, we'll take a break. 4 o'clock reset with Lauren coming up next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Common Malowacz was not thought to be available at number 10 for the Phoenix Suns, and he was.
If you were looking to get a big man, we thought, and everybody thought, this guy was going to be out of the Suns' reach.
Yeah.
Absurd length, 7'2" with 7'7" wingspan. Those guys don't grow on trees. And then there's also the character of the kid. He's a very serious, hardworking individual. So I'm tickled for the Phoenix Suns. That's a good moment. Now, I hope he turns out to be the player that he might turn out to be, but that was a good break for the Phoenix Suns.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than just a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. That's what they're all about at Berg Simpson. Dave Burns here. So good lawyers changing lives. What does that mean? Well, it means they're nationally renowned and recognized trial lawyers looking to change lives for the better by preparing for trial, fighting in court, getting families compensation for their injuries. It means putting a high priority on giving back to their community, getting involved and making a difference. It's the heart of everything they do, here to help people who need it the most. Frankly, when we were involved in an accident years ago, we made a mistake by not calling them. So when you've been injured, Berg Simpson's team of experienced personal injury trial lawyers, they're going to fight for you and what you deserve. You'll get more money for your case when you hire a trial lawyer, and it doesn't cost you anymore to hire a trial lawyer. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-474-1867. 800-474-1867. Again, that's 800-474-1867.
The Window Depot wants to help bring your dream kitchen to life. As a family-owned and operated business, we pride ourselves on offering the best prices, the biggest inventory, and exceptional customer service you won't find at the big box stores. From premium cabinets to stunning quartz and granite countertops, faucets, hardware, and sinks, our designers are here to guide homeowners every step of the way, all under one roof. Find a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta here to tell you about the hottest deals of the summer being offered at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, now through Independence Day. Earnhardt Ford's General Manager John Nissen and his team are rolling out nearly every remaining 2024 new Ford car, truck, or SUV now below employee price. Like their built in the USA 2024 Ford F-150 STX models and Escape SUVs at amazing low rates and big Ford bonus cash offers. Add in the wildly popular 2024 Bronco Sport Badlands, and your summer is ready to roll. Plus, buy with confidence with Earnhardt and get a 3-year, 36,000-mile maintenance plan at no charge. All offers require approved credit. Hurry into Earnhardt Ford and get the star-spangled deals you've been looking for, or check them out online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the Noble Protection Packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. Employee pricing available on select models. AX and CED plans and eligible for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See deal for details. Offers in 7/6/25.
Are you worried your AC system will not make it through the summer? No worry. As official Lennox dealers, Collins Comfort Masters wants to pay you to upgrade. Get up to $2,500 with our AC system buyback deal when you replace your old unit with a brand new high-efficiency system. Schedule your free estimate by calling Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com.
Happy birthday, America! And to my brothers at Brooklyn Betting, they want to help you celebrate. You know what I'm talking about. We're talking 30% off everything in-store and online now through July 4th. And an additional 5% off for active and retired military. Go to brooklynbetting.com, or better yet, stop by one of Brooklyn Betting's 12 basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the 4th of July sale at Brooklyn Betting. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Varel, this with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Diamondbacks have returned home for the start of a nice, long homestand, and good news in terms of the future of that said home, Chase Field. The team joined Governor Katie Hobbs earlier today, where she officially signed HB 2704. It's the bill that allows the Diamondbacks the funding they have been seeking to make necessary upgrades to Chase Field. Now, on the diamond, it's the first of 3 games against the Miami Marlins. Good news on the injury front, too. Eugenio Suarez is back in the lineup after missing time due to a hand injury. He will hit 5th and play at 3rd base. Merrill Kelly is the man on the mound. He opposes the young, tall right-hander Yuri Perez. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Mercury back at PHX Arena. They're hosting the New York Liberty tonight. That should be a good matchup because the Liberty lost to the Merc the last time these two teams faced in New York. Tip-off is at 7. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. It's the Valley Chevy July 4th event going on now. Celebrate family, fun, and the freedom to save on an extensive Chevy lineup. Stop by your Valley Chevy dealers today.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
All right, we get you caught up on everything going on in the world of sports, and there's quite a bit. I know we've been ultra focused on the Suns and the Dbacks, but let's get you caught up on everything else that's going on. For that, we turn it over to Lauren.
Hello, guys.
Hey!
All right, we're going to lead off here with the Suns because they finished out their draft last night, headlined by them trading up to get Rasheer Fleming. And just a few moments ago, Brian Gregory joined you guys. If you didn't get to hear that interview live, you can now listen to it on arizonasports.com or wherever you get podcasts. But what was your guys' main takeaway from Gregory joining you?
Knowing that this roster had to be remade and being able to do it on the fly the way he did, I'm still blown away by what they did to get to the top of the second round. And I like the fact that he gave credit to so many people in the organization because he didn't sit there and take all the credit. And he's like, look, my team, we had so many people working on this that put this together. So I like that, that he shared the wealth right there.
Just to follow through of what he said in his opening press conference, like establishing culture, identity, the types of players that he wanted to go and acquire, the traits that he was looking for, all of that is talk most of the time, if I'm being honest. So to see him walk the walk as well with the types of players he was going after was impressive.
And a little bit more news around the NBA. Nico Harrison was asked yesterday about the Mavericks getting the #1 pick in the NBA draft, and this is what he had to say.
How surprised were you when you found out you guys won the lottery?
Yeah, I was extremely surprised. All my draft prep up to that point was, us being in the 11th position. But things happen. Fortune favors the bold.
Fortune favors the bold.
I don't know. Or the NBA really wanted to help me out. I traded Luka to LA. I needed a good favor back. And Cooper Flagg came out today, which we talked about. We talked about this. I've said it. Cooper Flagg was going to run the point. What did they just say? Cooper Flagg's going to run the point. We had talked about it earlier. They're going to make him a point guard for that team. He's going to be the point guard.
You learn a lesson pretty early on in life where everyone else thinks you're wrong, but you think you're right, and you just need to shut your mouth until you are proven right, but just take the L otherwise. Nico apparently never learned that lesson because he's going to keep just every now and then being like, hey, look at our trade, look at how, and it's like it hasn't even been proven correct yet, and he's still kind of poking at that a little bit. And any Mavs fans you can imagine, Lauren, that are kind of starting to re-embrace him, just hear that and they're like, oh my God, just shut up, man. Shut up.
Stoking the fire.
Yeah,
there,
exactly.
If
Perfect.
You will. And if there were any concerns about whether or not Ace Bailey was going to actually show up to Utah, well, a spokesperson has spoken to ESPN and said, yes, he plans on arriving tomorrow. He will then give a press conference in the next few days, and he will be on the court ready to practice for them at the start of next week.
That's Ace Bailey?
Yeah.
He'll be there tomorrow.
I didn't think he wouldn't. I thought he would be. I talked to the Jazz today. There was no indication that they got that he wasn't going to show up. I think this was much ado about nothing. The guy, not the agent, but the other guy wanted to get him to Washington. Didn't work. Didn't work out. So this is what you got. You want to go play, but you want to play in the NBA? You're going to play for the Utah Jazz. They drafted you.
Exactly what the Jazz needed with his upside. Lauren, you would say watching Rutgers that Harper was the better pick here, #2 for sure, but do you believe that Bailey has a similar kind of upside with the heights that he could reach if everything goes right for him?
Yeah, if everything goes right and if he's willing to, put in the work, actually. Make it work over there in Utah.
Pass the ball.
Pass the ball. We don't need to play hero ball in the NBA all the time. And Shams had a report earlier today which could shake up the NBA in the next few weeks.
I'm told Giannis Antetokounmpo is closely observing the Bucks draft here tonight and then free agency next week. And what moves can this organization make to elevate the team? They've got a bunch of free agents here. Bobby Portis, Gary Trent Jr., Brooke Lopez, Kevin Porter Jr. Bucks general manager John Horst and his staff have been aggressive over the years, making creative moves time and time again. But this offseason, they've got 1 first-round pick, a few second-round picks to play with. And Giannis Antetokounmpo has been open-minded about his best fit moving forward. He spent 12 years there. There's a level of equity there that he has in Milwaukee. But he has said publicly he wants to compete for a second championship. And so what moves can the Bucks make here over the coming weeks?
He then went on to add that we should have Giannis's decision on whether or not he's leaving the Bucks in the next few weeks.
I think they need a secondary scorer like this. This Bradley Beal would be great in Milwaukee.
I've got the guy for you.
Hey, Giannis, I got the guy for you.
That's what you should have done when we were talking about second best player. Oh, Bradley Beal, he's phenomenal. He's fantastic. Any team would be lucky.
You'd be lucky to have
him. This was an underlying thing in the Kevin Durant trade negotiations, I thought. If you look at Houston right now, they could still make the best offer, or one of the best offers for Giannis right now. Like, they could throw in Amen Thompson, a couple of picks, and a couple of other young players and have an offer that's comparable to a lot of other ones. San Antonio, you could tell the way they weren't serious about trading for KD. That's because they're waiting on Giannis. It seems like he's going to dictate the trade market a lot.
I wonder if Giannis wants to stay in Milwaukee now that Boston is just blowing up their whole team. Like, do you feel like, okay, we can win?
Even if it's me and then a guy named Gambo and then Lauren Koval and Kellen Olson and Big Red, like that's our starting five. Could he get it done?
Who's the biggest threat in the East? It can't be Indiana.
Yeah, are we going to get like a Pistons Magic Eastern Conference Finals right now with the way everything's shaping up? It's probably Cleveland, I guess, but I don't feel great about it. With who's like coming back for them, it probably should be them, but I don't feel great about it.
Yeah. The Knicks? No.
We're not going to say Magic. Like we like the roster and everything, but like we're not going to go that deep. Calm down, everyone.
No. And the Arizona Diamondbacks, they're back in action tonight against the Miami Marlins.
Let's go.
Pre-game for that one starts at 6 right here on 98.7. No more off days for the Dbacks until the All-Star break.
What?
Mm-hmm.
All-Star break. Troy Lavello on with us earlier hinted that is about the time you'll get Corbin Carroll and Gabby Moreno back as the All-Star break.
He also had another injury update to share with the media today, which is that Jordan Lawler has a grade 1 hamstring strain.
I talked about his hamstring like last week as to why he didn't get called up and Blaze Alexander did.
But now he's out weeks.
He's out weeks, yeah. Yeah, he'd been out for a few days, and I reported he's got a hamstring. And usually hamstrings end up being weeks. Nobody has a hamstring and you're back in 2 days. You don't. Hamstrings are really difficult because you think you're okay and then you're not. You ever have a hamstring injury?
I don't think so. I think I would know, right? It's like the classic thing where you feel like you pull a muscle and you're like, oh, it's a grade 2 hamstring strain. Like, I don't know.
I've had a hamstring injury, and you sit and you wait a few days, and then you're walking around, you're like, I feel good. And then you go to run again, and you're like, okay, I'm not good. It's a very difficult injury because you feel fine, but you're not. You're not.
Makes sense. And you can't play baseball with that. So Jordan Lawler will be out weeks. And Governor Katie Hobbs has officially signed the HB 2704. It will provide $1.2 billion to help renovate Chase Field.
What a great day for the Diamondbacks. I'm looking at a photo right now with Derek Hall and then the governor and Gonzo. And I think that's Corbin Burns. And then Baxter. And Baxter is giving the governor a hug saying, thank you. Thank you, because I need a bigger facility with a running toilet to be able to work for me.
Or some AC.
It's just, the building's 30 years old.
Yeah.
Like, for those of us that, I buy all my tickets when they're in the World Series and playoffs. I buy opening day all the time. I put my money into that building. I feel like I deserve a better facility for when I take my family to a game. And I'm buying tickets and I'm going to a game. I feel that I should have a facility that's more up to par with what you're charging me for the tickets I'm paying. That's what I think.
I think that's reasonable.
Good news is we've seen a recent example of how much renovations can go a long way. America West Arena, whatever, it's PHX Arena. It keeps changing every 3 years, the name of this freaking building. It looks great now. It looks fantastic. You'd hardly believe it was the same building after walking around. It should be the same thing with Chase.
And finally, a little bit of Big 12 news.
Texas State.
No. Big 12.
No, that's Pac-12.
That's
the Pac-12.
That's the thing we left behind.
Texas State's going to the Pac-12. Oh, Big 12. What do you got, Big 12?
Big 12. ADs and coaches have decided to do away with the league's preseason media poll. The Big 12 will continue its preseason all-league teams. Last year, Big 12 champ ASU was selected 16th in that preseason poll, and now it will not exist.
This might be one of the best things I've heard in a long time. This is genius. It is the dumbest thing. It really is one of the dumbest things out there. You have no idea what's going to happen. ASU won the damn Big 12 last year, and they were picked to finish last. I get it because the year before they sucked. You based everything on last year. That's what you did, just based it on last year. I am in 100% agreement with this. 100% agreement.
The Wildcats were a lot higher on that media poll than ASU, too, and look where it landed them. Oh, boy. Really excited for year 2 of Brent Brenner.
He says through gritted teeth. And with that, that's your 4 o'clock reset.
Yeah, but the basketball program's going to be good. We got to get studs coming in.
Oh, we're going to be great. Co-Pete's going to be awesome. Thanks, Lauren.
Well, yeah, you're welcome. Little basketball news there.
We got some studs coming into you. How's Illinois going to be next year?
Oh, solid.
Solid?
Solid.
Got
Top
a good
25.
team coming back?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. When we come back, we'll talk about the Suns' point guard situation. Will they have one? That's next, right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Made their pick at 10th overall.
The Suns need a big body in the worst way.
In the worst way.
With this draft pick.
Come on, Malawach, Duke University.
This is the kid they wanted.
Reaction to the Suns' new 7'2" rookie center from Duke on the way. On the home of Phoenix Suns basketball, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
I know this, absolutely nowhere can you buy a GMC for less than at Liberty GMC. 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria, or just shop and buy online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. It's Dave Burns here. Summer is here, which means road tripping with the family is here. You're going to the mountains, you're going to the beach. You are not going to find a better truck to get you there than the GMC Sierra 1500. Whether you're hauling, whether you're towing, whether you're cruising, the Sierra delivers. It is powerful. It's got all the tech you'd ever want. Ready for any job, ready for any adventure, ready to haul whatever you want, wherever you want. And right now at Liberty GMC, how about $12,250 off a brand new 2025 GMC Sierra or 4.9% financing for 84 months. Liberty GMC is the place to go. 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria, or shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Real stories with Hellsberg.
After we met and we started dating, Nancy and I lived 150 miles apart, and I would drive my old jalopy car, and it was roughly a 3-hour distance. It took 3 years I drove across that state back and forth dating her every weekend.
Persistence.
And I would have never stopped. I had a lot of energy back then, 36 years ago.
At Hellsberg, find the engagement ring worthy of your story. Designed with the love, care, and craft it deserves. Visit a Hellsberg store or hellsberg.com.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Tohono O'odham Nation.
Summer is a great time to get a new Toyota. Choose from best-selling models like Camry, Corolla, RAV4, Highlander, Tundra, Tacoma, and more. Visit any one of the 10 Valley Toyota dealers or valleytoyotadealers.com today.
One thing about the NBA now today, it's so easy to go out and say, the coach ain't doing this, the coach ain't doing that. Are you putting the right pieces around to really compete for a championship?
Arizona sports.
First and foremost, I don't think Phoenix had the right pieces to really say they were going to compete for a championship this year.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Burns and Gambo.
All right, Kellen Olson filling in for Burnsy. We're going to get you set later for the Dbacks taking on the Marlins. Merrill Kelly on the mound tonight. Dbacks, man, 14-8 in June with all the injuries. Just shocking how well that team has played, considering that they are just decimated with injuries.
Just a few weeks ago, and we're still having conversations like later in our show, like sellers at the deadline. Could they sell all these guys?
Yeah.
And yet, while we're talking about this, they are winning enough games to at least hang around and make this decision difficult for Mike Hazen.
Making it very, very difficult. Let's talk about the Suns' point guard spot. A lot of people have asked me and you about that. What's going to happen to point guard? They didn't draft a point guard. They did consider the Proctor kid, but then they ended up going with Brea instead. But they did consider Proctor, in that draft. That was a guy they had their eye on. I think if you kind of look at how the season ended, I would not be surprised with a little bit bigger of a role for Colin Gillespie.
Okay.
You covered all those games. I was at a lot of those games. He played pretty well down the stretch. Like, he played pretty well. He had some good games. Smart. Now, you're not looking for a point guard that's going to come in and play 35 minutes here. But between Booker and Jalen Green, you're not looking for a point guard that's going to play 30 minutes. You're looking, can I get 15 to 20 out of a point guard on a regular basis? Give Booker a break, give Jalen a break, use some depth. If they view Colin Gillespie as a TJ McConnell type guy, then it's possible that Colin Gillespie could end up being a guy that gets a lot of time running the point next year for them in that 15 to 20 minute range per game guy.
Yeah, you'll remember the conversations we had at the beginning of March when he led that comeback, I believe, against the Clippers at home, in which 15 minutes he had 10 points, 2 rebounds, 3 assists. The box score didn't light the world on fire, but he was the guy who undeniably came in that game and changed it drastically. And for a team that needed such an injection of energy, I was like, I don't know if Colin Gillespie is one of the 10 best players on the Suns roster right now. I don't care. He has to start because of what he is providing your team and what your team so desperately needed. He didn't even enter the rotation, really, let alone start. Remember, he got the 5 minutes in Denver where it was like, he's in the rotation now, here you go, from Mike Budenholzer. And then he didn't even play in the second half. He got 3 minutes in Dallas the next game as well, which was like a here you go, he's playing, quote unquote.
Well, Budenholzer was not a smart guy. He
won a championship, Gambo, but he wasn't very smart last year. We'll put it that way. But he was smart enough to beat the Suns.
He had
in the finals.
Giannis. Congratulations, you had Giannis. You won a championship, and you had Middleton, and you had Lopez, and you won a championship. Oh, and Drew Holiday. Let's not forget about Drew Holiday. So, there were many times last year I had no idea what Budenholzer was doing, and I did. I questioned what he was doing, if he knew what he was doing. Many times, I just didn't think that. How do you not ever relate? Like the whole Nurkic thing still irks me, how he let that get away. But okay, take it after that. You looked at the Denver game. I'm seeing it right now. 5 minutes, then 3 minutes against Dallas. But starting with the Laker game, 23 minutes, 16, 26, 24, 22, 26, 23, 36 minutes against Milwaukee, 6 of 12 from the field, 4 of 8 from three-point range, 18 points, 4 assists. The other thing you're going to like about him is he doesn't turn the ball over. He doesn't turn the ball over. He's smart basketball, high basketball IQ guy, and that's probably what you're going to want. You're probably going to look for a guy who's going to take care of the basketball, guy can knock down some three-point shots. You go look at the last month of the season when he played in like 7 games, 42.5% from three-point range. Okay, you're saying, okay, was that a fluke? No, go look at March, 42.9% from three-point range. Okay, you want to go back to February? 42.9% from three-point range. Very consistent three-point shooter throughout his time here.
Yeah, it was the last 15 games of the season when Gillespie really got in the rotation. He averaged 23 minutes per game. It was 9 points per game, 41% from the field, but he was 42% from 3. You talked about not turning the ball over, Gambo. In those 15 games, 3.6 assists per game, under a turnover per game. So that's a 4.0 or above assist to turnover ratio. That's really good stuff. Like, I don't think that, like, in terms of a quality of the basketball player, with all due respect to Colin and what he does and what the value that he brings on the floor, like, Tyus Jones is a better player. Monte Morris is a better player, but the intangibles that he provided last year were so needed. The change from last year to this year that's so interesting is those are the guys that Gregory is bringing in. He's bringing in everyone that does what Colin Gillespie does on the floor. So how can he separate himself this season if he is indeed going to be back? Remember, he's on a restricted free agent contract right now. We were waiting for the situation where his two-way was converted. They chose to wait now until restricted free agency, but expecting him back, right, Gambo?
I expect he's going to be back. I'll say that now. I expect that Colin Gillespie is going to be back. They liked what they seen out of him last year. And it took, again, that's another one of those, why did it take Mike Budenholzer so long to figure out that, like, this kid could play? You go back to the Denver game, and he played 15 minutes the game before against the Clippers, like you talked about, then 5 and then 3 and then 5 against Houston. Like, what are you doing? Like, give the kid a chance. Let's see what he can do. It was something he didn't like about him. But then eventually I think it was like, you got to play the kid. You got to play him. Because every time you put him out there, he never made a fool out of himself. He never looked like a high basketball IQ, smart basketball player. And what I liked is for a kid like that on a two-way contract, he was never afraid to take the open shot. Never. Some guys are reluctant. You're playing with Kevin Durant. You're playing with Devin Booker. You're playing with Bradley Beal. You're a little reluctant. You feel like you got to pass the ball more. He had an open shot. He would take it, and he knocked it down at a pretty good clip.
And some of the two-way guys that we can be talking about are fresh out of the draft. They're 21, 20, 19 years old. Colin Gillespie's 26. Like, he has been around for a bit. He was on Denver in a two-way. Originally, remember, he played at Villanova for all of those years, but has proven to be effective over this stint. And it's always an interesting transition for a team when your season is almost a lost cause in some ways, and you look at guys that you're playing. You know, in Philly, you remember what Quentin Grimes was doing at the end of the season?
Oh, yeah.
So they've got all those pieces. They've got Edgecombe, they've got Maxey, they've got all these guys that they're going to have to get time to. How do you loop in Quentin Grimes? How do you loop in someone like Colin Gillespie, who, after the way he played last year, deserves to have a shot at being in the rotation next year?
Would you rather have him or Tyus Jones?
Tyus.
Tyus is going to cost you more money, and we do have a second apron issue here.
Well, if you can afford Tyus, if you're in the second apron, you can only use a veteran's minimum contract anyway. So if he's cool with taking that, great. If he's not,
yeah, but he's eligible for a little bit more than a veteran's minimum. They can
right,
pay him,
because
like, was it 10% more?
They've
or
got
something?
the bird rights or whatever. Yeah, because
there's something they do. Yeah. So they can give, like, they can't give him. They're limited in what they could give him. They're limited, but they actually can pay him more than a veteran minimum.
I would say Tyus with the answer, and I'm saying that with the hope that everything that the Suns did in the last 5 days, they have a real plan to get out of the second apron, because it's going to take a lot of work over the next couple of days and weeks to get that done.
Anybody on a big contract that you think could somehow get out of here and help?
Still don't know who you're talking about yet. You're going to have to finally look at the roster.
Is there anybody on the Suns roster that has a big money contract?
Maybe by the 5 o'clock hour, he'll tell us who this mystery player is that he.
I'm just saying. I wish there was a guy that you could just, like, somehow get rid of. Like,
how much money is Devin Booker making?
I think, yeah.
Do you want people to come to the building and, like, riot?
Yeah, we won't tell you where Mitch parks when you leave the park.
You don't even know where I park.
Where do you park?
Well, I can't reveal that information now.
Okay. You can have my parking spot when I'm away. I have a nice parking spot. You can have my parking spot.
That's probably the nicest thing you've ever done for me.
You can have my parking spot. Seriously.
Wow.
You can have my parking spot when I'm gone.
Just tell me where it is. Not over the air. Just tell me in the break.
I'll tell you, yeah. I mean, why not park when it's?
Love it.
I got a nice shaded, parking spot.
It's yours? It's John Gamadoro's?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh! People get parking spots here. Did you guys know that? I didn't know that. Oh, okay.
I have a parking spot.
I don't. Lauren doesn't. Mitch doesn't.
Mitch can have you can have my parking spot. I'll give you the number. I'm telling you, you can have it.
Great Friday. This is awesome.
I'm going to be gone for like 2 weeks.
He's going to completely forget that he did this, and when you're in his spot, he's going to come in here and be like, "Someone's in my parking spot. Who did this?"
No, yeah. I'm gone for like 2 weeks, so you can have it every day.
Awesome.
When it's 115 degrees outside, you're going to get in your car. And you're going to be like, "Oh my God, this is so nice." Your car's going to be nice and cool. AC is going to work right away. Yeah, there you go, Mitchy Mitch.
Must be nice.
You can have it. All right, when we come back, still a lot more to go on the program. We will do, we're doing open phones here. We're doing open phones. You just heard Brian Gregory, the GM of the Phoenix Suns. talk about what they were able to accomplish. How do you feel now about the Phoenix Suns? Was that a turning point? These last 5 days, getting rid of Durant and making all the moves they made, do you feel like the Suns have turned the corner into being a more respectable basketball team that the fans will actually like? 602-260-9870. That's 602-260-9870. Your call's next.
Win a pair of tickets to Dbacks Royals on the 4th of July from Arizona Sports. Text Firework to 620-620 and listen for your name June 30th through July 2nd for your chance to win.
There's a swing and a ball hit high and deep to right field. Freeman moving back, looking up. That is gone.
What's more All-American than Dbacks baseball, a Dbacks dog, and fireworks on Independence Day at Chase Field? Text Firework to 620-620 now. Message and data rates may apply.
The big focus in America today is on your health, and that is why more and more people are looking beyond pills, steroids, and surgery. Hey, everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and QC Kinetics has been on the cutting edge of this medical revolution since 2018. Using regenerative medicine, they've helped tens of thousands of people get lasting joint pain relief using natural treatments that harness your body's own healing power. Truth is, regenerative medicine used to be an alternative treatment, but now it's mainstream, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader. Their well-respected protocols include potent and powerful cellular-level treatments to revitalize and restore damaged joint tissue. So say goodbye to that chronic pain and live your best life. Get your free consultation at QC Kinetics. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. You can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes. But when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like fences. A house with a big yard and a white picket fence was always the dream. But then you saw the price to install a fence and you're wondering if the color is driving the price up. Nobody ever dreams of a beige or a gray picket fence, right? So maybe those fences are cheaper. But no, they're not. Then you remember that switching your home and auto to Progressive could save you hundreds and make all your dreams of a fence come true. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta letting you know the biggest savings of the summer have arrived at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. No bull, folks. We're talking huge savings like never before, like on the all-electric 2024 GMC Denali EV. Save up to $21,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of 0% APR financing with approved credit. Earnhardt is even extending big discounts up to $15,000 off MSRP or 0% APR on their 2025 Sierra 1500 trucks. If you need an SUV, they've got those too. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on 2026 Buick Encore GX models. So hurry in now to Earnhardt Buick GMC. These deals won't last long. Stop in or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. Offers include all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 6/30/25.
I'm Mitch Voreldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks back home. Start of a nice long homestand tonight, beginning against the Miami Marlins. Prior to the game, the team joined Governor Katie Hobbs at her office, where she officially signed HB 2704. It's the bill that allows the Diamondbacks the funding that they have been seeking to make necessary upgrades to Chase Field. We also got good news on the injury front. Eugenio Suarez is back in the lineup tonight after he missed time due to a hand injury. He's hitting fifth and will play at third base. Merrill Kelly is on the mound. He'll oppose the young right-hander Yuri Perez. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. Phoenix Mercury also in action tonight, so it'll be busy in downtown Phoenix. Make sure you give yourself some time to get down there to see either one of those clubs. Merc are facing the Liberty, one of the best in the league, but the Merc actually beat the Liberty back a week ago in New York. Tip-off tonight is at 7. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Burns and Gambo, open phones.
602-260-9870.
We'll go rapid fire here. We'll try to get as many calls in as we can. Talking about the Phoenix Suns. Do you think that they've turned the corner? Do you think that this is a new starting point for a new era in Suns basketball? One that at least you might be proud of instead of hating the team like many of us did the last 2 years. We're going to go out to Tucson and start with Chris. Chris, you're on the Burns and Gambo show.
Hey, thanks a lot, man. Thanks for taking my call, man. Sure. I think, personally, I think this is a great day, man, for Suns basketball. You know, we need more Sean Marions and Raja Bells on this team, man. People that, you know, that play defense and fly up and down the court, man. I think this is a good day, man. I'm actually real proud to be a Suns fan. And thank you for taking my call.
You got it. Great call, Chris. You know what? I think it's a great call. You need more Raja Bells and Sean Marion type guys. You need guys that are a little more versatile, can do a lot of different things and help in a lot of different ways. Stefano in Scottsdale, you're up next on the Burns and Gambo show. Hello, Stefano.
Hey, guys. Hey, Gambo.
Yeah.
I've been trying to call you for like the past, I don't know how many days since you came out with that top 5 thing. I hope, for your sake, that it's correct. Because I don't know what you're thinking. How do you, like, avoid and not even mention going after somebody like Ryan Kalkbrenner? Big East Player of the Year.
He was
defensive star.
He was at the end of the first round.
He averages 19.2 points a game.
Why do I feel like I'm in a time machine going back before the draft?
Yeah, what are you talking about, bud? You said
the draft's
top 5.
over.
Are you talking about a Gambo 5? What are you talking about here?
Yeah, I'm talking about Gambo's top 5.
So you wanted them to take Ryan Kalkbrenner number 10.
At number 10?
Number 10.
What number? Where did he go? 20?
Yeah.
Where did he go?
He went in the 30s.
He went in the 30s.
Yeah.
He wasn't a top 10
What?
player.
He's a Big East Player of the Year.
4 times the Big East Player of the Year.
Yeah.
He wasn't going to be considered at number 10. He might have been considered at 29, but he wasn't going to be considered at 10.
My point is he was available. I'm saying that
he was available at 15, 20, and 25 too. I what?
You influenced the entire Phoenix Suns organization, Dad.
I don't know.
I hope it works out.
I don't know about that. The Malawach kid is considered, and I like your guy, but the Malawach kid is considered a much better prospect. All right, let's go to Drew in Scottsdale. You're up next on the Burns and Gambo show. Hello, Drew.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good, Drew.
I'm just a little worried about Richards blocking Malawach's minutes. Do you think that's going to be the case at the start of the year?
Doesn't seem like it's going to be the case right now, and I think we're waiting to see this bit of uncertainty in the center rotation, and what we mean by that is there's value Nick Richards still has across the league. There's still value Oso Ighodaro has across the league, and if you're not projecting either of those guys to play right away, you'll be moving on from them. Now, will Malawach potentially not be in the rotation on game 1? There's a possibility. Remember, this guy just started playing basketball 6 years ago. I'm not saying you're going to see him going up and down between the Valley Suns all year, but patience with him is going to be key. We were talking about earlier who's going to be your best player a couple of years from now. Like the improvement that he is going to make from year to year is going to be rather great, but you need to be patient with him specifically. I do still anticipate them finding a way to get him minutes at the start of the rotation, but in terms of anyone sort of blocking his minutes, you'd be more concerned about Mark Williams, not right now, but maybe in 2 to 3 years.
And I think there's a chance that Malawach, by mid-season, you'll start to see those minutes go up a little bit once they've worked with him and developed him a little bit. Eli in Sun City, you're up next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo, what's going on,
What's
fellas?
up, Eli?
Hey, guys. Gambo, you've just been spot on, and I appreciate it because I always just tell everybody in my sports chat, I'm just going to wait till either Gambo or Flex tweets it and just leave it at that. And thank you very much for that. I really like the phone call with BG today. I think the Suns are turning the corner, and I'm not happy about Bol. I heard Bol is going to be gone, so not happy about that. But he was definitely a fan favorite. But I do like what you guys are saying about Gillespie going to be running the floor a little bit. That'd be nice. I think he was fantastic last year. So I think overall, I think the Suns are doing do it right by the Suns fans on this draft and everything moving forward. I'm really glad I kept my season tickets for this upcoming season. And one last thing, guys, was great that you gave let Mitch use your parking spot. Now, if Kellen rides a motorcycle, maybe they can share the spot. Love the show, guys.
I would never ride a motorcycle ever again. Eli, we've met. You know me. Come on, man.
Mitch,
you know I'd never
Mitch, you got that spot, Mitch. 2 weeks. 2 weeks, you got my parking spot, Mitch.
We got someone in the YouTube chat who wants Big Red to have the parking spot. So I don't know.
Big
I guess we gotta
Red?
compete. Yeah.
Come on. He's got to earn his dues, Big Red. He's got to earn his dues. I don't think Bol's going to be back. But I said I don't think he's going to be back. And people aggregate everything I say. I get aggregated everywhere. I said I don't expect him to be back. I didn't report it. I just said I don't expect him to be back. Let's go to Nick in Phoenix. You're up next on the Burns and Gambo Show. Hello, Nick.
What's up, guys? Gambo, I don't know how you keep subjecting yourself to all this abuse.
Exactly.
But I hear retirement's around the corner for you, so happy for you, and thanks for all the hard work. But
thank you.
Yeah, I just want to piggyback. Of course, just want to piggyback the Bol comments. Would love to see him and Malawach in the same uniform together. I know Bol backed out of the Olympics last minute, which is pretty unfortunate. But yeah, I hope we can figure out the point guard position a little bit better. I would love to get your opinion on that because Booker was top 10 in assists, but we weren't winning games. Maybe with KD out of the picture, maybe Book can be more efficient at the point guard position. But who knows? Maybe Jalen Green a little bit. I know Collins possibly sticking around. And I just wanted to thank you for the Sardinia recommendation. Honeymoon was fantastic. Thank you.
Sardinia. Oh, that's awesome. Send me some pictures. I want to see. Some pictures, Nick. Send me a few. Somehow, some way, send me some photos.
With what he was talking about, I think point book is going to be a conversation we have a lot over the summer and going into the season. I think that's sort of what he is alluding to and what we're looking at with the totality of this roster is that it is throughout Devin Booker's career, you can look up and down. There have been leaders across the organization, across the coaching staff, across the roster. You look at next year, I know there's going to be some veteran voices still in there, but he is going to be the leader of this team. So you talk about point guard, all that kind of stuff. How about the leader of the team? This is his team now.
And I think he's going to be more efficient with KD gone. I really do. Dave and Mesa, you're up next on a Burns and Gambo Show. Hello, Dave.
Hey, how are you guys doing today? Love your show.
Thank you.
So I've been wanting to call in for a long time. I've been a fan since '71, back into Connie Hawkins and Arsdale and everything. And let me tell you, how many times now has Book had to adjust to new coaches and new players? They got to keep this team intact. They got to be able to have some consistency here. They're always changing. It's like spaghetti sauce. You get the main ingredient, you keep adding and taking stuff away. Pretty soon you got to dump the whole thing in the trash because you don't know what you got.
My mother never dumped spaghetti sauce in the trash. She made it perfect every single time. But I know what you're saying. The amount of coaches that Book's gone through, the amount of different offenses and different defenses, and Jordan Ott, I expect, is going to run this offense. I expect he's going to run it. But your point is well taken, and I appreciate the call. You are hoping for consistency and continuity. Book has gone through a lot. He lost a lot of games, and then he had some winning, and now he's going to go back to losing a little bit here, but. He's committed. He's committed to it. And, yeah, every roster is always tweaking. Nobody keeps a roster together for 10 years. It's not the Spurs with Parker, Ginobili, and Duncan. But I understand what you're saying. We'll get one more in. We'll go to Phoenix. David in Phoenix, you're up next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I really like the direction that the Suns are going in general. I look at where we were last year to this year. I know this offseason is not complete, but I really look at it. I think Booker's going to be better with this cast around him. So with Booker being better, we've improved. I'll take anything over Bradley Beal is going to be an improvement just because of the amount of games that he missed, if not the production while he was on the court. I think Dylan Brooks is a better starting three. I think we have much better center play. So aside from the power forward position, which we're going to basically right now we have a rookie and Ryan Dunn who might play it. We'll see what happens with free agency. But, when you can improve 4/5 of your team, you have to, halfway through the offseason, you have to take it as a win. And then my second part is just a question. One of the things you've referred to the years is who's going to be part of the next great Suns team.
Right.
So I look at the roster now and I say, okay, if we play well in the next season or two, the Williams, we're buying low on him. Green, we're buying low on him. So I don't think they'll be part of the next great Suns team. I think some of our trash picks will. And I think we'll be, if those players play well, since we bought low, we'll be able to use them to bring in a true co-star for Booker.
It's a good call, David.
Yeah, thank you, David.
Call.
I really appreciate it. The bottom line, Gambo, is we didn't know 5 days ago who was going to be a part of that next great Suns team outside of maybe 2 or 3 guys. We have over half dozen now. You can disagree with the methods that went about in terms of getting it done, but they got it done, and then we have a group now that we know is going to be here for a while.
Yeah, and I think we got to take that. So who's going to be part of the next good Suns team? We'll get to great later. Yeah. Let's get to good first. Let's get to who's going to be part of the next Suns team that's a good team. And I think there's quite a few players on this roster now that would fit that bill. The Arizona Diamondbacks fighting for their lives with all the injuries to stay in contention. A story about 5 Dbacks players that could be traded at the deadline if for some reason they drop out. We'll talk about that next on Arizona Sports.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store. Today rates may apply.
Love telling you about asset preservation, wealth, and tax. My guy, Stuart Willis, who has helped me tremendously. Financial plan, retirement plan, making sure that I'm in a good spot. So what I do enjoy my retirement, and I go spend quite a few months every year over in Lake Como and seeing my family, that I'm going to be in a good spot. It's important to have a good relationship with your financial advisor. What do I mean by that? You want to make sure your financial advisor is checking in with you on a regular basis. Not somebody that's just calling you once or twice a year to make sure that they don't lose your business, but somebody that's things change, like your life changes. You change jobs, you change houses. You might get divorced, you might get remarried, you might get married, you might have kids. Like, things are always changing. And when things change, a lot of times your plans change. So you have to have a financial advisor that will change with you and stay with you and make sure that he knows what's going on. That's why I recommend Stuart Willis, Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. They've got 5 locations in the Valley. Call them for a free portfolio review at 602-877-PLAN or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
It's hot out in Phoenix, really hot, but you can help us do something cool. This month, the UPS Store is teaming up with Arizona Sports to support the Phoenix Rescue Mission by collecting bottled water for our most vulnerable neighbors. It's easy to help, and we can't do it without you. Text WATER to 620-620 to find participating the UPS Store locations near you, or to make a donation. Text WATER to 620-620 to help us bring relief today during the Arizona Sports Water Drive.
Message and data rates may apply.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Do your summer plans include travel? Make sure your prep includes more than just flights and hotels. Stay up to date with COVID-19 vaccination, especially if you're 65 or older or have certain health conditions. There have been surges in COVID-19 in the summer, too. It's important to help protect yourself no matter your destination. So check eligibility and schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. That's VaxAssist.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
Dick's epic 4th of July sale is on. Get summer ready with 25% off select Stanley drinkware. Get 20% off Igloo coolers and water bottles and select bog bags. Buy one, get one 50% off DSG coolers, canopies, chairs, and water bottles. $200 off Callaway AI smoke irons and TaylorMade QI10 drivers. These deals won't last. Stock up for summer now, in-store or online at Dicks.com. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
The days of waiting weeks or even months for new countertops is over. The Window Depot has a wide selection of in-stock granite and quartz countertops so you can upgrade your kitchen or bathroom now. From sleek, modern quartz to timeless granite, we have the perfect countertop to match your style and budget. And it's ready to take home today. Our team is here to help you choose the perfect countertop at the lowest price and get it home fast. Visit a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
The San Francisco Giants travel to Chase Field on June 30th for a 4-game series to take on the Dbacks. Get your tickets today at Dbacks.com.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, Sanderson Ford, 51st Avenue in Glendale. Online at sandersonford.com. You've still got time to get in there and take advantage of employee pricing if you head over to Sanderson Ford today or tomorrow. Always closed on Sunday, Sanderson Ford. All right, our poll question. It was a pretty good one. I think I was in the minority, and so were you. Let's get an update from Lauren.
All right, we're asking which Suns draft pick are you most excited to see play this season? Is it Malawach, Fleming, or Brea?
So my guy is Fleming just because of the potential of what he could be, and I've always he might play. He has the NBA body. Like we've said 6'9", 7'5". How about 240? That's a big kid.
Yeah.
That's a very big, strong kid. I think that he has a lot of attributes that can be developmental for him, but if he's a kid that comes in and impacts the game defensively right away with all his athleticism and can hit some corner threes, he's going to be playing right away, and there's more of his game left to develop as well.
You know what I saw you know what I didn't see in all of his highlight films with all the incredible dunks he has? A defender.
He's just getting by everyone.
But nobody wanted to try to block a shot.
No one's taking a charge.
Nobody wanted to try to block his shot,
running down the lane.
Especially in that league that St. Joe's was in. All right, what's the results so far, Lauren?
Malawach is leading the way still with 56% of the vote, 37% going with Fleming, and 7% going with Brea.
Gambo, I got to follow up.
Yeah, go ahead.
More minutes next year. Fleming or Malawach?
I think Fleming.
I think so, too. It's interesting.
I think Fleming.
Now, Mark Williams gets hurt because he's going to get hurt. I don't know.
Right. That's why you just get – what happens with the centers? I honestly think the odd guy out is Oso. But I know. You like him. You're an Oso guy?
A lot of people like him. Yeah, he had like a fairly productive rookie year for the position that he was put in. Like, didn't get any faith from the coaching staff whatsoever. Went to the Valley Suns, got a little bit better, showed a little. Look, if they're trying to get rid of him, Gambo, a smart team is going to send like a second-round pick or two for him. They're going to do that.
Here's your 5 guys on the Arizona Diamondbacks. If they fall out of the race, there are 5 players that they are likely to move. There was a terrific article I read on this today. It's the same names that we've always talked about, but here's the guys most likely to be moved. Number 1, Zach Gallen.
Okay.
The question is, what can you get for him with an ERA of 6, almost 6? His ERA is 5.75. He's got 9 losses and an ERA of 5.75. Does anybody look at Zach Gallen and say he's a number 1 or number 2 guy in my rotation? You might be buying a 3 or a 4 on Zach Gallen this year. Now, still time to turn it around. If he could go have 2 or 3 good starts in a row, people will be like, okay, he's figured it out. But right now, I don't know that he's pitched good enough for anybody to think that he's a top 2 guy in their rotation.
I actually think he would be a really smart addition for another team if they were able to buy low, because you put him in the back end of your rotation, see if he starts to figure some stuff out, and then all of a sudden you've got a number 1 or a number 2 deep in your rotation. Who's that not good for? The Diamondbacks.
Right.
Not good at all.
No. Merrill Kelly, number 2.
No!
Oh, I noticed.
No!
7-3 with a 3.39 ERA going tonight. I'm just such a big fan of Merrill Kelly. Such a good pitch. I want him back next year and the year after. I'll take him until he's 50 because he's still going to be able to pitch. He doesn't throw that hard, but he knows exactly where to put the ball. He is a master at pitching. And but now that's a guy you could say. And then, of course, what he did in the playoffs and into the World Series. Any team out there is going to look at Merrill Kelly and be like, oh, yeah, this guy's starting a big-time playoff game for me. That you might get a good prospect back from Merrill Kelly.
We talked about this with Catel Marte earlier, but Merrill Kelly's not a guy you maybe think of off the top of your head and who's one of the greatest pitchers in Diamondbacks history. They've had a ton of high-quality starting pitchers. We're talking about the duration of his career. He recently passed Patrick Corbin for the 3rd most games started in franchise history. He's been here a long time and has been pitching at a pretty high level for a long time, man. I do not want to see him go. I don't care if it's a good return and a good trade for the Diamondbacks. I can't do it.
I'd be sad that day. Gino Suarez. The best news that Diamondbacks got is that Gino's in the lineup tonight, because the one fear the Diamondbacks had was that if Gino was going to miss 4 weeks, that's going to take you right up to the trade deadline. If he had broken his hand, how much would that have affected the trade value? Hey, I'll trade you for Gino Suarez, but like that guy is like, he hasn't played in a month and he's coming off a broken hand, and you know, how long is it going to take him to get back into his groove? He's in a groove right now. So Gino Suarez is listed as number 3. I think that they would get a lot for Gino based on the projection of the home runs and the RBIs, middle of the bat lineup. I think you'd get back quite a bit at the trade deadline if you move Gino.
3 guys with more home runs than Gino Suarez in the MLB right now. Shohei Ohtani, I think I'm saying that right. Aaron Judge, I think I got that right. Then Cal Raleigh. What a year Cal Raleigh's having. 32 homers,
What's he thinking?
69 ribbies. He's about to put up the best offensive season by a catcher ever.
What does he think? He's Thurman Munson?
Oh, my goodness.
All right, Johnny Bench. I get it. Johnny Bench. I shouldn't have gone.
There you go. I know Johnny Bench. I got that one.
Josh Naylor, first baseman. Terrific year that he's having. Just a terrific year. Not a stud defensively, but offensively, if you're looking for a first, the thing about there's always a lot of first basemen out there. But I think Josh Naylor, with the year that he's having, with the home runs, the RBIs, the batting average, I think he would be a hot commodity as well. And the last one, number 5 on this list, Shelby Miller. Everybody's looking for bullpen help. You're talking about a guy that's got an ERA under 2, a terrific whip, 9 saves. He has been terrific for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Anybody for looking for bullpen help might look at Shelby Miller and say, this is the perfect setup guy for me. I would love to have this guy in the 8th inning.
Do you expect Hazen, if it is a sell situation, to go absolute fire sale with all 5 of these guys potentially going, or is it going to be a mix? Fire sale?
Yes.
Wow.
If they're out of it, I think he moves whoever he can for prospects, and if you want to try to bring somebody back, bring him back.
And you know why that makes sense. You've got Geraldo Perdomo, you've got Corbin Carroll, you got Gabby Moreno, you got Alec Thomas, you got a lot of young position players still. Like, you can build out this next iteration of the Dbacks team and those guys of the next Dbacks team, and those guys will still be entering their primes. Like, you are built to win in different eras, and you know who knows that a lot more than me or you? Mike Hazen. That's who knows it.
Yeah, he's a terrific general
Smart
manager.
Guy.
But I think he's smart enough to know that I'm going to move these guys who I'm going to lose, so I might lose anyway, and let me try to get something back for him. And then if I want to bring him back, I'll just make an offer and try to re-sign him. All right, 5 o'clock hour coming up next. Brian Gregory, the GM of the Phoenix Suns, joined us at 3:30. We'll repurpose some of the things he said next, right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
As this 3-0 pitch swung on, drilled. Catel savoring, looking. It's on its way and it's gone. A solo home run. That's his 15th. He continues to be red hot for the Diamondbacks.
After 9 games on the road, the D-backs host the Marlins at home. Game 1 of the 3-game series gets going tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Walt's TV and Appliance, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner. And Bear, what do our listeners get by shopping at Walt's?
Well, Dan, you'll get great expertise and great prices. We'll give you the best in-store and in-home experience every time. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Come check out our great selection, speak with our knowledgeable staff, and enjoy worry-free installation done by a pro. Only at Walt's. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
With Progressive, renters can save on protection for the things that make your place yours. Even things that don't make sense to everyone.
People always wonder why I don't get rid of my guitar since I never play. But it's like, what if I actually end up taking lessons? Sure, I've had it for 8 years, but if I get rid of it, then what will my New Year's resolution be next January?
Exactly. So bundle your renters in auto and save with Progressive and protect the things that make sense to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers not available in all states or situations. Covered subject to policy terms and conditions.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
DQ presents How to Make Your Summer Take Flight. Just head into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat. Treat your inner hero to an epic mix of sugar cookie dough, sprinkles, and cake batter flavor. Blend it all with legendary DQ soft serve, and it's enough to tempt Superman himself. Fly into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman. Only in theaters July 11th. DQ. Happy tastes good. Only at participating locations.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta here to tell you about the hottest deals of the summer being offered at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, now through Independence Day. Earnhardt Ford's General Manager John Nissen and his team are rolling out nearly every remaining 2024 new Ford car, truck, or SUV now below employee price. Like their Built in the USA 2024 Ford F-150 STX models and Escape SUVs at amazing low rates and big Ford bonus cash offers. Add in the wildly popular 2024 Bronco Sport Badlands, and your summer is ready to roll. Plus, buy with confidence with Earnhardt and get a 3-year, 36,000-mile maintenance plan at no charge. All offers require approved credit. Hurry into Earnhardt Ford and get the star-spangled deals you've been looking for, or check them out online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the Noble Protection Package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. Employee pricing available on select models. AX/CED plans and eligible for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 7/6/25.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Connor Emery with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It is official. The Diamondbacks team was with Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs this morning, who has signed Bill HB 2704, approving all the renovations and upgrades to Chase Field. You can read more on arizonasports.com. Early on the show, manager Torey Lovello said that Geno Suarez will be back on the lineup tonight after getting injured against the White Sox earlier this week. He'll make his return along with the rest of the Snakes to start a new series against the Miami Marlins. Merrill Kelly will get the start tonight and will oppose the young Yuri Perez. Pre-game coverage starts right here on 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app at 6 with first pitch set at 6:40. And two of the best teams are going at it in the WNBA tonight between the Mercury and New York Liberty at PHX Arena. The Mercury are coming in with a 3-game winning streak. Tip-off is at 7. This report is brought to you by the Window Depot. Looking for a career that's more than a job? The Window Depot has positions available in customer service, design, and warehouse operations. Apply online at thewindowdepot.com.
Arizona sports.
Drafting is going to be critical. The free agency is always critical as well.
Suns, a new horizon. Shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Burns and Gambo.
You know, there were a lot of people that questioned, all right, can this first-time GM pull this off? Like, congratulations, you got to trade Kevin Durant, like your first order of business. Oh, and by the way, we're going to have this draft with moving parts all the time. Like, nothing's more impressive to me than watching Monty Ossenfort in the draft room. That guy's cool as a cucumber, man. Monty Ossenfort, I don't know how he does it. Like, all the moving parts, the trade calls and everything. Like, you're working all these different trades. And then, okay, we'll give you this, we'll give you that. Okay, we'll do that. Okay. Like, I don't know how he processes information. That's why he was a quarterback, I believe it. The ability to process the information that quickly as a general manager when you're making these trades, fascinated by it. And watching Monty Ossenfort cook it's impressive. It's impressive.
Well, every front office goes into a war room thinking of what they're going to be doing or having a plan for what they could be doing, but actually getting it done is just an entirely different thing. And to see Brian Gregory execute in his front office and his staff accomplish what they did yesterday by making not one, not two, but 3 trades to move around the second round in the way that they did. And remember, they did this last year as well. They moved down in the first round and they moved up in the second round as well. So back-to-back years, the Suns have shown a quality and a knack for moving around the draft, and it's going to reward you because we talked about it with that first trade they made of the day. You trade up all the way to nothing. You didn't trade up for anything. You just gave up 2 future seconds to move all the way to 36 overall from Brooklyn, and Brooklyn didn't want that pick because they didn't have room for any rookies, so you were looking around, they were sniffing around, asking teams, what can you provide us? The Suns made the best offer and got in on a great opportunity.
Yeah, you know, you're looking at it, it's like, okay, it's like playing shoots. But Brian Gregg, like, playing shoots and ladder. Like, there's this one ladder that gets you right to the top, but they had to climb 4 little ladders to get to where they wanted to make the move to get Fleming it really was a stroke of genius. I'm not lying. I've never seen anything like it. You're at the bottom of the second round with these garbage picks, okay, that none of those guys are going to make your roster. You know that. And then you get Fleming because you make 3 trades before the draft even starts. So I was very impressed by that.
Very impressed as well. Here's Brian Gregory speaking on our show earlier in this show on what they accomplished in the draft.
We were very, very pleased. When you talk about, ending it with even a guy who I think has a great chance to play in this league one day, undrafted 2-way in C.J. Huntley, Kobe Bray out of Kentucky, even though I'm claiming the Dayton Flyers for him, Rayshare Fleming, come on, Malawak. I mean, we are very, very excited. We are pleased, and as I said, I'm even more proud of the group that put that whole thing together. So we're in a good place. We're not exactly where we need to be. We need to keep getting better every day.
All right, so I like him giving credit to the group for what they were able to do as well. Give credit to everybody. A lot of work went into that to make one trade, then another trade, then another trade, and get to the point. Because the Celtics, I think it's even been reported the Celtics were going to take Fleming. So it wasn't like, you've got to get ahead of the team picking 5 spots after. You got to get ahead of the team that's picking second in the second round. So they're able to work it out with Minnesota and get that deal done.
And that was going to be destined to be in some ways a great what if, because you had the information on our show yesterday that this guy is top 20 on the Suns board. So if they're looking to make any
19 or 20, I'm not sure which, but top 20 for sure.
They were in a situation where they knew they had to move up for this guy. And can you imagine if they tried, failed, and then we watched Rashir Fleming be a 3-time All-Star, be like, oh my goodness, we're not going to have to live in that what if world anymore because of what the team was able to do. Longer cut here from BG, who went on for nearly a minute and a half on Rashir Fleming, but I promise you it's worth listening to on the journey to drafting Rashir Fleming and getting all of these trades done.
It started at whatever 9 o'clock at night the night before, we were able to look on the board in terms of in the second round. There was 3 or 4 guys that we had really targeted as first round guys. We sat down, Aronde Telefero and myself and Josh Bartelstein and Matt Ishbia and Matt Tellem, and we went through our evaluation forms that we have put together from our scouting group that did just an unbelievable job. And we said, okay, Rasheer Fleming is the guy. We looked at our roster, we looked at our future, we looked at our current state, and we said, this guy, is not only talented and not only brings a lot of stuff to the table that's important to us, but that versatile forward that even can go a small ball 5 if necessary, could be available. How do we do it? And then we started the pieces that next morning, making the calls, trying to put together an opportunity to get him at the same time, without depleting future assets.
Gambo, you can read into what Brian Gregory and Matt Ishbia talked about when Brian Gregory came in, like-minded individuals. You can kind of hesitate a bit about that, but like-minded individuals with Matt Ishbia means you don't sleep, you don't stop working, you don't take vacations, none of that. So when you open the line and be like, hey, you going to take a break here, celebrate a little bit? He's got a lot more work to do. Yeah.
Of course, he has free agency coming up. Maybe eventually he will. But I almost relate it to remember when you were a kid and you and you got in trouble, you had to clean your room and okay, is it good enough now? Your mom nope, not good enough. Okay. Is it good enough now? Nope, not good enough. I kind of relate that to making the offer to Minnesota. All right, we got 52, 59 in these future seconds. Nope, not good enough. Okay, we'll make a trade. All right, we just made a trade. We got up to 36. Nope, not good enough. Okay, make another trade. Okay, that's good enough. We'll be able to make a trade. They were not able to get to Minnesota with their first trade. They were not able to get to Minnesota with their second trade. It was like the third trade they were able, okay, I finally got enough to make a trade with Minnesota to get to the spot I need to get to.
I think that it's really fascinating to look at exactly what they did on day 1 and how it affected what they did in day 2. And what I mean by that is you look at the Malawach pick and you look at getting the Mark Williams trade done. Those are 2 big highlight moves that you sort of made. And there's a tendency for front offices to be content with the work that they had done, right? Okay, we did great on day 1. We've got 52 and 59. We'll see what happens. Maybe we get a couple of calls or whatever, but the Suns were not content just taking their victory there. They wanted to create another victory the next day, and they did that with the activity to get up for Fleming as well, and then also get up from all the way from 52 and 59 to get to 41 and take Kobe Bryant as well. Here is Gregory earlier on our show about Malawach as a prospect.
When you do your intel work and you talk to the people around him and you look at his journey to where he's at right now, he has been well prepared and well challenged to face and exceed whatever expectations we put on him.
Right.
I just think he's one of those guys that is scratching the surface, and some of the life challenges that he's faced really puts him in a great position, even as a 19-year-old, to be ready to just explode in terms of his potential and the impact he can make on this franchise.
Yeah, we had known through all the work that we had did that if that guy's there, they're taking him. And then we're sitting there watching the draft, and it's the Nets up. Okay, the Nets are going to take him. And then when the Nets didn't take him, it was like ding, ding, ding. Okay, Toronto needs a big, but there's some, the kid might not be able to play in Toronto. He can't leave the United States right now because with passport issues, right, and things like that. And maybe Toronto won't take him. And then when Toronto didn't take him, it was like, okay, this is done. This is over. I even said with the Gambo 5, it's null and void. If this kid's on the board, that's the kid they're taking. This is the kid they want more than anything else. This is the kid that they want. So it was no brainer right there. I did think Brooklyn was going to take him. And then I thought that Toronto, even with the hang-ups with the passport status,
sure,
I still thought that the Toronto Raptors would take him, figuring, okay, we'll figure it out eventually. We'll go work on it with embassies and figure out a way that he can come live in Toronto. But they didn't do it.
I think it's just going to be really interesting in the first game of the year. We're even going to see it at Summer League too, but especially in the first game of the year, assuming Williams and Malawach are in the opening day rotation, and just seeing the finishing ability around the rim and then just seeing the rim protection on the other side as well, and just the sheer size. Remember, these are two guys that are 7'2", with the 7'7" wingspan. I believe the standing reach on Malawach is 9'6", which is just ridiculous. These are two giant guys who finish everything around the rim. That is not a dynamic the Suns have had in quite a long time, and they're going to have it from two guys.
Yeah, it is. It was fun to watch the way they were able to do it. But now the big question: do we consider this a turning point for the Phoenix Suns? The way they got Ricky Rubio and Aaron Baines and Kelly Oubre, and they didn't win with that group, but they showed some promise, and it led to winning. Do we start to think now that this is the turning point? Can we finally turn the page from 2 years of miserable Suns basketball and start to feel good about the team again? We'll talk about that next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Suns front office got to dealing in the second round of the NBA draft.
The Suns started the day with the 52nd and 59th pick in this draft. Through a true masterclass of playing chess, they now have pick number 31 and pick number 41.
How do we grade this Suns draft and the moves they made? The answer is on the way on the home of the Suns, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Tim Lee, founder of Moving Team 6.
And we're in the people business, right? I mean, a service business is a people business. So it's all about relationships. It's the relationships from our customers, and it's the relationships from our staff and our team that cares about those customers. My business model has always been give the customer more than what they pay for. And if you can do that, you'll never fail.
Built on ethics and service. MovingTeam6.com. Your move is our mission.
Make a precision decision with Precision Air.
Hi everyone, I'm Gina Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing, the Valley's #1 ranked AC company.
Wait a minute, honey, that's my line.
Well, Eric, not anymore. And people don't know we truly are a family-owned business because you always do the commercials.
But I like it that way.
If your family needs quality AC or plumbing, call the #1 rated family-owned business in Arizona.
Well, can I at least tell them how to reach us?
Go ahead, Eric.
Call us today at 602-FIX-MY-AC. That's 602-FIX-MY-AC.
Something new is happening at Cox. Now the price of your Cox internet and mobile plan won't go up for 3 years, and Wi-Fi equipment is included. So no frustrating price changes, just a lot more of what you want, like a pizza with extra pineapple. Yikes. Okay, let's stick with something everyone wants. No price changes on your plan, guaranteed. Learn more at cox.com/value. Must have at least 500 megabits per second speeds and Cox Unlimited mobile taxes and fees excluded from price guarantee. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs usage per month.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW, one of the best dealerships you are going to find on the planet.
That's because we're different, Bick. We're a family-run business for 58 years. We have employees that have worked at our store for 30 and up to 40 years. It's a great place to work and a family that cares about its employees and its customers. So put us to the test. Come on down, see how easy it is to do business with Chapman BMW, and I'll ensure you'll get the very best deal.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
William is one of millions of Americans who uses GoodRx to save on the cost of their prescriptions.
My oldest daughter, Camilla, 2 days old, she had to have open heart surgery. All of a sudden, she's on 5 different medications. It adds up at the end of the month. Me and the pharmacist got so tight. She said, GoodRx save you a lot of money. Saving that extra $200-300 a month. We're able to do all these extra activities, so it puts less stress on our household, and it puts less stress on our pockets.
Download the free app or visit GoodRx.com and start saving today. GoodRx user compensated for their time. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Get real testosterone prescribed by real doctors now at Red Mountain. Guys, feeling drained, low energy, brain fog, or trouble in the bedroom? You probably have low testosterone. It's more common than you think, and it's treatable. Today's men have lower testosterone than ever before, thanks to stress, poor diet, and lifestyle. But Red Mountain has the solution. We offer full-strength testosterone as an injection or tablet. And we're not talking about a supplement here. We're talking about prescription strength testosterone because the truth is nothing out there can boost testosterone like actual testosterone. It'll help you think clearer, sleep better, build muscle, and boost your sex drive. It's a game changer. Have low T? Start for free. This month only at Red Mountain. Regain your energy, strength, and vitality at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com. Red Mountain. Real testosterone. Real doctors. Real results.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Rasheer Fleming picked by T-Wolves and traded to the Suns with the 31st pick in the draft. Suns wheel and deal to build out their young core. And Torey Lovello had his best moment of the season in comforting Catel Marte after fan taunts, says Dan Bickley. Those are your top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com presented by Y-Refi.
Looking forward to watching that Dbacks game tonight. Merrill Kelly on the mound. We'll preview it in just a little bit, get you set for the D-backs and the Marlins. Catel Marte's first home game since the ugly incident with the fan in Chicago. Let's talk a little bit about the Phoenix Suns. Is it a turning point? Don't know. There's a lot of quantity in what they did. How much quality is there? Mark Williams, Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks are guys we know. They're good basketball players. They're good basketball players. Mark Williams is an upper half center in the league when healthy. The medicals on him, they saw it. There were some, they saw the injuries. They knew what was there, but they felt good about the medicals and what they saw in those, and they decided to make that trade for Mark Williams. And now you add all the young kids, the 3 draft picks they have, and you start to say, okay, I do think, as I said earlier, quality and quantity. We need some real quality here. We know what type of basketball player Dylan Brooks, Jalen Green, and Mark Williams is. They're good players. They can help the Phoenix Suns. But, man, if any of these young kids pop, but is it a turning point? Sure. You have to start somewhere. And it always starts by eliminating, guys that, you looked at and weren't a part of the future and shouldn't be part of the present. And to me, it's Kevin Durant and Bradley Beal. One's gone, and now they've got to find a way to get rid of the other one. But you couldn't run it back with Beal, Durant, and Booker. You couldn't. The fans would have stormed the castle. You were at those games. I was at those games. How many times I heard the Suns fans boo more times last year than they did when the Suns were winning 21 games in a year.
They were booing in January
all the time.
Like, it wasn't even in March or April. I even heard some boos in 2024. It was crazy. Early in the year,
right
when there was a lot of hype. They were 8-1 to start the year. Remember that?
Yeah,
an 8-1 start where we were like, oh my gosh, are they going to win 50+ games? Are they going to be a top 3 seed in the West? Are they going to make a run for this whole freaking thing? And then they didn't do it at all. We know now. And what I mean by that is a couple weeks ago, even less than a week ago, we sat here and we're like, okay, we know it's going to be Devin Booker and whoever else. And we had to sit here and wait and speculate and talk about it. And it's like, okay, what is going to be this front office's not last attempt, but just about their final attempt at building around Devin Booker and trying to contend with him, not now, of course, but 2 to 3, 4 years from now. So if this works or not, it's going to be based on Jalen Green's improvement, Mark Williams' improvement, Kaman Malawach's improvement, Rasheer Fleming's improvement, Kobe Brea's improvement. There are going to be more pieces coming along the way for sure, but they do not have a first-round pick next year. I believe they don't even have a second-round pick next year. They do not have any tradable first-round picks right now. Now, they have players on their roster that they can still trade. They could trade Grayson Allen or Royce O'Neal. They could trade one of these non-guaranteed deals like they did with Micic to get someone back like Mark Williams. I don't anticipate them to do that with how much second apron work they have to do, but there will be more pieces to come, but the core base of the foundation of this attempt, this pivot and reload, whatever the terminology was that Matt Ishbia used, we know what it is now.
Are they better off now, or are they better off if they would have made the trade and gotten Jimmy Butler? Butler, Kuminga, they would have got a couple first-round picks from Golden State, one this year, 1 in 30. So
I think they're better off now because I was just really against that trade because how much of the value pie chart of the entire trade was a chunk of Jimmy Butler, which is half over half, and that's a guy in his mid-30s.
80% of it.
Right now. 80%
I mean, if you like
fair,
Kuminga or not, I mean, Butler and Kuminga, They would have got Valanciunas, who they probably would have traded for second rounders. They would have got 2 unprotected firsts from Golden State. One would have been this year, and one would have been in 2030. So you'd have that. And they might have got some pick swaps. But I think it's fair to look at it like you would have got Jimmy Butler, but like, are you beating Oklahoma City? Are you beating the Nuggets?
No, you're not. I don't think so. And remember, this wasn't the Suns' choice. This was Kevin Durant's choice. He's the one who shut down the deal. So did the Suns dodge a bullet in that kind of way?
It's a great question. It's a great question. I think it'd be a good story on ArizonaSports.com.
Is this guy my
Did
editor? He's my co-host too?
Did Kevin Durant help them by nixing the Golden State trade? Did Kevin Durant help them dodge a bullet? Would they have been better off with the Golden State trade or better off with this trade with KD to the Rockets? The best player coming back was Jimmy Butler, but to your point, it's not like Jimmy Butler's 23 years old like Jalen Green. He's an older player, still great, but your window to win with him is short. So I do think it's a turning point. Not all of these players are going to be on the next Suns team that's good. They'll be we're not looking at this roster and saying, here's what I'll say. You don't look at this roster and say, keep everybody together for 3 or 4 years, and all of these players will end up leading the Suns to a championship. There will be other moves that are made. You in some ways you hope that Mark Williams isn't here in 4 years, because that would mean that the kid ended up being something special, and that you didn't need Mark Williams, so you traded him for something else, and if he's healthy, so I do think that we're going to look at this as the turn point. Look, I think they'll be better than they were last year. I still think that. And I think they'll be a more fun team to watch because we hated the Phoenix. The fans hated the Suns teams. I hated the Suns team. It was terrible to watch. It was miserable. I was miserable watching Suns basketball. I couldn't wait for the season to end. I couldn't wait for it to end because it was such misery watching that team play night in and night out.
Here's a different way to think about it. We're talking about contending, if they could be in contention the next 3 to 4 years. How about this is the group that's going to decide whether Devin Booker finishes his career as a Phoenix Sun or not? I think that could be the stakes that are at hand here, because if this does not work, and
how long do you give it?
Mark Williams I give it 2 years. The number that I've given is 2 years now. If he does not sign this 2-year extension, the Suns don't offer him this 2-year extension this summer, I think both of them should be on board for it. It's 2 years, $150 million. That would put Booker under contract for the next 5 seasons. So if it doesn't work out 2 years from now, he's still going to have 3 years left on his deal and a ton of value. And at worst, he's still going to be a top 25 player in the league 2 years from now. He's not going to decline anytime soon. That's 3-5 years from now, not 2 years from now. So if you're 2 years out and Mark Williams is still hurt, if Jalen Green is still he's looking like that guy who's the latest untradeable contract for them, if Malawach is still taking too much time, if Fleming was a bust, if Braille was a bust, if these other guys didn't really work out and you've really just got nothing around Devin Booker again, that's when you got to ask what's best for your franchise, even though the loyalty to him is strong and it makes sense why it would be. But at a certain point, you're going to have to consider that option. A lot of fans want to see them consider that option right now. I'm not there, but give it 2 years. We'll see how this attempt goes.
All right, we'll talk one more segment on the Suns, and we'll turn our attention to the Dbacks at 45. The roster. A lot more moves to come. Who's staying, who's going? We'll talk about that next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS store.
If you need to hire, you know it takes time. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You simply pick a time and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day.
Try Zip Intro for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. And it all starts with spectacular offers. Available right now at your Valley Chevy dealers July 4th event. Going on now. You'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventures ahead. No matter how you celebrate the 4th of July, it's always better in a Chevy. Don't miss out. Visit a Valley Chevy dealer near you during the Valley Chevy July 4th event. Going on now.
When you own your own business, you own every decision. Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
Make a new hire or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with the toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge. Big props to this team.
Some decisions are a win-win, like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Introducing Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. With $2,500 in annual value, it's the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member of FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck. And she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes. But when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
The big focus in America today is on your health, and that is why more and more people are looking beyond pills, steroids, and surgery. Hey, everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and QC Kinetics has been on the cutting edge of this medical revolution since 2018. Using regenerative medicine, they've helped tens of thousands of people get lasting joint pain relief using natural treatments that harness your body's own healing power. Truth is, regenerative medicine used to be an alternative treatment, but now it's mainstream, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader. Their well-respected protocols include potent and powerful cellular-level treatments to revitalize and restore damaged joint tissue. So say goodbye to that chronic pain and live your best life. Get your free consultation at QC Kinetics. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. You can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
I'm Connor Emery with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It is official. The Diamondbacks team was with Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs this morning, who has signed Bill HB 2704, approving all the renovations and upgrades to Chase Field. You can read more on ArizonaSports.com. Early on the show today, manager Torey Lovullo said that Gino Suarez will be back on the lineup tonight after getting injured earlier this week against the White Sox. He'll be making his return along with the rest of the Snakes to start a new series against the Miami Marlins. Merrill Kelly will get the start tonight and will oppose the young Yuri Perez. Pre-game coverage starts right here on 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app at 6, with first pitch set at 6:40. And two of the best teams are going at it in the WNBA tonight between the Mercury and New York Liberty at PHX Arena. The Mercury are coming in with a 3-game winning streak. Tip-off is at 7, and that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
All right, what's on tonight is brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. It was just covered there in the splendid update, I must say.
Big Red was doing the update.
Dude, he said that at 5:30, and I was like, yeah, Gambo, he did the one at 5 o'clock, too. Were you listening to the actual first one? I gave him an Attababe in the mic.
Is this his first day doing the updates? Look at that.
Couldn't even tell.
All right,
let's great work.
Listen, we got to do our grades. I mean, we got to do our grades. You know, what do you think? A, B, C, D? You know, what do we... Big Red got to do the updates.
For his first updates ever, A++. They're fantastic. My first time on the air, oh my gosh. Do you guys remember your first time on the air? It was horrible, terrible. Come on.
Jeez, Big Red, you better than Mitch already. Oh, I'm teasing Mitch. I'm Mitchy Mitch.
Mitch giving the face does he really mean that he's kidding?
How cool is it? Big Red doing the updates. I love that. That's awesome. Good job, Big Red. Good job.
Oh boy, what Big Red had in the update as well. Diamondbacks hosting the Marlins. That's coming up in just about an hour on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Of course, pregame show will start here in just about a half an hour. And then the big one, Mercury hosting the Liberty at 7 o'clock at PHX Arena. Can't wait to watch that one, Gambo.
Yeah, well, the Liberty are a good team, and the Mercury are too. One of the top 3 teams in the WNBA. There's a team, that really reworked their entire roster, and look at them. They've got a chance to compete for a championship this year the way they've played.
All right, that's what's on tonight. Gambo, let's talk more Phoenix Suns here. We've got a roster that is taking shape, but there's more work to be done. Here's what I'm going to do to start our conversation.
Yes.
I've got the roster right in front of me, what we know of it right now.
Don't aggregate me.
There are 13 roster spots out of 15 that are filled right now, to be clear. 2 of the 3 two-way guys as well. CJ Huntley, who they signed last night, and then Kobe Brea is going to be on a two-way as well at number 41. All right, here's the roster. And again, people always get mad when you do the positional stuff. They're like, he's not a power forward. He's not a point guard. Just stick with me. Devin Booker and a restricted free agent, Colin Gillespie at backup point guard. I did not count Gillespie as one of the 13, to be clear, but you expect him to be back, right, Campbell?
I think that they like Colin Gillespie, and I think he likes it here. And don't be surprised if he ends up back with the Phoenix Suns.
All right, at 2 guard, I've got Jalen Green, Grayson Allen, Bradley Beal, and then Kobe Brea as well. Beyond those guys in these are small forwards, quote unquote, I've got Dylan Brooks, Royce O'Neal, and Cody Martin. You're expecting maybe 2 of those guys to be gone, right, Gambo?
Okay, so let's start with the first one. So we got Jalen Green.
Yep.
Obviously he's staying. No plans to trade him. At this point, no plans to trade him. Who's second?
Grayson Allen.
Yeah, I believe Grayson Allen will be on this roster. I do not think that they will trade Grayson Allen.
Okay, he's got the biggest salary out of these guys that they could potentially move. So if they're looking to get rid of a bigger salary, not Bradley Beal related, he's got that salary.
I think Grayson Allen will stay.
Okay, Bradley Beal?
I've said it from day one. I don't think he comes back to this team. I just don't see it. Now, if I'm wrong, sue me. But I just can't imagine they bring Bradley Beal back.
Kobe Brea, they just drafted, and then
could be a two-way guy, most likely a two-way guy. So, but could go back and forth.
Dylan Brooks, you don't think they'll flip him later? Is he going to be here?
No, do I think that they maybe looked at not Dylan Brooks, but when they were talking to Houston about Jalen Green, did they attempt to put him somewhere else? Maybe. I don't know for sure. Maybe. I wouldn't be surprised, but I don't know for sure. I reported right from the get-go the plan was to keep Brooks and to keep Green. So I'm going to go with that. Things obviously change, but right now the plan was to keep both of those guys.
The easiest guy to trade right now, in my opinion, would be Royce O'Neal. He's around $10 million, awesome three-point shooter last year, just a winning player. He'd be easy to move. Do you think they'll explore moving him?
No, I think he stays.
Wow. Okay.
I think Royce O'Neal and Grayson Allen will stay.
And again, this is a think, so aggregators, calm down.
Calm down. I would say that Royce O'Neal is back and that Grayson Allen is back. And we'll go over all the vet minimum guys, too, in a second here. What else you got on the roster?
Cody Martin. He's got that $8 million non-guaranteed.
He's gone. And by the time we get on the air Monday, he's probably gone.
I'll cross him off. We're at 12 players on the roster out of 15.
So now you got 12.
At power forward, quote-unquote, again, quote-unquote, I've got Ryan Dunn, Rasheer Fleming, and then Huntley, who is the kid on the two-way. Don't expect Dunn to be going anywhere, and then Fleming.
Those two guys are there.
Then, of course, at center, you've got Mark Williams, Kaman Maluach, Nick Richards, and Oso Ighodaro. One too many guys in that room.
Fascinated by that. Somebody's got to go. It's not going to be Williams, and it's not going to be Maluach. Is it Richards or is it Oso? Richards saves you more money, but Richards is also insurance for Williams' injury history. So if you want better insurance, it's Richards. If you're looking to save money, you move Richards out, and then you can hold on to Oso. I think it makes more sense that Oso's the odd guy out, but I think a lot of this comes down to financials here. They're trying to get under the second apron.
Yeah, they really have to duck under that in some sort of move. So again, that was the full roster. We're marking it down as 12 out of the 15 spots filled, but if you take Martin out to take it down to 12, which I just did, and then add Colin Gillespie back on, you're at 13 roster spots out of 15.
So not as
like
active
that.
in free agency, maybe? Not as active with free agents?
They have room for like 1 or 2 minimum guys, really, and that's it right now. Now, they could trade more. They could trade some other guys. They could just trade Nick Richards for picks, Soroso Igudaro for picks, and then they could get there. But yeah, in terms of like, remember how many minimum guys did they sign last year? Like 6, 5, 6, 7?
They had to. But so do I think that Plumlee's back? No. Do I think Bobo's back? No. Do I think that Monty Morris is back? No. What other minimum guys am I missing here? You know, I just like a Damian Lee.
Yeah.
I think they move on from a lot of these guys. I think they reshape the roster that way. But I don't think Plumlee's back. I don't think Bowles back. I don't think Monty Morris is back. Tyus Jones, be interesting on Tyus Jones. I think, how high are they on Colin Gillespie? Does Tyus Jones want to come back and maybe not get as much playing time if they committed to Colin a little bit? Can Tyus get a better deal somewhere else? And remember, they could pay Tyus a little bit more than what they paid him last year, but then again, that affects your apron and your salary. So I would lean towards Tyus Jones not being back. I wouldn't rule it out.
Okay.
But I would lean towards he's not going to come back.
With your opinion on who could and couldn't be back, that would leave quite the logjam of minutes for this like smaller wing group. So you've got Devin Booker technically, but he's going to run the point, you would imagine. You got Jalen Green, Grayson Allen, Dylan Brooks, and Royce O'Neal. Do you think you can find enough minutes for all 5 of those guys, Gambo?
It's hard. But they want to be deeper, so they may commit to playing more guys.
Okay.
Remember last year, one of the things we were worried about all year is the heavy minutes that they were playing, like, Durant and Booker and Beal.
Felt like every other night he was playing 40-plus, yeah.
It's crazy. It was a crazy amount of minutes. It seems like they want to have more rotational depth. So, can they play – are they going to play 10 on a regular basis? Could they commit to 10? But what you're saying is like it is hard to get all those guys minutes. It's hard to get a lot of minutes for those guys. And then what minutes can you promise somebody that's coming in that you're signing as on a vet minimum guy?
Yeah, no one under 6'7" is going to get minutes here unless they're an established point guard because there's too many minutes to go around already. After hearing the roster and what it looks like right now, Gambo, going into free agency, what's the biggest need? What's the notification or more so the Gambo notification that you would send out yourself for a signing that would excite you a bit? What do they need right now?
I really like what they did at the power forward spot. Could you use a backup power forward? Can you, when you look at the center spot, do you feel like you've got a stretch 5 that could go, shoot the ball? I mean, probably not. Could you use somebody that's more of a combo 4-5? That, okay, I could play a little small ball 5, but I could also play some 4. And if you need to stretch the court, I can shoot. Could you use a player like that? That's possible. I just don't know with the guards that they have that they want to, commit to another point guard. Like, you look at Monty Morris, when he signed here, that was before they got Tyus Jones, he was excited about, like, how much he was going to play. Like, this is a great spot for me. You look at Monty Morris, last year he averaged 12 minutes a game in 45 games. He was a DN play most nights, a DNP, did not play coach's decision. 12.7 minutes a game. This is a guy that when he was on the Nuggets just a few years ago played 30 minutes a game. 30 minutes a game, like 3 years ago with the Nuggets. And now he played 12.7. So I think that, I just don't know that with Green and with Book, and if you throw Gillespie in there, and I'm going to, I just don't know that there's a whole lot of minutes for somebody else.
I think the biggest gap for me is at the 4, and you look at calling Ryan Dunn a 4 or whatever. Rasheer Fleming is a 4, but at the end of the day, that is a second-year player, and that's a rookie. So looking for someone with experience, because if someone comes in at the veterans minimum, maybe takes a little bit less money than they're opposed to, and they're like a 6'9", 6'10" forward who can shoot a little bit, defend a little bit, you'd be in business. Here's the problem. Those guys don't make the minimum or anything close to the minimum. They make $10, $15, $20 million a year. So the exact role that you're looking for, size on the wing and can do some of the 3-and-D stuff, those guys are just way too valuable to find them for the veterans minimum in free agency. That's where you take a swing on like a K Debates Diop type or a Yuta Watanabe type, and you just hope that it works out again. You can't be scared away from those not working because you just need to keep taking some swings as well. I'm really curious to see how much they chop back on the center rotation, because I think if they do, there could be some potential of seeing Malawach and Williams on the floor together. But if they still have 3 centers that they're looking at playing every single night, or if they're looking to play Dunn, Fleming, and a veterans minimum guy, like, is there some time for Brian Gregory mentioned on a show earlier, Rasheer Fleming to play some 5 a little bit? Like, that's something that I would like to see as well. And I'm also curious to see with this Booker and Green backcourt, does that mean that one of these other guys is actually going to handle the ball a bit? You're expecting it to be Colin Gillespie a bit, but will we see Grayson Allen on the ball more? Will we see Dylan Brooks on the ball? Could we see Royce O'Neal on the ball a little bit? Not so much like as a direct primary initiator, but doing a little bit of playmaking, starting up the offense. At least you remember when Chris Paul was getting absolutely hounded in the playoffs and Jay Crowder had to bring the ball up. Like one of those kinds of situations where the amount of taxing work that Book has had to do and will do as a point guard, you want to see someone else handle playmaking distribution. That'll be Green, it'll be Gillespie, but does someone else step up as well?
Well, and I think the other thing, remember, for the last couple of years, a lot of free agents signed here because they wanted to be part of what they thought would be a championship team. Guys like Eric Gordon, signed here because, okay, this is a team that has a chance to win. It's going to be different now. You're going to, do you want to sign here to try to fight for your position? Fight for your position. We'll bring you in, no guarantees, no guaranteed playing time or anything like that. Just fight for your spot. All right, Dbacks taking on the Marlins. We'll get you ready with Dbacks on deck. That's coming up next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dbacks decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for Dbacks Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, so many people rave about the quality of your work. What's your secret?
It's very simple, Dan. We're accountable. We do what we say we're going to do, and we do it right the first time. We're a one-stop shop that builds everything in your backyard from the pool tiles up. At Turf Monsters, we take great pride in our customers, and our finished products is what separates us from our competitors. We have the #1 installers in the Valley, and we're the #1 company for a reason.
Check out their work and schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com.
If you live in the desert, you gotta have shade. All Pro Shade Concepts is celebrating 20 years in the basin in 2025. We were out of the pool the other day. The family was there, the fun was there, and the comfort was there because of All Pro Shade Concepts. Our roll-down patio shades block out the sun, reduces glare on our television, and provides privacy. It's 1:15. Stop melting outside and get your All Pro Shade Concepts estimate today. Go to allproshade.com for more information. That's allproshade.com.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
Celebrate the baseball season with Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing, the official beer partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Text SEATS to 620-620 for a shot at 4 tickets to the July 4th Dbacks game against Kansas City, courtesy of Four Peaks Brewing.
Message and data rates may apply.
Recent studies just showed that 72 sold certified agents are chosen by Phoenix area home sellers just like you 4 times more often than agents who sell homes the traditional way. Why? It's no wonder. 5.8%. 72 sold certified agents are selling homes at a 5.8% higher median price than agents who sell homes the traditional way. A better agent, a better price at 72sold.com.
Sonic Radio.
CIO coming to you live from the red carpet, and here comes the star of the summer, sweet topped lemonade from Sonic. Wow, looking delicious as always. Tell us, what are you wearing?
Oh, this? Just a little blueberry lavender number. I was going for something tart and sweet.
Incredible! And is that cold foam on top? So chic. I wouldn't mind taking a sip of that.
Dude.
Wait, that came out wrong.
Try Sweet Top Lemonades from Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. Limited time only at participating Sonic drive-ins.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, summer savings are in full swing. What's the hot deal this June?
Hey, Dave, we're bringing the heat with unbeatable offers all month long. Save $12,500 on a new 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 or $7,000 on a new 2025 GMC Sierra HD Pro, SLE, or SLT.
Every driver scores this June with summer savings that deliver. So visit Liberty GMC in Peoria or shop online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco or your local Bashes.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. We're checking in on the Diamondbacks as they warm up for the game's first pitch. Dbacks on deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. And by 72 Sold. 72 Sold. Get a higher price for your home.
All right, Gambo, we've got the start of a 3-game series for the Diamondbacks at home against Chase Field. They are hosting the Miami Marlins. Gambo, you'll remember just a couple of days ago, not so much days, but about a week ago, we highlighted this end of June, maybe even further back than that, as a key stretch for the Diamondbacks. You went on the road against the Rockies, one of the worst teams in baseball, the worst team in baseball. The Chicago White Sox, one of the worst teams in baseball. And now you're hosting the Marlins, one of the worst teams in baseball. We're not able to sweep either of those teams, where you were able to win 2 out of 3. You need to keep that momentum going to close out this stretch strong.
Yeah, 2 out of 3 is fine, right? You got to win series. You have to win series. It keeps you in there. You'd love to sweep some of these bad teams. But the Marlins are playing much better baseball now, so this is not going to be easy. They just completed their second sweep of the season at a 12-5 win over Mitch's Giants. Mitch, your Giants got swept by the Marlins? What's going on there? Yeah, so Miami, they're in the midst of a season-long 4-game winning streak. They've won 10 of their last 15, so 10-5 since June 10th. They're playing good baseball. So you've got a team that's coming in that's pretty hot right now.
Today's pitching matchup is brought to you by the Window Depot, more than a window store. Visit one of their 4 Valley locations where you can find everything you need for your home remodel. Merrill Kelly is on the mound for the Arizona Diamondbacks. He's been having a wonderful season. He's 7-3 with a 3.39 ERA, 105 WHIP. Yuri Perez, the righty, is on the mound for Miami. 0-2 with a 6.17 ERA and a 1.63 WHIP. Gambo, he was one of the better pitchers in baseball in 2023. 3.15 ERA. Looked like just a great find by the Marlins. Comes back from the serious surgery and hasn't been the same pitcher since. He's still 22 years old.
Yeah, this will be his first career start against the Diamondbacks on the road. He's got 12 career road starts with an ERA of 4.61. Now you look at Merrill Kelly, you're looking at just a model of consistency. He's got a career low 2.25 ERA in June. He's been fantastic. He has 14 consecutive starts of 5+ innings. He became the 3rd Diamondback to record 60 wins, joining Randy Johnson and Brandon Webb. And if you look at his last start, he got his 7th win against the Rockies, 2 runs in 6 innings. He was terrific in that game. He has just been a model of consistency. It was a start just not too long ago. He didn't pitch so well. Like, Bob, I'm just not used to seeing that because he's usually a guy that goes out there, gives you 6 good innings and a quality start almost every time.
Today's injury report is brought to you by Barrow Neurological Institute. Learn more at barrowneuro.org. It is wonderful to look at this Diamondbacks lineup and see Eugenio Suarez hitting 5th in the lineup. We had major scares about that hand for multiple reasons.
Well, this is what happens. You get hit in the hand, you get an X-ray. The X-ray's negative. Now, you're worried as a team. X-ray's negative. X-rays were negative for Corbin Carroll and Gabby Marino, too. And they put him under the tube, the MRI tube, and it's got some hairline fractures. You get hit in the hand, you wait. If the player feels good in a couple of days, They don't just send everybody for an MRI. You get an X-ray. X-ray shows no break. You let the swelling go down. You see how they feel in a couple of days. And if they feel good, they play. So Suarez back in the lineup now. That's good. He has been terrific for them. He's an RBI machine. He's a home run threat. He's protection in the middle of the lineup. Dangerous guy every time he comes to the plate. And just one of those good-natured guys. When you look at the team and the chemistry they have, he's a big reason why.
Another important injury update coming out of Reno. Jordan Lawler with a grade 1 hamstring strain. He's going to be out weeks, not days. That's according to manager Torey Lovello pregame. He's a guy right now in this situation where if you trade Suarez, you're looking to open up that slot for Lawler, but he'll
be here.
Keeps being these injuries. Or you expect him to be here pretty soon?
Well, if they trade Suarez, they'll bring him up and they'll play him every day and just say he's our. Like if they feel like they're out of it and they trade Geno Suarez, take it to the bank. As long as he's healthy. Lawler's coming up. They'll play him every freaking day. And if he goes for 0 for 15, he goes 0 for 15. They're just going to let it ride and just try to get him that experience because the belief is still that he should be their starting third baseman next year.
The MLB standings are brought to you by Liberty GMC. Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less. The Diamondbacks are 41-39. They are 9 games back of the Los Angeles Dodgers for the lead of the NOS. They are 51-31. Looking at the divisional leaders in the National League elsewhere, Lauren Chicago Cubs at 48-33, 3 games up on the Brewers. The New York Mets 48-34, leading the way on the National League. The Phillies just a game behind them at 47-34, and then the Braves all the way down at 37-43. Do you see the Padres and Giants fading a little bit here, Gambo, as something that the Diamondbacks can capitalize on?
Yeah, I think a lot of us looked at the Giants and we kind of looked at, okay, eventually they're going to fade. Their pitching was so good. And then obviously they make the big trade. So not sure. I think there's, when I look at the battle and I look at the standings, I think there's four teams battling for one spot. I think Philly's going to get in. And then you've got either Milwaukee or San Diego. But I look at the Diamondbacks, Reds, Cardinals, Giants. That's 4. It might be 5 teams. You throw in the Padres or the Brewers, all battling for one spot. Giants have had a little struggles lately, but 7 games over 500. The Padres right now have the 3rd wild card spot. The surprise to me has been the Cardinals. I did not expect the Cardinals to be there. We've been talking about Ryan Helsley being traded, from the get-go. I think the Reds have been a little bit of a surprise that they're right there. But the Cardinals, to me, probably the biggest surprise. The Giants, the second biggest. But the Giants just suffered a brutal, brutal sweep, at the hands of the Marlins at home. But before that, they had a 3-game series against the Red Sox and they won. So, yeah, I think they just took it on the chin against the Marlins team that's playing much better baseball right now. But you look at what they've got coming up. Like the Giants they got 3 games against the White Sox. They've got 3 games against the A's coming up. And they got 4 big ones coming up against the Arizona Diamondbacks. That'll be 4 huge games coming up from late June to early July.
Let's get a key to the game.
Listen, man, I need you to be the key master. I am the key master.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Dbacks keys to the game. Brought to you by G2G Protein Bars. G2G Protein Bars. Complete grab-and-go goodness. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco or Bash's'.
Listen to these numbers for Josh Schnell. He's got a 13-game